My name is Ling Xiao, once the last great cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage in the primordial world. My title, Hunyuanzi Ling Xiao, echoed across countless realms. Back then, I stood at the edge of the endless void, surrounded by churning chaos that surged like wild tides. Clad in a robe of deep azure, I cut a striking figure amidst the nothingness. Though there was no wind in that place, my robe seemed to move with a life of its own, swaying gently. I had secluded myself here for 81 days, awaiting the ultimate trial on the path of cultivation, the infinite chaos tribulation. As I waited, murmuring softly to myself, the once tranquil chaos suddenly erupted in a violent turmoil. The ninefold chaotic lightning tribulation seemed to be roused to fury, tearing the void asunder. Each bolt of lightning carried enough power to obliterate entire stars, striking relentlessly at my body, which had been tempered over countless millennia. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated my profile. My hands raced through intricate incantations, and in an instant, countless runes shimmered around me. These runes interlinked, forming a vast screen of light that spanned 1,000 miles, easily warding off the first wave of the tribulation. I allowed myself a faint smile and said calmly, "Is that all?" Yet, a trace of disappointment lingered in my heart. As if the heavens themselves heard me, the second wave of disaster descended without delay. Annihilating astral winds swept in from every direction, devouring even the light wherever they passed. These winds did not harm the flesh. They struck at the soul itself. Countless cultivators had perished to this very ordeal. A golden light flared at my brow, and my spirit emerged from the crown of my head, transforming into 3 golden lotus flowers that spun in midair. The astral winds crashed against the golden lotuses, filling the air with a piercing shriek, but they could not breach my defenses. Just as I was savoring my triumph, I abruptly sensed something amiss and called out in a low voice, "Heart Demon's karmic flame." The third tribulation arrived in utter silence, without the slightest warning, igniting a wisp of flame deep within my soul. This flame was truly fearsome. It fed on all the slaughter, regrets, obsessions, and emotions I had accumulated over millions of years of cultivation, turning them into a searing, soul-consuming inferno. At last, my composure faltered, and beads of sweat slid down my brow. Scenes from my earliest days of cultivation flashed before me. I saw the devastation when my sect was destroyed, and the faces of those comrades who had once fought by my side, now long vanished into the river of time, surfaced one by one before my eyes. Quickly, I silently recited the teachings of my sect. The Tao heart must be single-minded. Only through diligence can one endure. As I repeated this mantra, my thoughts gradually cleared. I reminded myself, after 10 million years of cultivation, I must not let all my efforts come to nothing here. However, just as the inner demons and karmic fire were about to dissipate, the situation changed dramatically. The 3 types of heavenly tribulation unexpectedly fused together, forming an unprecedented, hybrid catastrophe, the true, boundless chaos tribulation. Thunder became its flesh, gales unfurled like wings, and karmic fire ignited as its heart. These forces melded into a colossal beast spanning the stars, roaring and charging straight at me. Suddenly enlightened, I let out a soft chuckle. So this is the real, boundless chaos tribulation. I no longer defended myself. Instead, I unleashed my divine powers and strode forward to meet the beast head-on. The immortal energy within me surged to a boiling peak. I was fully prepared for a life-and-death battle with this monstrous adversary. The moment we collided, it felt as if time itself froze. Blinding light devoured everything in an instant. Millions of miles of space tore apart like fragile paper, and countless miniature worlds were born and destroyed in the aftershocks. When the radiance finally faded, my immortal body was riddled with cracks, resembling a shattered porcelain vase barely held together. A wave of sorrow washed over me. In the end, I still fell a step short. I could feel my soul rapidly dispersing, millennia of cultivation slipping through my fingers like sand, impossible to hold on to. Just as my consciousness was about to be swallowed by darkness, something shot forth from my chest, a chaos pearl, riddled with fissures. This was a primordial treasure I had obtained in the ancient era, though I had never unraveled all its secrets. Now, the chaos pearl seemed to sense my peril. It erupted with its final burst of power, shielding the last remnants of my soul from oblivion. I managed a wry smile. "Old friend, when it matters most, I'm relying on you after all." With my soul nestled inside, the chaos pearl transformed into a streak of light, piercing through layers of spatial barriers and soaring toward the unknown. I have no idea how much time passed. The streak of light traversed the universe and finally descended upon Earth in the Marvel Universe, above New York City. In the night sky, a shooting star sliced through the heavens. But this was no ordinary silver or golden meteor. It shimmered with a strange indigo-violet hue, its tail faintly inscribed with mysterious runes, as if wreathed in magical effects. A few late-night pedestrians glanced upward, noticing this meteor was quite unlike any they'd seen before. But they soon hurried on, unfazed. After all, in a city like New York, where superhero and alien battles were almost a daily occurrence, an unusual shooting star was hardly worth a second thought. The city's hidden surveillance systems, however, were far less nonchalant. They erupted in urgent alarms, sensors beeping wildly as they recorded the anomaly's extraordinary energy signature. The meteor plummeted faster and faster, hurtling toward an abandoned industrial zone in Brooklyn. At last, with a muffled thud, not particularly loud, but enough to send dust billowing into the air, it vanished into the swirling haze. At this moment, a white figure darted nimbly between the tall buildings, swinging from place to place like a monkey, while strands of web traced shimmering silver lines across the night sky. This was Gwen Stacy, otherwise known as Ghost Spider. She had been Ghost Spider for 3 months now, yet every time she soared above the city, Gwen couldn't help but feel her heart race. Landing atop the peak of a clock tower, she took off her mask for a moment, letting her golden hair spill down like a waterfall. Talking to herself, she muttered, "Gwen, let's not crash into another billboard tonight." That was humiliating enough. Remembering her mishap from a couple of nights ago, she blushed in spite of herself. Suddenly, the distant wail of police sirens reached her ears, instantly putting Gwen on alert. She was just about to put her mask back on and shoot a web to investigate when a strange light streaked across the night sky. This light was nothing like an ordinary shooting star. Gwen paused, narrowing her eyes to study it more closely. It shimmered with dazzling blue-violet hues, with faint runes flickering in its tail, a sight that seemed neither the product of modern technology nor any magic she'd ever seen. Even stranger, her spider sense didn't tingle with warning. Instead, there was a curious resonance, as if she were hearing a distant melody that was somehow familiar. Gwen whispered under her breath, "What on earth is that?" She tracked the meteor's arc as it fell toward the abandoned industrial area in Brooklyn. Gwen hesitated. The sirens still echoed in the distance, but by now her curiosity was fully awakened. "All right, just a quick look, then right back," she promised herself. With that, she fired a web and swung off in the direction where the meteor had fallen. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of feet above the city, the SHIELD helicarrier hovered silently among the clouds. In the command center, Nick Fury fixed his one good eye on the main screen, where a sudden surge of energy had appeared. His brow furrowed, and his face grew even more grave. He asked in a commanding voice, "Who can tell me what this is?" A technician quickly worked the control panel and replied, "Sir, we've detected an anomalous energy signal. Its source is unknown. It appeared suddenly outside the atmosphere, then crashed down in Brooklyn, New York." Fury pressed further. "What are the energy characteristics?" The technician answered, "We can't identify it, sir. It's neither any technological energy we know of, nor does it match any recorded magical fluctuations. The energy level is extremely high, but it's very stable, as if it's a highly compressed power source." Fury tapped his fingers against the console and asked, "What's the exact crash location?" The technician replied, "An abandoned industrial area in southern Brooklyn. We've already locked in the coordinates." Fury turned to Agent Phil Coulson and said, "Assemble a rapid response team immediately. Get to the site and investigate. I need to know what this thing is and whether it poses a threat to us." Coulson nodded and reported, "Already in progress, sir. Rumlow's leading the team. They can be on site within 10 minutes. Fury narrowed his one good eye and added, "Tell the team to stay alert. I don't like unknown things suddenly showing up on my turf." In the corner of the command room, Brock Rumlow, Hydra's embedded agent, known as Crossbones, listened stone-faced to the orders, but his fingers subtly tapped his communicator, relaying the intel to his superiors. At that moment, Gwen landed lightly on the rooftop of an abandoned factory. Her spider sense tingled faintly, warning her that things were far from simple. The street below was deserted, with only a few broken street lamps casting dim pools of light. She moved carefully along the edge of the roof, hoping to find a good vantage point. She murmured to herself, "It should be around here," all the while keeping a sharp eye on the streets and alleys below. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines broke the night silence. 3 black SUVs sped onto the scene, coming to a halt several blocks away. Their doors swung open, and a team of heavily armed agents poured out, swiftly establishing a perimeter. Gwen recognized them instantly. "SHIELD, they're fast," she murmured. She realized she'd have to be even more careful now. If S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered her presence, the consequences would be unpredictable. Her father had warned her time and again, never get involved in matters beyond your abilities. Cloaked in shadow, Gwen moved silently across the rooftops, drawing closer to where the meteor had fallen. At last, she spotted her target in the courtyard of an abandoned factory, a small impact crater, surrounded by scattered debris. But what she found at its center was not at all what she expected. A person. Gwen's eyes widened with disbelief as she looked down. In the center of the crater lay a man with jet black hair, dressed in a tattered, strangely styled robe. He was unconscious, surrounded by a faint, shimmering light, the air around him rippling ever so slightly. Rather than warning her of danger, Gwen's spider sense brought an unexpected calm. She felt a subtle resonance between herself and the strange energy field surrounding the man. Gwen wrestled with indecision. What should I do? Go down and check on him? Call for help? Or, while she hesitated, footsteps suddenly echoed below. The S.H.I.E.L.D. task force was closing in on the area, their voices drifting up to her. The energy signal is close. Split up and search. Director Rumlow wants the target found in 10 minutes. Gwen held her breath, pressing herself flat against the rooftop shadow. She glanced down at the unconscious man, torn between choices. S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly after him, but what would they do if they found him? He looked far more like someone in need of help than a threat to be surrounded by armed agents. She made up her mind. All right, Stacy, looks like you can't just sit this one out tonight. Moving with silent determination, Gwen crept to the edge of the roof above the crater, preparing to act before the task force could find the mysterious stranger. She didn't notice that, several hundred meters away, atop the roof of a warehouse, a man in black with dark sunglasses was watching everything unfold. A faint smile played at his lips, as if he was relishing the chase that was about to begin. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, murmured under his breath, interesting. With his extraordinary senses, every detail of the scene was crystal clear to him. The quickening heartbeat of the girl in the spider suit, and the strange waves of energy pulsing from the man in the crater. On the street, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were methodically narrowing their search, their equipment emitting faint electronic beeps. Gwen gripped her web shooter tightly, fully aware that the moment to act was fast approaching. Beneath her mask, her heart pounded, each beat like the roll of battle drums. In the courtyard, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents wove through the shadows, the beams of their tactical flashlights slicing through the darkness, drawing ever closer to the crater and the mysterious, unconscious man. We can't wait any longer, she murmured to herself, her voice trembling slightly with nerves. Gwen took a deep breath, quickly calculating distances and angles. The nearest agent had his back to her, standing about 10 meters from the crater. The man in the tattered robe still lay motionless at the center, seemingly oblivious to the danger closing in. With a flick of her wrist, Gwen sent a web arcing with precision toward a rusted metal beam beside the crater. She swung down in one fluid motion, landing silently next to the man. Now closer, she felt the strange energy more intensely. The air quivered faintly, carrying a fresh, indescribable scent, like a forest after a heavy rain, melding with the subtle glow that surrounded him. She crouched down, tentatively reaching out a finger to check his pulse. As she was about to touch his skin, the gentle light shimmered, but did not repel her. His pulse was strong and steady, nothing like someone who had just fallen from the sky. "Who are you?" she whispered. Suddenly, a sharp command shattered the silence. "Stop. Step away from the target." Gwen jerked her head up. Two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had spotted her, weapons raised and aimed in her direction. More footsteps echoed from all around, converging on the courtyard. She sprang to her feet, instinctively spreading her arms to shield the unconscious man. "Wait, he's not a threat. He needs help," she pleaded, her voice muffled by the mask. The agents kept their weapons trained on her. Leading them was Brock Rumlow, his expression grim as he shone his tactical flashlight onto Gwen's white costume. "Ghost Spider." Rumlow's tone was cold and commanding. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is handling a classified incident. Stand down and leave. This doesn't concern you." "He's just an injured man," Gwen insisted, feeling the pressure of their presence and firepower. "Can't you see he's still unconscious? That's exactly why it's even more dangerous. This is your final warning. Step aside." Rumlow barked, signaling to his team. Two agents moved swiftly to flank Gwen, trying to get past her to secure the unconscious man. Gwen's spider sense flared with a sudden, intense warning. She couldn't let these agents take him away. Her instincts screamed at her. If this man was taken by these hard-nosed operatives, the consequences would be dire. "I said no," Gwen responded firmly. With a flick of her wrist, two strands of web shot out. Not to attack the agents, but to latch precisely onto loose stones at the feet of the two agents charging ahead. They stumbled as their momentum was cut short. "Move in," Restrain her and secure the target. Rumlow ordered without hesitation. In an instant, chaos erupted. More agents poured into the courtyard. Gwen, agile as ever, darted through the cramped space, weaving webs to create obstacles, disarm foes, or pin agents temporarily to the walls or ground. She tried her best to avoid causing serious harm, but her movements still betrayed the clumsiness and hesitation of a rookie. Watch out for her webs. Tasers out. Encircle her. The agents worked with impressive coordination, gradually tightening their formation. They were well-trained, their firepower distributed with precision. Gwen felt the pressure mount rapidly. With little real combat experience, she quickly found herself struggling against the disciplined, relentless advance. Suddenly, a dull clang cut through the chaos. It wasn't gunfire. It was the sound of Gwen, in a desperate leap to avoid an agent lunging for her legs, colliding backwards into a discarded metal canister. The impact threw her off balance, sending her stumbling forward. At that moment, an agent who had been waiting for just such a slip sprang into action. He leveled his non-lethal kinetic weapon, a gun designed to fire high-density rubber bullets, squarely at Gwen's exposed torso. Damn! Gwen's pupils contracted. She knew it was too late to dodge. Her spider sense shrieked in her mind. If that shot landed, she'd be incapacitated in an instant. Time seemed to slow. She saw the agent's finger tighten on the trigger, saw the faint flash at the black muzzle, and watched as the spinning rubber bullet tore through the air toward her, a hit that could leave her paralyzed for days. She even caught a glimpse of Rumlow's face not far away, his expression cool and confident. Was this the end? All because of that stranger who'd suddenly appeared in the pit? If Dad found out, he'd go ballistic. The absurd thought flickered across her mind. Instinctively, she squeezed her eyes shut and braced herself for the blow. But the expected pain never came. Instead, a deep, resonant hum, soft yet commanding, like an ancient bell tolling in the distance, sounded through the air. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a profound authority, echoing in each person's ears as if striking directly at the soul. Gwen's eyes flew open in astonishment. She saw that the rubber bullet flying toward her seemed to crash into an invisible, unbreakable wall less than a foot from her body. The projectile wasn't merely stopped in its tracks. Around the unconscious man with black hair, the faint, wavering glow suddenly flared into a dazzling brilliance. A pale golden rune, ancient and intricate, flickered above his head, a shield that seemed to form spontaneously. The rubber bullet rebounded with even greater force, slamming directly into the armored chest of the agent who had fired the shot. Ugh! The agent grunted as the mysterious power embedded in his own weapon's bullet struck him with brutal force, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed against the brick wall behind him and slid down heavily, unable to get up for the moment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Every movement ground to a halt. Whether it was the agents poised to continue their attack or Gwen, standing on guard, all stared in disbelief at the center of the crater. The man still lay there quietly, eyes closed, as if nothing had happened at all. The glow surrounding him slowly faded, shrinking back to its earlier faint, almost imperceptible shimmer. Only a lingering, strange hum and a faint ripple of energy in the air proved that the astonishing scene they'd just witnessed hadn't been a hallucination. Rumlow's pupils narrowed slightly, and for the first time, shock and intense wariness crossed his face. He fixed his gaze on Ling Xiao and spoke into his communicator in a low, urgent voice. Target confirmed with extremely high uncertainty and unknown defensive capabilities. I repeat, extremely dangerous. Immediate reassessment of response plan required. His voice shattered the frozen atmosphere. Gwen was the first to react. Though she had no idea what had just occurred, one thing was certain. This was her chance to escape. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, stunned by the sudden turn of events, hesitated for a crucial moment. Without a second thought, Gwen spun around and shot out a new web line. This time, she wasn't aiming to block an enemy. Instead, she skillfully anchored the web to the unconscious man's shoulder and waist, carefully controlling her strength. "Sorry, mystery man. Hang in there," she murmured, then kicked off the ground with all her might and leapt upward. The web snapped taut, hauling Ling Xiao's body off the ground. With her other hand, Gwen fired another web higher up, and, using both lines, she strained but moved swiftly, carrying the unconscious man over the courtyard wall. Her movements were a bit clumsy, but her speed was impressive as she raced out of the compound. "Stop them!" Rumlow finally snapped out of his shock, yelling furiously. Several agents instinctively raised their guns, but as they watched the white figure speed away with the extremely dangerous target in tow, remembering the bizarre rebound from moments ago, they hesitated. After all, none of them could be certain that another attack wouldn't trigger that terrifying defense mechanism again. perhaps even turning it against themselves. That brief hesitation determined the course of what would happen next. Gwen pushed herself to the limit, her web tracing a sharp, urgent arc through the air as she carried the unconscious Ling Xiao. In no time, they vanished into the maze of abandoned factory buildings. After them. Use every tracking method we have. They can't have gotten far. Rumlow's face was dark with fury as he barked orders into his communicator, slamming his fist against the wall in frustration. The mission had failed in the most bizarre way imaginable. To think they'd been outmaneuvered by a vigilante and an unconscious target. On a distant rooftop, higher than the rest, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, tilted his head slightly, as if recalling the brief, unique surge of energy he'd just sensed. His face was hidden behind red lenses, but a thoughtful expression flickered across his features. It wasn't just an energy shield, it felt more like some kind of automatic counterattack mechanism. He murmured to himself, his hyper-sharp senses picking up on a force that was neither technological nor magical. What an interesting combination, he added softly, before melting soundlessly into the night, leaving the rooftop behind without another glance. Meanwhile, Gwen gritted her teeth, swinging with all her strength between the tall buildings. Carrying another person was far harder than she'd imagined. Her arms strained under the extra weight, and her breathing grew ragged. But she couldn't afford to stop. Her heart was still pounding from the close call, adrenaline surging through her veins. She couldn't help but glance down at the mysterious man, carefully cocooned in webs, and suspended below her like a makeshift hammock. He remained perfectly still, eyes closed, as if merely asleep, completely unaware of the chaos that had just unfolded or of their desperate escape. "What are you really?" Gwen's words were swept away by the rushing wind, heavy with confusion and a lingering trace of fear. "What are you?" The night wind howled through New York's steel jungle, brushing past these two strangers, bound together by fate for this fleeting moment. With every swing, the effort grew greater. Gwen's arms trembled from the relentless strain. She focused on keeping her webs balanced, carefully avoiding main roads and brightly lit areas, sticking to the shadows, always choosing the backs of buildings and narrow side streets. Below her, Ling Xiao, tightly wrapped in webs, swayed gently like a massive, sleeping cocoon. "We're almost there. Just hold on," she panted, the words both a pep talk for herself and a faint reassurance for the man who remained lost to the world. A dozen minutes later, she swung herself into an abandoned subway ventilation shaft, deftly moved aside the camouflaged railing, and landed lightly into the underground darkness. This was one of the secret hideouts she'd discovered recently. A maintenance room deep within a derelict subway tunnel, so well hidden that even most urban explorers wouldn't know of its existence. The air was thick with the scent of rust, dust, and damp concrete. Gwen fumbled for the switch on a small solar-powered lantern, and a soft white glow pushed back a portion of the darkness, illuminating the cramped space that barely measured 10 square meters. In the room were basic supplies, a few bottles of water, some energy bars, a simple first aid kit, a few changes of clothes, and the textbooks she'd stashed here. After all, besides being Ghost Spider, she was still a high school student grappling with her studies. She carefully laid Ling Xiao down on an old blanket spread on the floor, then plopped down beside him with a thud, pulling off her mask and gulping for air. Sweat soaked her blonde hair, the strands sticking to her forehead and cheeks. It took several minutes before her breathing finally steadied. She pulled her mask back on. Here, she still needed the security that her alter ego provided. Leaning in, she studied the trouble she'd risked so much to bring back. Under the steady lantern light, his features became clearer. Black hair, the unmistakable contours of an East Asian face. He looked young, but there was a depth and weariness in his brow that felt ageless, as if he'd weathered countless years. The dusty blue-gray robe he wore was tattered and caked with grime, yet the fabric was unusual, clearly not ordinary cloth. Oddly enough, despite the damage, there wasn't a trace of blood at any of the tears. Gwen drew a deep breath, steeling herself, and reached out again to feel for the pulse at his neck. It was steady and strong, its rhythm even slower and more enduring than that of a typical healthy adult. She carefully checked his head, limbs, and torso. No visible wounds. Not even a scrape, she murmured, her brows knitting together. It made no sense. After falling from that height, even if he'd miraculously survived, it was impossible for him to be completely unscathed. She noticed the faint, barely perceptible aura shimmering around him, and the subtle distortions in the air nearby. Her mind flashed back to the strange scene in the courtyard, the golden sigil shield that had appeared out of nowhere and blocked the rubber bullets. "That was you, wasn't it?" she whispered, knowing full well she wouldn't get an answer. "What was that, anyway? Some kind of force field? Bioenergy? Or magic?" The last word sounded absurd even to her. She lived in a world built on science, with a father who was a by-the-book cop, and her own knack for chemistry. Magic? That's just something from fairy tales and science fiction movies. But how could she explain everything that happened tonight with science? That strange meteor, this man who seemed completely unharmed, the shimmering barrier that had appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Called Dad. George Stacy was the chief of police in New York, and he'd seen plenty of bizarre incidents, especially after the Battle of New York. Maybe he would know whom to contact, or how to handle something so far beyond the ordinary. Instinctively, her hand reached for the phone in her pocket. But then, she froze. The agent's hard-edged attitude, their cold weapons, and their naked desire for control all came back to her in a rush. They'd called him the target, demanded he be recovered. What would they do if they found him? Lock him up? Experiment on him? If he really possessed unknown powers, how would they try to use him? And what about her? As the Spider-Woman who interfered with the operation, what would happen if her identity was exposed? Would Shield believe she'd only acted out of kindness? If her father learned the truth, he wouldn't just be furious that she'd put herself in danger. He might be drawn into far worse trouble because she'd hidden the fact that she was Ghost Spider. Fear and worry wound around her heart like icy vines. She couldn't take that risk. At least not now. She drew her hand back and clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm. All right, she whispered to herself, her voice ringing out in the silent repair shop. I'll wait and watch for a while. When you wake up, maybe I'll finally understand all this. With her decision made, she sprang into action. She had to erase every trace. She took out the disinfectant spray and cleaning cloth she kept hidden here, carefully wiping down every surface that might hold fingerprints or DNA, especially anything that had come into contact with Ling Xiao. Then she retrieved a small signal jammer, something she found in that person's old lab, and modified herself, hoping it would block even the faintest energy tracking. Only after she dealt with everything did she allow herself a slight breath of relief, though the anxiety inside her didn't ease at all. She dragged over an old box to sit on, pulled her knees up to her chest, and let her gaze fall again on the unconscious man. He lay there so quietly, his breathing slow and even, as if he were merely lost in a deep sleep, so out of place in this damp, shadowy, and unpredictable refuge. The faint glow around him pulsed with his breathing, sometimes releasing subtle ripples of energy into the air, like the gentle rings spreading across a pond. Gwen stared at him, her mind churning with questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? What was that light? And why aren't you hurt? What force is protecting you? Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. so desperate to hunt you down? And most pressing of all, why does my spider sense feel absolutely no threat from you? Why, instead, do I sense a strange feeling of kinship? She recalled that fresh, tranquil aura she'd felt as she approached him, and the uncanny resonance from her spider sense. It was nothing like the danger she'd experienced before, utterly different in every way. Weariness crept in, a bone-deep ache settling over her after so many hours of tension. Yet she dared not sleep, nor leave. She kept her silent vigil at the side of this mysterious man, sitting quietly in the depths of the abandoned subway. All she could hear was the distant drone of the city and the heavy thud of her own heartbeat. Her mind was filled with anxiety over the unknown and a curiosity she could no longer suppress. The night stretched on, and the secret she bore alone seemed heavier than ever. Out in the world above, SHIELD's search was quietly spreading. And at home, her father George was likely sick with worry over her absence. But she, Gwen Stacy, the Ghost Spider of New York, was now hiding underground, keeping vigil for a mystery that might have come from the farthest reaches of the stars. She let out a soft sigh and rested her chin on her knees. I hope you're worth all this, Mr. Mystery, she murmured. Time slipped by slowly in the hush and the dark. Gwen couldn't remember when she dozed off, curled atop a battered old crate, until a strange sensation drew her out of a shallow sleep. She jerked upright, hand instinctively gripping her web shooter, eyes darting around the maintenance room. Everything seemed normal. The charging light still glowed with its steady, gentle white. But something in the air had shifted. A subtle, indescribable freshness now filled the cramped space. The scent of rust and dust had faded, replaced by the invigorating air of a forest after rain, brimming with a vital energy that cleared her mind. Even her fatigue from the long night and the dull ache of scraped skin felt eased. And at the center of it all was Ling Xiao, still lying quietly on the blanket. Gwen held her breath, watching intently. The faint glow around him was brighter now, rippling gently like waves of water. What stunned her most, though, was the sight of the dust and grime along the hem of Ling Xiao's tattered robe. It was receding, falling away bit by bit, as if some invisible force was purifying everything about him. His exposed skin looked smoother, too, and all the tiny cuts she'd seen before had vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Gwen muttered under her breath, barely able to believe her own eyes. The speed at which he was recovering defied all logic, surpassing even the powerful self-healing she'd gained after being bitten by the spider. She crept closer, moving with the utmost caution, afraid to get too near in case that strange automatic defense was triggered again. As she watched, she noticed the dust in the air swirling in delicate patterns around Ling Xiao, as if drawn by invisible currents. The beam from the charging lamp, falling across his body, refracted and bent in subtle, shifting ways, far more pronounced than before. A low, rhythmic hum began to thrum in the air, so faint it barely existed, yet Gwen felt it resonating directly in her mind, bypassing her ears entirely. The sound reminded her of temple bells or the deep chanting of monks, imbued with an ancient, far-reaching presence. Her spider sense gave no warning of danger. Instead, it felt as if she were wrapped in a warm current of air, imparting a sense of comfort and tranquility. There was even a subtle resonance with her own vitality, a gentle harmony that eased her worries, though it only fueled her curiosity further. "What are you doing?" she whispered to the unconscious Ling Xiao, even though she knew he couldn't possibly answer. Just then, Ling Xiao's brows knit together in a faint frown, and a barely audible, hoarse groan escaped from deep in his throat. Startled, Gwen took a sudden step back, instantly on high alert. Ling Xiao's eyelids fluttered, as if he was summoning every ounce of strength just to crack them open. His pupils, deep and jet black, were unfocused and lost, as though shrouded in a dense fog. All they reflected was the mottled concrete of the repair shop ceiling. No trace of light or awareness. His lips, dry and cracked, parted slightly. He seemed to be struggling to speak, but only managed to utter a few broken, muddled, and strangely intoned syllables. It was a language Gwen had never heard before, neither English nor anything she could recognize, each syllable short, ancient, and oddly rhythmic. One syllable escaped his lips a bit more clearly. It sounded like the Chinese word for water. Gwen's heart began to race, a mixture of tension and a flicker of hope. Was he waking up, or at least regaining a bit of consciousness? "Water? Do you want some water?" she asked gently in English, reaching slowly for a sealed bottle of mineral water nearby. Hearing her voice, Ling Xiao's unfocused gaze seemed to shift ever so slowly, attempting to settle on her, but quickly failed. His eyes remained hollow, as if he were merely reacting instinctively to the sound, without truly understanding what she had said. He simply repeated that monotonous syllable unconsciously, his voice so faint it was almost swallowed by the low, persistent hum surrounding them. "Shui?" Gwen hesitated for a moment, then carefully twisted open the bottle cap. Instead of moving closer, she gently rolled the water bottle to his side. Ling Xiao's fingers twitched slightly, as if sensing the presence of the bottle, but he made no move to grasp it. Instead, his quiet murmuring ceased. His eyes remained half open, staring into some distant void, as though his soul was still trapped far away, leaving only his body to absorb energy on instinct, whispering words no one could comprehend. This state lasted for 1 or 2 minutes. Gwen watched him anxiously, not daring to miss a single detail. She noticed that the faint light coursing over his body seemed to pulse in time with the low hum, and the fluctuations of energy around them became even more pronounced. Then, without any warning, his eyelids drifted shut once more, and he slipped back into sleep. The glow and the humming gradually faded, returning to the state they were in when she had first awakened, leaving only a lingering sense of fresh vitality in the air. Silence returned to the maintenance room, as if that brief moment of awakening had been nothing more than a figment of Gwen's imagination. Yet, the water bottle rolling nearby and the strange energy lingering in the air were undeniable proof that everything she had just witnessed was real. Gwen let out a slow breath, her heart still pounding wildly in her chest. She walked over, picked up the bottle, and felt its icy chill against her palm. Lowering her gaze to the once again sleeping Ling Xiao, the astonishment within her had long since drowned out her initial fear and anxiety. An extraordinary regenerative ability? The power to absorb energy from the surroundings? Involuntarily releasing some kind of force field? In that utterly foreign language. None of this could be explained by any science she knew. She recalled the streak of violet-blue light that had trailed behind him as he fell, and the runic barrier that had unfurled automatically before. A thought, absurd on its face, yet seeming to be the only explanation, rose unbidden in her mind. If her voice trembled with a reverence she herself didn't notice. "You're really not an ordinary person, are you? Maybe you're not even from this world." The idea made her head spin, as if the ground beneath her feet had become insubstantial. She leaned against the cold wall, taking several deep breaths, struggling to steady herself. Perhaps what she was protecting was not just a stranger with strange powers. Perhaps she had truly rescued a visitor from another world, right from under SLD's nose. Outside, the night grew deeper and darker. But Gwen felt no trace of sleepiness. She sat where she was, her gaze complex and unwavering as she watched over the sleeping Ling Xiao, feeling as though she stood before the threshold of an entirely new world. The sliver of light seeping through the doorway was both intimidating and irresistibly alluring. Meanwhile, deep within Ling Xiao's slumbering body, the primordial Tao Sutra continued to turn, painfully slow but relentless, like an underground stream flowing beneath a parched riverbed, struggling yet unceasing as it drew in the energy diffused throughout this unfamiliar universe. The faint spiritual essence of heaven and earth, cosmic radiation from distant stars, and the ever-present electromagnetic waves of the city. All these forms of energy were drawn into mysterious orbits, gradually transformed into primordial chaos energy, nurturing his shattered body and soul. Aboard the Shield helicarrier, in the command center, a massive holographic screen hovered in midair, displaying a 3D map of the abandoned Brooklyn factory, energy fluctuation graphs, and several blurry on-site photos. A crater, scattered shards of strange material, and a few close-ups of webs pinning debris to the walls or the ground. The air was almost frozen, as if everyone were holding their breath. The technicians of the consoles moved with exaggerated gentleness, afraid that even the slightest stray sound might provoke the man standing at the main control station. Nick Fury stood before the master console, his sharp, solitary eye sweeping over lines of data on the screen. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the cold alloy surface, producing a steady, suppressed tapping rhythm. Though the sound was barely audible, it struck at the heart of every agent present, heightening the tension in the room. Agent Phil Coulson stood just behind and to the side of him, his face still wearing its usual mild expression, though his eyes carried an unusual severity. In his hands was an electronic datapad, displaying a preliminary action report. "Coulson, give me a status report." Fury's voice was low and even, betraying no emotion. Yet those who knew him well understood that this calm often heralded an impending storm. Coulson stepped forward and spoke softly. "Director, the Rapid Response Team arrived at abandoned Factory Number 7 in southern Brooklyn at 23:17 last night. At about 23:21, the team discovered the target at the scene, a comatose Asian male, dressed in unidentified material, with abnormal energy fields detected in the vicinity." He paused briefly, bringing up several photos that focused on Ling Xiao lying at the center of a crater, his body faintly aglow with a subtle, shimmering light. The target was unconscious, but the energy readings were extremely high and stable. The nature of the energy is still unidentified. When the team attempted to approach and secure the target, they encountered interference. The holographic screen changed, displaying several long-range images of Gwen in her Ghost Spider suit, along with a sequence of shots showing her deftly maneuvering with web lines and setting up obstacles. The source of the interference has been identified, the vigilante known as Ghost Spider, who's been active on the streets of New York recently. Coulson's tone remained calm and objective. "She was the first to make contact with the target and refused to let our people approach." A brief skirmish ensued. During the conflict, Coulson tapped his datapad, and the display shifted to a short, grainy video clip marred heavily by static. In the footage, an agent raised his weapon, and in the next instant, a flash of pale gold light burst forth, sending the agent flying. The target demonstrated an unpredictable autonomous defense mechanism. The energy form is unknown, and the conditions for its activation are unclear. Based on eyewitness accounts and Agent Rumlow's preliminary assessment, this defense can at least deflect standard non-lethal kinetic weapons. Someone in the command center drew a sharp breath. An energy field capable of automatically repelling attacks was far beyond their understanding of most enhanced individuals. "Continue." Fury's expression remained unchanged, though his tapping fingers paused for a moment on the tabletop. "Yes, sir." Due to the sudden turn of events, the strike team hesitated briefly. Taking advantage of the moment, Ghost Spider used her webbing to extract the target. Agent Rumlow immediately ordered pursuit and activated all tracking devices, but at a point roughly 3 kilometers from the factory, both the targets and the intruder's energy signatures vanished completely. The search is still ongoing, but so far, we haven't found any solid leads. With his report finished, Coulson set down his datapad and stood quietly to the side, awaiting further instructions. Fury fell silent for a few seconds, his single eye scanning the room before finally settling on the tech division. "Dr. Sylvette," he called. A middle-aged technician in a lab coat, hair slightly disheveled, stood up at once. "Sir, your analysis," Fury said, cutting straight to the point. Dr. Sylvette adjusted his glasses and strode quickly to a nearby screen, pulling up a tangle of complex energy waveforms and spectral data. Sir, we've compared all known energy signature databases, residuals from the Tesseract, records of Asgardian magical fluctuations, and even models of mutant energy releases. None of them match what we picked up in this incident. He spoke rapidly, voice tinged with both professional focus and a hint of excitement. The structure of this energy is exceptionally stable and contained, yet at an extraordinarily high level. It's more like a form of highly compressed, highly ordered primordial energy, fundamentally different from the volatile bursts we usually observe. He zoomed in on a particular residual energy reading. What's even more remarkable is that the lingering energy at the scene shows a unique, adaptive, and transformative property. Our instruments detected it slowly absorbing and assimilating faint energies from the environment, background radiation, electromagnetic waves, you name it. This phenomenon is entirely new to us. For a moment, the command center fell into a hush, broken only by the low hum of the equipment. Dr. Sylvet's analysis had made the mysterious target seem even more elusive. Fury narrowed his eye and looked at Coulson. Threat assessment. Coulson drew a steadying breath. The target's intentions remain unclear, but its energy level and unknown defensive capabilities make it a potentially severe threat. As for the intruder, Ghost Spider, she's classified as an unstable factor with considerable risk. All things considered, I recommend we treat this incident as a high-priority potential crisis. Fury turned, bracing both hands on the console, his gaze once again sweeping across the room. Pass down the order. His tone was firm and left no room for argument. Designate the unknown male individual involved in this anomalous energy incident as a Level 10 potential unknown target with the codename Extraterrestrial Visitor, abbreviated as EV. Mobilize all available resources, intensify the search, and focus on screening for anomalous energy signatures and suspicious identities in Brooklyn and the surrounding areas. His gaze was sharp as a blade. At the same time, prioritize the individual known as Ghost Spider. If we find her, we'll likely find our EV target as well. I need to know who she is, why she's involved in this matter, and whether she has any connection to the target. Yes, sir. The orders were relayed without delay. Fury cast one last look at the blurry photo of Ling Xiao on the screen, then turned and strode out of the command center, the hem of his black trench coat sweeping out in a crisp arc. Coulson immediately followed after him. It wasn't until they entered Fury's private office, safely away from prying eyes, that Fury finally stopped, his brow deeply furrowed. Level 10, Coulson echoed quietly. The internal rating was extraordinarily high. Sir, do you think he could be even more powerful than the Asgardian Thor? Or even Loki? I don't think anything, Coulson. Fury cut him off, moving to the window and staring out at the churning clouds beyond. All I know is that an energy being who can appear out of thin air, unharmed, and retaliate automatically, whatever's behind that is far beyond our imagination. The primordial energy Sylvet mentioned, it makes me very uneasy. We have to find him before he causes bigger problems or falls into the wrong hands. Coulson nodded gravely, his expression tense. Meanwhile, in a corner they couldn't see, Brock Rumlow, who had just been present, listening in at the command center, was now walking toward the break area, his face devoid of emotion. As he passed an empty storage room, he quietly slipped inside and locked the door behind him. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from the cold sharpness of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to one of deference and caution. He raised his wrist and, using a communicator hidden in his sleeve, silently tapped out a sequence of encrypted codes, transmitting all the key details from a meeting. Level 10 target designation, codename EV, energy signature analysis, and the directive to investigate Ghost Spider. The recipient of this information was none other than Hydra, lurking deep in the shadows of S.H.I.E.L.D. A barely perceptible, chilling smile flickered at the corner of Rumlow's mouth. An unknown and powerful energy source. That was precisely what Hydra had always dreamed of obtaining. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to contain and study it. Better to let Hydra take over and turn it into something far more direct. He quickly composed his expression, reverting to the calm and capable S.H.I.E.L.D. team captain, then pushed open the storeroom door and slipped into the bustling corridor outside, blending seamlessly with the flow of people as if nothing had just happened. In the underground maintenance room, time had lost all distinction between day and night. Only the steady glow of the ceiling's rechargeable lights and the occasional distant roar of the subway reminded one of the passage of hours. Gwen tried her best to make her life appear normal. She went to school, came home, finished her homework as usual, but under her father's scrutinizing gaze, every outing and return felt like a test she had to pass. The truth was, her heart had long been captured by the secret hidden deep beneath the ground. Ling Xiao remained in a deep sleep, like an ancient statue untouched by time. Yet, The strange energy field around him was growing more and more active. That low, ancient hum, no longer intermittent, now formed a constant presence in the cramped space, mysterious and oddly reassuring. The air felt unusually fresh, almost dense with vitality, and each breath left her feeling invigorated. Gwen noticed that even the little weed, once tossed aside in the corner and long expected to wither, had sprung back to life. Its leaves gleamed a vibrant, translucent green. These supernatural changes only deepened her conviction that the one she had rescued was anything but ordinary. She began bringing things into the maintenance room. An old portable TV that could only catch a few channels, a radio, stacks of out-of-date newspapers, and even her textbooks. Partly, it was to pass the time during her night watches. Partly, it was driven by a vague, intuitive sense. If he woke up, he might need a way to learn about this world. She didn't know that these seemingly casual gestures were quietly opening a window to a new world for the consciousness that had slumbered for millennia. Ling Zhao's spirit remained broken, his awareness lost in endless darkness and chaos. Yet, after that catastrophic blow, a single indestructible spark of true spirit, shielded by the fragments of the Chaos Pearl, stubbornly clung to life. The primordial Tao incantation began to circulate on its own, like a faint glimmer of fire, slowly igniting the dying immortal body. In this painstakingly slow process of revival, his formidable spiritual instincts began to show. Though his main consciousness remained dormant, wisps of spiritual fragments, so faint as to be almost undetectable, began to drift from his body, like the instinctive breath of someone on the edge of death. These fragments were so weak they were nearly imperceptible, carrying no clear purpose or thought, preserving only the most primal instinct, to sense and to absorb. They drifted through the maintenance room's air, invisible as jellyfish, silently brushing against everything around them. As Gwen adjusted the settings on that old television, the clear, precise voice of the evening news anchor echoed from the screen. Stark Industries announced today that it will relaunch the Clean Energy City project. Chairman Tony Stark stated that. The military reiterated its position on the Hulk incident. Reconstruction efforts are ongoing, and citizens have praised the Avengers for their heroic actions during the recent catastrophe. Those subtle fragments of consciousness sense the sound waves and the flickering light from the screen. Like parched sponges meeting droplets of water, they instinctively caught and absorbed these sounds, images, words, and concepts. When Gwen leafed through her physics textbook, quietly reciting quantum tunneling effect or radioactive isotope, the fragments picked up her voice and the contents of the book. Though they could not directly read the words, they could sense the faint mental ripples Gwen gave off when she focused, along with the concepts linked to that knowledge. As the radio blasted raucous rock music and the host chatted casually between tracks, the fragments soaked up the rhythms of language, the shifts in intonation, and those small bits of everyday cultural trivia. Even when Gwen, unable to hold back, confided her worries and pressures to the sleeping Ling Xiao. Dad's been giving me that strange look again lately. I bet he's noticed I've been coming home late. The chemistry quiz was so hard, and I have no idea if my application for the internship at Oscorp will work out. I almost got grazed by those thugs' bullets again today. I really need to get even faster. These emotional monologues, too, became a vital source of information for the fragments of consciousness, enabling Ling Xiao to subconsciously piece together glimpses of the girl's daily life and the social structure of this world. This process unfolded slowly, but without pause. There was no systematic study, no orderly arrangement, only a vast, chaotic tide of information sweeping into the silent depths of his awareness. Anyone else would have long since been overwhelmed by this flood. Yet, Ling Zhao's soul, tempered by ages, now revealed an astonishing capacity to endure. The fragments drank in everything with greedy hunger, like an endless abyss. Language, history, geography, technology, culture, current events. Countless pieces of information, stripped of emotion and context, were reduced to their purest data, automatically sorted and stored deep beneath his undying spirit, forming the most basic connections. He heard of Iron Man, a mortal hero who relied on high-tech armor. He heard of the Hulk, a being of immense strength, capable of monstrous transformation. He heard about the Avengers, a team made up of extraordinary individuals. He heard about the Battle of New York, a conflict that happened here, involving an alien invasion. Words and concepts flickered to life one by one in the dark universe of his consciousness, lighting up like stars. Gradually, they outlined the shape of a new world, unfamiliar, intricate, and brimming with strange systems of power. He still had no idea where he was, nor did he understand why he had ended up here. And yet, the basic rules and surface truths of this world were being absorbed and understood by him at a staggering speed, almost without his volition. Gwen knew nothing of this. She only sensed from time to time that Ling Xiao seemed to become somehow more real in his sleep. He was no longer just that enigmatic outsider. Now, it felt as if some faint but genuine connection had formed between him and this world. Gwen dismissed the feeling as a flight of her own imagination. One day, Gwen was watching a science program. The host was explaining cosmology and dimensional theory, and mentioned the hypothesis of parallel universes. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice Ling Xiao behind her on the blanket, where his fingers, folded over his abdomen, moved ever so slightly. At the same moment, deep within his brow where the fragment of the chaos orb lay hidden, a glint of light flashed, darker and deeper than the surrounding shadows. In the depths of his subconscious, a vague understanding was slowly taking shape, pieced together from countless shattered bits of information. This world is far from ordinary. Here, the mighty walk unhindered. The rules are unlike any he has known. But the way still exists. To survive, he must restore his strength as quickly as possible. He needed energy. He needed knowledge. In the next instant, that ripple vanished without a trace. He remained asleep, his breathing calm and even. Only the low, humming resonance that surrounded him seemed to pulse with a steadier, deeper rhythm, as if silently hungering for more energy and information to nourish his spirit. Gwen turned off the TV, yawned, and began packing her things to head home, not wanting her father to grow suspicious. She cast one last glance at Ling Xiao and sighed softly. I hope you recover soon, mysterious stranger. This world sometimes really could use a little miracle. She didn't know that a miracle was lying quietly right there, learning in a way she could never comprehend how to survive in this new world. Another day passed. With practiced ease, Gwen slipped past all cameras and prying eyes, moving like a cat melting into the shadows, as she once again entered the abandoned subway maintenance room. The fresh energy that filled the air was even richer than the day before, and the deep humming had grown steadier and more powerful. She set down her backpack, which was filled with freshly brought food, water, and several high-energy batteries. As always, her gaze instinctively darted to the blanket in the corner. This time, her heart skipped a beat. On the blanket, a pair of eyes, dark and deep as an ancient well, were quietly and clearly fixed on her. Those eyes no longer looked as unfocused and lost as they had in the previous days, nor were they dull and empty. Now, they still carried the weakness of someone barely recovered from grave injury and a profound exhaustion. But their gaze was lucid, their expression marked by an indescribable world-weariness. There was also an instinctive sharpness in his look, as if he could see straight through her uniform and into the depths of her soul. He was truly awake. Gwen froze where she stood, instinctively pressing her finger to the web shooter, suddenly uncertain what to do. Although he showed no sign of hostility, the unnatural calm in his expression brought her an inexplicable sense of pressure. A thick silence slowly stretched between them, broken only by the low, steady hum echoing through the space, the sole background sound. At last, Ling Xiao moved first. His gaze slowly drifted away from Gwen's face, every movement painstakingly slow, as though each shift cost him a tremendous effort. He tried to prop himself up, his arm trembling slightly, his weakness plain to see. Seeing this, Gwen stepped forward almost by reflex, blurting out, "Wait, don't move too fast. You're still very weak." In the quiet, her voice rang out all the more sharply. Ling Xiao's movements halted. He looked at her again, and for a brief moment, a flicker of thought seemed to cross his eyes. Then his pale lips parted slightly. After several tries, he finally managed to utter a single word, dry, hoarse, but strikingly clear. Gwen paused, then quickly understood. He remembered. He remembered the words she'd said when she'd rolled the water bottle to him last time. "Yes, water. Hold on." She nodded at once, quickly rummaging through her backpack to take out a bottle of water and unscrewing the cap. This time, she hesitated, then carefully stepped closer and crouched down by his side, holding the bottle to his lips. Ling Xiao didn't drink right away. Instead, he looked at the bottle, then lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes complex, scrutinizing, searching, but free of malice. Only then did he lower his head a little and, leaning on her hand, take a few small sips. His movements were slow, but carried an innate grace, as if even in utter frailty, the etiquette ingrained in his soul could not be hidden. After a few sips, he gently turned his head, indicating that it was enough. Gwen retracted the bottle, watching as even this small effort left him more exhausted, his breathing uneven, but his eyes were a little clearer than before. "Thank you," He struggled to force out another word. His pronunciation was a bit awkward, but the meaning was unmistakable. A subtle tremor ran through Gwen's heart, a strange warmth and an indescribable sense of achievement welling up inside her. She had saved him, and he understood, and had expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome," she replied softly, trying her best to offer a comforting smile, even though she realized he probably couldn't see it through her mask. What followed was a slow and peculiar form of communication. With great patience and imagination, Gwen relied on simple gestures and single words to try and learn the basics about him. She pointed to herself and said, "Gwen." Then she gestured toward him, her gaze questioning. He was silent for a moment, as if searching his memory or gathering his thoughts, then slowly and clearly uttered two unfamiliar syllables. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. When tried to repeat the name, her pronunciation awkward. He nodded slightly. It was his name. He was willing to share it with her. That, without a doubt, was a breakthrough, a sign of trust beginning to form between them. Gwen then pointed around them, saying New York, Earth, in an attempt to help him understand where they were. Ling Xiao's eyes followed the movement of her finger, his expression deep and thoughtful. Though she couldn't be sure he understood, he was certainly paying close attention, taking it all in. The process was both slow and difficult, but at least they'd established the basics of communication. After a while, Gwen sensed he needed rest, so she let the conversation drop. She moved to a more open spot nearby and began her daily training. She had to keep herself agile, one of the reasons she was here in the first place. She practiced her web shooting accuracy, aiming for a few rusty spots on the wall. She drilled evasive moves and nimble maneuvers, testing out difficult techniques within a limited space. She kept tweaking the tension and firing modes of her web shooters. But she quickly realized that her concern for her companion was affecting her performance. She found herself distracted, unable to ignore the quiet gaze watching her from the corner. Once, during a landing after a backflip, she almost lost her balance. With a frustrated sigh, Gwen pulled off her mask and wiped the sweat from her brow, strands of golden hair sticking to her skin. That was when she heard it, a sound so faint it was barely audible. "Oh." Gwen spun around. It was Ling Xiao speaking. He was still slumped where she'd left him, his face pale, but his eyes were fixed on the spot where she'd just landed, and he shook his head slightly. "What?" Gwen wasn't sure what he meant. Ling Xiao seemed to be searching for the right words. He raised one hand very slowly, his fingers curved as if grasping something unseen, then took a deep breath, first inhaling deeply, then exhaling in a slow, controlled release. Afterwards, he pointed at Gwen's wrist, the one she used to shoot webs, tapped it lightly, then gestured toward his own temple and finally to the spot over his heart. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, imbued with a sense of ancient ritual. His gaze was deep, as if he was trying to impart something profoundly important to her. Gwen looked at him in confusion, trying to decipher his message. "My hand, my head, or my heart?" Ling Xiao nodded gently, repeating the deep breathing gesture, then pointed at her again, this time with a look of clear guidance in his eyes. A hint of understanding dawned on Gwen. Was he telling her to adjust her breathing? To focus? Though still uncertain, she decided to follow his lead. She put her mask back on and steadied herself. This time, she didn't rush to shoot her web. Instead, she mimicked Ling Xiao's demonstration. She drew in a long, calming breath, striving to clear her mind of the swirling emotions. Her guilt about her father, her anxiety over school, her curiosity and unease about this mysterious man. She allowed her consciousness to narrow, centering all her awareness on her fingertips, on the tiny spot she meant to hit. She let every ounce of her attention flow into her fingers. Then, she pulled the trigger. The web shot out, hitting the very center of the rough spot, no bigger than a fingernail, clinging tight, with no hesitation or wasted movement. Gwen froze in disbelief. She'd hit targets before, but never with such effortless precision. This time, it felt as if she wasn't forcing the web to obey her, but rather that her will was guiding it naturally, almost inevitably, to its mark. The sensation was both strange and exhilarating, so vivid, she struggled to find words for it. She looked at Ling Xiao, hardly able to believe it. He was still watching her quietly, those calm, steady eyes reflecting, just for a moment, a faint glimmer of approval. It was the look of a strict teacher who'd finally seen a slow student grasp some vital truth. Once more, he demonstrated the breathing motion, then gave her a slight nod. A surge of excitement and astonishment rushed through Gwen. She tried again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every shot landed with uncanny precision. She even began to push herself, taking on harder challenges, firing while in motion, or launching webs mid-air as she twisted her body. She discovered that as long as she truly focused, pouring her entire intent into each action. Her coordination, timing, and control over her strength all soared to new heights. The movements she once had to rely on her spider sense to perfect now flowed smoothly and effortlessly, as if this was how they were always meant to be. It was more than just an improvement in skill. It felt like an awakening to an entirely new state of being. She came to a halt, breathing a little heavily from excitement and a touch of fatigue. She looked at Ling Xiao, her blue eyes wide with astonishment behind the mask. "How did you do it? What exactly is it?" Ling Xiao gazed at her, as if he understood her shock and her questions. He was silent for a moment, searching for a way to express the idea with the few words at his disposal. Then he pointed at the ground, and then he gently tapped his own chest, slowly and deliberately enunciating two awkward but weighty English words. They were simple words, yet they held endless possibilities. Gwen stared at him, at this mysterious man from another land, grievously wounded yet able to enlighten her with a single phrase. The subway's cold wind swept through, but it could not still the storm of emotion rising in her heart. She began to sense that the man she had saved was far more extraordinary than she could have ever imagined. And the small glimpse of his ability he had revealed was opening a door for her, a door to an entirely new world. The lessons they shared in the maintenance room felt fleeting, like a stolen moment of quiet in the midst of chaos. Gwen immersed herself completely in that wondrous state of focused intent, practicing again and again. Each shot of webbing, every nimble dodge, was smoother and more precise than ever before. She even began experimenting with weaving that rhythm of breath and mental focus into the very instant she unleashed her fighting moves, and the results were astonishing. For the most part, Ling Xiao simply watched in silence. Only when her movements faltered or her breathing became erratic did he shake his head slightly, or use the simplest gestures to guide her back. His weakness was obvious. Every tiny movement seemed to drain the last reserves of his strength. Yet his gaze remained steady and sharp, patient as a true mentor. But such calm could not last. One evening, just after Gwen had finished a day of classes, she found herself thinking about Ling Xiao waiting in the maintenance room and the unique training they shared. She hurried toward the underground hideout. She was still 2 blocks from the entrance when, without warning, a sharp, stabbing pain suddenly shot through the back of her head. It was more intense than anything she'd ever felt before. She froze mid-step, her heart pounding, and instinctively ducked into a dim alleyway, pressing her back against the icy brick wall and holding her breath. The pain wasn't the direct signal of danger she was used to. It felt more like a warning, the air itself thick with watchfulness, as if she were under careful surveillance. She cautiously peeked out to observe. The pedestrians on the street still hurried by, and everything seemed as usual. Yet her well-trained eyes quickly picked up on several unusual details. A suspiciously spotless black van was parked in front of the abandoned warehouse, its windows covered with dark, reflective film. In a window of the building across the street, there was a brief, telltale glint of reflected light. Even high above, an almost imperceptible black speck was circling slowly overhead. A search net had already been cast over this entire area, and judging by these signs, this was no routine police patrol. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. They were methodically tightening their search. A sinking feeling gripped Gwen's heart. She immediately changed her route, making a wide detour and using every possible blind spot and her familiarity with the neighborhood to move forward with extreme caution. Like a frightened animal, she took 3 times as long as usual, tense and wary, before finally slipping into the maintenance room. The moment she entered this relatively safe space, she locked the disguised entrance behind her, slid down with her back against the cold iron door, and gasped for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. "They're here." Searching the whole area, she blurted out to Ling Xiao, who had turned at the noise, her voice trembling. "We need to move. Immediately." Ling Xiao's gaze was calm and steady. He didn't seem surprised at all, merely watching Gwen's panic in silence. Over the past few days, through news reports and Gwen's fragmented explanations, he might not have grasped every detail, but he already understood that they were being hunted by a powerful force. Ling Xiao slowly raised his hand and made a downward gesture, motioning for her to calm down. Then he pointed to his ear, then up toward the ceiling, and finally looked at Gwen with a questioning expression. His meaning was clear. "Can you sense their positions and movements?" Gwen hesitated for a moment, then understood. She forced herself to steady her breathing, closed her eyes, and focused her spider sense outward. The sharp warning was still there, sweeping over the area like invisible radar. She concentrated, trying to pinpoint the strongest signals. "North, 2 or 3 blocks away. East about a block. Above us, there's a drone," she whispered, her words coming in fits and starts. They're working systematically, searching grid by grid. Getting closer. Ling Xiao listened intently, his eyes still deep and unflinching, as if everything was under control. After thinking for a moment, he beckoned Gwen closer with a wave of his hand. He slowly and clearly traced a simple grid map in the dust on the ground with his finger, marking their approximate position. Based on Gwen's description, he added marks at several other points to represent the locations of their pursuers. Gwen looked at him in astonishment. Not only had he understood her meaning, but he had immediately sketched out the tactical situation. Next, Ling Xiao pointed to an area on the map far from where they were, mimed an explosive burst spreading outwards, then pointed back to their current location, and finally made a swift motion to indicate a rapid move. Gwen's eyes widened. You mean, create a distraction over there? Move out while they're drawn away. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He pointed to himself, then formed a hand sign, simple, yet with an air of mystery. A faint, almost imperceptible blue-green light gathered at his fingertip for a moment before fading away. His face grew noticeably paler, and his breathing became labored, but his eyes remained resolute, making it clear he could do this. No, you're too weak. Gwen objected immediately. She remembered how he'd been unconscious before and knew he hadn't fully recovered. Ling Xiao shook his head, pointed at her, then himself, and finally at the exit. His meaning was clear. This was the only way. If not, the search area would soon shrink to where they were hiding. Gwen bit her lip, torn by inner conflict. She knew he was right. SHLD's search teams were incredibly efficient. Their hideout would be discovered soon enough. But to have him take such a risk. All right, at last. She nodded with difficulty, her blue eyes full of anxiety and resolve. But only make a very small distraction. Save as much of your strength as possible. Ling Xiao nodded again to show he understood. With the plan set, Gwen sprang into action. She quickly gathered the most essential items, mainly water and a few batteries. She helped Ling Xiao to his feet. He was still frail, leaning heavily on her, but doing his best to stay upright on his own. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, focusing what little spiritual energy he had left, reaching out to connect with the shard of the Chaos Pearl. With extreme care, he drew forth a wisp of pure primordial energy, transformed it into the most basic ripple of spiritual force, and then, relying on the simplest rune for a miniature energy-gathering array from memory, sent it out to the planned location in the distance. The process was exhausting. As soon as he finished, his body swayed and a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Gwen caught him just in time to keep him from collapsing. Almost at that very moment. In the distance, several blocks away, a deep, resonant tremor of energy suddenly echoed. Not an explosion, but the surge of some unknown force. Immediately after, a faint yet strikingly pure pillar of blue-white light shot straight into the sky, lingering for 2 or 3 seconds before gradually fading. This anomaly was instantly detected by SHLD surveillance systems. Report: high-intensity energy reaction detected. Matches the type of the fallen object. Coordinates locked on the abandoned freight station in South Brooklyn. All units attention. Mission priority has shifted to the new coordinates. Repeat, priority now set to the new coordinates. Proceed to the energy outbreak site immediately. The patrolling drones overhead instantly veered toward the new target. Engines of ground vehicles roared to life, and a swarm of agents, as if drawn by a magnet, surged rapidly toward what was, in reality, a decoy. Now's our chance. Gwen's spider sense picked up the sudden drop in pressure around them with striking clarity. Without hesitation, she half-supported, half-carried Ling Xiao, swiftly pushing open the disguised entrance and slipping with him into the darkness of the subway tunnels. She avoided the surface, far too risky. Gwen knew this underground network intimately, understanding how to use the abandoned tunnels and maintenance corridors to circle around and evade searches. In the darkness, her heightened senses became razor-sharp, working like the most sensitive radar to spot and avoid any surveillance cameras or vibration sensors ahead of time. Every move she made was light and precise. Thanks to Ling Xiao's earlier coaching, she now controlled her strength with new finesse. Even carrying someone, she was able to move through the labyrinthine underground without making sound. Ling shouted his best to keep pace and lighten her load. His own senses, though faint, reached outward, feeling for the flow of energy nearby. Now and then, he would gently tug Gwen's sleeve, signaling her to avoid a direction where the energy ripples felt wrong, places where hidden detection devices might lurk. Several times, they nearly brushed past search teams moving above, hearing the footsteps overhead and the crackle of static in their comms. Each time, Gwen's heart raced as she pressed herself tightly against the cold, damp wall, waiting for the sounds to fade before daring to move on. After nearly an hour of tense, high-stakes travel underground. They finally emerge from a secluded exit, finding themselves at a derelict dockyard along the East River. The salty, chill wind hit them at once. Supporting Ling Xiao, Gwen quickly ducked inside an old, half-sunken tugboat that had long been abandoned. This was another emergency hideout she'd prepared in advance. Damp and musty, even more so than the maintenance rooms, but far better hidden. After carefully confirming there was nothing unusual outside, she finally collapsed onto the dust-laden deck, gasping for air, utterly drained. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion and the lingering fear surged through her like a relentless tide. Ling Xiao leaned against the cabin wall, eyes closed as he focused on steadying his breath. His face was even paler than before, but gradually his breathing returned to a calm and even rhythm. The night was deep and silent. Across the river, the lights of Manhattan glittered, their glow shimmering on the water's surface, yet unable to pierce the gloom that filled the battered tugboat's corners. Even so, they had made it. They had, at least for now, shaken off their pursuers. Gwen gazed out at New York's nocturnal skyline, then turned to her companion beside her, weak yet uncannily composed. A rush of complicated emotions welled up inside her, the feelings of a survivor. In this moment, they were no longer merely rescuer and rescued. After tonight, they had become true comrades, bound by shared adversity. The murky waters of the East River lapped rhythmically against the tug's rusty hull, filling the air with the steady sound of water. Chilly winds, tinged with the scent of fish, swept through the broken portholes, swirling years of dust into the air. It was darker and damper than any subway maintenance room, yet also far more secluded, as if they had been cut off from the world. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the driest corner he could find, his eyes half shut, breathing slow and deep. After a night of recuperation, the pallor on his face had eased somewhat. Though his body was still frail, the sense of being on the brink of death was gradually receding. The faint glow and low, humming resonance that once surrounded him were now almost completely withdrawn, barely perceptible. Only a whisper of fresh energy lingering in the air hinted that he was still steadily channeling and transforming power within himself. Gwen was busy tidying up their new hideout. She had brought moisture-proof mats, blankets, and more supplies, glancing over at Ling Xiao from time to time, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. The events of the previous night, their tense escape, and Ling Xiao's unerring calm as he drew their pursuers away, had completely shattered her first impression of him as a frail, helpless outsider. Now she realized that Ling Xiao was not only enigmatic, but also possessed an awe-inspiring wisdom and an unknown strength. By the time she finally finished tidying up and sat down to rest, the silence between them had changed. It was no longer filled with the awkwardness and guardedness of their first meeting. Instead, there was a subtle yearning for conversation, as if both were drawn by a quiet desire to connect. Ling Xiao, Gwen was the first to speak. This time, her pronunciation was noticeably more accurate. "How are you feeling now?" Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His deep gaze settled on her, and there was a new vitality in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He nodded slightly and replied in English that was much clearer than the night before, though still slow and measured. "Much better. My strength is returning." Very slowly. His vocabulary and expression had made significant progress overnight. Though his grammar remained basic, his meaning was clear. The scattered fragments of his consciousness were eagerly absorbing everything around him, accelerating his understanding of this unfamiliar language. Gwen let out a relieved breath at his answer, a genuine smile lighting up her face. "I'm glad to hear that." She hesitated for a moment, then decided to seize the chance to learn more. Picking up a crumpled newspaper from beside her, she showed him an article about Iron Man attending a recent charity gala. Pointing to Tony Stark's photo, she asked, "Do you know what this is?" "A newspaper? And this person? Tony Stark? Iron Man?" Ling Xiao's eyes swept over the newspaper, and he nodded. "I saw him. In that noisy box. Television." He made an effort to recall and choose his words carefully. "Metal armor, technology, very rich." Gwen's eyes lit up in surprise. Not only did he recognize Iron Man, he was able to sum up the essentials. She pointed to another article, a report about the Hulk wreaking havoc somewhere, accompanied by a blurry photo of a giant green figure. "And this one? Hulk. Huge, green, very strong." Ling Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, as if analyzing this character. "Very strong but unstable. Anger drives him. Dangerous." His assessment was direct and accurate, leaving Gwen momentarily taken aback. She continued, pointing to the word Avengers on the newspaper and a photo of the New York Battle Memorial. "They are a team called the Avengers. They once fought aliens, right here in New York. I know of that battle. There was a massive surge of energy at that time. Ling Zhao's gaze grew distant, as if he could still sense the lingering echoes of that epic conflict. This world is full of conflict, and there are many people with extraordinary powers. His tone was calm, as though he were simply describing some phenomenon he had observed. Gwen nodded vigorously, feeling that she had finally found a topic they could connect over. Yes, these people are called superheroes. Of course, they're also supervillains. For example, Dr. Octopus, or the Green Goblin. As she mentioned those last two names, her tone dropped, tinged with a fear and anger she couldn't quite hide. Ling Xiao keenly sensed the shift in her emotions and glanced at her, but didn't press further. He simply made a silent note of those names and her reaction to them. Gwen took a deep breath and continued explaining, there are also some special organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. They're the ones currently investigating us. Trackers, Ling Xiao said calmly, picking up the conversation as if the word came naturally to him. They have incredibly advanced technology. Their spies are everywhere. Technology, Ling Xiao repeated, pondering the word. He lifted his hand, and a faint glow shimmered at his fingertips, forming a complex, ever-shifting three-dimensional rune, which then quietly faded away. This world relies on external tools and machines to gain power and knowledge. His tone carried no criticism, nor any praise, just a pure observation, laced with a subtle, puzzled detachment, as if he couldn't quite grasp why humans depended so much on external things. Gwen seemed to catch his meaning, though she still found it hard to fully understand his perspective. Well, yes, that's how our science works. But it's not just about that. She remembered some of the bizarre, unexplainable cases her father had mentioned from time to time, and the urban legends whispered around the city. Lowering her voice, she added, some stories speak of strange happenings, magic, and wizards. There's a place in Greenwich Village called the New York Sanctum. People say it's protected by ancient magic, guarding the city and warding off threats from other dimensions. Magic! For the first time, Ling Zhao's expression shifted noticeably. There was a subtle, almost instinctive look of scrutiny, as if a scholar had just encountered a new term that demanded careful examination. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. What you call magic may simply be another manifestation of the Great Way. It is just another method for channeling energy and comprehending the laws that govern the cosmos. He turned his gaze to Gwen, his eyes reflecting a depth shaped by countless years of experience, a look Gwen found impossible to fully decipher. A true cultivator is not merely a performer of tricks. They tread a difficult and lonely path. This sanctum you speak of is rather intriguing. The words he used, Great Way, Cultivator, Laws, and the natural confidence in his tone, reminded Gwen once again that the man before her came from a culture and power system utterly different from anything she knew. For a moment, silence settled between them. Gwen tried to digest Ling Zhao's words, struggling to grasp his unfamiliar worldview. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao closed his eyes once more, as if searching through his mind to process the new information he had just absorbed. Superheroes, supervillains, S.H.I.E.L.D., technological supremacy, and now, magic and sanctuaries. This universe was far more complex and chaotic than he had initially imagined, yet it possessed a strange and remarkable diversity. After a long pause, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes and looked at Gwen, asking a question that was of utmost importance to him. In this city, in this world, are there others like me? Other cultivators? Seekers of the way? People who do not rely on technology or on innate mutation, but instead pursue strength through inner refinement and an understanding of natural laws. This question went straight to the core of his worries, laced with a faint, almost imperceptible hope that he might find a kindred soul. Gwen paused, searching her memories. At last, she replied hesitantly, I'm not sure. I've never seen or heard of anyone quite like that. Not in the way you mean. The sanctum is the closest thing I can think of, but I honestly don't know what it is they do. Ling Xiao listened in silence. The sliver of hope that had flickered in his eyes was extinguished, leaving behind a composed and tranquil expression. Inside the tugboat, time slipped by slowly amid the dampness and hush. Ling Xiao's physical condition was visibly improving with each passing day. Though he still had a long way to go before full recovery, he was no longer so weak that he couldn't move. Most of the time, he sat cross-legged in quiet meditation, a faint glow shimmering on his skin, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, like the gentle rhythm of breath. Silently, he absorbed the energy of this unfamiliar universe, mending his scarred body bit by bit. During these tranquil days, Gwen found herself growing more and more anxious. She watched Ling Zhao's calm profile and could sense how gradual his recovery was. The threats of S.H.I.E.L.D. and her own father weighed constantly on her mind. She desperately wished for Ling Xiao to regain his strength as soon as possible. At the very least, enough to defend himself from the dangers that might descend at any moment. One day, Gwen returned to the tugboat carrying food and clean water, only to discover that Ling Xiao was not, as usual, sitting in silent meditation. Instead, he stood by the porthole, gazing out at the murky river and the distant outline of the city. His expression was focused, as if he were sensing something beyond sight. Ling Xiao. Gwen called to him softly. Ling Xiao turned around, his aura even steadier than it had been the day before. He glanced at Gwen, pausing in contemplation, as if weighing his words. Then, he raised his hand, pointing out the window toward several clusters of wild plants along the distant riverbank, and then pointed to himself. My recovery requires some assistance. His voice was still slow, but noticeably clearer than before. The energy here is thin and scattered. It's not pure enough. He paused, his gaze falling on the bottled water Gwen had brought. He shook his head gently. The water and food from your world may be convenient, but they lack the vital essence I need. Gwen's heart tightened with concern. She asked urgently, what do you need? Medicine? Or special materials from the hospital? Instinctively, she started running through possible solutions. Ling Xiao shook his head. He walked over to the table, little more than an old plank balanced atop an oil drum, and dipped his finger in the condensation gathered on its surface, sketching the simple shapes of several plants. His strokes held an ancient, evocative style, yet the forms were clear and unmistakable. These plants, they grow near the riverbanks or where the earth has been turned. In this one, he drew another, a grass with jagged leaves. It's very common, often found in cracks between stones and in the shade. Gwen examined his drawings intently, her eyes widening as recognition dawned. Aren't those just weeds? Like walnutweed? And dandelions? And plantain? These plants were everywhere in New York, so common they were often pulled up and thrown away as weeds. Yes, Ling Xiao confirmed, his gaze earnest. That's right. They're not meant to be eaten, but to be refined. Refined, Gwen echoed in confusion. How? What do you need? Ling Xiao didn't answer her directly. Instead, he looked at her quietly, a subtle trace of hope and entreaty flickering in his eyes. Could you bring me some? Fresh, if possible, and with the roots attached. His request sounded so strange, almost unbelievable. Using roadside weeds to aid recovery? To Gwen, it seemed like something out of a primitive ritual. Her scientific mind balked at the idea. Yet, when she looked into Ling Xiao's deep, earnest eyes, she remembered the unexplainable glow that surrounded him, the protective barrier, and the way he could enhance her abilities with nothing but a thought. She felt her doubt begin to waver. She bit her lower lip. Maybe, in his world, there truly were laws she couldn't begin to understand. All right, she finally agreed, a spark of curiosity and adventure shining in her blue eyes. I'll go find them. But what exactly are you going to do with them? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted ever so slightly. It wasn't quite a full smile, yet in that instant, the weariness in his eyes seemed to melt away, replaced by a youthful glimmer of anticipation. I'll let you see it with your own eyes, he said softly. It's a little trick from my homeland. That night, under the cover of darkness, Gwen slipped through the city like a nimble forager. She moved along the riverbank, into abandoned factories and down secluded alleyways, carefully gathering the weeds Ling Xiao had described. She dug them up roots and all, wrapping each one carefully in cloth, earth and all. Her movements were swift and silent, and though a part of her found the task absurd, there was also an inexplicable thrill pulsing within her, a sense that she was taking part in some secret rite. When she returned to the barge, she handed Ling Xiao the bundle of plants, still fragrant with the scent of fresh earth. Ling Xiao examined the plants closely and nodded, clearly satisfied. Good. The vitality is still there. He asked Gwen to clear off the rickety table, then gestured for her to step back a little. Crossing his legs, he settled himself before the table and carefully arranged the plants in front of him. His expression grew intensely focused, a solemnity settling over him that Gwen had never seen before. Slowly, he raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together while the rest curled softly inward. At that moment, Gwen blinked in astonishment. A faint, nearly invisible flame sprang to life at Ling Xiao's fingertips. Unlike any ordinary fire, it glowed with a strange, pale luminance, and within it, tiny symbols seemed to flicker and flow. It radiated no heat, but instead exuded an indescribable sensation, a presence at once searingly hot and chillingly cold, sending a shiver through the room. Oh my God, Gwen breathed, pressing her hand to her mouth in shock. Fire from his fingertips? This went far beyond anything her understanding of the physical world could explain. Ling Xiao paid no heed to her surprise. His entire focus was fixed on the fragile thread of flame at his fingers, the utmost limit of his current power. With utmost care, he held one of the plants above the fire. With a sound so faint it could barely be heard, the plant withered and shrank before their eyes. Moisture and impurities evaporated in an instant, leaving only a small pile of pure powder, shimmering faintly with a spiritual light. Ling Zhao's movements were smooth and assured, as if he were following the rhythm of some ancient, secret ritual. One by one, he refined each plant, producing powders of different colors and scents. Throughout the process, a sheen of sweat began to bead on his brow again, clear evidence of the enormous energy it took for him to sustain that ethereal flame. Next, he drew a deep breath. The alchemical flame at his fingertips subtly changed, no longer simply burning, but now enveloping and fusing. He placed all the powders into the heart of the fire, his hands forming a loose sphere in the air as if kneading an invisible ball, his fingers swiftly weaving through intricate gestures. Under the tempering of the flame, the powders gradually merged, reacting with one another and releasing an increasingly potent, exotic medicinal fragrance. This scent defied any known chemical description. It was more like the freshness of a forest after rain, the faint sweetness of early spring's melting snow, and the purest essence of 100 blooming flowers all mingled together. Inhaling it, a person would feel invigorated, as if every cell in their body was coming alive. Gwen was completely captivated. Her blue eyes widened with awe and fascination, utterly enchanted. She had never witnessed such a process before. This was nothing like any chemical experiment she knew. Instead, it seemed more akin to a mystical art, a communion with the energies of nature itself. At last, when the pale flames suddenly receded and vanished, 3 small, flawless pills, each the size of a pea, gleaming with a gentle blue-green luster and faint, cloud-like patterns swirling on their surface, briefly hovered in the air before settling softly into Ling Zhao's waiting palm. In the instant the elixirs formed, a subtle spiritual light flickered and vanished, quickly masked by a ripple of unseen energy that Ling Zhao released with a wave of his hand. He clearly hadn't forgotten the need to conceal his presence. Within the boat cabin, the strange medicinal aroma lingered, pushing aside even the briny tang of river water and the scent of rust. Ling Zhao's face had grown even paler, his breathing quick and shallow. It was clear that even crafting this most basic, essence-nourishing pill demanded a great deal from him. Yet, as he gazed at the 3 small pills in his palm, a genuine sense of satisfaction shone in his eyes. He picked up one of the pills, placed it in his mouth, swallowed it gently, and immediately closed his eyes to focus his breath. Gwen watched him anxiously. After a few minutes, she saw with her own eyes as the last traces of sickly pallor faded from Ling Zhao's face, replaced by a healthy flush. The subtle glow about him grew brighter and steadier. When he opened his eyes, he let out a long breath scented faintly with medicine, and his gaze was clearer and more spirited than before. "It really works," Gwen murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Ling Zhao handed her the remaining 2 pills, his expression gentle. "These are for you. Take one now, and keep the other for emergencies. They'll lift your spirits, ease fatigue, and help your body recover faster." Gwen looked at the 2 extraordinary pills in her hand, their alluring fragrance lingering, then glanced up at Ling Zhao's sincere gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully picked up one, placed it in her mouth, and swallowed. The pill melted instantly upon touching her tongue, and a surge of warm, potent energy coursed through her entire body in a heartbeat. Days of exhaustion and tension, even those subtle aches and muscles she hadn't even realized, were gently eased away in that instant. Her mind felt invigorated, her senses sharper, her thoughts strikingly clear. The sensation was more refreshing than drinking 10 cups of coffee, yet without any discomfort. Instead, it brought an indescribable sense of comfort and joy. "Wow," was all she could say, a brief gasp of wonder escaping her lips, her face alight with shock and delight. In this moment, she truly felt for herself the kind of extraordinary, mysterious power that Ling Zhao possessed. Alchemy. This was no illusion, no simple trick. It was a path to the extraordinary, far beyond anything she had ever imagined. Noticing her astonishment, Ling Zhao explained softly, "This isn't magic. It's a craft, a discipline that extracts and refines the vital energies within all things, harnessing and transforming them, shaping them through special fires, and making them serve humanity. We call it the art of alchemy." Gwen gazed at him in awe, at this man who could create miraculous elixirs from ordinary plants by the roadside. The dampness from the river still lingered in the air, and she felt as if she could sense the mysterious breath of an entirely new world opening before her. Everything she saw defied scientific explanation, yet it all was happening, vividly and undeniably real. After swallowing the essence-replenishing pill, Gwen felt as if she had been filled with new energy. The exhaustion that had built up over the past few days vanished in an instant. Her mind was clearer than ever, and her body felt so light that it seemed she could float away with just a little effort. This rejuvenated state made her eager to test her limits. The interior of the tugboat was a bit more spacious than a subway maintenance room, yet still quite confined. She took a deep breath, recalling the focus of mind and breathing techniques Ling Xiao had taught her before, and gave her wrist a flick. A strand of spider silk shot out with precision, anchoring itself firmly to a rusted beam on the ceiling. Channeling her strength through her arms, she swung effortlessly into the air. With a nimble twist midair, another strand fired almost simultaneously, latching onto a protrusion on the opposite wall. She shifted her trajectory smoothly and landed on the ground with barely a whisper of sound, the whole sequence as fluid and seamless as flowing water, without a hint of wasted motion or unnecessary noise. She looked at Ling Xiao in delight. He simply watched her quietly, nodding ever so slightly, but in those deep, enigmatic eyes, there lingered a trace of critical appraisal, an unspoken sense that her performance was not yet perfect. Gwen's competitive spirit stirred. She picked up the pace, simulating dodges and attacks, as if in real combat within the limited space. Threads of silk crisscrossed the air, her white silhouette darting about with the agility of a butterfly among blossoms. Her movements were faster and more precise than ever before, each burst of strength used with newfound efficiency. She could even sense the movement of the air and instinctively harness it to aid her maneuvers. Yet after several rapid changes in direction, she tried to force a turn in a cramped corner, and inevitably, her motion became awkward. Energy wasted, her landing punctuated by a muffled thud. Irritated, she stopped and looked to Ling Xiao. At some point, Ling Xiao had risen to his feet. He strolled to the center of the cabin, where a small open space lay. Without glancing at Gwen, he casually raised his hand, moving with a slowness that bordered on languid, as though he were practicing an ancient form of Tai Chi rather than demonstrating combat. "You only seek speed and precision," he said, his voice calm and steady. "But when force meets force, you will eventually exhaust yourself." His palm traced an arc through the air, the gesture gentle as if caressing a stream. "This world is not an obstacle to be overcome. It is a partner to dance with." He stepped back in what appeared to be a slow retreat, his arm subtly guiding and redirecting. "Yield to incoming force. Guide it. Turn its momentum against itself." Then, his movements suddenly quickened for a brief moment. With a gentle tap of his fingertip on a certain point within the intangible force of attack, the simulated assault seemed to vanish without a trace, its power dissolving into nothingness. In that same instant, his counterstrike emerged like a snake darting from its lair, swift and precise, aimed at an imagined vital point. Yet, just before making contact, it softened, transforming into a feather-like caress that barely brushed past. Don't fight against it. Understand it. Merge with it. Then guide it. His demonstration ended. He stood upright once more, his breath steady and calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Yet those few short movements contained a philosophy utterly unlike any fighting skill one had encountered before, different from the self-defense techniques taught at school or the streetwise tricks she'd learned through hard-won experience. This wasn't about technique. It was about an idea, a way. Gwen stared in awe, her mind racing to absorb the profound meaning hidden within his words and actions. She'd heard ideas like this in movies, perhaps, but had never imagined they could really be put into practice, especially not for someone who relied so heavily on raw strength and speed in combat. "But my strength, my speed, those are my advantages," she protested, a note of confusion in her voice. "They're tools," Ling Xiao replied calmly, "not the hand that wields them. The mightiest force, if used without wisdom, is nothing but a raging river, destructive and wasteful. The sharpest mind, if lacking the power to act, is just a dry well. You must be both the river and the guiding banks that shape its course." He gestured to Gwen's web shooters. "Your webs aren't just ropes or glue. They're an extension of your will. You think in terms of swinging, pulling, binding, but try thinking instead, connecting, redirecting, harmonizing." His words struck her like a lightning bolt, opening up an entirely new world in her mind. All this time, she'd focused on how to hit harder, move faster, and be more precise, never once considering such a perspective for understanding and using her abilities. From that day on, Gwen's entire approach to training transformed. She stopped chasing pure speed and strength, and began to experiment with feeling. When she shot her webs, she no longer simply aimed at a spot, but attuned herself to the subtle sensation as the web adhered, to the way the wind pulled and shifted her during a swing. She started making tiny adjustments mid-motion, striving for greater efficiency and flow, becoming one with her surroundings. When she practiced dodging, she no longer relied solely on her spider sense to jerk away at the last second. Instead, she tried to listen to the way the air changed with each attack, to anticipate the path, and to evade with the slightest movement, like water gliding around stone. She even began experimenting with using her opponent's force to throw them off balance. She even began to ponder how to subdue her opponents with the least amount of webbing, using cleverly chosen anchor points and precise angles of force, rather than simply relying on brute strength to bind them like mummies. This process was far more challenging than just relentless practice. It demanded intense focus, intuition, and an exquisite control over her body. Often, she would lose her way, her movements becoming hesitant or even comical. Yet Ling Xiao was always there, quietly observing by her side. Whenever she strayed too far from the core principles, he would guide her back on track with a simple gesture or a few insightful words. Don't resist the wind. Move with it. Your enemy's wild lunge is not a threat. He is handing you his balance. Accept it. Spider silk is not a chain. It is an invitation. Make that invitation irresistible. His words were like keys, each time unlocking a new door of understanding for her. The change was subtle, yet unmistakably real. A few days later, during a night patrol, Gwen encountered a group of armed robbers holding up a convenience store. There were 4 of them, well-armed and entrenched in advantageous positions within the store. The old Gwen would have rushed in, relying on her speed and spider sense, disarming them with webs or overpowering them in a violent clash that might have left the store in ruins. But this time, she crouched atop the storefront sign outside, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes for a moment. She no longer thought about how to defeat them, but instead, how to resolve the conflict. She slipped into the store like a ghost, her movements so light that not a soul noticed her arrival. When the first robber spotted her and, panicking, raised his gun to fire, she didn't dodge forcefully to the side or back. Instead, she shifted ever so slightly, riding the current of air stirred by the bullet, almost like a willow catkin drifting on the breeze. Her web shot out, not at the man, but at his foot, where a pool of spilled drink from a shattered bottle glistened on the floor. The robber's foot slipped, and with a startled cry, he lost his balance. His gun jerked upward out of control. A second web snapped out, latching onto the weapon. With a gentle tug and pull, the gun flew from his hand and clattered harmlessly into a distant corner, never discharging a shot. The second robber roared and charged, trying to tackle her. Gwen didn't meet his force head-on. Instead, she used his momentum, tripping him ever so slightly and giving a gentle push at his waist with her fingertips. He felt as if he was caught in a swirl of energy. Before he knew it, he was airborne, spinning to the ground, dazed but unharmed. The third and fourth robbers fired from both sides at once. Gwen flicked her wrists, sending twin strands of web, not at the men, but at the shelves above their heads. The webs caught hold of several heavy packages, and with an artful downward yank, a few bags of cat food and some bottled water landed perfectly, striking the 2 men's arms and their guns. The impact wasn't serious enough to cause any real harm, but it was painful and sudden enough to make them drop everything instantly. In the next breath, 2 strands of web shot out, binding their wrists to the shelves behind them. The whole sequence lasted only a dozen seconds. There was no fierce fighting, no deafening noises, not even a single product was knocked off the shelf. All 4 robbers were subdued, now sprawled on the floor or slumped against the shelves, groaning, their faces painted with confusion and disbelief. It was as if they hadn't been attacked, but rather swept up in some elaborate, incomprehensible accident. Gwen stood at the center of the store, her breathing steady and calm. Her white uniform was barely dusted, pristine as ever. She looked down at her hands, her eyes filled with the same disbelief, which quickly bloomed into overwhelming joy and understanding. She had done it, not through brute force, but through comprehension, guidance, and harmony. The Tao that Ling Xiao had taught her had truly merged into her own art. She turned her gaze toward the endless night beyond the window, as if she could pierce through all the barriers and see the silent figure sitting in that battered tugboat. A whole new realm of possibility was slowly unfolding before her eyes. At the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., inside an office where the lighting was gentle but the furnishings were cold and spare, Alexander Pierce stood before the immense floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the Potomac River with a cup of unsweetened black coffee in hand. His expression was calm, as always, steady and composed, like the seasoned former director and current secretary of the World Security Council that he was. Yet Brock Rumlow, standing several paces behind him, could sense the sharp scrutiny concealed beneath that calm exterior. He had just finished his briefing on the latest developments, or rather, the lack thereof, concerning the extraterrestrial visitor, the EV target. So Fury classified him as a level 10 threat, mobilized enormous resources, and yet hasn't even glimpsed his shadow. Instead, he's been outmaneuvered by some street vigilante and a bunch of weeds. Pierce's voice revealed neither anger nor joy, yet every word struck Rumlow's heart like a small hammer. The target's energy signature is extremely unusual, but seems to possess some kind of counter-surveillance capability, or perhaps its energy pattern simply exceeds our technological understanding. And that ghost spider, her familiarity with the underground network and the abandoned sectors is far beyond what we anticipated. Her movements are becoming more, Rumlow paused to choose his words, unpredictable, not like how she operated in the early days. Pierce slowly turned, his gaze fixing on Rumlow. Unpredictable? Or would you say she's received some guidance? Rumlow fell silent for a moment. I can't be sure. But in our last operation, the target displayed an automatic defense mechanism, and later managed a perfectly timed energy decoy. Both prove he's no passive player, even when he's weak. Pierce walked behind his desk and sat down, his fingertips tapping lightly against the polished surface. A level 10 unknown target. I've read Dr. Sylvet's report. The adaptability and transformation qualities of that energy are intriguing. This doesn't seem like ordinary alien technology, Rumlow. It sounds more like an entirely new energy system, one that can be understood and mastered. His gaze grew deep and thoughtful. Fury wants to control it, lock it away in his secret vault, or figure out how to reverse engineer and copy it. But his mind is always trapped in the cycle of threat and control. Pierce shook his head slightly, a hint of contempt in his tone. He can't see the possibilities that lie beneath the surface. He lifted his eyes, sharp and piercing, locking onto Rumlow. What HYDRA needs is understanding, and then assimilation. To make this power our own, a being capable of self-repair, energy conversion, maybe even holding the secret to immortality. That's worth far more than 10 helicarriers. This could be the key to a new world. Rumlow tensed, a flicker of fanaticism in his eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. Understood, sir. But SHLD's search has already stirred up the hornet's nest. The target will be even more vigilant. If our people make any big moves, Fury will notice. Then don't use SHLD's methods. Pierce replied coolly, his tone brooking no argument. Fury has his rules. We have our own ways. Activate the assets in our cleaning company network. Disguise them as, let's say, mercenaries or radical groups out to steal alien tech. The approach can be more direct. What matters is securing a physical sample, or, at the very least, clearer energy readings and behavioral data. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Find that ghost spider. She's the key. Either use her to get to the target, or let her become bait to force the target into the open. If necessary, create some chaos to divert SHLD's attention elsewhere. We need results, Rumlow, not another process report. Yes, sir. Rumlow straightened up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He understood exactly what direct and chaos meant, and he liked the sound of it. A few days later, in the dead of night, Brooklyn's Southern Industrial District, Gwen moved like a white phantom, gliding silently between towering warehouses and rusted pipes. She'd just foiled a petty theft, her spirits high as she planned to swing by a few suspicious spots before heading back to the tugboat. Ling Zhao's teachings had given her a new level of mastery over her powers, filling her movements with greater poise and confidence. But just as she passed an abandoned lot, her spider sense exploded with a fierce, stabbing warning. This alarm was nothing like the methodical, systematic surveillance she'd felt from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents before. It was far more malicious, aggressive even. She froze at the top of a tall lamppost, pressing herself against the cold metal, melting into the shadows as she scanned below, tense and alert. Down in the lot, 2 black SUVs without plates rammed through the rusted gates and barreled in. Doors flew open and 7 or 8 burly men jumped out, a strange mix of tactical gear and street clothes. Their weapons were a wild assortment, from tricked-out assault rifles to heavy energy guns, making them look more like lawless mercenaries or fanatics than any kind of trained operatives. Yet their movements had an eerie coordination. They fanned out quickly, each wielding bizarre, non-standard scanners, sweeping the area with rough urgency. No heat signatures here. There's a faint energy trace, very weak, heading toward the riverbank. Spread out. The boss said any anomaly, or that chick in the white spider suit. Big bonus. Snatches of their conversation drifted up on the wind, making Gwen's heart sink. These weren't S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. These people were far more dangerous, far less scrupulous. Worse, it was obvious they were after her and Ling Zhao. She had to draw them away. She couldn't let them get anywhere near the tugboat. Without a second's hesitation, Gwen flicked her wrist, sending a web line snapping down to stick to the door of an abandoned car. With a sharp yank, A deafening crash shattered the stillness of the night. She's up there, on the lamppost. The mercenary's attention snapped to her, weapons swinging up as a hailstorm of bullets tore through the air. Gwen had already swung away, using her momentum to escape just as a hail of bullets tore into the lamppost where she'd been moments before, sending sparks flying in all directions. Twisting nimbly through the air, she used abandoned cars and shipping containers for cover, all the while firing webs to disrupt her attackers. "Catch her! We need her alive!" shouted a man who looked like the leader. The mercenaries' gunfire grew even more intense, their movements coordinated as they tried to block off her escape routes. They wielded some kind of sonic weapon that left her reeling, her spider sense screaming in alarm. Gritting her teeth, Gwen channeled every lesson Ling Xiao had taught her about flow and guidance. Instead of forcing her way through the wall of bullets, she wove through the gaps like a ghost, using her webs to alter the trajectory of bullets, even redirecting a few ricochets to strike at the ground near the mercenaries' feet, forcing them into awkward retreats. She tried to disarm or restrain them with her webs, but these mercenaries were clearly seasoned. Some dodged with lightning speed, while others simply slashed through her webs with tactical knives, blades that seemed specially treated, wickedly sharp. Their equipment and ruthless fighting style made it clear they'd stop at nothing to get what they wanted. A deadly chase and showdown unfolded in the deserted junkyard. Though Gwen dodged danger after danger with her newfound skills and superhuman agility, her enemies' numbers and firepower kept her on the defensive, gradually driving her toward corner. Damn it! Gwen pressed her back against a massive iron tank as bullets hammered against the metal, the cacophony ringing in her ears. Her breath was ragged. Her mind raced, searching for any way out. Just then, the wail of sirens echoed in the distance, drawing closer by the second. The chaos and gunfire had obviously drawn the attention of the NYPD. The mercenary leader spat out a curse. "Shit! Cops! Pull out!" Without a second thought, they packed up their weapons and, just as roughly as they had arrived, crashed through the junkyard gates. Piling into their SUVs, engines roaring, they vanished into the night, leaving behind a mess of spent shells and chaos. Gwen let out a shaky sigh of relief, her legs almost buckling as she leaned against the iron tank. With the sirens growing ever louder, she knew she couldn't stay. She fired off a web and slipped away in silence, vanishing into the shadows atop a rooftop in the opposite direction. Glancing back at the two fleeing SUVs, her heart pounded with lingering dread. The way these people operated, it chilled her to the core. They weren't like S.H.I.E.L.D. They had no qualms, no hesitation. Their motives were direct and far more dangerous. She had to warn Ling Xiao immediately, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier in the command center. "Director, we received a report from the NYPD. Intense gunfire broke out at an abandoned lot in southern Brooklyn. One side appears to be Ghost Spider. The other remains unidentified, but they're heavily armed, likely mercenaries. They've already fled the scene," an agent reported to Nick Fury. Fury's single eye narrowed instantly, glinting with a dangerous light. "Mercenaries? Operating within our designated search zone, targeting one of our priority subjects?" He immediately turned to the tech station. "Pull up all surveillance and satellite record from that area. Analyze their gear, vehicles, tactical movements. I want to know exactly who's interfering here." Alarms were blaring in his mind. An uncontrollable third party had entered the fray, and their methods were even more aggressive. Fury felt a surge of unease and heightened vigilance. By the time Gwen dragged her weary, tense body back home, the sky was already tinged with the gray light of dawn. Her skirmish with those mysterious mercenaries had been brief, but it had drained her strength and left a heavy shadow over her heart. She slipped the key quietly into the door, hoping her father was still out on night duty, or at the very least fast asleep. The living room was shrouded in darkness, silent as a tomb. Gwen let out a quiet sigh of relief and glided toward the staircase like a shadow. Suddenly, a cold, oppressive voice cut through the silence from the direction of the couch, making her jump. With a sharp click, the light flicked on, forcing her to squint in the sudden glare. George Stacy sat on the sofa, not in his police uniform, but in a worn old shirt, hair rumpled, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. The ashtray in front of him was overflowing with cigarette butts, and the air was thick with smoke. He didn't look at her, his gaze locked onto a thick folder in his hands, knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Gwen's heart sank like a stone. This atmosphere was all too familiar, the dead calm before the storm. "Dad? You're up early." She tried to sound casual and light, but her voice betrayed a huskiness and a trace of guilt she couldn't hide. George finally looked up, his stare pinning her in place. Exhaustion, barely restrained fury, and a deep, wounded fear all tangled in his eyes. He ignored her question and instead slammed the folder down hard on the coffee table. A handful of photos slid out, blurry, long-distance shots taken with a high-powered lens, but clear enough to recognize. A white figure swinging between the buildings of Brooklyn's Southern District. Another showed SHIELD vehicles setting up a perimeter in the same area. And one more captured the chaos after the gunfight at the abandoned lot that night, a tiny white silhouette vanishing across a rooftop. Early, George's voice was frighteningly low, each word forced out between clenched teeth. I haven't slept at all, Gwen, especially after getting a call that some vigilante was in a firefight with armed mercenaries in my district. He suddenly shot to his feet, his tall frame trembling with anger and agitation. Enough with the lies. Enough with the late-night lab work and study group excuses. Look me in the eye and tell me that isn't you. He jabbed a finger at the photos, his voice rising to a fever pitch, fueled by a father's unique, desperate terror. Tell me you're not this ghost spider. Tell me you weren't caught up in that thing that fell from the sky. Tell me you're not risking your life every night, fighting people with guns, and God knows what else. Gwen was stunned by his outburst, more intense than anything she'd ever seen. She went pale, instinctively stepping back, her blue eyes filling instantly with hurt, fear, and a stubborn defiance born of being cornered. She opened her mouth, but the denials and explanations she'd rehearsed so many times caught in her throat. She couldn't get out a single word. The look in her father's eyes told her the truth. He knew. He knew everything. Any lie now would be hopeless and deadly. Her silence, without question, was the truest admission. The last flicker of hope in George's eyes was snuffed out, replaced by a tidal wave of anger and bone-deep fear. He took a step forward, gripping her shoulders so hard it hurt. Why, Gwen? Why? His voice was a raw, trembling growl, barely hiding a note of heartbreak. Is it because of Peter? Is this some kind of suicide mission driven by guilt? Gwen's head snapped up like a cat startled by its tail, tears springing to her eyes, her voice sharp and shaking with emotion. This has nothing to do with him. It's about doing what's right, about helping people, about having the power to actually make a difference. By getting yourself killed, George roared back, shaking her hard. Do you have any idea who you're up against? SHIELD? Those mercenaries tonight? These are street thugs, Gwen. They're not people you can handle. Not even close. I can handle it. Gwen shot back stubbornly, though the tears kept streaming down her face. I'm stronger now. I'm smarter. You don't understand. I understand this much. I will never bury my daughter. George's voice rang out, firm and unyielding, filled with an authority that brooked no argument. This ends here. Now. Tonight. No more sneaking out. No more ghost spiders. Hand over that suit. Give me those web shooters and stay away from all of this. Gwen stared at him in disbelief, as if she no longer recognized the man standing before her. You can't ask that of me. You can't. People need help. Let the police handle it. Let SHIELD handle it. That's their job. George refused to budge. And what if they can't? Or what if they won't? Gwen cried out in desperation. What about him? He's all alone. He's hurt. He needs help. The moment that he slipped from her lips, Gwen regretted it, but it was already too late. George's eyes sharpened instantly, turning cold as steel. Him, that visitor from beyond. His voice was low and frightening. So it's true. You're involved with that thing. You're hiding him. He let go of her shoulders, recoiling as if he'd touched something deadly, and stepped back, his face a mask of disbelief and a deeper, more primal fear. My God, Gwen, what have you gotten yourself into? Do you have any idea how much danger you're in? How much danger we're both in? He's not dangerous. At least not to me, Gwen protested, desperation threading her words. Enough. George cut her off sharply, his face set in absolute, unyielding resolve. Enough. I don't want to hear another word. You're going to tell me where he is, right now. This is beyond playing the hero. This is about the safety of the planet. I will not let you throw your life away for some alien. No. Gwen's voice trembled, but it carried a new, fierce determination. She lifted her tear-streaked face to her father and began backing slowly toward the door. No, I won't tell you. I can't. You'd turn him in, and then they'd tear him apart. I will never let that happen. Father and daughter faced each other in the dimly lit living room, separated by a chasm of broken trust and irreconcilable beliefs. The air between them grew, so heavy it was nearly suffocating. Gwen Elizabeth Stacy. George's voice shook with a mix of anger and heartbreak. If you walk out that door now, after everything. Gwen's heart felt as if it was being torn in two. She looked at her father's face, which seemed to have aged years in an instant, at the bloodshot eyes brimming with pain and worry, and tears streamed down her cheeks. But still, she did not stop moving toward the door. I'm sorry, Dad, she choked out, suddenly turning around. She flung open the door and rushed out into the cool morning mist. The door slammed shut behind her with a heavy thud, cutting off any angry shouts her father might have uttered, as if sealing her away from the once safe and ordinary world she knew. George Stacy stood frozen in place, listening to the fading sound of his daughter's footsteps. He slammed his fist against the wall, letting out a low, pained growl, full of anguish, yet powerless. Inside the battered tugboat, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't deliberately tried to sense it, but Gwen's intense, turbulent emotions were like a boulder thrown into a still lake. Her turmoil echoed clearly to his keen senses. He waited quietly. A moment later, the cabin door creaked open, and Gwen stumbled in, looking utterly lost. She pulled off her mask, her golden hair tangled and disheveled, her eyes red and swollen, tracks of tears still visible on her face. She didn't even glance at Ling Xiao. Instead, she walked silently to a corner, sat down hugging her knees, and buried her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ling Xiao offered no words of comfort, nor did he question her. He simply watched her in silence, his gaze deep and understanding, as if he could see all the grievances, struggles, pain, and lonely incomprehension wrapped up in her silent sobs. He knew some bonds are destined to be burdensome. Some paths are destined to be walked alone. And as a stranger from another world, perhaps he had already, without meaning to, become the very blade that severed her from her once unremarkable life. The sharpest blade of all. Inside the worn tugboat, time seemed to stand still. Gwen curled up in the corner, her face buried in her knees, her shoulders shaking in silent grief. The fierce argument with her father, the door slamming shut behind her like a cold blade, had left a raw, bleeding wound in her heart. Grievance, anger, the loneliness of being misunderstood, and the crushing fear of losing her only family threatened to swallow her whole. Ling Xiao sat quietly nearby, not uttering a single word to disturb her. He understood the pain and entanglement that came from mortal ties. He had seen those very eyes countless times across the ages. He simply drew in his own aura, letting a faint, soothing energy slowly fill the air, wrapping the sobbing girl in a gentle, silent comfort. At last, Gwen's sobs gradually faded, leaving only her weary, stifled breaths. She lifted her head, her eyes swollen, her face streaked with tears, golden hair clinging to her damp cheeks, making her look heartbreakingly fragile. "He told me to hand over my suit and web shooters," she said, her voice hoarse and thick with emotion. "He said I'm never allowed out again. He wants to turn you in." Ling Zhao's gaze was as calm as a still lake, betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. A father's worries spring from love and from the unknown. He began quietly, his voice low but strangely soothing. "He has not seen what I have seen, nor felt what I have felt. Fear is only natural. But he doesn't even listen to my explanations." Gwen's voice rose, her emotions flaring once more. "He only believes in the dangers he sees. He doesn't understand the changes I've gone through, or what it is I'm trying to protect." "Words can reach their limits," Ling Xiao said, shaking his head ever so slightly. "The truth must be witnessed, and strength must be known from within. When you are strong enough to shape your own fate and to shelter those you wish to protect, worry will give way to understanding, or at the very least to silent acceptance." Though there was nothing ornate or flowery in his words, they cut straight to the heart of the matter, carrying a cool clarity that seemed to voice an age-old truth. Gwen stared at him, taking in the deep serenity in his eyes that had weathered so many storms, and, to her surprise, the turbulence inside her began to settle. Of course, arguments and tears would solve nothing. The root of her father's fear was her weakness in the face of the unknown, its overwhelming power. If she became stronger, if she could prove she was capable of handling things, capable even of protecting herself, and would her father's attitude change? This thought sparked in her heart, a faint flame rekindling her strength. She wiped away her tears, drew a deep breath, and tried to steady her voice, making it ring with determination. "I won't give up, and I will never hand you over." Ling Xiao nodded softly, saying nothing more, his eyes closing once again as he seemed to slip back into meditation. Gwen, too, fell silent, hugging her knees and gazing out the porthole at the river flowing past. Her heart was still heavy, but it was no longer shrouded in utter despair. Time slipped by quietly. The tugboat grew still once more, the silence broken only by the gentle murmur of water and the soft sound of their breathing. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who had been sitting motionless, gave the barest twitch of his brow. The faint glow that surrounded him, usually reined in so tightly, rippled ever so slightly, as if a small pebble had disturbed a placid lake. His mind, which had been focused inward on healing, stirred like a sleeping dragon flexing the tip of its claw. With the aid of time and the nourishing power of the Peiyuan pill, the fragments of his shattered spirit finally managed to coalesce into the first wisp of spiritual sense that could extend outward. Though pitifully weak, scarcely a shadow of his former strength, it was no longer merely a passive receiver of information. Now, it possessed the faintest glimmer of active perception. This wisp of spiritual sense spread like an invisible breeze, drifting outwards, slipping through the rusted hull, skimming above the murky waters of the river, and stretching ever farther into the unknown. In an instant, a world utterly different from what the naked eye or scientific instruments could perceive emerged, hazy and indistinct, within Ling Zhao's senses. The flow of energy was no longer an abstract concept. It became a visible spectacle of infinite forms and colors. The city's vast electrical grid coursed like rivers of light in full flood. Countless electronic devices radiated chaotic yet lively ripples of energy. In the distance, some places shimmered with individual auras, some bright, some faint, perhaps belonging to this world's so-called supernaturals. Even deep within the earth, subtle yet immense currents pulsed, quietly hinting at the veins of the land itself. Amid this intricate tapestry of energies, several strikingly conspicuous points stood out. Utterly out of place in their surroundings, they caught the attention of Ling Zhao's nascent spiritual consciousness like beacons in the night. One of them, located somewhere to the west, Hell's Kitchen, emanated a cold, chaotic energy tinged with the scent of blood and curses, much like a festering wound. Another, to the north at Xavier's school or another gathering place for mutants, radiated a mix of vibrant and turbulent energies, some innately powerful, others twisted and unstable. But the ones that truly drew his gaze lay to the southeast, Greenwich Village, 3 points forming a stable triangle, their energies resonating with one another across the distance. Most intriguing of all was the nearest of these. Its energy did not pulse with the mechanical monotony of technological creations, nor did it exude the wild chaos of natural-born abilities. Instead, it was a highly ordered, meticulously structured force, seamlessly woven into the very fabric of spatial laws. Ancient and profound, it formed a vast, unyielding shield, enveloping an entire district, gently yet resolutely repelling any chaotic energies foreign to this realm. The nature of this energy stirred Ling Zhao's curiosity. It wasn't the celestial spiritual force he knew, yet its construction and its mastery over laws bore an uncanny resemblance to the mountain-guarding arrays and spatial wards of the cultivation world. Only its power source and sigil structure were fundamentally different. Could this be what Gwen had mentioned? Magic? The New York Sanctum? His spiritual sense approached the protected area with utmost caution, making no attempt to breach it, but instead lingering to study the rhythm and architecture of the shield. The more he perceived, the greater his fascination grew. So this world truly had its own cultivators, though not on the path of golden cores, but on a road of harnessing dimensional energies and mastering the rules of space. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. As his spiritual consciousness lingered over the mysteries of the magic array, another presence brushed the edge of his perception. An exceedingly faint, yet extraordinarily vile and chaotic pulse, drifting past like a spider's thread. This surge came from an unfathomable distance, saturated with pain, sorrow, destruction, and a wildly unstable force. One capable, perhaps, of warping reality itself. A surge of power instinctively triggered a sense of caution in Ling Zhao's soul, perhaps even a faint, nearly imperceptible resonance. It was not a resonance of kinship, but a primal wariness, like the innate reaction to inner demons or the karmic forces that bear a negative charge. The very nature of this energy reminded him of the terrifying demonic flames he had faced during his tribulation, a force even more raw and uncontrollable. He took note of the unique signature and general direction of this disturbance, but chose not to probe deeper. For now, restoring his own strength was the most urgent priority. Slowly, he withdrew his spiritual awareness, opened his eyes, and a thoughtful light flickered deep within their profound depths. What's wrong? Gwen immediately sensed the subtle shift in his aura and the brief moment when his mind had wandered. Ling Zhao gazed southeast, as if his eyes could pierce through layers of barriers to glimpse that mysterious sanctuary. You mentioned before that this city has a guardian, a place where one masters magic, is that right? Gwen hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, the New York Sanctum over in Greenwich Village. That's what people say, but no one really knows what's inside. It's shrouded in mystery, and it's supposedly dangerous. They say anyone who approaches without permission is bound for trouble. There was a note of warning and caution in her voice. Magic. Ling Zhao repeated the word, the faintest hint of a smile curving his lips. To glimpse even the threshold of such arts, there's something remarkable about it. Its structure of force aligns with the profound principles of the universe. Though the path differs, there are things to be learned. He paused, his gaze turning distant once more. When I've recovered, I will have to pay that place a visit. What? You want to go to the sanctum? Gwen was startled, protesting immediately. That's way too dangerous. Those sorcerers are said to be very unfriendly to outsiders. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. and those mercenaries are still out there hunting for us. It's of no concern. Ling Zhao's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. There are questions I must answer for myself, and some roads can only be understood by walking them. This world system of power is too complex to fathom in isolation. Seeing the mounting worry on Gwen's face, he added gently, "Not now. Once I've regained enough strength to defend myself, there'll be no need for you to worry so much." Gwen looked into his steady, resolute eyes, knowing her protests were futile. Her anxiety deepened, yet a small spark of curiosity was kindled within her. The magical world her own father spoke of only in hushed tones. Ling Xiao had sensed it in a mere moment of meditation, and now he wished to visit it. Once again, she was struck by how this seemingly frail man beside her possessed vision and ability far beyond what she could comprehend. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already marked visiting Kamartaj as a crucial step in his recovery. The laws guarded by that sanctum, and a dangerous, chaotic force that lurked in the distance, hinted at deeper mysteries hidden within this universe, waiting for him to uncover. The path of cultivation has never been one pursued in isolation. The shadow of her argument with her father weighed on Gwen's heart like a lump of lead, yet she didn't allow herself to wallow in sorrow for long. Ling Zhao's words cut straight to the core, making her realize that all of this stemmed from her own lack of strength. At the same time, they forged within her a new, unyielding resolve. To grow stronger, strong enough to take control of her destiny, strong enough that her father would be forced to reconsider the choices she'd made. That determination became fuel for even more rigorous training. In the cramped confines of the tugboat, she pondered and practiced Ling Zhao's teachings, intent before force, softness overcoming hardness, weaving them into every burst of web, every nimble dodge and leap. She even began to experiment with sensing the flow of her own power in perfect stillness, striving to understand how the so-called Tao might be expressed through her abilities. Yet real threats were never far away. Since the mercenary incident, SHLD's search had grown even more covert and unpredictable. As for her father, Gwen dared not imagine what he was feeling or what actions he might take. That invisible pressure drove her to patrol the city at night with increasing frequency, not just to vent her own restless anxiety, but to know this new, stronger self more intimately, and to reassure herself that her efforts were not in vain, that she truly was helping this city. One night, her spider sense flared again, more vivid and precise than ever, pointing her to a convenience store several blocks away. Instantly, she swung into action, gliding through the gaps between buildings like a white owl in the night. The scene was more complicated than she'd expected. This wasn't a simple robbery, but a calculated pickup. 5 masked men, well-equipped and highly trained. 2 stood guard outside with guns drawn, while 3 inside were swiftly loading boxes, each marked with a strange symbol, into the back of a van. The store owner was sprawled on the floor in a pool of blood, their fate uncertain. Gwen's heart clenched. These weren't ordinary thugs. Their bearing was reminiscent of the mercenaries from that night, but even colder, more professional. A direct assault was out of the question. She made the call in an instant. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, and they held the advantage. Charging would only end in disaster. She could be hurt, or, if the shopkeeper was still alive, innocents could be caught in the crossfire, or the evidence destroyed. Silently, she melted into the shadows of the building across the street, her mind racing through tactics. Use the terrain to create confusion? Distract and attack from another direction? One by one, she dismissed each plan. Their vigilance was intense, their reactions sharp. Ordinary tricks wouldn't work here. As she grew ever more anxious, watching the men finish their loading and prepare to leave. Inside the dilapidated tugboat, Ling Xiao sat with his eyes closed, focusing inward. He guided a faint but pure thread of true energy through his damaged meridians, painstakingly repairing the tiniest of cracks. Suddenly, a subtle shift caught his attention. A sharp, almost imperceptible sense of danger reached him through an invisible connection. It wasn't his own perception, but rather a lingering trace of his own essence, left behind in the essence cultivation pill he had given Gwen. That trace was now being agitated by a surge of external killing intent and tense emotions. He didn't open his eyes, but his spiritual sense spread out like a silent tide of mercury, following that delicate link. In an instant, it crossed several kilometers, allowing him to see the scene Gwen was facing. Chilling murderous intent. Well-trained thugs. Dangerous weapons. Civilians collapsed on the ground. And Gwen herself. Her mind a whirlwind of anxiety and calculation, desperately searching for a solution, but finding none that was perfect. For a moment, a faint ripple disturbed the deep calm of Ling Xiao's heart. This woman shared a karmic bond with him, as one he had vowed to protect. She was not of evil nature, and was actively walking the path of righteous heroism. The situation before her was, indeed, thorny. He did not hesitate. Helping her was helping himself resolve karma, and it would also shield an innocent life in this world. So, outside that convenience store, time seemed to freeze for an instant. The two thugs who were about to load the last box onto the truck suddenly stiffened. It was as if their muscles had been encased in invisible ice, their bodies locked in mid-motion, unable even to twitch a finger. Terror and disbelief exploded in their eyes. Their pupils darted frantically, desperate to make sense of what was happening. Yet nothing was visible. This was not a physical restraint, but rather a bizarre force that seemed to halt the very flow of time around their bodies. The effect lasted only a heartbeat, perhaps a second, maybe even less. But for Gwen, who had been entirely focused on searching for an opening, this sudden, unimaginable twist was nothing short of a gift from the heavens. She had no idea what had occurred, but her battle instincts and spider sense, no longer warning of danger, but instead signaling opportunity, left no time for thought. Her body reacted on pure instinct, choosing the optimal course. Two strands of web shot out, more precise and faster than ever before. Not at the men themselves, but at the barrels of the rifles frozen in their hands. Web struck, latched on, wrapped tight, and yanked with a sudden force. As soon as the mysterious stasis faded, the two thugs felt the terrifying restraint vanish, leaving them stumbling from the sudden release. But their rifles had already been torn from their grasp, clattering across the pavement with a metallic crash. What the hell? The other three thugs, who had been standing guard, snapped to attention. Their guns swung around in an instant, but it was already too late. They had lost their advantage to Gwen. Gwen swooped down from above like a phantom, using the brief chaos she created to twist her body midair in an almost impossible way, dodging the first round of bullets. Her feet landed precisely on the side of the train car, springing off with force, while both hands snapped forward. Two more strands of web shot out, sticking to the heavy metal trash cans outside the convenience store entrance, which she then hurled at the other two armed robbers with a powerful swing. Everything happened so quickly, from the inexplicable stiffness of the robbers to Gwen's sudden assault, disarming them and creating new obstacles. All of it unfolded in the span of a single breath. The remaining three robbers, rattled by the sudden attack and the bizarre fate of their comrades, lost their composure. Their aim faltered, and their formation fell apart. Seizing the moment, Gwen darted into the store, moving as fast as lightning. She made full use of the shelves for cover, combining them with her newly mastered technique for redirecting force, and rushed into close combat. Each of her moves was perfectly timed, slipping past her opponent's strength to strike at joints, pressure points, and other vulnerable spots, quickly rendering two more robbers powerless. The last robber, seeing the situation turn dire, tried to lunge for the fallen shopkeeper to take him hostage. Gwen's eyes turned cold. With a flick of her wrist, a strand of web shot out, catching his ankle and yanking him backward. He crashed to the ground with a wail, immediately bound tight by another web. The fight was over. All five robbers were subdued. The shopkeeper, though badly injured, was still breathing. Gwen quickly reinforced the bindings with more web, dialed both the police and emergency services, and concealed herself in the shadows until she heard the wail of sirens drawing near. Only then did she slip silently away from the scene. It was only on her way back to the tugboat that Gwen's racing heartbeat finally began to slow, though the questions swirling in her mind rose like a relentless tide. That strange pause just now. What on earth was it? It couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Those two robbers had seemed as if someone had pressed a pause button on them, and at that moment, her spider sense had reacted in an utterly bizarre way. An absurd, yet the only reasonable thought, surfaced uncontrollably in her mind. She quickened her pace, almost bursting through the tugboat's hatch. Ling Xiao still sat exactly where he'd been, as if he'd never moved at all. The air around him was calm, his presence even more restrained than before. Yet in the space before him, there seemed to linger the faintest ripple, an almost undetectable disturbance, different from any usual energy fluctuation. Gwen, breathing hard, tore off her mask. Her blue eyes locked onto Ling Xiao, her voice trembling with excitement and uncertainty. Just now. Was that you? Did you do something? Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, meeting her searching gaze with calm composure. He neither confirmed nor denied it, merely asked in a gentle tone. Did the battle go smoothly? Were you hurt? His evasiveness was, to Gwen, as good as an admission. A rush of indescribable awe swept through her. From such a distance? How did he manage that? What kind of power is this, exactly? Countless questions tumbled through her mind, leaving her at a loss for where to begin. She could only stare blankly at the mysterious man before her, realizing for the first time, with startling clarity, that the power he possessed might far exceed even her boldest imagination. Could such otherworldly abilities truly exist? The thought was terrifying. A brief silence fell within the tugboat's cabin. Only the steady rhythm of the East River's current could be faintly heard, echoing through the rusted hull. Gwen stood at the doorway, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths. Her blue eyes, unblinking, were fixed intently on Ling Xiao, as if she hoped to pierce through his calm facade and uncover every secret hidden beneath. Faced with her near-interrogative gaze, Ling Xiao did not shy away. He understood well that, after his recent display of power from a distance, any attempt at concealment was futile and unbecoming besides. This woman's heart was pure. She had saved him before, and they had braved danger together more than once, forging a bond of fate. A measure of honesty, he thought, was the least he could offer in return for her trust, and perhaps it would ease his own heart, aiding his cultivation as well. He did not answer Gwen's questions directly. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the unopened bottle of mineral water she had casually placed beside her. Gwen's gaze instinctively followed the direction of his finger. Ling Xiao's eyes sharpened, but he made no visible move. Yet, as if lifted by an invisible hand, the bottle of water gently rose, hovering steadily in midair about a foot above the table. The bottle turned slowly, its surface catching the faint daylight, streaming in through the porthole and scattering it into a soft, shimmering glow. No strings pulled it, no magnets compelled it. It simply hung there, defying every law of physics Gwen knew, floating calmly against the force of gravity. For a moment, Gwen forgot to breathe. Her eyes went wide, as though she had just witnessed the most impossible sight in the world. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes, half convinced that exhaustion was playing tricks on her. But it was no illusion. The bottle hovered there, perfectly steady, without the slightest tremor. This is, her voice was hoarse, barely able to form a complete sentence. Telekinesis? Clairvoyance? Are you a mutant? She struggled to fit this extraordinary scene into the limits of her own understanding. Ling Xiao gave a slight shake of his head and moved his finger gently. The suspended bottle tilted in the air, and as if guided by an unseen hand, the cap silently unscrewed itself with elegant precision. A stream of clear water poured from the bottle's mouth like a miniature waterfall, yet instead of falling, it gathered and twisted in midair, sometimes forming a spinning sphere, sometimes stretching into a translucent ribbon. At last, it even imitated the fluttering wings of a butterfly, dancing lightly in the air before obediently returning to the bottle. The cap then sealed itself, landing softly back on the table. The entire process was as smooth and natural as drifting clouds and flowing water, imbued with an indescribable rhythm, beauty, and absolute control. It was nothing like the crude force of telekinesis. This was something far beyond. This is neither an innate ability, nor a supernatural power. Ling Xiao withdrew his hand, his voice calm and unruffled, as if he had done nothing remarkable at all. This is art, performed according to law, enacted through the way. Gwen stood utterly frozen, her mind nearly shutting down from the sheer overload of information. Everything she just witnessed shattered the scientific worldview she had always relied on. This wasn't a superpower. This was... Ling Xiao, seeing her struck speechless with shock, continued in that same gentle, clear tone. I am not of this world. I come from a distant realm you might call an immortal world, or cultivation realm. I'm a seeker of the way, a cultivator. My Taoist name is Hunyuanzi, though my given name is Ling Xiao. Cultivation? Gwen echoed, the word feeling both impossibly foreign and absurd, something she'd only encountered in fantasy novels or films. Yet, faced with what she'd just seen, it now seemed the only explanation that made sense. Yes, Ling Xiao nodded. We cultivators draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, temper our bodies, clarify our minds, and seek to transcend life and death, to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos and attain the great way. The power we refine may be called true essence, spiritual energy, or immortal force. The techniques we wield are known as arts or divine abilities. He explained the basics of cultivation in simple terms, avoiding anything too esoteric. I failed my tribulation, suffered a great calamity. My physical body collapsed, my spirit was gravely wounded. Only a fragment of my true soul survived, protected by a remnant of my origin artifact. And so, tearing through the void, I accidentally fell into this world. Though his tone remained steady, his words painted an epic and perilous picture that Gwen could hardly imagine. Tribulation? Immortal world? Primordial spirit? Tearing through the void? Each term strained the limits of her understanding. So you're not an alien? You're an immortal? Gwen's voice sounded distant, as if it might drift away. The immortal path is long, and I have not yet reached such a realm. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly, a trace of subtle longing in his tone. Now, gravely injured as I am, my cultivation is but a fraction of what it was. Compared to the so-called superhumans of this world, I may not be much stronger, only that the path I follow is simply different. He looked at Gwen, his gaze open and sincere. Earlier, when I was unconscious, it was your kindness that saved me. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. Just now, I sense you were in danger. In my urgency, I used the last of my spiritual sense to cast a minor spell, the Binding Charm. The distance was a bit far, so its effect was weak and brief. I hope it did not startle you. So it really was him. From such a distance, he managed to freeze 2 armed robbers in place in an instant. This was simply... Gwen took several deep breaths, trying to steady her pounding heart as she worked to process this explosive revelation. A cultivator from another universe? He failed a heavenly tribulation and ended up in New York? And he can cast spells across space? This was even more unbelievable than if he'd turned out to be an alien. But thinking back on everything since she'd met him, the body that seemed unbreakable, the invisible shield that defended on its own, the way he absorbed energy, those mysterious pills he made, and his cryptic teachings about the Tao, all the impossible things suddenly began to make sense. Science couldn't explain Ling Xiao, because his very existence belonged to an entirely different system, a vast world known as cultivation. At that moment, her entire worldview was shaken as if its foundation had been torn apart, yet there was also a strange, sudden clarity. The secrets of the universe, it seemed, went far beyond anything she'd learned in physics or chemistry. Then, the breathing exercises you taught me, and how to focus my mind, she asked hesitantly. That's the most basic method of regulating energy and spirit. It's the foundation of all cultivation, Ling Xiao replied. Although you're not a cultivator, you have rare gifts and keen intuition. With a little guidance, there are great benefits. The way you quickly grasped and applied these principles to your martial arts shows your exceptional talent. Gwen fell silent. She looked down at her hands, recalling the changes she'd gone through. The precise control over her strength, the effortless flow in combat, that uncanny sense of blending into her surroundings. So it hadn't just been an improvement in technique, but a glimpse into the edge of another entire system of power. After the shock faded, a surge of curiosity and a subtle excitement began to replace her fear and confusion. She looked up at Ling Xiao again, but her eyes had changed. No longer did she see an inscrutable, possibly dangerous being. Now, she saw someone from a distant realm, possessing extraordinary knowledge and power, a cultivator. So, those pills, they're also... Alchemy, Ling Xiao nodded. It's the art of extracting the essence of plants, refining them with true fire, merging their properties to aid cultivation and heal wounds. The energy in this world is thin and chaotic. I need external help to recover more quickly. At last, all the pieces fell into place. Gwen let out a long breath, feeling her taut nerves finally relax a little. The unknown breeds fear, but understanding, even if only a shallow, tentative understanding, brings a measure of peace. Thank you for telling me all this, she said softly, her voice sincere. And thank you for saving me just now, and for helping that shopkeeper. Karma is a cycle. There's no need for thanks, Ling Xiao replied calmly. You saved me from peril, and I help you out of danger. It is simply the way of things. He paused, turning his gaze to Gwen. My existence and the path I walk are both anomalies in this world. Knowing this may not be entirely good for you, it could bring more unknown risks. I understand. Gwen nodded firmly, her eyes regaining their resolve. But I'd rather know the truth. And besides, I trust you. After everything she had experienced, Gwen could feel it clearly. Ling Xiao might possess formidable powers, but he was far from evil. His composure, his wisdom, the way he remained detached yet abided by some unspoken code, all of it made it impossible for her to see him as a threat. The truth had not brought her relief. Instead, it meant heavier responsibilities and a more tangled future. Yet, compared to the anxious doubts and wild speculations she'd harbored before, Gwen now felt a strange sense of solidity in her heart. At last, she understood what it was she was protecting and glimpsed, if only faintly, a world far more vast and wondrous than she'd ever imagined. And sitting quietly in this battered tugboat was a corner of that very world. Now that Ling Xiao had revealed his true identity, the atmosphere in the boat seemed to shift in some subtle way. An invisible bond, forged from their shared secret, grew stronger between them. When Gwen looked at Ling Xiao, there was less suspicion and unease in her eyes, and more of an indefinable sense of awe, along with a feeling almost like a student's reliance on a mentor. She was still shaken by the scope of his inhuman abilities, but it was no longer a nameless terror of the unknown. Instead, it became part of a vast, real system she couldn't yet understand, the way of cultivation. Ling Xiao's days continued to revolve around recovery. Most of the time, he sat quietly, regulating his breath, guiding that slowly strengthening thread of true energy through his battered meridians. Like the most patient of craftsmen, he painstakingly mended the foundation of his cultivation, which teetered on the brink of collapse. The effects of the essence-nurturing pill had been fully absorbed. His complexion was much rosier now, his breathing long and steady. Though full recovery was still a distant goal, he no longer looked as if a stiff breeze might knock him over. Gwen, meanwhile, trained with renewed determination. Now that she understood the existence of the Tao, her practice was no longer just about perfecting techniques. She began to truly perceive, to sense the flow of power, to feel the rhythm of her body, to explore the subtle connection between spider silk and will. She even tried to imitate Ling Xiao's meditation posture. Though she didn't really know how, her focused stillness became a form of cultivation in itself. On this day, night had fallen low, and a hazy mist drifted across the surface of the river. Inside the tugboat, only a single rechargeable lamp cast its cold, white halo of light. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged at the edge of that halo, his eyes half shut, his breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. He had entered a deep meditative state. His consciousness was turned inward. Most of his focus sank into his own body, guiding his vital energy to assault a particularly blocked and damaged meridian node. All sound from the outside world, the flow of water, the whisper of wind, the distant hum of the city, seemed utterly sealed away, unable to disturb him in the slightest. Yet, just as his mind reached perfect clarity at that moment of utter tranquility when self and surroundings faded away, a disturbance, exceedingly faint, yet razor-sharp, suddenly pierced his mental defenses like the tip of a needle. This fluctuation originated from a place unimaginably far away, crossing countless mountains and rivers, perhaps even a barrier between dimensions. So weak it was almost a hallucination. Yet its nature sent a jolt through Ling Xiao's soul, which had been tempered for millennia and was hypersensitive to all forms of energy. It was not a physical vibration, nor the signal of any technological device, nor even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or cosmic power he was striving to absorb. It was a pure, highly condensed, yet saturated with endless sorrow, terror, rage, and a burning urge for destruction. Wave of spiritual energy. At its core, it contained an ancient, chaotic essence, a quality so terrifying it seemed capable of warping reality and rewriting the very laws of existence. This power, Ling Xiao's tightly closed eyelids quivered ever so slightly. This power instantly reminded him of the heart-devouring demonic flames that had attacked his spirit in the final moments of passing through the cataclysm of chaos. Born from negative emotions, capable of twisting perception and corroding the soul, wild and unstable, always on the verge of devouring everything, including its own host. But this force seemed even more primal and sorrowful, like a child lost in endless darkness, crying out in instinctive anguish, brandishing a power that could incinerate all things, yet having no idea what it was or how to stop. Ling Xiao's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly. He did not immediately awaken from his meditation, but instead sent out a wisp of consciousness, as precise as the finest radar, locking onto the fleeting source of that wave, a direction pointing roughly to a region in southeastern Europe, Sokovia. He carefully sensed the fragments of emotion hidden within that disturbance. Boundless sorrow, the agony of losing someone dear, fear of one's own existence, rejection of everything around, and something buried even deeper beyond comprehension, a longing to change everything. This was no naturally formed source of energy, but more like a living soul, enduring immense pain and on the verge of losing control, unconsciously howling in despair. Someone possessing a power enough to shake reality itself, yet utterly incapable of mastering it. A most unfortunate being. A faint ripple stirred in Ling Xiao's state of mind. It was not a matter of good or evil, but rather an instinctive alertness cultivated by those who walk the path of cultivation, a wariness toward this severe imbalance between power and temperament. Such chaotic force, if ever allowed to spiral completely out of control, could prove far more devastating than any ordinary disaster, its reach potentially vast and indiscriminate. He quietly committed to memory the unique frequency of this surge, along with the intense emotional imprint contained within it, as though marking a dangerous and noteworthy coordinate upon the map of his spiritual awareness. Yet he took no action. At this moment, he was in no position to intervene, his cultivation shattered, his strength reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. To say nothing of crossing the ocean, even leaving this small corner of New York was beyond his ability. To probe recklessly would bring no benefit, and might instead invite disaster upon himself. Cultivators, while attuned to fate, must also act within their means and move in harmony with circumstance. That distant, chaotic whisper was like a pebble dropped into a deep pool, its ripples spreading out in delicate circles, only to gradually fade away until not a trace remained. The surrounding energy returned to normal, leaving nothing but the inherent, tangled background noise of New York City. Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a heavy breath, then opened his eyes. For a fleeting moment, gravity flickered in his deep gaze, but quickly settled into tranquil stillness. He lifted his eyes to look across the room. Gwen was striking an old punching bag with whip-like kicks, her movements fluid and powerful. She was wholly absorbed in the rhythm of her body, entirely oblivious to the silent energy storm that had swept across vast distances just moments ago. Perhaps her spider sense could warn her of imminent, nearby dangers, but such subtle fluctuations, rooted in higher planes of spirit and law, remained far beyond her reach. Ling Xiao watched her silently, taking in her focused, vibrant figure. His thoughts drifted back to that distant soul he had sensed, a soul racked with endless pain and despair. The stark contrast deepened his understanding of this fantastical world he now inhabited. Here, the paths to power were many and easily found, yet one's heart and mind might not be able to keep pace. Was this a blessing or a curse? He closed his eyes once more, letting the warning and his reflections sink into the depths of his heart. For now, his foremost concern remained his own recovery. Only by regaining his strength would he be qualified to face the chaos of this world, whether the threats lurked nearby or arose from afar, from the realm of chaos itself. And that girl, far away in Sokovia, perhaps curled up in some lonely corner, trembling in fear and pain, utterly unaware of the tremendous power she possessed, the scarlet-haired Wanda Maximoff, would never know that, in a dilapidated tugboat in distant New York, a foreign immortal had cast a fleeting, silent glance in response to her unconscious cry of anguish. Gwen's life seemed split into two utterly different worlds. One is Gwen Stacy in the sunlight, a high school student with outstanding grades, striving to maintain a facade of normalcy beneath her father's cold, watchful gaze. Every silence at the dinner table feels like a form of torture. The other is the ghost spider of the night, treading the razor's edge of danger, guarding a secret powerful enough to upend the world's understanding, and glimpsing new realms of power under the guidance of a sage from another world. This split existence leaves her utterly exhausted, yet she pushes on, fueled by a belief inside her that grows stronger with every passing day. Her cold war with her father drags on, filling the house with a suffocating tension. George Stacy no longer tries to argue with her. Instead, his silence grows heavier, laden with scrutiny and deep, gnawing worry. He comes home later now, carrying a sharper scent of smoke and a wearier, more piercing look in his eyes. Gwen knows he has never stopped investigating. If anything, he may be closer than ever to the truth. That suspicion is soon confirmed. Returning from a night patrol, Gwen narrowly avoids several newly installed covert surveillance cameras along her usual route, relying on her increasingly acute spider sense and the stealth techniques taught by Ling Xiao. These cameras are expertly disguised, far beyond standard city equipment, cold, hard-edged, and unmistakably branded with the marks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Their coverage is steadily, systematically tightening, closing in like a fisherman's net drawn taut, with its sights set directly on the East River docks. Worse still, as she approaches the pier where the tugboat is moored, her spider sense suddenly flares, sharp and fleeting. A drone sweeps overhead, methodically scanning the area in a grid pattern. She can even faintly sense an unnatural tremor running through the ground, as though heavy machinery or a large team is at work nearby. The pressure intensifies. The S.H.I.E.L.D. net has unmistakably descended over this area. Yet another threat still lurks in the shadows. A few days later, as Gwen tries to pick up some essentials in a distant neighborhood, she feels it again. A familiar, loathsome sensation, the malicious weight of someone watching her. This isn't the systematic surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D., but something colder, more predatory, a stalking presence. She spins around, catching only the tail lights of a black sedan vanishing around the corner. The car itself is unremarkable, but the chill of being hunted by a viper won't leave her. The mercenaries again. Like hyenas, they're still prowling, waiting for their chance. What truly unsettles her is the discovery she makes while using the subway tunnels to move unseen. Fresh scrape marks on the tunnel walls and unfamiliar footprints, not from city workers, pointing roughly in the direction of the tugboat. These people have already started probing the underground network. Two mighty forces, like vast nets tightening from both sky and earth, were closing in, driving her and Ling Xiao into a corner. The tugboat, their temporary refuge, was no longer safe. She returned to the tugboat, weighed down by worry, her face etched with anxiety and urgency. Without even bothering to take off her uniform, she rushed to Ling Xiao, who was sitting in silent meditation, and spoke with agitation. "They're getting closer. S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance cameras are just a few blocks away. Those mercenaries are still around too. They're even searching the underground tunnels. We can't stay here any longer." Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, showing no surprise at the bad news Gwen brought. Though most of his spiritual focus was turned inward for self-repair, he was acutely aware of the subtle shifts in their surroundings. The invisible pressure thickening in the air, the sensation of being entangled in the focused attention of multiple forces, the weight of cause and effect. He felt it even more keenly than Gwen. As expected, he replied, his tone calm, as if discussing the weather. "They're not ordinary people. Since they're determined to search, this place was bound to fall sooner or later. So what do we do?" Gwen crouched in front of him, her blue eyes brimming with worry. "Move again? But where could possibly be safer? S.H.I.E.L.D. and those others have probably checked every possible hideout in New York by now." A series of alternative locations flashed through her mind, only to be dismissed one after another. Her father's pressure, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inescapable net, the relentless pursuit of the mercenaries, all of it pressed in on her, leaving her with a suffocating sense of despair she'd never felt before. Ling Xiao's gaze swept over the battered tugboat that had, for a time, sheltered them. He was silent for a moment. Then he turned to Gwen, his eyes deep and resolute. "If necessary, I can intervene briefly, trigger a burst of energy chaotic enough to cover several miles. While their attention is diverted and their systems thrown into disarray, we could use the opportunity to escape far away." He paused, then added, "But such a move is like lighting a beacon in the dead of night. It may deceive our pursuers, but would also make my presence glaringly obvious to certain others. And in my current state, the cost would be considerable." At those words, Gwen's heart clenched. She instantly understood what Ling Xiao meant. He could cause a massive distraction, but that would be the same as announcing to everyone, especially S.H.I.E.L.D. and those mysterious others he'd mentioned, exactly where he was. She couldn't help but recall the sanctum he'd sensed and the chaotic energies from distant quarters. He's right here, and possesses power beyond imagination. That would only invite an even more frenzied and reckless pursuit. But what truly unsettled her was the toll it would take on him. His recovery had been hard-won, and every major expenditure of strength risked undoing all the progress he'd made. "No, absolutely not," Gwen blurted out, shaking her head repeatedly. "That's far too dangerous. You'd be completely exposed. In your body." She bit her lip, pacing anxiously back and forth in the cramped cabin. "There must be another way. We could be more careful, try moving during the day, or maybe use the sewer system. There has to be some gap in their surveillance." But even as she said it, Gwen knew these were little more than words of self-consolation. When faced with the relentless pursuit of both a nation's machinery and a secretive organization, what could one person possibly do? The weight of the decision pressed down on her, heavy and unyielding. On one side, their survival crisis was worsening by the hour, closing in from all directions. On the other, there was Li Zhao's plan, a desperate gamble that would reveal him and drain what precious strength he had left. A sense of helplessness and inner turmoil flooded Gwen like never before. Her gaze was drawn, almost against her will, to the porthole. Outside, the New York night sky was a chaotic orange-red, washed out by the city's neon glow. No stars, only the endless, suffocating clamor and a feeling of being watched. What was her father doing right now? Was he poring over maps and reports, narrowing the search, little by little, to this very corner where she was hiding? Did he realize that with every step he took, he was tightening the noose around his own daughter's fragile line between life and death? The atmosphere was taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, the air thick with the tension of an impending storm. Every unusual sound from outside made Gwen's heart skip a beat. Li Xiao said nothing more, simply watching her in silence. The choice was hers, and he respected that. After all, she understood the rules of this world and the nature of their enemies far better than he did. The tugboat rocked gently in the murky river, like a lone leaf adrift in a storm, awaiting whatever fate would bring. And Gwen knew she had to decide, and soon. Time was no longer on their side. Her anxiety burned like a silent fire in the tiny cabin. She paced back and forth, her nails unconsciously digging into her palms, leaving deep marks. Outside, New York's neon lights glared through the porthole like the cold, oppressive eyes of a giant beast. Her father's silence, SHLD's tightening net, the mercenaries' unyielding pursuit, all of it pressed down on her, leaving her barely able to breathe. Li Zhao's proposal hung over her like a double-edged sword. Creating chaos might win them a slim chance at escape, but the cost. She suddenly stopped, turning to look at Li Xiao, who still sat quietly. His calm was such a stark contrast to the storm raging inside her that, strangely, it steadied her racing heart just a little. "No," she repeated, her voice more resolute than before. "We can't force our way through. The price of exposing you is one we simply can't afford." She drew a deep breath, forcing her chaotic thoughts to settle. There must be another way. We need a plan, one that's cleverer, not just stronger. She looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes shining with an unyielding determination. "Before, you managed to distract them with a precise energy decoy, didn't you? That time, the range was small, but it was accurate. Could we do it again? But this time, instead of luring them to a single point, we send them off in the wrong direction, somewhere far enough to throw them completely off balance." A faint, approving glimmer passed through the depths of Ling Zhao's eyes. Even caught in dire straits, this woman had not lost her composure. Instead, she could search for a better solution under pressure. Her temperament was indeed promising. "Yes," he replied with a slow nod. "But to set this plan in motion, we must know their movements and ensure they believe the ruse." He closed his eyes ever so slightly, and that thread of spiritual awareness, now much stronger than before, quietly spread out like liquid silver, more concentrated, more concealed. This time, he didn't directly probe the surveillance cameras or the staff. Instead, he sensed the flow and density of energy throughout the area. SHLD's sophisticated instruments, the clustering of personnel, the nexus of communication signals, all of it, under the sweep of his formidable mind, transformed into an invisible map of energy currents. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, dipped his finger into the river, and began tracing on the dust-covered ground. "Their search is focused on the northwest and southeast," he said in a low, steady voice, pointing to several directions. "Their forces are concentrated there, and surveillance is tightest. However, in the northeast, by the river, near the factories, the terrain is complex, signals are scattered, and defenses are thinner. That's the weakest link in their net." His finger traced a winding path, skirting the key areas, finally stopping at a broad, abandoned industrial zone to the northeast. "Here," he said, tapping just south of the center of the industrial area, "I can simulate a small-scale energy surge, similar in nature to the remnants from my fall, but more explosive and deceptive. It will make them think I'm either desperate to flee or losing control of my power." He turned to Gwen, his gaze sharp. "The burst must last for 10 heartbeats, powerful enough to trigger all their sensors and draw their main force at once. With their weakest point left exposed, their defenses will be even thinner. In that window, you must take me and escape along this route." He pressed his finger firmly at the start of their winding escape path. "Speed is everything. After casting the spell, I'll be drained for a moment. You'll need to give it your all." Gwen stared intently at the crude, yet unmistakably clear tactical map laid out on the ground, her heart pounding faster with a mix of nerves and excitement. In her mind, a clear and workable plan quickly took shape. She understood Ling Zhao's intention completely. Create a diversion in the east to strike in the west, slip through under the cover of chaos. "Understood," she nodded firmly, her eyes shining with determination. 10 seconds is plenty. I know that route by heart. I can avoid the main roads and open spaces entirely, using the underground tunnels and a maze of abandoned buildings. As long as you draw their attention on your end, I swear I'll get you out." With the plan set, there was no more hesitation. Gwen immediately started her final preparations, checking her web shooter, confirming every detail of the route, and packing the last of her essential gear. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao closed his eyes once more, focusing inward to gather what little true energy remained within him, carefully constructing an illusion of energy meant to deceive their enemies. This required absolute precision. It had to be convincing and intense enough to incite panic, yet controlled so it wouldn't cause real destruction, and it had to be sustained remotely, which taxed his mind to the limit. Time ticked by, second after second, and the air inside the tugboat seemed to solidify with tension. We could hear her own heartbeat growing louder and louder in her ears. At last, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them before his face grew a shade paler. It's time. He brought two fingers together like the blade of a sword, and at his fingertips a thread of intensely condensed, chaotic light began to swirl. Rather than shooting out, it traced an intricate rune through the air with a mysterious, graceful motion. The moment the rune was completed, it instantly dissolved into the emptiness. Almost simultaneously, in the northeast, several kilometers away above the derelict industrial district, the night sky was suddenly torn apart by a pillar of blue-white light. Unlike the previous decoy, this beam was wild and unstable, surging with violent arcs of energy that roared with a deafening, thunderous hum. The very ground trembled, loose stones rattling as if the earth itself recognized the threat. Waves of power erupted outwards in all directions like a tsunami. Alert! Alert! Ultra-high energy spike detected. Signature matches the EV target. Location: abandoned plant number 7, Northeast Brooklyn. Energy levels are skyrocketing. Unstable. Risk of a runaway event. All units. Highest priority. Assemble at the energy spike immediately. Repeat. All units converge on plant number 7. Lock down the entire area. The shield comms channel was instantly flooded with frantic voices. Drones in the sky veered sharply toward the disturbance, and every vehicle engine on the ground roared to life, surging forward like sharks scenting blood, racing headlong for the decoy. Even the Hydra surveillance posts hidden in the shadows couldn't resist. Their agents scrambled into action, desperate to get there first. Gwen's spider sense registered it with perfect clarity. The suffocating pressure around them vanished in an instant. The ironclad ring that had hemmed them cracked wide open, leaving a gaping breach. Now's our chance, Gwen murmured, her voice low and urgent. Without a moment's hesitation, she hoisted Ling Xiao, whose breath was still uneven from spell casting, onto her back. Thanks to rigorous training and the nourishing effects of special elixirs, Gwen was far stronger than any ordinary person. With Ling Xiao secured, she charged through the tugboat's hatch in a single, explosive motion. Instead of taking the obvious route along the ground, she plunged straight into the icy, murky river, using the shadows along the bank and the cover of bridge pylons to conceal their escape. Moving with the sleek agility of an otter, she slipped along the shoreline, making for the weakest point in the northeast sector just as they planned. Her movements were blindingly fast. Every lesson Ling Xiao had drilled into her about flow and concealment now brought to perfection. With her spider sense pushed to the limit, she dodged the last scattered surveillance points well before they could spot her. Gwen could hear the distant wail of sirens and the roar of engines, but all that noise and chaos only served to mask their escape, turning the enemy's own confusion into their greatest shield. 10 heartbeats, gone in a flash. By the time squad from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra poured frantically into the abandoned industrial zone, all they found were a few warped air currents and scorch marks left by the energy blast. There was no trace of their quarry. Confusion and frustration filled the empty ruins. Meanwhile, Gwen, carrying Ling Xiao like a true phantom, slipped unseen from a nondescript drainage outflow choked with garbage along the riverbank. Silent as a shadow, she vanished into the tangled maze of the city, leaving her pursuers with nothing but empty air. Shedding the old skin, slipping through hidden passageways. In perfect silence, they found a sliver of space to catch their breath. But the true storm was only just beginning to gather. The icy river soaked through Gwen's uniform, chilling her to the bone as it clung to her skin. Yet she barely noticed. The world had narrowed to a razor's edge, her senses taut as a bowstring. With Ling Xiao on her back, she powered forward along their planned underwater route, each stroke as gentle as possible, careful not to send up a single splash. Her spider sense stretched to its furthest reach, working like an invisible sonar, sweeping for any sign of movement above the water surface. From the distance, the ruckus of the abandoned factory district reached her. Sirens, shouts, even the muffled boom of an explosion, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. probing the aftermath of the energy burst. All those sounds became the wild soundtrack of their escape, drowning out the faintest hint of their presence. At last, just as her lungs were burning for air, Gwen's memory led her to a nearly submerged, rusted iron ladder. She surfaced with utmost caution, scanning every shadow. This was a forgotten corner of the docks, littered with rusted shipping containers and the wrecks of broken fishing boats. The air was thick with the stench of fish and oil. In the distance, city lights glimmered like faded stars. Here, It felt as though prosperity had well and truly passed them by. There were no blinking lights from surveillance cameras, no low drone of distant UAVs, and even her spider sense detected only the harmless, desolate silence unique to abandoned places. For now, they were safe. Gwen let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, and only then did the chill of the river water sink into her bones, making her shiver uncontrollably. She gently set Ling Xiao down, propping him against a relatively dry wall of a shipping container. His face was even paler than before, his eyes closed in meditation. Clearly, the delicate manipulation required for that long-range energy illusion had taken a heavy toll. "How are you feeling?" Gwen asked in a low voice, concern evident in her tone. Her fingers moved instinctively to check his pulse, but she stopped midway, remembering he wasn't exactly ordinary. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fatigue in their depths, though his gaze was still sharp and lucid. "I'm fine. Just a bit of depleted energy. A short rest will suffice." His eyes swept over their surroundings. "This place will do." His assessments were always so brief and objective. Yet from those simple words, "will do," Gwen heard approval, and at last, the tension that had been wound tight within her eased a little. Supporting Ling Xiao, she led him toward the new hideout she'd already scouted, a tugboat, larger than their previous one, but in even worse condition. It was nearly swallowed by discarded fishing nets and debris, the whole listing, half-stranded in the mudflat, like the skeleton of some ancient beast forsaken by time. With practiced hands, Gwen cleared away the camouflage, revealing a rusted hatch just big enough for a person squeezed through. The interior was even worse than she'd expected. Plenty of space, but thick layers of dust and unknown stains covered every surface, and the air was thick with the stench of mold and stagnant water. Broken furniture lay haphazardly about, and in the corners were signs that small animals had made their homes here. A flicker of embarrassment and apology crossed Gwen's face. "It's not much, but it's more out of the way. Should be safer. I stashed a few things here ahead of time." She walked over to a rusted iron cabinet and wrenched it open, using just a hint of her spider strength. Inside, as she'd hoped, were sealed bottles of drinking water, compressed rations, batteries, and a change of clean clothes. As Gwen bustled about, clearing a patch of floor, laying down a moisture-proof mat, and fetching supplies from her treasure chest, she looked every bit the busy squirrel preparing for winter. Ling Xiao watched her in silence, noticing her carefulness and resilience. Despite the immense pressure she was under, she had still managed to prepare so much in advance. It was no small feat. "You've gone to a lot of trouble," he said quietly. Gwen paused, then shook her head. "It's nothing. I couldn't just leave you back in that place." She was referring to the damp subway maintenance room and their first tugboat hideout. Once Ling Xiao was settled cross-legged on the driest spot she'd managed to clear, focusing on his recovery, Gwen herself did not rest. She pulled out her tools and materials. She had scavenged some copper wires from discarded electronics, found a few oddly shaped crystals in the E-Way scrapyard based on Ling Xiao's earlier descriptions, though Gwen even suspected some were just pieces of glass, and, as a final touch, she had bartered away her pocket money to a few shady black market types for several strange mineral fragments of uncertain origin, each radiating a faint, mysterious energy. The sellers had claimed these were extraterrestrial meteorites. Gwen laid all these items out before Ling Xiao, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Do you think this is enough? Can you set up that array with ease?" Ling Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the assortment of materials. He nodded slightly. Crude, but sufficient. He picked up the fragments that pulsed with faint energy. As his fingertips glimmered with a subtle, clear light, he sensed their properties for a moment. "These quite interesting. Their energies are muddled, but there's a faint resonance with the ley lines of this world. They'll serve well as auxiliary components for the array's core." Saying no more, he gestured for Gwen to step back. Then, with two fingers poised like a blade, a faint shimmer of primordial light flickering at his tips, he began to trace intricate, arcane glyphs in the air using the gathered materials as his foundation. This time, Gwen held her breath and focused intently, determined not to miss a single detail. She watched as the copper wires beneath Ling Xiao's fingers seemed to come alive, twisting and weaving themselves into patterns imbued with geometric grace. The crystals and mineral shard were placed with uncanny precision at specific nodes, each one pulsing with a gentle, resonant glow. Invisible lines of energy spread outward from Ling Xiao, radiating like the threads of a faint, luminous web, slowly merging into the tugboat's bulkheads, deck, and even the very air around them. There was no thunderous spectacle, yet the entire process was suffused with an indescribable sense of harmony, a rhythm that seemed to set the rules of heaven and earth in gentle accord. Ling Xiao moved with seamless grace, his actions marked by an ancient elegance and absolute command, as though he were not merely casting a spell, but conducting a solemn ritual. At last, when his final finger tap landed upon the largest mineral fragment at the heart of the array, the tugboat's interior shivered almost imperceptibly, a low, barely audible hum resonating through the hull before everything fell utterly still. The air itself felt subtly changed. The staleness and stagnant water scent had faded, replaced by the faintest trace of something fresh and soothing, a breath of calm that echoed Ling Xiao's own aura, though far more diluted. Even the sound from outside, the river, the wind, became distant and blurred, as if muffled by an unseen barrier. A peculiar sense of tranquility settled gently over the entire space. The concealment array is complete. Ling Xiao withdrew his power, his breath growing even fainter, but a note of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This array can distort ordinary optical observation, interfere with most energy scans, and absorb stray energies to gently nourish any life within. As for external spiritual senses, well, abilities akin to telepathy or divination, unless someone is specifically searching for us, it will be difficult for them to notice anything unusual here. Gwen curiously tried to sense the change. She walked to the porthole and looked outside. The scene appeared the same, yet she felt an odd sensation, as though from the outside, this place would seem blurred, easily overlooked. Her spider sense, normally taut and alert, grew strangely calm within this quietude, releasing her from its constant, anxious warnings. This was simply astonishing. Far beyond any high-tech stealth device she'd ever heard of. Was this actually rewriting the rules of the space around them? "Thank you," she said sincerely, awe and a hint of safety welling up in her heart. "Now we can finally catch our breath." Ling Xiao gave a slight nod and closed his eyes again to recover. Clearly, setting up the array had cost him significant strength. Gwen, too, began to truly settle into this makeshift, new home. It was still shabby, run down, but with the protection of the array, it felt as if an invisible wall now separated them from the dangers and chaos outside. She cleaned carefully, rolled out sleeping bags, organized their supplies, and even salvaged some discarded containers, hoping to draw and purify water from the river. Amid her busy work, she would find herself glancing at Ling Xiao in his silent meditation. The gentle radiance gathered around him pulsed softly in the dim cabin, resonating in harmony with the energy field of the concealment array. He no longer seemed a wounded stranger sheltering here, but rather the heart and guardian spirit of this small, hidden world. A strange sense of mutual dependence began to take root in Gwen's heart. This place was not home, still makeshift, battered, and filled with uncertainty. Yet for the moment, it offered a rare refuge, a place to hide their wounds and gather their strength. Their new nest by the riverside had quietly taken shape amidst the city's clamor, waiting for whatever tomorrow might bring. The fleeting peace brought by the concealment array was like a spring in the desert, soothing their frayed nerves. Even time itself seemed to slow within the tugboat, isolating them from pursuit and noise. Though the surroundings remained dilapidated, the invisible shield of energy gave this space a rare and comforting tranquility. Most of the time, Ling Xiao remained deeply absorbed in his meditation. The concealment array not only hid their presence from the outside world, but also worked like a miniature spirit-gathering formation. Though its effect was subtle and gradual, it continuously drew in the sparse energies from the environment, be it cosmic radiation, the breath of the Earth's veins, or the stray electromagnetic currents drifting through the city. The array would first refine these energies, then channel them back to him, its core and sole beneficiary. His recovery was noticeably faster than before. The pallor that once made his face look as white as paper was now giving way to a gentle, healthy glow. His breathing grew deeper and more even, while the subdued aura encircling him became increasingly solid, like a piece of flawless jade radiating a soft, inner light. With every breath he took, the energy field inside the cabin would ripple ever so slightly, as if resonating in harmony with the array itself. Gwen quickly noticed these changes, her heart filling with relief and delight. Yet she also realized that Ling Xiao's recovery seemed to have plateaued. It was no longer as dramatic as it had been right after he'd taken the vitality elixir. "Is your injury hitting a bottleneck?" she finally asked one day, unable to hold back her concern. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The brilliance within them was clearer and sharper than before. "Damage to the immortal foundation is no ordinary wound," he replied. "At first, the healing comes easily, as though filling a ravine. But the deeper you go, the harder it becomes, like reshaping mountains and rivers. The power of the previous elixir has already been spent. His gaze shifted to the herbs and minerals Gwen had brought for him earlier. I'll need to concoct a stronger elixir and use the array to focus its energies. Only then can I keep making progress. A stronger elixir? Immediately, Gwen recalled the miraculous effects of the vitality elixir he'd made before. Her curiosity and admiration for Ling Xiao's seemingly unscientific, yet undeniably effective alchemy had only grown with each new experience. What herbs do you need this time? I'll go find them, she said, eager and determined. Ling Xiao paused to think. The names and descriptions of the plants he listed this time were even more unusual, with some requiring very specific times for harvesting or unique environments for growth. He also needed several rare mineral powders, infused with either Yin energy or the power of the stars. His descriptions for these were cryptic, bordering on the esoteric. Gwen felt a headache coming on as she tried to memorize it all, but she persisted. This was nothing short of a high-level city-wide treasure hunt. Yet she didn't complain. On the contrary, she saw it as both a challenge and an opportunity to learn. Over the next few days, Gwen's nightly patrols took on a new sense of purpose. No longer was she focused solely on stopping street crime. Instead, she became a patient gatherer and explorer, weaving through the city's forgotten corners. The closed-off botanical gardens at midnight, shadowy recesses of abandoned factories, wetlands along the riverbanks, and even the edges of old, seldom-visited graveyards. Relying on her spider sense for the faintest traces of energy, she ventured into abandoned electronic junkyards and even the depths of newly excavated construction sites, searching for the special minerals Ling Xiao had described. The process was fraught with danger. Yet when she finally laid out the painstakingly gathered materials, still caked with dirt or tinged with rust, before Ling Xiao, an indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up inside her. Ling Xiao examined each material with great care. Occasionally, he would lift an herb to his nose for a discerning sniff or channel a gentle radiance through his fingertips to sense the energy within a mineral. A trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. The quality may not be the finest, but the spiritual essence remains intact. These will suffice. You've done well. That simple acknowledgement made Gwen feel that every risk she had taken was worth it. This time, Ling Xiao didn't begin alchemy right away. First, using several of the energy-laden minerals as the core, he superimposed a small auxiliary array, designed specifically to gather and stabilize energy, on top of the ship's existing concealment formation. Instantly, the flow of energy within the cabin became more orderly and focused, and the air freshened until it seemed as pure as a mountain peak. Only then did he formally begin the process. It resembled the previous attempt, yet was far more complex and breathtaking. The life-bound alchemical flame that danced at Ling Xiao's fingertips burned deeper, almost pure white, its rune-lit shadows shifting with dazzling speed and intricacy. Various herbs were cast into the fire, their essences refined into not just powders, but also liquids and vapors, each shimmering with radiant spiritual light and releasing an even richer, more exotic fragrance. The mineral powders were added one after another, fusing and reacting with the herbal essences amid the flames. Sometimes there was a faint crackling sound, sometimes a dangerous surge of energy, but Ling Xiao maintained perfect control throughout. From a distance, Gwen watched with bated breath, scarcely daring to move. She saw beads of sweat gathering at Ling Xiao's temples, his complexion paling. Clearly, the effort of controlling the process was immense. The entire tugboat was suffused with swirling medicinal vapor and dazzling spiritual light. If not for the protective array, the spectacle would have burst forth into the sky. At last, when every essence was perfectly fused and the alchemical flame suddenly drew inward, 3 pills, each the size of a longan fruit, flawlessly round, their deep amber hue alive with swirling, cloud-like radiance, floated in the air, emanating a boundless medicinal power that lifted the spirit and calmed the mind. In that instant, as the pills formed, the energy within the entire array quaked in response. Ling Xiao let out a long breath, thick with the scent of medicinal herbs, and reached out to gather the 3 pill-like elixirs, each seeming almost alive, into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. In truth, it was an old powder case Gwen had picked up at a second-hand shop, which he had simply refined into a container for the pills. He looked obviously more drained, but his eyes shone with deep satisfaction. This pill is called Restorative Elixir. It's especially effective for healing the foundation of one's cultivation and nourishing the soul, he explained. Pouring out a single pill, he placed it into his mouth and immediately closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Gwen watched him with anxious anticipation. As soon as Ling Xiao swallowed the pill, the soft glow around him suddenly flared, growing as bright as a miniature sun, illuminating every corner of the cabin in sharp detail. From within his body, there came a faint sound, like the rush of a mountain stream or the clear ring of metal and stone lightly striking. Before her very eyes, color flooded back into his cheeks, and his aura grew ever deeper, more mysterious and unfathomable. Only after long while did these wondrous signs gradually fade. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and in their depths shone a radiance as profound as the starry sea. It was as if his entire presence had grown, elevated to a new level. Though he was still far from full recovery, he had clearly broken through the difficult bottleneck that had held him back. "This is incredible," Gwyn couldn't help but exclaim. "This alchemy, it's just like magic. No, it's even more amazing than magic." She struggled to find words that could capture what she felt. Magic borrows from external forces. Alchemy seeks the root of all things. Ling Xiao replied quietly, a note of cultivator's pride in his tone. All things in the world are born of the interplay between yin, yang, and the five elements. From their interactions come endless transformations. The art of alchemy is to understand these natures, guide their changes, discard the impure, refine the essence, and draw the spirit of heaven and earth for one's own use. This is in harmony with the way of nature, not some mere trick that breaks the rules. He glanced at Gwyn, noticing her eyes alight with fascination despite her uncertain understanding. He pointed to a few scraps of leftover herbs and minerals on the floor. "If you're interested, you could learn to recognize the properties of plants, stones, and metals. That would help you sense the world's energies and make better use of your own strength." Gwyn nodded eagerly, her blue eyes sparkling with a hunger for knowledge she had never known before. For the first time, she realized with perfect clarity that the man before her was not just a wounded stranger of great power, but a walking treasure trove, a living library from another world. What he brought was more than protection. He was a gateway to an entirely new reality. And that gateway was now slowly opening, right before her eyes. The effects of the restorative elixir were remarkable. Ling Xiao's recovery entered a new stage. Though he was still far from his prime, he no longer had to constantly focus inward to suppress his wounds. Occasionally, he could even pace slowly through the towboat cabin, stretching his limbs and letting his body breathe. More often than not, he would stand by the porthole, gazing at the river flowing past and the silhouette of the city on the opposite bank. In those deep, contemplative eyes, neon lights shimmered in reflection. Yet it was as if he were searching for something farther away, something fundamental. The flow of energy, the threads of law that wove through the world. Gwen's life, meanwhile, remained a difficult balancing act between her dual identities. The pressure of school, the icy stalemate with her father, and the enormous secret of Ling Xiao's existence weighed on her heart like three mountains she could never set down. Only at night, when she became the ghost spider on patrol, swinging freely between the city's towers and infusing each strike with the principles Ling Xiao had taught her, could she taste a fleeting moment of relief and control. Her movements grew ever more fluid and natural, less forced, more like a graceful stream, imbued with a sense of effortless flow. Dealing with ordinary street crime had become almost trivial for her. This newfound confidence sometimes led her to expand her patrols into areas she once would have avoided with caution, places like Hell's Kitchen. A single street separated this neighborhood from Manhattan's glitz, yet it felt like another world entirely. The air was thick with poverty, crime, and despair. Every alley and corner concealed shady dealings hidden from the light. Here, evil was raw and dangerous. One night, Gwen was tracking a gang of arms dealers who had slipped away from the docks. Their trail vanished deep within Hell's Kitchen's labyrinthine alleys. Relying on her heightened spider sense and her acute awareness of air currents and sounds, she quickly pinpointed her targets. Several men hiding inside an abandoned laundromat, apparently waiting for a buyer. She crouched in the shadows atop a rooftop across the street, her white suit blending into the gloom. Just as she prepared to move, her spider sense tingled. Not with danger, but with something else, the uncanny feeling of being observed by someone with equally sharp senses. It was as though another pair of eyes, hidden in the darkness, had also taken notice of the deal below, and had detected her presence as well. Gwen's heart tightened. Instantly, she pulled back, merging into the deeper shadows. Almost at that very moment, a black-clad figure landed soundlessly on the fire escape below, light as a bat. He wore a dark red suit and goggles, twin batons in hand, moving with the predatory grace of a big cat. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, the guardian of Hell's Kitchen. One had heard the rumors, but had never crossed paths with him until now. She watched as Daredevil appeared to listen intently for a moment, then, without warning, leapt into action. He was fast as lightning, yet utterly silent, slipping with precision through the laundromat's back entrance. Shouts, the sounds of struggle, and the clash of metal erupted from within. Gwen didn't hesitate any longer. She fired her web and swung into the fray. She saw Daredevil holding his own against multiple foes. His fighting skills were extraordinary, his movements unpredictable, always dodging attacks by the narrowest of margins. The short batons in his hands struck like venomous snakes, targeting his opponent's weakest joints and weapons. But his combat style favored close quarters, brutal yet efficient. Spider-Woman, one of the arms dealers, cried out in shock, seemingly recognizing her. In that instant of distraction, Daredevil knocked him out with a swift blow. Gwen joined the fight, her style a stark contrast to Daredevil's. She didn't rush into close range. Instead, she used her webs to interfere from a distance, sometimes gluing down an enemy's weapon, sometimes creating obstacles, her movements elusive and light, as if she were dancing through a hail of bullets. At every crucial moment, she would resolve danger with the smallest motion, even guiding attacks, so they struck nothing but air, or, better yet, the attacker's own allies. At one point, a thug raised a submachine gun and began firing wildly, bullets spraying toward both Daredevil and Gwen. Relying on his heightened senses, Daredevil dodged at breakneck speed, though not without a hint of desperation. Gwen, however, advanced instead of retreating. She shot a web up to a bare pipe overhead and swung along its arc, her body moving like a pendulum through the path of the bullets. In a flash, her feet struck the thug's wrist and the gun itself with pinpoint accuracy. The thug felt a deft, twisting force spin through him. His gun barrel jerked upward, spraying bullets into the ceiling, and he himself was spun off his feet, crashing to the ground as his weapon flew from his grasp. Daredevil paused for a split second. Though his face was hidden behind his lenses, he seemed to tilt his head in Gwen's direction, a subtle hint of surprise. He could hear that what she'd just done wasn't brute strength or raw speed, but rather a masterful control and redirection of force, completely different from the fighting style seen in her combat footage several months back. The fight ended quickly. The arms dealers were all subdued, left groaning on the ground. For a moment, quiet returned to the alley, broken only by heavy breathing. Gwen and Daredevil stood facing each other, a few paces apart, each studying the other. "Not often I see you in Hell's Kitchen." Daredevil was the first to speak. His voice, muffled by the mask, was low and gravelly, yet carried an odd calm and penetrating clarity. "And your style has changed." Gwen could sense his focus, not from sight, but from something more, an invisible wave of sound sweeping over her, making her slightly uneasy. "Gotta improve somehow, right?" she replied, tried to sound casual. "These guys were causing trouble at the docks. I followed them here." Daredevil nodded slightly, seeming to accept the explanation. He crouched down, examining the weapon one of the unconscious thugs had been carrying. His brow furrowed. Military-grade gear. Not something your average gang should have. Someone's backing them. His extraordinary senses could hear the slightest wear on the weapons, catch the lingering scent of gunpowder, and even detect traces of expensive cologne that clearly didn't belong to these petty criminals. At that moment, police sirens wailed in the distance. "The police are almost here," Daredevil said, rising to his feet. "Let me handle things from here. You should go, Spider. Hell's Kitchen runs deeper than you think. It's no place for beginners, even if you've picked up a few new tricks." His tone wasn't dismissive. It sounded more like a warning born of hard-won experience. Gwen had heard the sirens too, and knew she couldn't stay much longer. She nodded, ready to leave. But just as she turned to go, Daredevil spoke again, his voice laced with a subtle, probing curiosity. "And have you run into anything else lately?" Gwen's heart skipped a beat. Her movements froze for an instant. Did he know? Had he sensed Ling Zhao's influence? Daredevil's heightened senses could pick up details beyond any normal person's reach. The rhythm of a heartbeat, the rush of blood, the faintest tremor of a muscle, even shifts in emotion. He could hear that beneath Gwen's use of her powers, there was a strange, ancient harmony at play, something utterly different from the enhancements in her genes. It was faint, but unmistakably real, as if an invisible mentor were guiding her every move. "I don't know what you mean," Gwen forced herself to answer calmly, her voice trained and steady. "I just figured out some new techniques on my own, that's all." Daredevil was silent for a few seconds. Though his eyes were hidden behind his mask, one could almost feel his gaze searching for the truth. But he let it go, simply saying, "Maybe so. Just know this. There's a lot of new things in New York these days, and some of them are dangerous. Take care of yourself." With that, he turned away from Gwen, and in a swift, fluid motion, melted into the tangled shadows of the alley, vanishing from sight. Gwen stood where she was, the wail of sirens drawing nearer, but inside, her thoughts were in turmoil. Daredevil's warning and Matt's almost terrifying perceptiveness had snapped her nerves back to full alert. Even Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen could sense something was off. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or HYDRA? Or her own father? She didn't dare dwell on it. Instantly, she fired a web and swung away, leaving the scene behind. On her way back to the tugboat, Daredevil's words, something else and new things, echoed in her mind. She realized that as Ling Xiao recovered and his influence on her deepened, their risk of exposure wasn't shrinking. Instead, it was growing subtly, unpredictably, and in ways she could barely begin to understand. Gwen's life was like walking a tightrope. On one end, the fragile facade of normalcy at school and home. On the other, the earth-shattering secret hidden in the tugboat and the dangers of her nightly patrols. Her brief encounter with Daredevil was like a cold needle, piercing the little confidence she had built up, a sharp reminder of the ever-present risks surrounding her. She grew more cautious, steering clear of sensitive areas like Hell's Kitchen during her night patrols, and her movements became increasingly elusive and unpredictable. Yet, she had overlooked the most crucial point. Her father, George Stacy, a veteran detective with decades of experience, known for his keen intuition and stubborn tenacity. The obsession born from a father's worry for his daughter, combined with a policeman's professional sensitivity to the unusual, was far harder to evade than any high-tech surveillance or superhuman senses. At the NYPD headquarters, George's office was thick with smoke. Even with the window open, the heavy scent of nicotine clung stubbornly to the air. On the computer screen before him, several windows were open at once. An analysis of recent Ghost Spider activity patterns, showing a marked increase in efficiency, subtle shifts in style, and a spatial overlap between her patrols, meteorite crash sites, and subsequent anomalous energy events. A technical summary from the recent gunfight at the docks, mentioning inexplicable, short-lived energy residue and the chaotic accounts of criminals describing bizarre pauses mid-battle, and a vague report requiring higher-level clearance on SHELD's recent operations around Brooklyn. To anyone else, these fragmented clues might have seemed completely unrelated, scattered pieces of a puzzle. But in George Stacy's eyes, they were being drawn together by an invisible thread. And at the center of that thread was his daughter Gwen, a girl whose behavior was growing stranger by the day, whose body bore mysterious little injuries, and whose gaze now held secrets too heavy for someone her age. His brow furrowed into a deep, tense line as his fingers unconsciously gripped a pencil, nearly snapping it in two. A dreadful, almost undeniable premonition coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous snake, squeezing ever tighter. His daughter was the vigilante in outlandish costume, leaping across rooftops at night. His daughter was entangled in a perilous event involving objects fallen from the sky and secrets guarded by national agencies. His daughter was lying to him, placing herself in dangers he could hardly imagine. Thud! He slammed his fist onto the desk, a dull, heavy sound making the ashtray jump. Anger, fear, and the raw sting of betrayal by someone closest to his heart burned at his reason. He could wait no longer, could no longer hope Gwen would find her way back on her own. He sprang to his feet, snatched up his coat and car keys, and strode out of the office with long, urgent steps. His expression was so dark and thunderous that people along the way instinctively made way for him. Gwen had just finished a brief night patrol, her mood weighed down. She had stopped a robbery with crisp efficiency, carrying herself with a composure that seemed almost second nature after Ling Xiao's training. Yet the victim's sobs and heartfelt gratitude pressed on her, making her feel the full weight of her father's worry more deeply than ever. She slipped quietly back home, hoping to sneak into her room, as she always did. The light in the living room was on. George Stacy sat on the sofa, the television off, no papers in his hands, just sitting there, utterly still like a statue frozen in time. The ashtray before him was piled high with cigarette butts, and the air was so thick with smoke it felt almost tangible. He lifted his head, his gaze as sharp and unyielding as a searchlight, instantly locking onto Gwen as she walked through the door. His eyes were no longer filled with the usual worry or helplessness, but streaked with red, seething with barely contained fury, and something, a kind of desperate scrutiny. Gwen's heart plummeted at once, her steps faltering at the threshold. Her spider sense gave no warning of physical danger, but she was swept up in a suffocating storm of emotion that threatened to crush her. "Dad," she tried to sound casual, but her voice wavered despite herself. "Where were you?" George's voice was low and rough, each word cold as if dragged up from an ice-cold cellar. "The library. Group project meeting. I stayed out a bit late." Gwen lowered her gaze, repeating the same tired, feeble excuse she'd used countless times before. "Look me in the eyes, Gwen Elizabeth Stacy." George's voice suddenly rose, his tall frame trembling with anger as he shot to his feet. "Look at me and say that again." Startled by his outburst, Gwen flinched, instinctively raising her head and meeting her father's eyes eyes that looked as if they could burst into flames. That look seemed to pierce right through her, stripping away every hidden secret in her soul. She opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single word. In the face of his knowing gaze, her lie felt painfully flimsy and utterly defenseless. Her silence, and the pallor of her face, was all the confirmation he needed. The last flicker of hope in George's eyes died, replaced by a raging inferno of anger and a bottomless well of fear. He closed the distance between them, his finger nearly jabbing Gwen's nose. The library? A group meeting? Or were you out there in that ridiculous skin-tight suit of yours, leaping across rooftops and risking your life against mercenaries with automatic weapons? Or were you hiding in some filthy alley with that, God knows what, visitor from another world? No, he's not, Gwen blurted out, desperate to defend Ling Xiao. What do you mean, not something? George cut her off sharply, his voice raw and torn with agitation. Not a dangerous person, not a target being hunted by S.H.I.E.L.D. and God knows what other lunatics. Gwen, think with your head for once. Is that thing really worth risking your life for? Worth lying to your only father? He's not a thing. Gwen shot back, her own temper flaring as hurt and anger surged past her fear. Tears welled in her blue eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. He saved my life. He needs help. He's never hurt anyone. If you wait until he does, it'll be too late. George growled, his hands gripping Gwen's shoulders so tightly it hurt. Look at these reports. Look at those energy readings. Do you think any human could do that? Haven't we learned enough from the Battle of New York? Nothing alien is ever simple. All they bring is chaos and destruction. You don't understand anything. Gwen struggled to break free from his grasp, and at last the tears broke through. All you care about are your reports and your rules. You have no idea what kind of person he is. You don't know what he's taught me. All I know is that my daughter is being dragged into something she can't even begin to comprehend. George's voice cracked with a trace of despair. Please, Gwen, I'm begging you. Walk away from this. Walk away from that thing. Tell me everything you know. Let the police handle it. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle it. It's the only right choice. The right choice? To hand him over so they can cut him apart and study him. Gwen screamed back. I can't do that. I will never do that. In the center of the living room, father and daughter stood locked in a fierce confrontation. Tears, anger, fear, and the pain of being misunderstood crashed against each other in the air. Between them stood a gulf, a chasm of beliefs and realities that could never be reconciled. George looked into his daughter's blue eyes, so much like his own, but now filled with unwavering resolve. A deep sense of helplessness swept over him. He knew he couldn't reach her anymore. Words had lost their power. Slowly, he let go, as if all the strength had drained from him in an instant. His gaze turned weary and cold. Fine, very well. Since you've made your choice, chosen that thing over your family, over your father. He stepped back, his voice low and final. From this moment on, you are no longer my daughter. I won't ask again, and I won't intervene. But as a police officer, I'll do things my way. I will find him, Gwen. As long as I still have the chance to set things right, I will find the thing that's changed you into this. With those words, he no longer spared Gwen a single glance. He turned away, dragging his heavy steps, climbing the stairs one after another. His back looked inexplicably old and unbearably lonely. Gwen stood frozen where she was, listening to the heavy thud of her father's bedroom door closing. The sound seemed to land directly upon her heart. Tears blurred her vision, and a wave of grief and loneliness, cold as the tide, swept over her and swallowed her whole in an instant. She knew, this time, something inside had truly shattered. The pain of a final break with her father pressed on Gwen's heart like a lump of cold, unyielding lead. During the day, she forced herself to attend school, facing the concerned or curious gazes of her classmates with nothing more than a tired, distant smile. The lessons lost all meaning. The teacher's explanations sounded as if muffled behind a thick pane of glass. Again and again, her thoughts drifted back to that cold, oppressive home, back to her father's eyes, burning with anger and despair. Only at night, returning to the battered yet safe tugboat, did she find relief. Within the concealment array, the field of tranquil energy soothed her nerves. Seeing Ling Xiao's calm, water-like face allowed her to finally let her guard down, if only a little. She poured all her energy into nightly patrols and honing her skills, as if only through constant motion and becoming stronger could she numb the pain and confusion inside her, if only for a moment. She trained with relentless intensity, to the point of self-punishment, trying to vent all those inexpressible emotions through every precise web shot, every swift and ruthless dodge. Ling Xiao watched all of this in silence. He did not offer words of comfort. Having cultivated for countless ages, he had witnessed too many tragedies and partings to know that knots in the heart must be untied from within. No outside force could do it. All he could do was restore his strength as quickly as possible. Only with power sufficient to handle all uncertainties could he hope to break the current stalemate, and perhaps ease some of Gwen's burden at its root. The effects of the restoration pill had been fully absorbed and refined. The immortal core, once on the verge of collapse, had finally stabilized, even becoming slightly more refined than before his injuries. In this moment, the thread of true essence within him had grown, now flowing like a stream. Though still far from the vast rivers and seas of his prime, it was enough to support some of his signature arcane arts. That day, he sat quietly at the center of the array, his mind sinking into the depths of his spiritual core. The undying true spirit, forged from a shard of the Chaos Pearl, now glowed brilliantly after its long nurturing. He began to silently practice the eye technique recorded in the primordial Tao scripture, the immortal eye of insight. Threads of pure, true essence, as if drawn by invisible hands, slowly gathered into the meridians around his eyes. At first, nothing seemed to change, but as the true essence continued to flow, his closed eyelids began to tingle with warmth, as if tiny currents of electricity were passing through. Gradually, that warmth intensified, turning into a faint, stinging burn. The veins around his eyes bulged slightly, and under his skin, a subtle golden light shimmered and flickered. Gwen was off to the side, practicing her control over the resilience of her webs, when a sudden intuition made her turn her head. She saw that Ling Zhao's entire aura had become unusually active, especially around his head, as if some invisible energy was gathering in his eyes. Instinctively, she held her breath. All at once, Ling Zhao snapped his eyes open. Gwen couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of surprise. Those eyes were no longer the deep, tranquil black she'd grown familiar with, eyes as still as an ancient well. Now, within Ling Zhao's gaze, his pupils had transformed into two infinitesimal, ever-shifting patterns of pale gold, intricate and constantly evolving, while the whites of his eyes shone clear as the purest crystal, reflecting everything around him. Yet somehow, they seemed to pierce through all illusion, seeing to the very heart of things. The immortal gaze had awakened. Ling Zhao didn't look at Gwen. Instead, his eyes seemed to peer straight through the rusted ceiling of the ship's cabin, casting their gaze into the boundless night sky. In this moment, the world he saw was utterly transformed. New York City was no longer a cold jungle of steel, concrete, and glass. It had become a vast and dazzling tapestry, woven from endless currents of flowing energy, magnificent and strange beyond imagination. Countless brilliant rivers of electricity surged beneath the city and through the air above. Innumerable pinpricks of light, each one representing an electronic device, twinkled on and off like a sky full of stars. Cosmic rays and background radiation from space drifted between heaven and earth like a faint, multicolored mist. And layered atop this technological canvas were splashes of even more extraordinary light. Some pedestrians glowed more or less brightly with a gentle radiance that signified the vigor of life. Now and then, he glimpsed individuals wrapped in distinctive auras of energy, some burning hot as wildfire, some cold as frost, some swift as lightning. These were the ones endowed with extraordinary powers. His gaze turned southeast. There, three vast and stable spheres of ancient magical energy blazed like the points of a triangle, anchoring the very fabric of space in this district. Most prominent was the nearby New York Sanctum, whose protective barrier radiated a complex geometric structure, alive with golden and orange-red runes. Gentle, yet steadfastly holding back the twisted, shadowy energies that seeped from cracks between dimensions. This sight made him raise his estimation of this world's magic system once more. Sweeping his gaze over the earth, he could even faintly discern deep underground, where a mighty current, the city's very lifeblood, flowed slowly like a slumbering dragon. Though thin and still, it harbored unimaginable power. At last, his eyes returned, settling on Gwen by his side. In the vision granted by his celestial eyes, Gwen was no longer just a girl clad in a white spider suit. Instead, she was enveloped in a luminous field, a milky white aura that radiated with the vibrant energy of life and the power of gene enhancement. Her spider sense manifested as countless, ultra-fine strands of pale blue energy, intricately woven throughout her body like a neural network, engaging in subtle exchanges with the environment around her. These threads quivered faintly under his gaze, betraying the keen sensitivity they possessed. But what truly caught his attention was the core of her energy field. where a faint and almost imperceptible trace of the same pure spiritual essence as his own was quietly circulating. It was the lingering effect of the cultivation pill and the mark left by long exposure to his energy field and arrays. This subtle aura was silently strengthening her constitution and deepening her affinity with the energies around her. Gwen felt unsettled beneath the gaze of those inhuman, rune-spinning golden eyes. She involuntarily took half a step back. Your eyes. Ling Xiao slowly withdrew the mystical power of his celestial eyes, the golden runes fading until his gaze was once again a deep, impenetrable black. Yet if one looked closely, that darkness now seemed even more profound, with the occasional flash of gold flickering through its depths. It's nothing, just a minor divine ability. It lets me sense auras and track the flow of energy, he replied softly, his tone as calm as ever, as if what had just transpired was little more than a trivial matter. Yet beneath that composure, his heart was anything but still. With his celestial eyes newly awakened, what he saw and sensed had greatly enriched his understanding of this world's laws. The complexity of energy here far surpassed that of the primordial wilderness. Technological power, psychic abilities, magic, ley lines, cosmic radiation, all these forces coexisted and interwove. Chaotic as it seemed, it brimmed with boundless possibilities. More importantly, observing through his celestial eyes allowed him to perceive the resonance and divergence between this world's energies and his own path more clearly. Unconsciously, his efficiency at converting energy had already taken another step forward. The once thin energy in the air now seemed much richer to his senses, and he found it easier and more natural to draw in. What did you see just now? Gwen couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and asked cautiously. Ling Xiao paused, as if weighing his words. I caught a glimpse of the true nature of this world. The rivers of energy, the radiance of life, the spark of psychic power, the barriers of magic, and his gaze settled gently back on Gwen, softened by a hint of warmth. The power flowing within you, more fascinating than you might realize yourself. Gwen only half understood, but the last part made her cheeks flush ever so slightly. The chill in her heart, born from memories of her father, seemed to melt away a little, banished by those enigmatic words and the eyes that seemed to see through everything. With his immortal eyes now open, although the path ahead remained shrouded in dense fog, at least he could see his way forward more clearly, and perceive the countless undercurrents surging beneath the glittering surface of the city. The shadow of her falling out with her father still loomed over Gwen, but she forced herself to bury the pain deep within, channeling it into sharper reflexes and fiercer determination during her nightly patrols. She moved through New York's nighttime streets, her white silhouette flowing like a stream of light, striving to prove the worthiness of her choices through action, and perhaps using exhaustion to numb the ache in her heart. With his immortal eyes newly awakened, Ling Xiao's perception of this world's energy laws grew ever more acute, and his rate of recovery steadily improved. He spent most of his time sitting in silent meditation, his consciousness entering subtle communion and balance with the energies of the concealment array and even the broader world beyond. Inside the tugboat, the tranquil, reassuring field of energy became increasingly stable. But in New York's night sky, surprises were never in short supply. One evening, Gwen tailed a gang of thieves using high-tech gadgets to steal jewels from a museum. The thieves were cunning, repeatedly evading police pursuit with sonic disruptors and optical camouflage. Yet Gwen's spider sense, nurtured imperceptibly by Ling Xiao's influence and her own relentless training, had grown strong enough to pierce these basic tricks and lock onto their location with certainty. At last, she cornered the ringleader atop a skyscraper. A woman dressed in a tight leather suit, her figure lithe, with a cat-eye mask concealing her features. In her hand was an ancient jewelry box radiating a strange energy. Instead of panicking at Gwen's arrival, the woman let out a string of laughter, light and silvery, but tinged with a mocking playfulness. Well, look who it is. Our friendly neighborhood ghost spider. Her voice was languid and magnetic, full of mischief. What's this? Are you after this sparkling little trinket too? Too bad, sweetheart. First come, first served, and tonight that's me. Before the words had faded, her wrist flicked almost imperceptibly, sending a few fine metallic threads shooting silently toward Gwen's ankles. Simultaneously, she arched her body backward with inhuman flexibility, dodging Gwen's probing web shot at an impossible angle, and landed lightly atop the edge of the rooftop railing. Her movements as graceful as a true cat. Black Cat. Gwen recognized her instantly. New York's infamous cat burglar, famed for her agility, uncanny luck, and love of toying with her opponents. Not daring to be careless, Gwen lunged forward, attempting to snare her with webs and limit her freedom. But Black Cat was astonishingly agile. Her fighting style was never direct. Instead, it was laced with feints and acrobatic tricks, always slipping past Gwen's attacks by the narrowest of margins. The clawed gloves occasionally left faint scratches on Gwen's suit, but more often, the wounds came from her teasing banter. Moving faster now, little spider, Black Cat flipped backwards, nimbly dodging the web that shot her way. She chuckled lightly. But you're still a bit, stiff? Like a kid with a brand new toy, so eager to use it, but with no idea how to really play. Her words struck right at Gwen's current dilemma. It was true. She had gained new powers and insights, but when it came to putting them into practice, she sometimes slipped back into old habits. She still couldn't fully weave the ideas of the way into every move, especially when facing an opponent as cunning and unpredictable as Black Cat. It left a trace of awkwardness, an occasional stutter in her flow. They clashed again. This time, Black Cat looked as though she was going to attack head-on, but the very last instant, her body twisted in a way that seemed almost unnatural. Her clawed fingertips slashed toward Gwen's face. Yet the real strike was hidden in the shadows, a silent kick aiming to sweep out Gwen's knee. Gwen's spider sense screamed in alarm, but Black Cat's feint was so convincing that Gwen hesitated, a moment too late, and the attack was about to land. Just then, a calm, unhurried voice echoed in her mind, as clear as a spring flowing through her soul. Left 3 feint. Right 7 inches down real. Let your intent follow the movement, cut off her momentum at the root. It was Ling Zhao's voice. Even from such a distance, he could see the fight with startling clarity and offer guidance with absolute precision. A jolt shot through Gwen's heart, but her body responded instinctively to his words. She abandoned her defense against the frontal feint, letting her balance tip subtly to the left. At the same time, her right leg stepped forward in a movement that looked almost chaotic but pulsed with a hidden rhythm. She landed her foot just before Black Cat's concealed kick could gather force. The move caught Black Cat completely off guard. Her feint missed, and her real attack was cut off before it could even begin. In that instant, she had practically offered up her weak spot to Gwen, losing her balance and stumbling back, the playful look on her face replaced by stunned disbelief. Gwen wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. She fired a strand of web, not at her opponent, but aimed with perfect precision at the jewelry box Black Cat had flung aside. With a gentle tug, she reeled it into her hand. Black Cat regained her balance, perching on the railing, her eyes, hidden behind a mask, now filled with suspicion and surprise as she studied Gwen. That last move was nothing like the ghost spider's old fighting style. It was almost as if she'd been possessed by a master for a single, brilliant moment. Well, looks like the rumors were true. Black Cat licked her lips, curiosity and intrigue gleaming in her gaze. Our little spider's not only got a new way of fighting. She's picked up a mysterious helper too. Things just keep getting more interesting. She no longer tried to snatch the jewelry box. Instead, like someone discovering a new toy, she circled Gwen slowly, her gaze seeming to pierce right through the uniform. That move just now? Who taught you that? Who's the one who managed to transform you completely in such a short time? Gwen's heart clenched. She gripped the jewelry box tightly, forcing herself to stay calm. I don't know what you're talking about. Leave now, or I won't be so polite. She had to protect Ling Zhao's secret. Don't be so nervous, sweetheart. The Black Cat let out a string of light-hearted laughter. I'm just curious, that's all. After all, there aren't many people who could open the eyes of straight-laced little do-gooder like you. And so suddenly at that. I'd love to meet this mysterious mentor of yours myself. She fainted a few times, but Gwen, after that moment of clarity, was no longer rattled by her tricks. She stood her ground, guarding the door with steady vigilance in her eyes, unmoved by any false moves. Realizing she could glean nothing more, the Black Cat seemed to lose some of her interest. She shrugged, her tone still playful. All right, you win this round. Consider that silly box a little welcome gift for me. But her voice shifted. Her figure slipped away like a phantom, melting into the rooftop shadows. Only a teasing parting remark drifted on the night wind. Tell your new helper that Felicia Hardy is very interested in him. We'll meet again, little spider. And mysterious gentleman behind you too. The voice faded, leaving Gwen alone on the rooftop with the heavy jewelry box in her hands, her heart a torrent of emotions. The Black Cat's sharpness and elusiveness were beyond anything Gwen had imagined. Even more unsettling, she had so quickly sensed that someone might be guiding Gwen behind the scenes, and had even left her name. This meant that Ling Zhao's presence was being sensed by outsiders in ways Gwen hadn't anticipated. The danger wasn't just from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra's relentless pursuit, but from these keenly perceptive superhuman figures who moved in the gray between black and white. She dared not linger. With the jewelry box in tow, she slipped away and anonymously turned it in to the police, then returned to the houseboat, her mind heavy with worry. She recounted everything to Ling Xiao, not leaving out a single word, especially the black cat's final warning. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, then replied in a calm, even voice, "It's nothing to worry about. Petty thieves may sense a thing or two, but they're of little consequence. Her nature is capricious. She isn't the sort to hound us relentlessly. There's no need for concern right now." His tone was tranquil, as if the black cat's threat were nothing more than a passing breeze. But Gwen couldn't feel so at ease. She realized that as Ling Xiao recovered and she herself changed, their situation was becoming more complicated and delicate than ever. Beneath the still surface of the water, there was now one more pair of secretive eyes watching from the shadows. The black cat's unexpected episode was like a stone cast into the still surface of a lake. Ripples briefly disturbed the tranquility of the tugboat, but soon faded away. Ling Xiao seemed unbothered by it. To him, a nimble-minded cat burglar with only a hint of supernatural ability was hardly a genuine threat. His attention was soon drawn to something far more urgent and far more distant. As his cultivation recovered, his spiritual awareness grew stronger and keener, elevating his perception of the world's energy fluctuations to a new level. The concealment array shielding them not only hid their tracks, but also functioned like a finely tuned energy sensor, filtering the currents of the outside world and projecting them into his mind. On this particular day, he sat in quiet meditation at the heart of the array, merging his consciousness with its patterns, feeling the chaotic yet inherently ordered flow of laws that govern this realm. Suddenly, an exceedingly faint yet piercing tremor sliced through the vast distance, striking his senses with surgical precision. It was that same surge of chaotic magic he had sensed before, this time unmistakably emanating from southeastern Europe. Now, the disturbance was far clearer than before, and with it came a violence and agony that was almost palpable. In his immortal vision, it was no longer a mere ripple, but the prelude to a small-scale tidal wave, an imminent outpouring of energy saturated with boundless sorrow, searing terror, annihilating rage, and a bottomless confusion and despair about the very meaning of existence. At its core, the chaotic magic churned like a vortex, constantly twisting, tearing, and forcibly mending itself, wildly unstable. It radiated a terror so intense, it seemed capable of warping reality and rewriting the laws themselves. The negative emotions at its heart were so dense, they nearly took physical form. Anyone of weak will who approached would be at risk of instant madness, their minds consumed by the deluge. Ling Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. This was no ordinary buildup or release of energy. It felt more like a soul on the brink of collapse, utterly unable to control its own power, tormented by endless pain and nightmares, an omen of disaster. It reminded him of the inner demons and karmic fire he had faced during his own tribulations, terrifying mutations born from the fusion of one's darkest emotions with alien energies. But the power in this world felt even more primitive, even more uncontrollable, and its host was clearly nowhere near capable of resisting or harnessing it. Left unchecked, should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be catastrophic. The host would be torn apart, body and soul, and the unleashed chaotic magic could distort reality itself, leaving devastation in its wake. Those who walk the path of cultivation attune themselves to the heavens above and show compassion to all living things below. Though he was not of this world, to sense the budding seed of such calamity and do nothing, when he had the power to intervene, would be a betrayal of his path. This, too, was part of cultivation. However, separated by thousands of miles, with the other party's condition extremely unstable, any attempt to forcibly probe or interfere with divine sense would not only be useless, but might instead act like a spark landing in a pool of oil, setting off a chain reaction and igniting the entire situation in an instant. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then his decision was made. He slowly raised his right hand, not to summon an aggressive golden force, but to conjure a gentle, pure, bluish-white glow at his fingertip, radiating a tranquil aura meant to soothe the soul. He was channeling his innate immortal energy, blending it with a trace of his understanding of the law of stillness, to condense a wisp of calming immortal thought. This act came at no small cost to him. Striking out across such vast distance, even with divine sense, was a tremendous drain, requiring exquisite precision. The slightest misstep could shatter his immortal thought and even cause backlash to his own spirit. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the core of pain and chaos at the heart of that distant turmoil. The wisp of bluish-white, immortal thought at his fingertip vanished, as if leaping across space. In the next moment, thousands of miles away, at the ragged edge of a refugee camp in war-torn Sokovia, inside a shabby tent. A girl with long scarlet hair, Wanda Maximoff, was curled up on a cold, thin mattress, her body racked with violent tremors. Eyes squeezed shut and teeth clenched, sweat beaded on her brow as she suffered through a terrifying nightmare. In her dream, endless artillery fire devoured her home. Her parents' terrified faces vanished in the blast. She and her brother Pietro ran in desperation through the ruins, the icy laboratory of HYDRA. Stark Industries missiles glaring down like the eyes of death, and deep inside her, a writhing, living chaos magic that brought unceasing pain and dread. Why did it choose me? Will I become a monster? Will I hurt Pietro? Negative emotions gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes, while scarlet chaos energy leaked uncontrollably from her body, distorting the air, making the tent's contents shudder and groan under the strain. She was teetering on the brink of losing control. Then, in that abyss of darkness and agony, a faint yet piercingly clear coolness slipped silently through the raging chaos magic. Like the first sunlight of spring melting winter frost, it gently swept across her burning, tumultuous soul. It was not a voice in any physical sense, but an ineffable wave of comfort that touched the deepest part of her being. Calm, peaceful, carrying an ancient wisdom and a trace of gentle compassion, it seemed to whisper without words. Be still, child. You are not alone. Fear is not real. Your strength comes from within. This surge of will was so pure and noble, standing in stark contrast to the wild, negativity-laden chaos magic within her. Yet, rather than clashing, it acted like the most effective sedative, gently soothing the tremors of her soul. Wanda's violent, trembling gradually subsided, the tension in her furrowed brow eased ever so slightly, and the chaotic energy swirling around her began to recede and calm, visibly fading away. She remained trapped within her nightmare, but the sharp edges of that terror seemed to have been dulled, no longer slicing so deeply into her spirit. Unconsciously, she smacked her lips, rolled on her side, and slipped into a deeper, more restful sleep. New York City, on board a tugboat on the East River. Ling Xiao slowly withdrew his fingers, his face a shade paler, with a fine sheen of sweat beading at his temples. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breath for a long while, before finally steadying the dizziness and spiritual exhaustion brought on by casting a spell across such a vast distance. How is it? Gwen had been anxiously keeping watch at his side. Though she didn't know the details of what had transpired, she could sense that Ling Xiao had just done something that demanded tremendous effort. It's under control for now, Ling Xiao replied quietly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. A chaotic force born from the sorrow of a distant soul was on the verge of losing control. I calmed it with my will, easing its torment for the time being. He said no more, but from the look in his eyes, Gwen could tell it had been far from a simple act of comfort. Once again, awe rose in her heart for Ling Xiao's unfathomable abilities, mingled with curiosity and sympathy for that faraway, sorrowful soul. Ling Xiao fell silent, closing his eyes again to meditate. Though he had sent forth that calming, otherworldly thought and temporarily quelled the crisis, the root of the problem remained unresolved. The girl's struggle with chaos magic, her inner wounds and fears, these could never be healed by a single act of distant comfort. He quietly committed the unique signature of her soul's resonance to memory, clearer now than before. This matter, he sensed, would need to be settled one day. Meanwhile, far away in Sokovia, Wanda lay curled up in her sleep inside a tent. The corners of her mouth dipped ever so slightly, as though in her dreams she was clinging to that fleeting yet gentle comfort. A single tear slid silently from the corner of her eye, soaking into her tattered pillow. Shield Helicarrier, Technical Analysis Center. Bright lights illuminated the center, where massive holographic screens displayed torrents of data, cascading like waterfalls. Energy waveforms, satellite images, and city surveillance network diagrams overlapped and intertwined, forming a vast, intricate landscape of electronic warfare. Technicians sat at their control consoles, their faces focused yet betraying fatigue, while the rapid clatter of keyboards echoed all around, like the relentless patter of rain. Phil Coulson stood beside the central command console, his brow furrowed as he stared at the main screen, which still showed no progress in the ongoing search. The extraterrestrial visitor, EV target, and the ghost spider had vanished without a trace. Ever since that bizarre burst of energy in the Northeast Factory District, there hadn't been a single lead. Still no matching energy signatures? He asked, turning to Dr. Sylvette, the chief technology specialist. Dr. Sylvette pushed his glasses back up his nose, his face clouded with confusion and a hint of frustration. Not a single persistent signal, sir. The target's energy signature is exceptionally unique. In theory, if he used any power beyond ordinary human capabilities, our system should pick up at least a trace. But there's nothing. It's as if he knows exactly how we monitor and has managed to avoid every form of detection flawlessly. He pulled up another data set. We've used our highest level clearance, tapped into every traffic camera, security feed, and even some commercial and private network video sources across New York City. We're leveraging the newest AI system, Argus AI, for facial recognition, behavioral pattern analysis, and trajectory prediction. In theory, even if they can mask their energy, it should be impossible to slip past every electronic eye. On the screen, countless surveillance clips began to flash by in rapid succession. The AI was sifting through massive amounts of data at an astonishing speed, tagging any blurry images that matched the target's physical builds, movement patterns, or especially anything resembling spider-like swinging. In the first few days, Argus AI did pick up some highly suspicious movements likely linked to the ghost spider, mostly concentrated in southern Brooklyn and around the East River docks, Sylvette said, pointing to several highlighted areas on the map. But then, things started getting strange. He zoomed in on a particular surveillance video. In the footage, a white figure could be seen swinging between two buildings. Suddenly, the image warped ever so slightly, as if the signal had been disrupted, and the figure blurred. In the next instant, it appeared somewhere completely inconsistent with the natural arc of its swing, then vanished again. The AI flagged it as a data error, possible transmission fault. In another clip, a high-definition camera at a street intersection was capturing the city scene in perfect clarity. Suddenly, the feed was overtaken by a blizzard of static, lasting 2 or 3 seconds. When the image returned, everything appeared normal. Yet, AI analysis revealed that right before and after this lost time, there were inexplicable micro-disruptions in both the area's energy readings and the ambient soundscape. Situations like this are happening more and more frequently. Sylvette's voice was laced with disbelief. It's not just a matter of avoiding surveillance cameras anymore. This feels more like some kind of large-scale, targeted electronic interference and information tampering. Our monitoring network is behaving as if it's collectively suffering from bouts of blindness and amnesia. The analyses from the Argus AI system are riddled with loopholes, flooded with contradictory data, and the generated predictive trajectory maps are a complete mess, utterly useless. Carlson's expression grew grave. Is this the work of our target? Does he really possess such capabilities? We can't say for certain, but the timing matches perfectly. Sylvette let out a bitter laugh. What's even more frustrating is that our energy tracking systems have started to malfunction as well. The monitoring stations suddenly pick up large numbers of fake energy signals, coming in from all directions, similar in intensity, but slightly different in nature. It's as if dozens, or even hundreds of faint EV targets have appeared at once. But by the time our people arrive, they find nothing at all, only wasted effort and resources. He pointed at the energy monitoring map, where clusters of false signals flickered and vanished in every corner like bursts of fireworks. It's as if someone's playing a high-tech game of hide-and-seek with us, and they know our every piece of technology and every search pattern inside out. The atmosphere in the tech center grew heavy, the only sound the low hum of machines at work. An intangible, oppressive frustration spread through the room. It seemed they were up against not merely an individual with extraordinary powers, but a being of keen intellect, capable of countering modern technological surveillance with ease. Inside a battered tugboat, Ling Xiao sat silently at the heart of a formation, eyes half closed, his face serene. Unlike before, when he had projected his consciousness far to calm Wanda, this time he let his awareness flow like the finest neural network, anchored by the concealing array, delicately threading itself into the surrounding electronic networks and energy fields, subtle as a whisper. From his immortal perspective, the city's vast web of electronic signals and energy flows stood out in sharp relief. The energy fluctuations of SHLD's detectors, the transmission nodes of their surveillance network, even the data-sifting patterns of that so-called Argus AI, all lay before him like an open book, each secret exposed to his understanding. The science and technology of this world indeed had their own brilliance, ingenious and intricate, achieving wonders through external means. Yet this very reliance on external devices was also their greatest flaw. Every instrument has its range and frequency. Every program, its logic and patterns. What Ling Xiao did was not brute force destruction or crude interference. That would only betray his location at once. Instead, he wielded his consciousness with exquisite precision, subtly guiding and weaving through their systems, leaving no trace behind. He used a faint trace of his divine sense to simulate signals that resembled his own energy, but with subtle differences, like scattering beans to conjure soldiers. These false signals flickered across the fringes of SFLD's surveillance network, teasing their nerves and draining their focus. With his divine sense, he detected the cameras aimed at suspicious zones. Rather than destroying them outright, he applied minuscule bursts of energy at the instant the image sensors read data, causing momentary pixel glitches or signal losses, perfectly erasing or altering the tiny traces Gwen inevitably left behind. He could even sense the data streams belonging to the AI known as Argus I. Its analytical logic seemed almost clumsy before his formidable spiritual computation. With only a slight nudge, he could send its algorithms spiraling into logical loops or misjudgments, linking irrelevant data and spawning swarms of meaningless false leads. This was a silent, invisible battle of information, yet one that was nothing short of breathtaking. On one side was the machinery of a nation, wielding the world's most advanced technology. On the other, a single-person spirit, transforming endlessly, unraveling layer after layer of snares without leaving a trace. When watched nervously from side, she couldn't see the invisible clash, but she could feel the subtle fluctuations of energy around Ling Xiao, and the way he was even more focused than usual. When she ventured out, she noticed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents blundering through the wrong areas like headless flies, and from these signs, she could guess what Ling Xiao was up to. A sense of indescribable awe filled her heart. One person, standing against the entire technological might of S.H.I.E.L.D., and what's more, he seemed to be utterly at ease. After a long while, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. There was a faint trace of fatigue in his gaze, but even more, a calm that came from understanding everything. "How is it?" Gwen asked anxiously. "They've run out of tricks," Ling Xiao said coolly, as if commenting on a game of chess. "Their tools are sharp, but true mastery depends on the mind. They're rigid, dogmatic, riddled with flaws. All they do is waste resources. They're nothing to fear." He paused, then added, "Still, they're no fools. If we keep eluding them, they might resort to more aggressive measures. We must remain cautious." Gwen nodded earnestly, reassured, and yet her understanding of Ling Xiao deepened. What he possessed was not just devastating power, but a supreme command over information and rules themselves. Aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury listened to Coulson's report, his single eye fixed on the screen, on the chaotic data and false signals. His expression was so dark, it seemed a storm might break at any moment. He slammed his fist onto the console with a resounding thud. "Enough." His voice was icy. "They're playing us. He can see us, understand us, while we know almost nothing about him." He turned around, a dangerous gleam flickering in his single eye. "Change of tactics. Since technology has failed us, we'll use the oldest method there is. Send more people, have plainclothes officers go undercover, and conduct a thorough, hands-on search, inch by inch. Focus on the key areas, the East River docks, and every abandoned building or underground facility in the vicinity. I want every corner searched. And one more thing," he looked at Rumlow, "tell the undercover teams they can afford to stir the hornet's nest a bit. Cause some small chaos, force them to slip up." Fury's patience was wearing thinner by the minute. Hidden in the shadows, Rumlow silently relayed the orders, change of tactics, and stir the hornet's nest, once again back to Hydra. For now, the technological net had been unraveled, but a more direct, more dangerous storm was quietly gathering on the horizon. For several days in a row, New York's sky stayed sullen and dark, with leaden clouds hanging so low they seemed to press the air out of the city. At last, one evening, the long-held rain burst forth. Thick, heavy drops pounded the rusted roof of the tugboat, drumming out a deafening roar. The whole world seemed drowned in a haze of white mist and relentless noise. Inside the cabin, the stealth array muted most of the clamor, leaving only the muffled thud of rain on metal, a strange, almost serene quiet settling in its place. The cold white halo from the charging lamp was the only light in this small sanctuary, stretching the two figures' shadows long across the scarred walls. Gwen sat hugging her knees on an old cushion, her chin resting atop them, staring out the porthole at city lights, now blurred completely by rain. Her gaze was hollow. The composure she'd forced herself to maintain at school had long since crumbled. Her father's cold, final words that day, the hurt and disappointment in his eyes, played over and over in her mind like a nightmare. Loneliness, frustration, and the pain of being misunderstood mingled with her uncertainty about the future, seeping into her heart like the icy rain outside. She absent-mindedly rubbed at a faint scar on her arm, a wound from a previous night patrol, healed now, but somehow aching all over again. Ling Xiao sat quietly in the shadows opposite her. eyes half closed, as if immersed in his own meditation. But Gwen's heavy, uneven breaths, and the almost tangible sadness in the air. How could they possibly escape his senses? He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the girl's trembling shoulders and the loneliness etched in her profile. He said nothing, simply rose quietly and walked over to the little treasure cabinet in the corner. Gwen, hearing the soft sounds, turned her head with a dazed look. Ling Xiao produced a compact, portable electric stove, then took out a metal canister she had brought earlier, a container that once held coffee. After carefully washing it, he filled it with fresh water and set it on the stove to heat. Next, he retrieved a few dried, oddly shaped leaves from a sealed bag. Local herbs with a calming effect, the very ones he'd instructed Gwen to look for earlier. These weren't rare ingredients for alchemy, but rather simple herbs meant for brewing a soothing drink. His movements were unhurried and steady, imbued with a rhythm that seemed almost ancient, standing in stark contrast to the wild, relentless rain that battered the windows outside. Soon, the water began to boil. Wisps of fragrant steam drifted upward, carrying a subtle bitterness mingled with a refreshing, earthy aroma. Gradually, the warmth and scent worked their way through the cabin, pushing back the chill and mustiness that had settled in the air. Ling Xiao poured the pale golden infusion into another freshly cleaned cup and offered it to Gwen. "This tea is nothing special," he said quietly, his voice gentle and even, breaking the heavy silence inside the boat. "But it does help to still the mind." Gwen started, momentarily caught off guard, then instinctively accepted the cup. The heat seeped through the porcelain, warming her palms and chasing away a trace of the lingering cold. She gazed down at the shimmering, golden liquid, breathing in the unfamiliar yet soothing scent of wild herbs. Then she looked up at Ling Xiao's calm, inscrutable face and found an unexpected sting at the tip of her nose. She lowered her head and took a tentative sip of the tea. It tasted somewhat bitter at first, but in its aftertaste lingered a hint of sweetness and a cool, clear note, like a gentle current spreading warmth through her limbs, easing the tautness in her nerves just a little. "Thank you." Her voice was barely above a whisper, thick with emotion and tinged with the sound of unshed tears. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, but within this small, protected space, guarded by runes and wrapped in the delicate fragrance of tea, time seemed to slow and soften. The long-held silence and oppression in the air finally found a place to unravel. "My dad." Gwen's voice broke the hush, soft and tentative, as if afraid to disturb the fragile peace. "He wasn't always like this. After Mom left, even though he was busy, he always tried to spend time with me. He'd secretly be happy for days if I did well on a test, would panic if I came home a little late, and whenever he cracked a big case, he'd take me out for ice cream to celebrate." Her gaze drifted, unfocused, as she sank into the memories. "But now, when he looks at me," Ling Xiao took out a compact, portable electric stove, followed by an iron canister, once used for coffee, that he had brought along earlier. He washed the canister carefully, filled it with fresh water, and set it atop the stove to heat. Next, he reached into a sealed bag and retrieved several withered, unusually shaped leaves, local herbs he'd previously instructed Gwen to find, known for their calming effects. These were not for alchemy, but for ordinary brewing, a simple herbal infusion. His movements were unhurried, carrying a certain ancient rhythm that stood in sharp contrast to the wild torrent of rain pounding against the windows. Soon, the water began to boil. Wisps of steam drifted into the air, filling the cabin with a faintly bitter yet delicate aroma of grass and wood, gradually dispelling the damp chill and musty scent lingering within. Ling Xiao poured the freshly brewed, pale golden tea into another clean cup and handed it to Gwen. "This is just a common tea, but it has a calming effect," he said, his voice calm and gentle, breaking the silence inside the boat. Gwen hesitated, then took the cup almost without thinking. The warmth seeped through the porcelain, spreading into her palm and chasing away a bit of the cold. She gazed at the rippling, golden liquid, breathed in its unfamiliar, earthy fragrance, then glanced up at Ling Xiao's serene, unreadable face. Suddenly, a wave of emotion welled up, stinging her nose. She lowered her head and took a careful sip. The taste was a little bitter at first, but the aftertaste held a hint of gentle sweetness and coolness. It felt as if a soft current of warmth was flowing through her whole body, relaxing nerves that had been drawn taut for far too long. "Thank you." Her voice was barely more than a whisper, thick with tears. Outside, the rain still battered the world in torrents, but within this small, protected space, shielded by wards and wrapped in the fragrance of tea, time seemed to slow and soften. After so much silence and repression, she'd finally found a place where her feelings could safely spill over. "My dad." Gwen spoke suddenly, her voice so soft it seemed she feared to disturb the fragile peace. He didn't used to be like this. After Mom died, even though he was busy, he always tried to make time for me. He'd secretly be happy for days when I did well on exams. If I came home late, he'd fret and pace. Whenever he cracked a big case, he'd take me out for ice cream to celebrate. Her gaze drifted into empty space, lost in memories. But now, the way he looks at me, it's like I'm a stranger, a burden. He said I'm not his daughter anymore. Tears she could no longer hold back fell in large drops, splashing into the cup in her hands, sending tiny ripples across the golden surface. She spoke in fits and starts, her words tumbling out. Worries about her father, guilt about herself, and the pain that arises when love and duty, meant to nurture, end up at odds. I just want to help him, to help more people. I just don't want to see another tragedy happen, because I was powerless. Why is it so hard? Why can't he trust me, just this once? Ling Xiao listened silently, never interrupting and making no attempt to offer hollow words of comfort. Instead, whenever she faltered with a choked sob, he quietly refilled her cup with warm tea. Only when her outpouring finally waned, leaving nothing but soft, stifled sobs, did he speak at last. His voice was low and calm, as steady and deep as the rain-soaked night outside. A parent's love is as weighty as a mountain, yet its form is sometimes like fog, obscuring what lies ahead. At other times, like a cocoon, it binds the wings that long to soar. It is not that they do not love, but that they fear loss. Their worry comes from what they do not know, from being powerless to shield you completely. He turned his gaze to Gwen, his eyes fathomless. The path you walk is not an ordinary one. What you have seen, the burdens you bear, are already beyond what they can understand. Demanding their understanding will only bring more pain to you both. Then, what should I do? Gwen looked up, her tear-streaked face like that of a lost child. Simply hold fast to your own heart. Ling Xiao's voice was quiet, yet there was a strange strength within it. He repeated what he had told Gwen once before. Where the way leads, I would go, even if I must face 10,000 people alone. Hardship and loneliness are but nourishment for the journey, tempering your resolve and clarifying your true nature. When you are strong enough to protect those you wish to protect, strong enough to stand unafraid before any storm, then perhaps their worry will turn into understanding, or, at the very least, into a silent respect. He paused, then added, but not now. Not while you are trapped between the bonds of family and the demands of your path, wavering and exhausting yourself in vain. Such struggle helps neither your journey nor his peace of mind. His words offered no worldly consolation, yet they cut through her tangled emotions like a keen blade, exposing the heart of the matter. Gwen listened, stunned. The last time Ling Xiao had spoken of this, her anxiety and other concerns had kept her from truly hearing him. But now, as she pondered his meaning, the confusion and pain within her did not vanish, but a sense of clarity began to dawn. Yes, her father's resistance was rooted in fear, and that fear came from her own weakness and unpredictability. If she were strong enough to prove her choices were right, strong enough to face any danger, strong enough, perhaps, to protect her father in a crucial moment, would he still look at her with that same disappointed, icy gaze? This thought, like a tiny seed, quietly took root in her heart. At some point, the sound of rain outside had softened, shifting from a furious downpour to a gentle, lingering drizzle. Within the cabin, the fragrance of tea curled lazily through the air, and the oppressive atmosphere began to ease. Gwen wiped away her tears and took a deep breath, feeling the tightness in her chest finally begin to lift. Looking at Ling Xiao, she suddenly asked, Do cultivators like you also have worries like this? For example, being misunderstood by your master or your family? For a fleeting moment, Ling Xiao's gaze seemed to drift far away, as if piercing the fabric of time and space to return to some distant era. He was silent for a while before replying in a calm, even tone. After 10,000 years of cultivation, the trivial ties of the mortal world have long faded like passing clouds. Yet when I first entered the path, I two-faced misunderstanding from my sect, rivalry among peers, even drifting apart from friends and kin. To walk the great Tao alone, this is our way. Only by holding fast to one's true heart can one glimpse the faintest thread of destiny. His words carried the serenity of someone who had weathered countless storms, but they also let Gwen sense that the man before her was not always so powerful and detached. He, too, had known struggle and loneliness. This realization, subtle as it was, drew the two of them a little closer. They fell silent, simply sitting together in the quiet, listening to the rain outside grow ever softer. One was lost in memories of the past and resolve for the future. The other kept vigil over an eternal stillness and the changes that came with it. The boundaries between rescuer and rescued, between mentor and student, seemed to blur in that moment. Instead, a deeper, more intricate bond began to form. A connection born of shared experience, mutual understanding, and perhaps a touch of kindred sorrow. In that rain-soaked night, aboard the drifting boat, something new quietly blossomed. It was a friendship that transcended worldly identities, a kinship, almost like fellow seekers on the same path. The rain stopped. The clouds parted in places, and a few pale strands of moonlight struggled through the porthole, spilling gently over them both. Gwen finished the last sip of her now-cool tea, stood up, and a new resolve shone in her eyes. "I understand now," she said softly, as much to Ling Xiao as to herself. "I will become stronger. Strong enough to prove my choices, strong enough to protect everything I wish to protect." Ling Xiao watched the rekindled fire in her eyes and nodded ever so slightly, a faint and almost imperceptible trace of satisfaction flickering in his own. The storm may have passed, but the road ahead remained long. Yet, at least for this moment, neither of them was alone. After their heart-to-heart amid the rain, the knot of sorrow in Gwen's heart had not entirely vanished, but it had transformed into a firmer strength. She no longer wallowed in the pain of clashing with her father. Instead, she turned her focus to Ling Xiao's recovery and her own growth. Becoming stronger was no longer a vague ambition. It now held a clear purpose: to protect, to prove herself, and one day, to stand as an equal before her father, or even to be strong enough to protect him. Ling Xiao's recovery had indeed entered a new phase. The rejuvenation pill had stabilized his immortal foundation, and with his awakened celestial eyes, his perception and energy conversion had improved. Yet, if he wished to go further, to fully heal certain deep-seated wounds, or even attempt the first refinement of that fragment of the Chaos Pearl in preparation for greater crises ahead, he would need a superior vessel and the right aids. On this day, after a long period of meditation, his gaze swept across the barge. Though protected by arrays, it remained crude and battered. He spoke slowly. "To strengthen the foundation, I must rely on the power of vessels. Yet, materials suitable for forging such vessels are rare in this world." Gwen, who had been experimenting with the tension of her webs under different levels of humidity, immediately looked up. Her blue eyes sparkled with interest. "What kind of materials do you need? Metals? Or stones like before?" She was already quite skilled in these treasure hunts, and even felt a thrill of anticipation. Not only could this help Ling Xiao, but also offered her a window into the mysterious world of alchemy. Ling Xiao paused in thought, then let a stream of clear light flow from his fingertip, sketching several unusual forms in the air. One appeared as a deep, starry blue, flecked with tiny silver sparks. Another was entirely crimson, yet radiated a biting cold. The last seemed to be a carapace or fossilized bone of some ancient creature, dark gold in color and seemingly unbreakable. "These are no ordinary metals," he explained. "They must possess unique energy attributes or be of exceptional toughness. Star-patterned steel often forms alongside meteorite iron, buried deep underground or in abandoned mines. Frostflame iron is fierce in nature, found where earth fire once raged and has since cooled rapidly, or among the discarded remnants of great forges. Diamond jade bone, neither metal nor jade, is shed by ancient beasts, harder than refined steel and an excellent energy conductor. It's rare and can only be chanced upon, sometimes hidden deep in ancient strata, or in human collections of rare curiosities." As she listened to his descriptions, Gwen was visibly stunned. These sounded like materials straight out of fantasy novel. Could such things really be found in New York? "I'll keep an eye out," she promised without a moment's hesitation, her eyes shining with eagerness. New York's a big city, full of strange places and stranger things. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something. From that day on, Gwen's nightly patrols gained a new mission: urban treasure hunting. No longer did she focus solely on fighting crime. She became a careful explorer, weaving through the veins of the city. Her footsteps soon touched upon those forgotten corners. Deep in the heart of Brooklyn, far below ground in a long-abandoned subway tunnel, she relied on her spider sense and superhuman strength to force open rusted gates. Venturing into the darkness, she searched the damp rock walls with meticulous care, her fingertips gliding over the cold stone, attuned to even the faintest ripple of energy hidden within. At last, beside a collapsed and heavily waterlogged section, she discovered several strange minerals embedded in the rock, each glimmering with a faint blue starlight, bearing a striking resemblance to the stellar steel described by Ling Xiao. With great caution, she pried them free using specialized tools and sealed them in airtight pouches she carried with her. In a long-shuttered sector of Stark Industries, a dilapidated factory once devoted to experimental energy research, the air still hummed with alternating waves of searing heat and biting cold. She kept to the shadows, slipping past lingering automated security as silently as a phantom, weaving her way among immense, rusted pipes and the skeletal remains of reactors. Deep within a mound of solidified, eerily colored industrial waste, she sensed an unusual pulse of energy. A few lumps of metal, icy to the touch yet pulsing with a hidden, fiery red glow. This could only be frost flame iron. The retrieval was perilous, nearly setting off a pressure alarm buried beneath the refuse. She also paid visits to less legal establishments, a warehouse, for instance, where a black market dealer hoarded stolen goods. She wasn't there to steal for herself, but, guided by her spider sense, sought out objects that radiated ancient or unusual energy. In an unremarkable corner, she found a massive finger bone, dark gold in color, impossibly heavy, inscribed with natural rune-like markings, mistakenly displayed as an ordinary fossil and covered in a thick layer of dust. Gwen's heart raced. This was almost certainly the legendary diamond bone. With agile grace and a well-placed web, she swapped the artifact for some equally valuable art pieces she'd borrowed elsewhere, making the exchange without a sound. Not every expedition went smoothly. While investigating the crypt beneath an abandoned church, she narrowly avoided triggering an ancient trap. In the secret vault of a private collector, she matched wits with a sophisticated security system. And once, her hunt for rare materials collided with a gang conducting a deal at the same location, erupting into a brief skirmish that she resolved with swift efficiency. Each time she returned to the tugboat with her spoils, Gwen would present them to Ling Xiao as if offering up treasures, her face a mix of exhaustion, excitement, and anticipation as she recounted every detail of her daring exploits. Ling Xiao would carefully examine each material. Sometimes, he would give a slight nod of approval. Other times, he would point out issues such as energy loss or excess impurities, explaining how to better identify and preserve them. He taught her that star-patterned steel must be nourished with the essence of Gouet water. Frostflame iron fears dampness but thrives on vibration, and diamond jade bone needs to be nurtured with spiritual intent to awaken its true qualities, among many other secrets. Gwen listened with eager attention, devouring every word. These unheard-of teachings opened a door to a whole new world for her. She began to look at the city through the lens of energy perception, uncovering countless details she'd never noticed before. As the days passed, a quiet transformation took place between them. Gwen was no longer just a simple assistant carrying out orders. She began to share her own ideas, suggesting areas where certain energies might converge or proposing safer methods for collecting materials. Ling Xiao would listen, sometimes offering deeper guidance on her spider sense and energy perception abilities. They became more like an unusual team of explorers. One, a mentor brimming with wisdom and untapped power, still bound by certain limits. The other, a vibrant local guide, endlessly curious and a quick study in the ways of this hidden world. In the corner of the tugboat, their collection of rare materials slowly grew. Though still far from what Ling Xiao needed, every piece was a testament to Gwen's efforts and the hopes they shared. Beneath New York's dazzling, noisy surface, ancient secrets and strange resources lay hidden, far beyond what ordinary people could ever imagine. In the shadowy corner of the tugboat, the pile of peculiar materials gradually formed a small mound. Star-patterned steel shimmered with a subtle blue light. Frostflame iron gave off a chilling, fiery aura, and the segment of diamond jade bone was strikingly heavy, its dark gold surface pulsing with restrained, ancient energy. Gwen gazed at these hard-won treasures, curiosity and anticipation welling up inside her. What would Ling Xiao create with them? That day, after inspecting all the materials, Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Though not of the highest grade, the properties are complete. It should suffice for a trial. He chose the most open space in the center of the cabin and motioned for Gwen to step back. With fingers pressed together like a sword, the faint, restrained light around him suddenly grew lively. Instead of radiating outward, it became as precise as an invisible chisel, starting from beneath his feet and sweeping swiftly across the floor. His fingertips never actually touched the metal, yet as his hand moved, deep, flowing lines appeared on the steel deck as if drawn by some unseen force. These lines were no simple patterns. They were intricate, three-dimensional arrays formed by countless tiny, mysterious runes, each interlocking with the next, resonating with a rhythm that was almost beyond words. Gwen held her breath as she watched. This was far more than a mere release of energy. It was the ultimate display of subtle control and shaping of power. She could even sense the energy in the air being gently pulled and gathered by the gradually forming array. "This is the artisan's hundredfold array," Ling Xiao's calm voice explained. "Refining implements does not rely solely on fierce flames. It requires the aid of formations to harmonize yin and yang, balance the 5 elements, and guide the true nature of the materials. Only then can the embryo of a true artifact be forged. The moment the array took shape, the entire interior of the barge trembled, not with a violent shake, but with a deep resonance, felt on the level of pure energy. Within the boundaries of the formation, the light itself seemed to twist ever so slightly, and the air grew hot and heavy, almost syrupy. Next, Ling Xiao did not, as one expected, immediately summon the true fire. Instead, he picked up several pieces of star-pattern steel and placed them at a specific sigil at the heart of the formation. A flash of clear light danced at his fingertip as he touched the surface of the steel. Then something extraordinary happened. The star-pattern steel was not melted by heat. Instead, the blue and silvery starlight within, like fragments of night sky, grew ever more radiant, as if roused from slumber. The glow seeped effortlessly from the dense ore, transforming into streams of liquid metal shimmering with starlight. Guided by the power of the array, these streams floated and flowed as if alive, while impurities were drawn out and drifted down as fine ashen dust. In artifact forging, the first priority is to distill the essence and remove the dross, not to destroy and rebuild, Ling Xiao said quietly. His hands shifted in a practiced motion, and he placed the frost flame iron on another node, one symbolizing the union of water and fire. The frost flame iron's reaction was even more intense. Its crimson core clashed violently with a biting chill, yet under the array's suppression and guidance, the rampant energies did not explode outward. Instead, they were forcibly fused and refined, until at last a small lump of metal essence was extracted, pure as a ruby, radiating both searing heat and swirling white frost. Throughout the whole process, Ling Xiao did not expend vast reserves of his own power to force the refining. Rather, he worked like a masterful conductor, orchestrating the array's strength to awaken and draw forth the finest qualities of each material, inviting them to willingly offer up their most precious essence. Gwen was utterly transfixed, her previous notions of manufacturing completely overturned. This was no crude act of industrial force, but a dialogue with matter, a ritual brimming with artistic grace. At last, it was time for the piece of Vajra bone. Ling Xiao's expression grew noticeably more solemn. He did not extract its essence directly. Instead, he formed a complex hand seal with both hands. A wisp of incredibly pure spiritual sense, blended with the faintest trace of celestial energy, flowed gently into the bone's dark golden structure, as soft and soothing as a mountain stream. The Vajra jade bone began to tremble ever so slightly. The natural rune-like patterns on its surface lit up one after another, emitting a deep, humming resonance that seemed to echo from an ancient era. It appeared to resist, yet at the same time, it seemed to be scrutinizing. Ling Xiao shut his eyes, sweat beading at his brow, as if engaged in a silent communion with the faint spiritual essence lingering within this ancient relic. Moments later, the humming gradually faded, and the resistance of the Vajra jade bone gave way to acceptance. It did not dissolve, but softened as a whole, stretching and morphing under the guidance of the formation's power. Slowly, it reshaped itself into a dark golden disk, no larger than a child's palm, its edges bearing a natural curve and its thickness perfectly even. Runes flowed across its surface, with a subtle inner light glimmering beneath. At this point, all the refined materials were ready at last. Ling Xiao drew a deep breath, his hands shifting into a new set of incantation gestures. The heart of the formation burst into brilliance, not with the fire of his own dantian, but by summoning the power of the earth veins and drawing in the latent energy from the surrounding space. Mixed with a mouthful of his own vital essence, these forces fused into a swirling, chaotic heart fire, neither flame nor light, yet searingly hot and brimming with the very power of creation. Into this heart fire, the 3 refined materials were cast. The most critical stage, the fusion, had begun. Ling Xiao focused his entire being, his spiritual sense as precise as the finest instrument, guiding the 3 distinct essences to slowly approach, probe, and intermingle within the heart fire. The astral power of star-pattern steel threatened to disperse. The icy and fiery conflict within frostflame iron seemed ready to erupt, and the ancient spirit of the Vajra jade bone, steady yet exclusive, resisted intrusion. The whole process was breathtaking, the fluctuations of energy violent and unpredictable. Several times, the fusion nearly spiraled out of control, only for Ling Xiao to wrest it back with his formidable will and masterful control of the formation. His face grew pale, the toll on him immense and unmistakable. Gwen's heart leapt to her throat, and she barely dared to breathe. At last, after a particularly fierce surge of energy, the three essences struck a delicate balance. They fused completely, transforming into a single, chaotic orb of liquid light, its shape ever shifting. Within, one could glimpse swirling stars, interwoven frost and flame, and flickering golden script. With a low, commanding cry, Ling Xiao shaped his hands as if holding the orb. The sphere of liquid light shrank swiftly under his guidance, solidifying into a mirror blank the size of an infant's palm, about half a finger thick. Its base glowed with a deep golden hue, while streaks of blue starshine and red-white flames naturally intertwined upon the surface, forming a taiji pattern. Around the edge, intricate ancient runes encircled the mirror, lending it a primitive, dignified beauty. The instant the mirror blank was formed, the energies within the entire tugboat rushed toward it. Light flashed across the mirror's surface, and a clear, melodious chime, like jade gently struck, rang out. At the same time, an invisible, gentle yet unyielding power of protection rippled outward from the precious mirror. With a simple beckon, Ling Xiao summoned the little mirror blank, which floated lightly into his palm. Its brilliance withdrew, leaving it plain and unadorned to the casual eye. Yet if one looked closely, the extraordinary quality of the materials and the mysterious patterns etched on its surface were unmistakably apparent. He let out a long breath, his body swaying slightly. Weariness was written all over his face, yet his eyes shone with deep satisfaction. This mirror base may be crude, but it already holds the foundation of heart shielding and soul calming. In time, with finer materials and more intricate enchantments, it might well become a worthy talisman for protection. Only then did Gwen dare to step closer, gazing in awe at the tiny mirror. It didn't dazzle with any flashy glow, but carried a weighty, ancient charm of its own. Resting in her palm, it was smooth and cool to the touch, and she could faintly sense the strange power contained within. "Is it really finished?" she asked, still finding it hard to believe. No roaring forge, no heavy hammer, no cold machinery. Just arrays, hand seals, and that mysterious heart fire had turned a handful of stone and bone into an object brimming with vitality and spirit. All things have their nature. The art of crafting lies in communing with that nature, guiding its transformation, and following its flow to grant form and will, never in forceful distortion. Ling Xiao explained, passing the mirror base to Gwen. "Let this safeguard you for now." Gwen took the mirror base, feeling as if it resonated faintly with her own breath. A surge of warmth and accomplishment welled up in her heart. This was more than just a magical artifact. It was the fruit of their shared effort, a small testament to the profound wisdom of another world. She looked at Ling Xiao, exhausted but smiling, then down at the miraculous mirror base in her hand. For the first time, she could clearly feel what cultivation truly meant, a boundless journey, overflowing with endless possibilities. With the newly forged heart-shielding mirror base, Gwen felt a much stronger sense of security. Though Ling Xiao had emphasized this was only a basic vessel, still far from a finished artifact, that subtle connection to her own breath, like an invisible barrier, gave her newfound confidence in the face of outside pressures. She continued her nightly patrols, honing her skills, and sometimes, following Ling Xiao's ever stricter instructions, she scoured the sprawling urban jungle for potential crafting materials. The presence of the concealment array was like an invisible shield of energy, isolating the tugboat from the city's ever-tightening searches and offering them a rare pocket of peace. Yet, the undercurrents of New York never ceased. Some conflicts would find them, not through pursuit, but as if an uncontrolled tide, crashing unexpectedly against this seemingly forgotten vessel. That night, Gwen was out searching for a kind of fluorescent moss, said to grow only near certain high-voltage cables. Inside the tugboat, only Ling Xiao remained, sitting quietly in meditation. Outside, New York's nightlife surged at full tilt. Distant neon and the city's clamor were muted by the array, reduced to little more than a blurred background hum. A sudden, jarring explosion, clearly unnatural, shattered the relative calm by the riverside. In its wake came a fierce barrage of gunfire, rapid and relentless, like popcorn kernels bursting in a hot pan. The din was punctuated by furious shouts, the clang of metal, and the distinctive hum of some kind of energy weapon. The source of the commotion was close by, in the dockside warehouse district, and it was moving swiftly toward the riverbank. Ling Xiao's eyes snapped open, his gaze briefly flickering with a trace of displeasure. Even before the noise erupted, his spiritual senses had already detected a wild surge of energy in that area, thick with violence, bloodlust, and greed. It was obvious that two sizable factions had come to blows. Such mortal squabbles held no interest for him. To Ling Xiao, these gang conflicts were little more than ants fighting over crumbs. Yet trouble had a way of seeking him out. The rout of these battling ants seemed destined to spill right into the abandoned berth where his tugboat lay moored. A stray bullet suddenly struck the corroded hull of the tugboat, ringing out with a harsh metallic clang. It left a fresh dent and a still-smoking slug in its wake. Ling Xiao's brow creased ever so slightly. He had no desire to be drawn into such trivial chaos, but this boat was his and Gwen's current sanctuary. It was not to be disturbed, certainly not damaged. If the fight crept any closer, even with the concealment array masking their energy, any physical destruction or subsequent investigation would bring more trouble than it was worth. He remained seated, merely extending a wisp of his spiritual consciousness outward, like an invisible tendril, instantly taking in the entire chaotic battlefield beyond. The two sides clashed with markedly different styles. One was clearly a local gang, disorganized attire, plenty of firepower, no discipline, their shouts and curses filling the air. The other group wore matching dark uniforms, moved with precise, trained efficiency, and spoke little. They wielded weapons with an unmistakable Eastern flair, cold steel and curious throwing blades, striking in eerie silence, more like shadows than men. They were hand ninjas. It was obvious. Another turf war had erupted between Kingpin's forces and the Hand, sparked by some fresh conflict of interest. The battle had spilled from the warehouses onto the riverbank, gunfire tearing through the air, blades flashing, men falling as the fight raged on. A few gangsters, wild-eyed and desperate, fought their way backward, straight toward the tugboat. Their automatic weapons spat fire in wild arcs, bullets spraying like a torrential downpour at their ninja pursuers, inevitably sweeping across the area where the tugboat lay hidden. This had gone far enough. A flicker of resignation crossed Ling Xiao's eyes. He had no intention of revealing himself. There would be no sense in risking exposure. But to resolve the imminent threat, he had countless ways to act without leaving a trace. His mind stirred slightly, and his consciousness, as precise as the finest scalpel, instantly locked onto the handful of gangsters at the very front, those posing the greatest threat to the tugboat. He did not attack them directly. Instead, with exquisite finesse, he subtly disrupted their spatial awareness and muscle coordination within a minuscule area around each of them. One burly man, in the midst of a wild barrage of gunfire, suddenly felt his footing slip, as if he'd stepped onto a patch of grease that simply didn't exist. With a startled cry, he pitched forward, his gun tilting skyward, bullets spraying harmlessly into the night. As he hit the ground, he inadvertently tripped up another accomplice right behind him. Another gunman, attempting to find cover and approach the tugboat, had just started to move when he was shocked to find his own feet inexplicably crossing each other, refusing to obey his commands. He lost his balance and tumbled headlong into a pile of abandoned ropes, becoming thoroughly entangled. Yet another thug, preparing to hurl a grenade, swung his arm back to gather force. But a sudden numbness at his elbow sent his aim awry. The grenade, instead of arcing toward the distant ninja, slipped from his grasp and flew backward, landing squarely among his own comrades. "Shit! Grenade! Get down, move!" Panic and chaos erupted instantly among the gang members. In their scramble for safety, they had no time to worry about firing at the tugboat. The pursuing hand ninjas were momentarily surprised by this abrupt turn of events, but their training took over. Seizing the opportunity, they slipped into the chaotic ranks of the gangsters like phantoms, blades flashing as they swiftly regained control of the scene. To any outsider, it looked for all the world as if the gangsters had simply been struck by an extraordinary run of bad luck, making fatal mistakes and suffering bizarre accidents at the worst possible moments. Slipping, tripping, fumbling, misthrowing a grenade. Coincidences so improbable they defied belief. The fight was over almost as soon as it began. The hand ninjas cleaned up efficiently, collecting prisoners and spoils before vanishing into the shadows as silently as they had arrived, leaving behind a handful of bound gangsters and a scene of utter disarray. In the distance, the faint wail of police sirens could be heard. Through it all, no one spared a glance for the battered old tugboat just a stone's throw away. Even stray bullets that might have struck it were, by some chance, deflected by ricochets or intercepted by a falling body, prevented from causing any further harm. Inside the tugboat, Ling Xiao had already withdrawn his consciousness, his eyes closed once more as if nothing had happened. Only a fresh bullet hole in the hull testified that the recent events had been all too real. Some time later, Gwen returned carrying a small pouch of faintly glowing moss. As soon as she neared the dock, the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood in the air reached her, and she caught sight of the mess on shore and the flashing police lights. Her heart clenched with anxiety. She quickened her pace, slipping silently onto the tugboat, and only when she saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. "What happened outside? Are you all right?" she asked anxiously, her eyes sweeping across the cabin until they landed on that fresh bullet hole. Her face changed instantly. "I'm fine," Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Two gangs got into a fight. A stray bullet ended up here." He spoke as if it were nothing, but Gwen stared at the shocking hole, her heart pounding with lingering fear. If the bullet had veered just a little more, if Ling Xiao hadn't been meditating but had happened to be nearby. "Thank goodness you weren't hurt," she murmured, instinctively tightening her hold on the half-finished protective mirror tucked in her arms. "Mere clowns, stirring up some dust. Nothing more," Ling Xiao said, a rare note of impatience in his voice. "Though this place is quiet and secluded, it's no place to stay for long. The chaos of the world has a way of finding you, no matter where you hide." Gwen nodded silently. Yes, even if they were careful, even if they hid themselves well, the city's own chaos and danger would always come knocking. Her father's pressure, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra's relentless pursuit, Black Cat's spying, and now this night's random disaster. The shelter this tugboat offered was growing more fragile by the day. She gazed out the window at the scene gradually falling under police control, then back at Ling Xiao, sitting as composed as ever. The longing in her heart, for greater power, for a place of true safety, swelled stronger than ever. They had to grow stronger, and she had to find a truly safe, undisturbed place for Ling Xiao to recover. The stray bullets from the gang fight were like a shrill alarm bell, shattering any lingering illusion of safety in Gwen's heart. This battered tugboat, this corner barely concealed by enchantments, had been exposed for what it was, fragile and insufficient. It might still evade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-tech scans or her father's searches, but it could never stand against the city's ever-present chaos and unpredictable danger. Next time, it might be more than just a stray bullet that tears through the hull. This sense of insecurity grew by the day. On her nightly patrols, she became more vigilant than ever, sensitive to every shift in the wind, even unconsciously avoiding areas where trouble might erupt. Each time she left the tugboat, a thread of anxiety twisted inside her, worrying she'd return to find chaos, or that Ling Xiao had been discovered. As for Ling Xiao, he never spoke of it, but his actions betrayed hints of strain. He spent even longer in meditation now, the flow of energy around him quickening, as if he were quietly gathering strength for whatever storm might come. And those eyes of his, growing deeper with each day, would sometimes drift southeast, toward Greenwich Village, toward the New York sanctum. In that gaze was an unfathomable mix of scrutiny and contemplation. Gwen took it all in, watching carefully. She knew that Ling Xiao's recovery had reached a critical juncture. He needed a more stable and secure environment, as well as a deeper understanding of the laws governing this world, if he was ever to truly find his footing. As for herself, she too needed an answer, a way out, a path that might free her from this constant fear and the life of hiding and running. That thought about magic and the sanctuary surfaced again, unbidden and persistent, growing clearer and stronger with every passing day. One night, after finishing her patrol, Gwen returned with a trace of weariness and fresh worry on her face. She had noticed a few unfamiliar faces near the docks, people who seemed to be wandering aimlessly, yet whose sharp gazes betrayed a purpose, as if they were searching for something. She relayed this discovery to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao listened quietly, then fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting once more toward the southeastern night sky outside the window. This time he spoke first. "My spiritual sense has been stirred repeatedly of late," he said, his voice calm and steady, carrying a weight that brooked no doubt. "The magical barrier in the southeast seems to be surging. Its energy flows far more active than before. And—" he paused, as if feeling for something just out of reach. "That distant surge of chaotic magic. The fluctuations are growing ever more frequent and violent, teetering on the brink of losing control. Though it was soothed once before, the underlying wound was never truly healed. It cannot last." He turned back to Gwen, his gaze as deep and unfathomable as a star-filled sea. "Whether these two matters are connected or not, both point to change on the horizon. We may have found a moment's peace, holed up here, but it is like the blind fumbling in the dark. We see nothing of the bigger picture, always reacting, never acting. That is no strategy at all." Gwen felt her heart clench. "Then what should we do?" Ling Xiao rose slowly and walked to the porthole, hands clasped behind his back, his posture tall and unwavering, the marks of injury all but gone. "I must go to the sanctuary myself." Though she had suspected as much, hearing him say it aloud made Gwen's heart pound. "It's too dangerous," she blurted out. "We know nothing about those mages. What if they're just like S.H.I.E.L.D? There is risk, that much is certain, Ling Xiao interrupted, his tone as tranquil as ever, yet carrying the conviction of one who has weathered countless storms. But the path of cultivation is not one for the timid. If they, too, walk the way of seekers, then even if our paths differ, there must be some ground for understanding. I do not go seeking conflict, but rather to discuss, to learn, to probe the very laws of this world. Perhaps there I will find a quicker road to recovery, or even a way to dispel the chaos looming in the distance. He looked at Gwen, and for the first time there was a rare solemnity in his eyes. This is not only about my own journey. It may well concern a disaster brewing in this realm. I have no choice but to go. Gwen bit her lip, locked in an intense inner struggle. Her reason told her that Ling Xiao's decision was the right one. Hiding could never truly solve the underlying problem. Yet emotionally, she couldn't help but worry. They were stepping into entirely unknown territory, fraught with uncertainty. I'm going with you. She looked up suddenly, her eyes resolute. I can keep watch for you. And if there's danger, I can still. No. Ling Xiao shook his head, his tone gentle yet brooking no argument. The sanctuary is no ordinary place. Its protective wards are intricate and mysterious. You possess unique abilities. If you approach rashly, it could cause misunderstandings and make things more complicated. I'll go alone. That way I can move more freely. Seeing Gwen's face fall and the deep worry in her eyes, he paused for a moment, then added, You can support me from a distance. Keep hidden and observe what happens. If things go awry, don't worry about me. Just withdraw on your own. I have ways to escape if necessary. His words didn't fully ease Gwen's anxiety, but she understood this was the greatest compromise Ling Xiao could offer. He was never reckless. If he dared to go, he must have his reasons. She drew a deep breath, forcing down her unease, and nodded. All right, I'll wait for you outside. But you have to promise me you'll be careful. If anything feels wrong, come back at once. We'll think of another way. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Before I set out, I need to further reinforce the wards here, and I'll give you something just in case. He produced a tiny jade token, no bigger than a fingernail. Though it looked plain, he had inscribed it with a simple communication rune using his spiritual energy. Ling Xiao handed it to Gwen. This holds a trace of my consciousness. You can send me a one-way message with it, as long as you're within the city. If you run into trouble, crush it. I'll sense your approximate location. Gwen took the still warm jade fragment with utmost care, clutching it tightly in her palm. The decision had been made. The path ahead seemed to clear, yet it was shrouded again in deeper fog and unknown dangers. Heading to the sanctuary was like a high-stakes gamble, a wager on the attitude of the guardian mages, on Ling Xiao's judgment, and on whether they could find a sliver of hope, or perhaps a powerful new ally, in this ever-deepening vortex. As Gwen watched Ling Xiao set about fortifying the wards once more, her heart brimmed with complicated emotions. There was worry and fear, but overriding it all was a fierce sense of resolve, as if she had burned her bridges behind her. Endless hiding and running had always left them on the back foot. Perhaps it was truly time for that to end. It was time to knock on the door to the unknown world. With the decision made, the atmosphere inside the barge shifted quietly. The days of secret, static recovery gave way to a new mood, one of busy, slightly tense preparation for the journey ahead. Ling Xiao first set about reinforcing the concealment array. He took out some leftover scraps from his previous crafting, and also had Gwen find several pieces of decent quality crystals and metals. This time, his method of arranging the formation was even more intricate and exquisite, as a clear light danced at his fingertips. One profound rune after another, deeper and more mysterious than before, were etched into the ship's metal framework and the surrounding small areas. He was not simply enhancing the array's ability to hide. He also wove into it a mechanism for early warning and disruption. Should an outsider approach with ill intent within a certain range, the array would first implant a subtle suggestion in their perception, a whisper that there's nothing of interest here, nothing worth paying attention to. And if someone with a resolute will or a specific energy mark tried to force their way through, before the array failed completely, it would send an extremely faint pulse. Mark the nest has been disturbed, to the communication jade talisman Ling Xiao had earlier given Gwen. With the array empowered, ordinary searches should find nothing, Ling Xiao said, finishing the final rune. His face had gone a little pale, clearly exhausted by the effort. But if someone tries to break through by force, it can only delay them for a moment, enough to give you warning. Gwen nodded earnestly, committing to memory every rune node and every subtle shift in energy flow. She understood that this was not just about protecting their temporary stronghold. Ling Xiao was also imparting to her deeper knowledge of formations. Next, Ling Xiao began to compose himself. He still wore the same robe, damaged before, now simply cleaned. Though it looked worn, he carried an air of otherworldly grace. He carefully smoothed the frayed sleeves and straightened the creases at his collar, his actions meticulous, as if he were not about to embark on a journey full of unknown danger, but to attend a solemn ceremony at his sect. Watching from the side, Gwen couldn't help but whisper, "Should I try to find you something more modern to wear? It might draw less attention." Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then shook his head. "That's not necessary. I'm not going there to hide, but to pay my respects and discuss the way. Clothing is but appearance, yet it must reflect one's identity as a sign of respect and a true expression of intent." He looked at Gwen. "Besides, if they cannot accept me as I truly am, this visit loses much of its meaning." Gwen wasn't sure she fully understood, but she felt his words made sense. A cultivator from the East, visiting the sanctum of magic in a traditional robe. A strange image, perhaps, yet somehow more logical than forcing himself into modern clothes. All was ready. The moment of parting was inevitable. Outside, dawn was breaking. Morning light filtered through the lingering mist, gilding the cold river's surface with a hazy golden edge. But inside the tugboat, a heavy, silent tension filled the air. Gwen carefully threaded the small communication jade charm onto a strand of resilient spider silk and wore it around her neck, pressing it close to her skin beneath her uniform. The jade, nestled against her, radiated a faint, gentle warmth, as if it carried an extension of Ling Xiao's calm and steady power. She lifted her head, her large blue eyes fixed on Ling Xiao, brimming with unconcealed worry and longing. "You must be careful. If those mages refuse to listen to reason, don't try to confront them head-on. Come back at once. We can always find another way. There's always a way." Her voice, despite herself, took on a pleading note. Ling Xiao looked at her. The young woman before him was no longer the rookie hero who once swung recklessly between skyscrapers on pure impulse. Months of trials and tutelage had instilled a steadiness and wisdom in her gaze. Yet that core of kindness and resilience remained untouched. He softened his tone, uncharacteristically saying a few extra words. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This is a discussion, not a battle. Even if there are disagreements, things won't fall apart in an instant. You must be even more cautious while holding down the fort here. There's a lot of turbulence in New York these days, and more than one faction is on the move. Don't try to take the lead if trouble comes. Your own safety comes first." He paused, then added, "I'll be back as soon as I can." Gwen nodded firmly, her nose stinging, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. She knew she had to be strong now. "I understand. I'll stay hidden and wait for your return." No more words were needed. Ling Xiao gave her a slight nod, cast a final glance at this makeshift sanctuary, and then his figure slipped silently out of the hatch, vanishing into the misty dawn and the tangled maze of the docks with the fluid grace of ink dispersing in water, gone faster than the eye could follow. Gwen rushed to the porthole, straining to catch another glimpse, but he was already gone. Only the river flowing outside and the ever-present morning fog reminded her that the parting was real. Suddenly, the tugboat felt empty and silent. She was alone now, save for the lingering trace of that reassuring, fresh energy in the air. A wave of loneliness and worry surged over her, threatening to drown her. She clutched the jade charm at her chest, as if it were her only comfort. Forcing herself to stay calm, she began to carefully inspect the protective array Ling Xiao had reinforced, familiarizing herself with every modification and immersing her mind in the task to ward off the rising tide of anxiety. Yet even as Gwen faced her fears alone, the undercurrents of the outside world did not pause for Ling Xiao's temporary absence. Aboard the Shield helicarrier, Nick Fury's patience was wearing thin as he stared at the screen, which still showed no progress in the search. Step up the manual search. Focus on key areas, every home, every warehouse, every sewer tunnel. Go through them all with a fine-tooth comb. I refuse to believe they can just vanish in a thin air. The Hydra's orders also came through a secret channel. Initiate the Rouse the Snake plan. Stage a few accidental incidents in the areas where the target might be hiding, force them to make a move. Even George Stacy, in the police department's records room, was poring over maps and reports. With a red pen, he drew thick circles around the East River docks. His eyes were bloodshot. Instinct as a father and a detective's sense of duty left him unable to let go. He assigned a handful of absolutely trustworthy officers to begin the most covert investigation of the area. An invisible web, woven from technology, conspiracy, family ties, and duty, was slowly closing in. At the center of this net, the seemingly peaceful tugboat was now exposed to more and more watchful eyes. Ling Xiao's departure might be the key to breaking the stalemate, but it undeniably left Gwen in greater danger than ever before. As the morning mist faded, New York, the colossal steel jungle, fully awakened. The city's clamor continued unabated, but beneath the surface, peril lurked. Gwen kept watch alone inside the cabin, like a tiny boat riding the calm at the heart of a storm, awaiting either the return of the unknown or the arrival of crisis. The bustle of New York was held at bay outside the quiet streets of Greenwich Village. Ling Xiao stood before 177A, Bleecker Street, where the flagstones glistened damply in the morning light. The building had an old-world charm, red brick walls entwined with ivy, an oak door tightly shut, outwardly indistinguishable from the other Victorian townhouses nearby. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, this place was something else entirely. He half closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a faint golden light flickered beneath his gaze. With his immortal vision awakened, the world's veil fell away, revealing the essence of energy in motion. Before him, the building seemed to come alive. Countless brilliant golden runes shimmered deep within the walls, forming a three-dimensional array of intricate and exquisite magic. Mystical light pulsed like breath, energy flowing along precise pathways, guarding the interior and shielding it from outside scrutiny. The air was saturated with an ancient and formidable power, utterly unlike the technological and superhuman energies of this universe, yet reminiscent of the Taoist aura he knew, though subtly different. Interesting, Ling Xiao murmured under his breath. The protective array of this New York sanctum was far more sophisticated than he'd anticipated. Not only could it repel physical and energetic intrusion, but seemed to involve dimensional barriers and mental defenses as well. Though its construction differed from the immortal arrays he knew, it formed its own mysterious system, profound and unfathomable. He paused at the door, attuning himself to the rhythm of the energy's flow. Gwen, at his urging, was waiting several blocks away in a cafe. The waters here were too deep for her to wade into, at least for now. Should he knock directly or... Ling Xiao paused in thought for a moment. To barge in unannounced was hardly the proper way for a guest to behave, yet this magical sanctum clearly had nothing resembling a doorbell. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering a faint thread of spiritual awareness at his fingertip. Like a pebble cast into the still surface of a lake, he gently sent it probing toward the magical barrier. His intention was merely to draw attention from those inside, to show that the visitor bore no ill will. That wisp of spiritual sense brushed against the invisible shield, sending out delicate ripples. But in the very next instant, everything changed. The runes etched on the sanctum's surface flared to life, and what had been a tranquil flow of magic suddenly surged with ferocity. His tentative probe of consciousness seemed to ignite a fuse. The entire protective array sprang awake, and a blazing wall of golden light materialized out of thin air, radiating a forceful repulsion that surged back to crush his spiritual thread. Ling Xiao's brow arched faintly in surprise at the sensitivity of the wards here. He did not resist. That exploratory strand of consciousness withdrew like the ebbing tide, though he remained standing firm. His robes rippled in a windless hush, and a soft, clear radiance shimmered around him, dissolving the backlash of magic without a trace. The street remained as quiet as ever. The clash of energies had taken place beyond the sight of ordinary folk. But Ling Xiao knew for certain that those inside had sensed it. Indeed, before 3 heartbeats had passed, the heavy oak door creaked open from within. 3 figures stood in the doorway. At their head was a tall, dark-skinned, and imposing bald man, his expression stern and unyielding. He wore a deep blue mage's robe, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his presence radiating powerful magical energy and an air of unquestionable authority. Flanking him were 2 younger mages, their faces wary, magical energy already beginning to gather in their hands. The bald man, Baron Mordo, fixed his gaze on Ling Xiao, sizing him up. Before him stood a man in a somewhat antiquated teal robe, black hair tied up with a wooden hairpin, his features calm and bearing a presence both aloof and extraordinary, a figure entirely out of place in this modern city. Yet what truly unsettled Mordo was that, for all his mastery of magic, he could not quite discern the depths of this visitor's power. He could only sense that within Ling Xiao surged an energy vast and mighty, utterly different from magic, yet no less formidable. "Who are you?" Mordo demanded, his voice deep, brimming with caution and scrutiny. "Why have you intruded upon the sanctum? Was that surge of energy you're doing just now?" His English carried a distinct accent, but Ling Xiao understood him perfectly well. After a period of intense study, and some supplemental tutoring from Gwen, his language skills were now far beyond what they had once been. Ling Xiao returned Mordo's gaze, calm and composed, and offered a simple bow of respect between equals, an Eastern gesture of courtesy he'd learned from this world's records. choosing it over the traditional fist salute as it was less likely to lead to misunderstandings. I am Ling Xiao, a humble Taoist, come from the East, he spoke in an unhurried tone. Though his speech was already quite fluent, his accent still carried a trace of ancient cadence. Sensing the extraordinary energies at this place, so mysterious and profound, I have come to pay my respects, bearing no ill intent. My earlier probing was done out of necessity. If I have caused any disturbance, I beg your understanding. His words were concise, making clear his origin and purpose, and he offered an apology for triggering the ward a moment ago. The East. Mordo's brows knit together, his wariness undiminished. He could sense no trace of camouflage magic about Ling Xiao, nor did his aura belong to any other known supernatural tradition. Which Eastern school do you represent? The energy within you, it is not magic. Tao follows the natural way. All streams return to the source. Ling Xiao replied calmly, offering no further explanation of his lineage. He understood well that in the eyes of these people, he was likely the true outsider. Mordo was clearly dissatisfied with such a vague answer. The Sanctum's duty was to protect Earth from threats across dimensions, and any unknown power must be treated with utmost caution, especially when this visitor had so easily triggered the Sanctum's defenses and effortlessly neutralized their backlash. His strength was not to be underestimated. No matter where you hail from, the Sanctum does not welcome uninvited guests, especially. Mordo's gaze swept over the lingering wisps of unfamiliar energy still swirling faintly around Ling Xiao. Those who wield unknown forces. State your true purpose, or leave at once. Behind him, the two young sorcerers took a half-step forward, their stance unyielding, clearly taking their cues from Mordo. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. It seemed peaceful discourse was not easily achieved. He could understand their vigilance, but their aggressive stance quickly eroded his patience for further explanation. He had come seeking wisdom, not to be interrogated. My intentions are plain. Your trust or suspicion is yours to choose. Ling Xiao's voice remained even, though now tinged with a hint of detachment. If the master of this place is so inhospitable, then I shall take my leave. With that, he made as if to turn away. Halt! Mordo barked, suspicion deepening. How could he allow a powerful, unidentified figure to come and go as he pleased before the Sanctum's very doors? Almost as he spoke, Mordo's hands traced intricate patterns in the air. Deep crimson magical energy surged forth at once, coalescing into several chains of light inscribed with glowing runes, the crimson bands of Sidorak. These shackles, imbued with overwhelming force, shot toward Ling Xiao with blinding speed, intent on capturing him first and asking questions later. The chains tore through the air, magic flaring brilliantly, a dazzling display closing in around Ling Xiao. At the same moment, the two young sorcerers moved as well, each unleashing spells of binding to flank him from either side. Confronted with this sudden onslaught, Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened, but there was not the slightest trace of panic in his demeanor. He neither dodged nor flinched, not even making any large movements. At the very instant the deep crimson chains were about to strike him, his figure shimmered ever so slightly, like a reflection rippling on water, becoming indistinct and blurred. In the next moment, the crimson chains pierced through that blurry silhouette, but caught nothing but air. It was as if they had only struck a lingering afterimage. 5 elements escape art. Water, mirror, phantom. Mordo's attack missed completely. His pupils contracted sharply as alarm bells rang in his mind. What a bizarre movement technique. It was utterly unlike the spatial folding of the mirror dimension. More like a seamless blending into the surroundings, a natural evasion. Before he could react, Ling Xiao's true form appeared soundlessly, 3 feet to Mordo's left, still wearing that calm and unruffled expression. Magic is wondrous, yet it lacks agility, relying too much on incantations and rituals. Ling Xiao commented mildly, as if he hadn't just been attacked. He brought his fingers together like a sword, and at his fingertip, an intense golden aura of spell-breaking energy flashed silently, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the energy nodes on those deep crimson chains. A delicate, metallic chime rang out, subtle as jade striking gold. The seemingly indestructible crimson chains shattered inch by inch, dissolving into countless scarlet motes that drifted away on the air. Mordo felt his magic momentarily stutter, his spell forcibly interrupted by some strange technique. Yet Ling Xiao, having done all this, remained unruffled, not even moving a single step, his gaze fixed calmly on Mordo, eyes deep and tranquil, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Inside, Mordo was shaken to the core. The other had unraveled his magic, not by overwhelming force, but through some ingenious method that struck at the very source of magical energy itself. Lightly, effortlessly. Who in the world is this man? The two young sorcerers behind Mordo were even more stunned, having forgotten to release the spells they'd half prepared. Never before had they seen anyone break Master Mordo's crimson chains so effortlessly. The atmosphere grew taut in an instant. Mordo's face darkened as his magic surged once more. He clearly had no intention of backing down. Just as tension reached its peak, a calm, yet unmistakably commanding voice drifted from the depths of the sanctum. "Stand down, Mordo." As the words faded, a slender, bald figure in bright yellow wizard's robes appeared silently at the doorway. Her gaze passed over Mordo and settled directly on Ling Xiao, eyes filled with curiosity, understanding, and a profound depth beyond words. It was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. She regarded Ling Xiao with a gentle smile, a smile that seemed to embrace all things and dissolve every trace of hostility. "Guest from afar, please forgive Camartage for any discourtesy." Her voice was gentle, yet it carried a natural authority that commanded respect. "If you would not mind, I invite you inside for a conversation." Ling Xiao met her gaze, feeling a subtle stir within. This female sorcerer before him radiated a restrained energy as deep as an abyss, her spiritual strength unfathomable, far beyond that of the towering figure beside her. "Indeed, there are true practitioners in this place." He nodded in return, his tone still calm. "It is precisely what I wished for. I would not dare presume." The Ancient One's smile remained unchanged. She stepped aside and gracefully gestured for him to enter. Although Mordo's face showed confusion and reluctance, under the Ancient One's gaze, he suppressed his magical aura and silently moved aside. Still, the look he gave Ling Xiao brimmed with vigilance and scrutiny. Ling Xiao ignored Mordo's stare, smoothed his robes, and walked forward with measured composure, crossing the threshold of the ancient oak doors into the New York sanctum, where the air shimmered with mysterious magical light. Inside, the light was even more subdued than outside the doors. The air was thick with the scent of old tomes, sandalwood, and a vibrant, indescribable energy. Ling Xiao's footsteps fell almost soundlessly upon the polished, time-worn wooden floor. His eyes swept quickly across the hall. Towering bookshelves stretched up to the vaulted ceiling, crammed with heavy, leather-bound volumes. The walls were adorned with artifacts and scrolls of strange design. A spiral staircase wound its way to the enigmatic upper floors. The entire space felt self-contained, shut off from the clamor of the outside world. Mordo followed half a step behind Ling Xiao, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's and his muscles taut. Clearly, the Ancient One's presence had not eased his wariness. The two young sorcerers fell in behind, forming an invisible ring of vigilance. The Ancient One led the way, her steps unhurried, the hem of her bright yellow robe fluttering softly. Without turning, her tranquil voice broke the heavy silence. "The New York Sanctum is one of the three great sanctums of Camartage, guarding Earth from threats across dimensions. Every item here holds the wisdom and power of generations of sorcerers." Her tone was part introduction, part subtle reminder of the sanctity and the danger of this place. Ling Xiao inclined his head, his immortal eyes now masking most of their power. Yet he could still sense the immense energy coursing through the building and the myriad subtle folds of space. Truly, this was a fortress of magic. The energy here is abundant and harmonious, the structure exquisite, the defenses formidable, truly extraordinary. Ling Xiao offered his assessment with a note of pure appreciation, as if he were admiring a masterwork of art rather than a fortified stronghold. This detached, elevated perspective only made Mordo's frown deepen. Suddenly, the Ancient One paused, turned around, and fixed her gaze on Ling Xiao. Her eyes were gentle, yet carried a penetrating sharpness. "Mr. Ling Xiao, the way energy flows within you is utterly unlike any system I know. It is more restrained, more self-consistent, as if it springs from your own inner universe, rather than drawing from external dimensions. This is truly fascinating." At last, she asked the crucial question directly. "May I ask where you come from? And for what purpose have you visited us today?" Mordo immediately locked his eyes on Ling Xiao as well. Watching his every move, his whole body tensed. It seemed that if Ling Xiao's answer carried the slightest hint of deception, Mordo would spring into action. Ling Xiao met the Ancient One's gaze calmly and replied, "I hail from beyond the stars, a place your people might know as an alternate dimension. By a twist of fate, I fell into this realm. My visit here is simply because I sense the extraordinary and subtle energies of this place, which stirred my curiosity and admiration. I come to seek the truth through the exchange of knowledge, and for nothing else." "Beyond the stars?" An alternate dimension? Mordo could not help but interject, his voice thick with suspicion and distrust. Sorcerer Supreme. There are precedents of dimensional travelers, but their power always has a clear source. This man's energy, it's so unnaturally pure, it feels more like some elaborate disguise. He turned to Ling Xiao, his tone suddenly harsh. You speak of exchanging knowledge? How do we know you're not a spy sent by some dimensional demon, here to pry into the secrets of the sanctum or covet the time stone? Mordo, the Ancient One, gently called him to order, though her eyes never left Ling Xiao. It was clear she too awaited a deeper explanation. Though she sensed no overt malice from Ling Xiao, his origins and abilities were so unusual that caution was unavoidable. Ling Xiao's lips curved into the faintest hint of a smile. Not mockery, but a touch of pity for those fixated on appearances. He looked at Mordo and replied, Had I harbored evil intent, do you truly believe those chains outside the door could have held me? And if I desired the so-called stone, why waste words here at all? His tone remained calm, yet carried an unshakable confidence that left Mordo momentarily speechless, his expression darkening further. As for the source of my power, Ling Xiao paused, considering how much to reveal. We cultivators refine our own bodies, temper our vital energy, and seek transcendence. We draw upon the essence of heaven and earth itself, not the gifts of external dimensions. This is the Tao of the Golden Core, fundamentally different from the dimensional magic you rely upon. The Tao of the Golden Core? Refining oneself. Mordo's confusion deepened, but his wariness did not diminish. Absurd. Without drawing upon dimensional power, how could an individual possess such energy? That runs counter to the very laws of magic in Camartage. His beliefs were deeply rooted. He could neither comprehend nor accept a power system that looked inward rather than outward, and was more inclined to see it as a clever deception or disguise. Rules? Ling Xiao shook his head gently, his tone still calm, yet carrying an irrefutable force. The rules you speak of are nothing more than the laws of this world. How can you be so sure, when a universe is vast beyond measure, and worlds are born and perish? Could there be only a single way? To sit in a well and look at the sky, and then believe the sky is only as wide as the well's mouth. Isn't that laughable? His words struck like barbed thorns, piercing straight through Mordo's deepest convictions and pride. Mordo regarded the magic of Camartage as the one true path to protect the world, allowing no doubt or blasphemy. To him, Ling Xiao's speech was not only arrogant, but a direct challenge to the faith of countless sorcerers. Arrogant, Mordo growled, anger finally overwhelming his reason. The intense sense of danger and his duty to defend the sanctum compelled him to act, no longer willing to wait for the Sorcerer Supreme's command. He had to test this stranger's true power himself. Without another word, he thrust his hands forward. This time, it was not the deep crimson chains, but an attack far more fierce. In an instant, the air crystallized into countless razor-sharp, whirling crimson shards of Sidorak, which shot toward Ling Xiao like a raging storm. The surge of magical energy tore through the air, unleashing a piercing howl, the force far exceeding anything before. At the same time, Mordo's foot shifted subtly, activating a simple binding array beneath Ling Xiao's feet, its faint glow seeking to trap him and limit any escape. Mordo! The Ancient One's voice rang out in warning, but she did not intervene. Her gaze narrowed, as if she too wished to see more clearly the depth of Ling Xiao's abilities. Confronted by this sudden, vicious assault, a trace of reluctant resignation finally flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. He had not wished for violence, but his opponent left him no choice. As the storm of crimson shards closed in, Ling Xiao's figure seemed to blur once again. Yet this time, he did not simply vanish. Instead, his body moved with an uncanny, spectral grace, slipping and turning with minute adjustments, weaving flawlessly through the dense barrage of shards. Those deadly magical fragments, sharp enough to cut through metal and stone, couldn't even graze the hem of his robe. His movements were natural and unhurried, flowing as if he had foreseen every trajectory, a casual stroll through chaos. It was not sheer speed he relied on, but a mysterious anticipation and a harmony with the world itself. As for the binding array glowing beneath his feet, Ling Xiao didn't even glance down. With what seemed like a careless tap of his toe on a spot untouched by energy lines, he acted. A subtle yet perfectly precise tremor rippled into the floor, disrupting the array's energy at its very core. The glowing pattern flickered erratically like a faulty light bulb, and then faded in silence, its power snuffed out before it could take effect. What? Mordo was utterly shocked. His chain of attacks had been so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Even the binding magic array, restricting movement, was inexplicably broken. This was completely beyond his comprehension. In his fury and astonishment, Mordo pressed his palms together, summoning even greater magical energy as he prepared to cast a more powerful spell. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of giving him another chance. In that brief moment when Mordo's previous spell had faded and the new one had yet to form, Ling Xiao made his move. He didn't attack Mordo directly. Instead, he brought his right hand together, fingers extended like a sword. The gesture seemed unhurried, yet in truth it struck with lightning speed, thrusting forward through the air. At his fingertip, a thread-thin and impossibly concentrated golden aura flashed into existence, then vanished in an instant. This was the golden astral blade of spell breaking. The golden light wasn't aimed at Mordo himself, but struck with pinpoint precision at the core's weakest point within the magical energy structure gathering before him. There was a faint pop, like the sound of a bubble bursting. Mordo felt the vast magical power swirling around him suddenly freeze, as if some invisible force had severed its source. The potent spell he had just begun to weave collapsed in an instant, and the backlash sent a wave of nausea through his chest, forcing him to stagger half a step backward, his face a mask of utter disbelief and a hint of dread. He hadn't even registered how his opponent had acted. All he could sense was a force of purest clarity, seemingly designed to unmake the very fabric of energy structures, an uncanny power that pierced the foundation of his spell in a heartbeat. The entire hall fell into a heavy, deathly silence. The two young sorcerers stood frozen in astonishment, their palms slick with cold sweat as they gripped their arcane tools. Within the depths of the Ancient One's eyes, a glimmer of understanding and even deeper intrigue flickered. She had seen more clearly than Mordo. Ling Xiao's motion, just now, had not relied on overwhelming energy, but rather a subtle, unfathomable technique that struck at the essence of energy's flow, dismantling Mordo's magic with minimum force and maximum effect. It was a wholly different way of perceiving and wielding power. Ling Xiao slowly withdrew his hand and stood with arms folded behind his back, his gaze calm as he looked upon Mordo, whose breath was uneven and whose face was clouded with shock and doubt. In a quiet but unwavering voice, he spoke. The power of magic is drawn from other dimensions. Vast, yes, but lacking in subtlety, bound by channels and contracts, easily constrained. We cultivators, by contrast, refine a spark of pure yang within ourselves, forging a golden core in our very bodies. Though our power may seem feeble at first, it is as responsive as our own limbs, perfectly attuned to our will, the fruit of our own path. Now, do you believe that I do not rely on any dimensional demon lord for my strength? His voice, though not loud, echoed clearly through the silent hall. Each word struck Mordo's heart like a hammer, shaking the very foundation of his beliefs. Mordo opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Before him, his opponent had demonstrated, through tangible, undeniable means, a path of power utterly unlike magic, something real, yet completely beyond his comprehension. The shock of this upheaval struck him far deeper than any simple sense of defeat. At this moment, the Ancient One stepped forward, her gentle yet commanding aura enveloping the entire room. She first shook her head slightly at Mordo, signaling him to remain calm, then turned her gaze to Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with sincere admiration and curiosity. A truly exquisite use of power, Mr. Ling Xiao. Your Tao has indeed broadened my horizons. She angled her body slightly, once more extending an inviting gesture. It seems we do have much to discuss, to truly exchange our philosophies. Would you join me in the tea room for a more in-depth conversation? This time, her invitation carried even greater sincerity and gravity. Ling Xiao glanced at Mordo, whose expression shifted unpredictably, then looked at the Ancient One, whose gaze was profound and serene. He nodded slightly in assent. It would be my pleasure. The Ancient One's eyes lingered on Ling Xiao for a moment. In those eyes, seemingly able to perceive all things across time, surprise and contemplation gradually settled into a deep tranquility. She showed not the slightest hint of anger at Mordo's setback. If anything, her presence grew even more encompassing, as steady and unshakable as a mountain. She turned slightly, addressing Mordo, who was still caught between shock and unwillingness. Her voice was gentle, yet left no room for argument. Mordo, take the other disciples and inspect the outer defenses of the sanctum. The energy fluctuations just now may have attracted unwanted attention. Mordo's lips parted, as if he wanted to protest, but when he met the Ancient One's calm, starry gaze, deep and unfathomable, he swallowed his words. Drawing a deep breath, he forced down the turmoil inside him, bowed his head stiffly, and responded, Yes, Sorcerer Supreme. He cast a long, complicated look at Ling Xiao, a look filled with frustration, caution, and an ineffable confusion, before leading the two unsettled young magicians out. Their footsteps echoed through the vast hall, fading into the distance. With this brief interruption resolved, the Ancient One turned her attention back to Ling Xiao, a faint, almost ethereal smile appearing on her lips. I must apologize for any discomfort. Master Mordo is simply fulfilling his duty. He is always especially cautious in the face of unknown powers. No offense was intended. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to show his understanding. He had, of course, sensed Mordo's hostility, but he also clearly recognized the goodwill and steady composure the Ancient One now displayed. In a place of guardianship, caution is only natural. My unsolicited visit was indeed abrupt. To seek knowledge and understanding is never presumptuous. The Ancient One gently shook her head, her robe sleeves brushing softly as she made a graceful gesture of invitation. Though the New York Sanctum is not the headquarters of Camartage, there are still some tranquil corners here. Mr. Ling Xiao, would you do me the honor of joining me in the tea room? Allow me to fulfill a little of my duty as host, and perhaps we can discuss our philosophies in greater detail. Her tone was sincere and natural, imbued with a serene detachment that seemed to transcend the years, a quality that made it difficult to refuse her. I'll defer to the host, Ling Xiao replied readily. The Ancient One nodded and turned to lead the way. Her steps were unhurried, but remarkably steady, the hem of her bright yellow sorcerer's robe gliding soundlessly across the polished floor. Ling Xiao followed, just half a step behind, his senses kept in check, but his immortal eyes slightly narrowed as he observed his surroundings with subtle curiosity. They passed through corridors lined with ancient tomes, then along a hallway adorned with strange celestial charts. The flames atop the wall sconces flickered gently of their own accord, filling the air with a calming, peaceful aura. The flow of magical energy in the atmosphere grew ever more distinct, the underlying rhythm of this place humming softly, so different from the outside world. Now and then, other practitioners in similar robes hurried by. Each one, upon seeing the Ancient One, offered her a respectful bow. Their gazes toward Ling Xiao were filled with curiosity and intrigue, but none dared interrupt. At last, the Ancient One stopped before what appeared to be an ordinary wooden door. There was no keyhole, only a few bronze runes, slowly and constantly rotating. She extended a finger and touched one particular rune. It glimmered faintly, and the door slid inward in complete silence. Inside was a small, quiet chamber. The furnishings were stark and simple, a table and 2 chairs of unadorned wood. Against the wall stood a petite display shelf, holding a few elegant porcelain pieces and a Yixing clay tea set. The room's walls were bare, save for a single bold calligraphy scroll on the far wall, a single, powerful character for tranquility, the brushwork vigorous, radiating a subtle magic that soothed the spirit. In one corner, a small bronze incense burner sent up delicate wisps of pale smoke. It sent pure and refreshing, clearing the mind with every breath. The atmosphere here felt different from the vast flows of magic outside, more restrained, settled, like the calm at the eye of storm. Please have a seat. The Ancient One sat first beside the table, her posture relaxed and natural. Ling Xiao took the other chair. His gaze lingered on the tranquility, character, a genuine look of appreciation in his eyes. The brushwork holds the spirit of the Tao. No ordinary hand could have produced this. It was a gift from an old friend, many years ago. The Ancient One smiled faintly, leaving it at that. She reached for the tea set and began to brew tea, her movements smooth and fluid as flowing water. She employed no visible magic, yet every step was precise and imbued with grace. The temperature of the water, the amount of tea, the timing, all just right. Before long, 2 cups of tea were prepared, the jade-green liquid shimmering in the plain white porcelain, its fragrance gently filling the air. She gently slid a cup of tea in front of Ling Xiao. Have a taste. These tea leaves are from the mountains behind Camartage. They're not magical, but they do possess a unique flavor. Ling Xiao picked up the cup, but didn't drink right away. Instead, he first observed the color, inhaled the aroma, and took time to sense the faint trace of natural energy within the tea, along with a subtle, tranquil force that felt akin to the aura surrounding the Ancient One herself. He took a small sip, letting the warmth spread through him. The first taste was slightly bitter, but soon mellowed into a lingering sweetness that calmed the mind and soothed the spirit. Excellent tea, he said, lowering the cup and speaking with genuine admiration. The water is good, the leaves are fine, but it's the mindset behind the brewing that truly elevates it. The Ancient One lifted her own cup and took a delicate sip. Tea is like the path. It's all about being present in the moment. When the mind is still, everything can lead to enlightenment. She set her cup down, her gaze returning to Ling Xiao, gentle, yet direct. Mr. Ling Xiao, just now you spoke of the golden core path and refining the self. Forgive my ignorance, but in this world, I have never heard of such things. Would you be willing to explain further? Of course, she added sincerely. If this touches on secrets not meant to be shared, please don't trouble yourself. Ling Xiao looked at the tea leaves floating and sinking in his cup, pausing to reflect. The other party had shown him respect, sincerity, and great openness. If he remained needlessly guarded, he would be the lesser for it. Besides, true exchange of teachings requires both sides to share. It's no trouble at all. These are not forbidden secrets, but rather the basic principles of cultivation. He began calmly, his voice steady. For cultivators like us, the human body is considered a small universe, holding untold treasures within. At the outset of cultivation, one must calm the spirit and quiet the mind, attune oneself to the world's energies, draw breath and vitality into the body, and refine the muscles, bones, and skin. This is called transforming essence into chi. He swept his fingers lightly above the teacup, and a wisp of fine, nearly invisible white steam rose from the cup, swirling around his fingertips as if pulled by some unseen force. When the chi is abundant, it flows through the meridians, opens the core, lays the foundation for the path, and condenses the energy into a central core, what we call the golden core. This is the crystallization and sublimation of one's own vital essence, not something external. The Ancient One watched the controlled swirl of tea vapor with rapt attention. She could sense that Ling Xiao was not using any dimensional energy, but rather a force that flowed from within himself as naturally as moving one's own hand. When a golden core is formed, one's fate is in their own hands, no longer subject to the whims of heaven. The path that follows is to continuously nourish and strengthen the core, comprehend the laws of the universe, refine the spirit and soul, transform the core into a nascent soul, and ultimately attain the true spirit, until one transcends life and death and becomes one with the Tao. Ling Xiao's tone was even, as if recounting everyday matters, yet the realms he described were vast and magnificent, a path of transcendence utterly unlike any other. One's own universe, the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, seeking nothing from the outside. The Ancient One softly repeated these key phrases, her eyes glinting with thoughtful contemplation. Having cultivated for 5 centuries and interacted with countless beings from other dimensions, she knew well that relying on dimensional powers could grant strength in an instant, but always came with contracts, costs, and the lurking threat of backlash. Yet the path Ling Xiao described, though seemingly arduous at the outset and slow in progress, was fundamentally solid, self-contained, and held boundless promise for the future. It is an extraordinary path. The Ancient One finally offered her sincere praise. To focus on unlocking one's own potential may appear limiting, yet holds infinite possibilities. So, Mr. Ling Xiao, may I ask, what stage are you at now? Her question was casual, as if it was a simple scholarly inquiry. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, choosing not to answer directly. I've suffered calamities. My cultivation is less than 1/10 of what it once was. Now, I'm merely retracing old steps. But as for you, Supreme Sorcerer, the powers you borrow from other dimensions, are they truly without price? As he shifted the topic, his immortal eyes glanced over the Ancient One's form, almost imperceptibly. To him, her energy was vast as the sea, yet deep within, entwined and nearly undetectable, was a shadowy trace of power from the dark dimension, utterly at odds with the light she wielded. Though suppressed and sealed by her formidable will and intricate spells, it was nonetheless present. This was not an attack, but a simple, honest observation, an inquiry between equals. The hand holding her cup paused ever so slightly. The Ancient One raised her gaze to Ling Xiao, and for the first time, a flicker of genuine astonishment passed through her usually serene eyes. The fact that she had drawn on the power of the dark dimension to extend her life and protect Earth was an absolute secret, so closely guarded that not even her most trusted disciple, Mordo, knew of it. Yet here, a stranger from another world had unveiled it at a glance. For a moment, the silence in the meditation chamber felt almost tangible. The incense smoke rose in a straight column, and even the fragrance of tea seemed suspended in the air. Yet the Ancient One, after 5 centuries as Earth's protector, had long since achieved perfect composure. That astonishment vanished in an instant, replaced by a deeper tranquility, even a touch of relief. She gently set down her teacup, the porcelain ringing softly. "You are indeed extraordinary," she admitted, her voice entirely calm. devoid of panic at having her secret exposed, holding only the serenity and helplessness of one who has weathered many storms. To confront threats beyond the ordinary, one sometimes must resort to dangerous powers. The cost is real, but it is my choice and my responsibility. She offered no details about the nature of those threats or the precise cost she bore, but in her candor, she revealed immense trust. As the two of them sank into a contemplative silence on the themes of power and its price, both the Ancient One and Ling Xiao suddenly started, their expressions shifting in unison, and looked up at the very same instant. It was not through sound, nor through fluctuations of energy, but rather a tremor of law, a vibration so subtle, yet piercing, emanating from the very essence of the cosmos itself. It was as if a massive stone had been thrown into the still surface of a tranquil lake. An indescribable surge of energy broke forth, a force wild, chaotic, laden with infinite sorrow and the shadow of destruction. Like a rampaging cosmic storm gone out of control, it erupted from an unfathomable distance, sweeping over the entire Earth in an instant, shaking even the barriers between dimensions. Inside the meditation chamber, the golden yellow robes draped around the Ancient One stirred though no wind was present. The character for stillness on the wall suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light, only to dim again in the blink of an eye. The teacup on the table trembled with a low hum, sending ripples spilling over its rim. The Ancient One rose to her feet in a flash. For the first time, the calmness on her face gave way to gravity and urgency. What a maelstrom of magic! This is chaos magic. That child has lost control again, and this time, it's more intense than ever before. Her hands swept upward, and a golden magical sigil began to spin and shimmer at her fingertips, ready to open a portal and rush to the scene at once. Chaos magic? The power of inner demons? Ling Xiao, too, sensed the anomaly and peril in that force. Its nature was strangely similar to the heart-devouring tribulation he had faced, a force that stirs the deepest fears and obsessions within the soul, wild and violent. Seeing that the Ancient One was about to leave, he spoke up almost without thinking, his tone carrying the natural concern of one who recognizes a fellow traveler's dilemma. This power is fierce and maddening, unsettling to the mind and soul. Ordinary means may not suffice. Sorcerer Supreme, if you can trust me, perhaps I could accompany you. In calming the mind and steadying the soul, in unraveling this violent energy, I may have some small expertise. The spinning golden sigil at the Ancient One's fingertips came to an abrupt halt. She glanced back at Ling Xiao. In those eyes that could pierce through time itself, urgency and deep scrutiny flickered in rapid succession. That destructive wave of chaos magic crashed against her senses like a relentless tsunami. Every moment's hesitation risked catastrophe. And yet, this stranger from another world. His gaze was clear and calm, devoid of opportunistic cunning or arrogant pride. There was only the pure focus of someone confronted by a thorny riddle, and the unfeigned willingness to help. The composure born of his own strength allowed her to decide in an instant. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ancient One's voice was quick and precise. The situation is critical. Your assistance will be invaluable. Please, do not resist the force of the portal. Even before her words had faded, her hands swept forward in a motion faster and more decisive than ever before. Accompanied by a teeth-clenching, spine-chilling sound of space being torn apart, a massive ring of fiery sparks suddenly burst into existence in the center of the quiet chamber. Inside the ring, the tranquil room was replaced by a violently warped scene, a fractured space seething with ominous crimson energy. A furious wind surged forth, carrying with it the hopeless wailing of lost souls and the thunderous roar of collapsing buildings. Ancient tomes rustled wildly in the gust, and the fragrant smoke from the incense burner was utterly swept away. Through the portal, a devastated Eastern European street came into view. Houses leaned and crumbled, while chaotic, crimson energy, like living tendrils, lashed and tore at everything in sight. In the heart of the ruins, a cocoon of scarlet energy pulsed violently, radiating a heart-wrenching aura of grief and destruction. Go! The Ancient One commanded in a low, urgent voice, stepping first into the portal. Her figure, radiant in yellow, was instantly swallowed by the tumultuous scene beyond. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. His form flickered, slipping after her like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the ring of sparks. The sensation of teleportation was unlike flying or traversing by spatial arts. It felt as if a formidable force seized him and dragged him through a kaleidoscopic tunnel, swirling with twisted colors and fragments of shattered space. A powerful sense of weightlessness assaulted him, but for Ling Xiao, the feeling lasted only an instant. The next moment, his feet found solid ground. A thick stench of dust and the acrid tang of magic-scorched air flooded his senses. His ears were assaulted by the shrill howl of rampant energies, the constant rumble of collapsing buildings, and the terrified cries of people in the distance. The furious tide of chaotic magical power pressed in from all sides like a tangible sea, seeking to erode, corrupt, and annihilate everything in its path. This was the very heart of the disaster, a street in Sokovia, or what was left of one. The Ancient One had already taken action. Spreading her arms, she conjured a colossal seraphim shield, its golden wings unfurling with dazzling brilliance to block the fiercest wave of chaotic energy. Behind her, a patch of relative safety sheltered a handful of petrified civilians. Yet, it was clear she struggled. The chaotic energies raging here were more violent and unstable than ever before, causing her defensive spells to flicker and waver. And at the center of it all, the source of this power, was a girl curled up amidst the ruins, Wanda Maximoff. She hovered in the air, eyes tightly shut, tear-streaked cheeks twisted by unbearable pain, her long brown hair whipping madly around her face. Torrents of scarlet energy surged uncontrollably from her small frame, an unstoppable flood reducing everything nearby to dust and ash. Soft, anguished whimpers escaped her lips, as if she were trapped in a nightmare from which she could never awaken. Her power has grown again. This time, it's because the Ancient One spoke quickly to Ling Xiao, her tone grave. Her eyes swept over a half-ruined building not far away, which seemed to be the remains of a research facility. Scattered around were fragments of weapons, faintly bearing the logo of Stark Industries. Ling Xiao understood instantly. Painful memories had been triggered, becoming fuel for this runaway surge of power. Sorcerer Supreme, please hold the perimeter. Seal off this area, don't let the energy spill out and harm the innocent. And keep outside eyes away, Ling Xiao said, his voice steady but leaving no room for doubt. As for the core of this outburst, leave it to me. The Ancient One gave him a deep, searching look, but voiced no objection. Instantly, she changed her hand seals. The magical aura around her surged, her hands tracing intricate patterns through the air. A massive golden sigil burst outward from her, expanding rapidly to form a vast, hemispherical barrier that enveloped the entire disaster zone. For now, it cut off the inside from the outside world, shielding the site from satellites and magical surveillance alike. By the time she finished, sweat beaded at her brow, a sign of just how much it cost her to both maintain such a large-scale barrier and resist the onslaught of chaotic energy. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already moved into action the moment he spoke. Unlike the Ancient One, he didn't weave powerful defensive spells. Instead, he strode directly toward the raging heart of the energy storm, toward Wanda herself. With every step he took, the faint, clear light around him grew brighter. Wild, scarlet tendrils of energy lashed out at him, like predators scenting prey, striking and twisting with furious intent. Yet each time, just 3 inches from his body, the fragile-looking glow would silently disperse and dissolve them, like snow melting in the blazing sun, unable to reach him at all. His pace seemed unhurried, yet utterly steady, as if he weren't walking toward the eye of a storm, but rather strolling through his own tranquil garden. Not even the rampaging energy or the hail of flying debris could slow him for an instant. All the while, the Ancient One kept her focus on Ling Xiao even as she sustained the barrier. She saw a wholly different approach, one that didn't meet force with force, but instead used a higher law to dissolve and repel, so that the devastating chaos magic simply could not touch him. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had passed through layer upon layer of obstacles, until he stood less than 10 steps from Wanda. Here, the energy was so dense it was terrifying. The air shimmered and boiled with raw power, the ground deeply scarred and etched by its passage. Around Wanda, waves of pain, terror, and rage radiated so intensely they almost became tangible, battering the mind and spirit of anyone who dared draw near. Ling Xiao stopped, fixing his gaze on the young woman curled up in agony. A flicker of compassion passed through his eyes. He slowly raised both hands, not to form a seal, but with 10 fingers gently spread, as if cradling an invisible sphere before him. He closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense extended outward like the finest silk threads, cautiously weaving through the raging currents of wild energy, seeking to touch the core of Wanda's consciousness, now drowned in pain. Go away. All of you, get away. Don't come near. Fragments of Wanda's awareness lashed out like the desperate roars of a wounded beast, filled with hopeless, defensive fury. The chaos magic, sensing the intrusion of a foreign spiritual force, instantly grew more violent. A surge of energy struck at Ling Xiao, crashing down like a heavy hammer. Ling Zhao's body swayed ever so slightly, ripples of clear light flaring around him, but he did not retreat a single step. His brow furrowed as he realized that ordinary methods of comfort would be futile here. This power was now completely entwined with the girl's deepest emotions. He changed his approach. Parting his lips, he began to chant an ancient and cryptic incantation, the syllables flowing softly and steadily like a mountain stream. It was not a language of this universe, but rather one that carried the secrets of natural laws from his own world, a clear heart immortal mantra. The chant was not loud. In fact, it was almost subdued, yet it carried a strange resonance and a calming force, as if it could reach the soul, bypassing all barriers of space. Its cadence rose and fell, imbued with the profound principles of balance and the cycle of creation and transformation. As the mantra continued, a gentle, pure blue-green glow slowly blossomed between Ling Zhao's hands, like the first tender sprout bursting from the earth, exuding vibrant life and deep tranquility. The light pulsed in harmony with the rhythm of the chant, sending gentle waves of blue-green radiance outward, gradually expanding and moving to meet the storm of scarlet energy. There was no violent explosion, no clash of forces. The moment the blue-green ripples touched the raging crimson torrent, it was like the warmth of sunlight melting away winter snow. The destructive energy was quietly neutralized and soothed. It was not destroyed, but instead guided, its wildness gradually appeased, as if a torrential flood had been given a calm, new channel to flow through. The chant continued, steady as a mother's lullaby, as soothing as a mountain spring, gently flowing into the corner of Wanda's heart that pain had sealed away. Floating in midair, Wanda's rigid body trembled slightly, the knot in her brow beginning to loosen just a bit. The unconscious whimpers escaping her lips faded and became softer. Outside, the Ancient One saw everything clearly. The chaos magic, capable of tearing through the barriers of dimensions, was now, under the influence of that strange blue-green aura and the ancient incantation, truly beginning to settle. Though still vast, it was no longer an unstoppable, mad force of destruction. Her eyes gleamed with wonder. This method, which acted directly on the essence of energy and the soul's core, once again surpassed the boundaries of her knowledge. Ling Zhao continued to recite the incantation of clarity, a faint sheen of sweat appearing on his brow. To cast such a delicate calming spell from a distance, especially against such overwhelming chaotic energy, was a heavy strain on his spirit, which had yet to fully recover. Yet his eyes remained focused and serene, his consciousness as deft as the nimblest hands, guiding the force of the celestial mantra, gently untangling the turmoil within Wanda's scattered aura. Time itself seemed to slow. Above the ruins, crimson and azure light intertwined, destruction and vitality weaving together into a strange yet breathtaking tableau. At last, the surging torrent of energy around Wanda visibly diminished, pulling back toward her. Her body, suspended in midair, slowly began to descend until her toes finally brushed against the earth. Her wild hair fell, shrouding her pale cheeks, as the harrowing waves of power gradually faded, leaving only occasional, barely controlled sparks flickering at her fingertips. Though her eyes remained tightly shut, her breathing grew deep and even, as if she had fallen into a profound sleep. Only the lingering glisten of tears at the corners of her eyes betrayed the turmoil she had endured. Ling Zhao ceased his chanting, lowering his hands as the pure light around him gently faded. He let out a soft breath, gathering his slightly depleted energy. At that moment, the Ancient One released the large isolation ward and stepped to Ling Zhao's side. Her gaze lingered on Wanda, now sleeping and calm, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of relief, deep concern, and a touch of gratitude and awe for Ling Zhao. "Incredible," she murmured, shifting her eyes from Wanda to Ling Zhao's tranquil profile. "Your mastery borders on the miraculous. Chaos magic is one of the universe's primal forces, almost impossible to command. I have only ever suppressed it by force, never witnessed such a gentle method of soothing and guiding. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the heart that decides its nature," Ling Zhao replied, his voice steady as he looked at the sleeping Wanda. "This woman's heart is pure, but her grief overwhelmed her, causing her spirit to falter and her power to lash back at her. True healing must begin with the heart." The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. Just then, sirens and the shouts of local rescue workers approached rapidly from the distance. "We cannot linger here," she decided swiftly, conjuring another portal, this time opening into a quiet meditation chamber of Kamartaj. "We must bring her back with us." Her condition is still unstable, and she needs ongoing care. Master Ling Xiao, I must ask for your aid once more. Ling Xiao glanced at the unconscious Wanda and nodded. With gentle magic, the Ancient One lifted Wanda, and the three of them stepped through the shimmering ring of sparks, vanishing from the ravaged streets of Sokovia. As the last golden sparks of the portal faded, the familiar, tranquil scent of sandalwood in the meditation chamber of Kamartaj swept away the dust and scorched air of Sokovia, welcoming them into a haven of peace. The faint dizziness brought on by the spatial shift vanished in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao's feet landed steadily on the polished wooden floor. The Ancient One followed close behind. In her hands, she cradled a gentle golden light, as steady as the safest cradle, supporting the still unconscious Wanda. The young woman lay curled within the glow, her long hair spilling around her, her face as pale as paper. Only the faint rise and fall of her chest showed she had passed the most dangerous moment. That unsettling crimson energy had retreated deep within her body, leaving behind only a few stray sparks of chaotic fire that flickered now and then at her fingertips before quickly snuffing out. With delicate care, the Ancient One settled Wanda on a soft couch in the quiet chamber, gently covering her with a thin fleece blanket. Her movements were deliberate and attentive, more like a healer tending to a patient than the Sorcerer Supreme who commands awe across the multiverse. Only after finishing did she straighten and turn to Ling Xiao. The hem of her bright yellow robe was dusted with ash, and fine beads of sweat still clung to her brow. Clear signs that holding the Great Barrier in Sokovia and resisting the chaos magic had taken a considerable toll. Yet her gaze remained calm and clear, though a trace of deep-seated weariness lingered in her eyes. "Thank you again for your help," the Ancient One said, her voice slightly lower than usual but still gentle. "Had you not soothed her mind with your art, I fear I could have only suppressed it once more by force, which would have harmed her foundation rather than helped." Her words were sincere, without a hint of the Sorcerer Supreme's aloofness, just honest recognition of the truth. "It was nothing, hardly worth mentioning," Ling Xiao replied with a slight shake of his head, his gaze sweeping over Wanda on the couch. "This young woman is gifted beyond measure, but her power and spirit are too tightly entwined. Grief and sorrow have knotted within her. It's like a child wielding a giant hammer. She hurts others and herself. Healing this will not be the work of a single day." "Precisely," the Ancient One sighed, her breath carrying the weight of centuries spent witnessing countless tragedies. Chaos magic, a blessing and a curse. Her future is shrouded in mist. She paused, then looked toward Ling Xiao. "Until she wakes and her state is stable, I must ask you to remain at Kamartaj a while longer. Your tranquility mantra seems to have a remarkable effect on her." "Of course," Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. He too was intrigued by the nature of this chaos magic. Besides, if he had started to help, he would see it through. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the quiet chamber. "Come in," called the Ancient One. The door opened to reveal Wang, the rotund librarian, standing at the threshold. He carried a wooden tray with 2 steaming cups of clear tea and a small copper basin, sending up delicate wisps of steam. Inside the basin were clean warm water and a towel. He had clearly received the Ancient One's message and had come prepared. The king's gaze swept swiftly over the room, taking in Ling Xiao and the unconscious Wanda lying on the soft couch. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly masked, replaced by a calm and respectful demeanor. He bowed first to the Ancient One. "Sorcerer Supreme," he greeted, then set the tray on the table and spoke in a low voice. "The hot water and towels are ready. Would you like me to prepare a guest room?" "Thank you, Wang," the Ancient One nodded. "Prepare 2 adjacent quiet chambers, and inform everyone. No one is to approach or disturb this chamber without my explicit permission." "Yes, of course." Wang bowed again, asking no further questions. Before leaving, however, he couldn't help but steal a quick glance at Ling Xiao. Filled with curiosity about this mysterious man from the East, who could command such respect from the Sorcerer Supreme and appear in such a situation. Once Wang had departed, the Ancient One dipped a towel into the warm water and gently wiped the sweat from Wanda's brow and the dust from her face, her movements as delicate as if tending to a piece of fragile porcelain. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be admiring the view outside, the unique courtyard of Kamartaj, a blend of Nepalese charm and magical wonder. But his immortal eyes were half open, quietly sensing the extraordinary nature of the sanctum's headquarters. The spatial structure here was far more intricate than he had imagined. Countless folds of space were hidden beneath the ordinary scenery, layered like a honeycomb and stretching into unknown dimensions. Vast energies flowed quietly through preordained channels, powering protective wards, teleportation circles, and training ground alike. The air was dense with spiritual resonance, or magical particles, which, though different in nature from the spiritual energy he was familiar with, were just as suitable for cultivation. Deeper still, he seemed to sense a vast, ancient source of energy, swirling like a nebula and guarded by layer upon layer of arcane arrays. This, perhaps, was the time stone the Ancient One had mentioned before. Truly, this was a sacred ground for cultivation, its profound heritage exceeding even his prior estimations. After a short while, having settled Wanda, the Ancient One moved to the table and picked up her teacup, gesturing to Ling Xiao. Though Kamartaj is humble, it gathers knowledge from many dimensions. If you're interested, you're welcome to explore freely. Perhaps the wisdom of the East might bring us new insights. Her invitation was sincere. The method Ling Xiao had demonstrated moments ago had given her an entirely new perspective on solving Wanda's predicament. It would be my pleasure, Ling Xiao replied, turning to accept the teacup. He, too, was eager to explore the way of this world. The two of them rested briefly, finishing their tea. Then, the Ancient One personally led Ling Xiao out of the quiet chamber, and together they began their true tour of Kamartaj. They walked through a corridor adorned with intricate celestial charts, passing by young sorcerers practicing the Seraphim Shield or the Ring of Ragador. Whenever the sorcerers saw the Ancient One, they all bowed respectfully, casting curious and probing glances at Ling Xiao, who followed behind her. Ling Xiao could sense the subtle ripples of investigative spells sweeping over him, but the celestial energy circulating within his body quietly dissolved them, leaving no trace or reaction. The Ancient One did not introduce Ling Xiao's identity. Instead, she acted as a guide, pointing out the different areas to him. That is the meditation court for beginners, where one must learn to confront the most basic illusions with their consciousness. Over there is the mirror dimension training ground, mastery of which is crucial for resisting incursions from other realms. In the distance, that tower marks the restricted section of the library, housing dangerous ancient scrolls. Her introductions were concise, yet they outlined the training system and responsibilities of Kamartaj with striking clarity. At last, they arrived at the heart of Kamartaj, the library. Even Ling Xiao, upon stepping inside, couldn't help but show a flicker of awe in his eyes. The vast circular hall soared overhead, its domes seemingly limitless, painted with swirling maps of stars. Massive bookshelves, wide enough for several people to encircle, stood like silent giants, rising tier upon tier along the curved walls until they vanished into shadow. They were crammed full of books and scrolls made of leather, bamboo, metal, and even pure energy. The air was thick with the scent of ancient parchment, magical ink, and the distilled spirit of wisdom. Tiny floating orbs of light drifted among the shelves like fireflies, casting gentle illumination for the readers. A few sorcerers sat quietly at desks in the corners, deeply absorbed in their studies. The sheer volume and density of knowledge here far exceeded anything Ling Xiao had imagined. Kamartaj has gathered and safeguarded its knowledge here for thousands of years. The Ancient One's voice instinctively softened in the vast library, carrying a deep reverence for learning. From myths about the origin of the universe, to dossiers on the lords of various dimensions, to the foundations of energy manipulation, nothing is overlooked. Ling Xiao strolled slowly between the rows of shelves, his spiritual sense brushing gently over the books like invisible tendrils. He could feel the faint or potent pulses of energy stored within, as well as the flashes of wisdom distilled through ages. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a quieter section off to the side. The books there were made of noticeably different materials, mostly bamboo slips, jade tablets, even silk scrolls. The classification engravings on the shelves were not in English, but in ancient Eastern script, Kunlun's secret volumes, fragments from Penglai, notes from archaic Qi cultivators. The Ancient One noticed his gaze, walked over at a measured pace, and explained, "These are some fragmented and rare manuscripts collected by a predecessor during travels in the East. They date back to an era even before the founding of Kamartaj. The systems of power described within are entirely different from magic. As obscure as they are profound, so few have ever studied them, and they have nearly faded into oblivion." There was a trace of regret in her voice. It's a shame that most are incomplete, making it difficult to grasp their full scope. Ling Xiao reached out, his fingertip gently brushing over a jade slip whose color had faded and whose spiritual energy had all but dissipated. As his consciousness delved in, broken, scattered fragments of information began to flow into his mind. Ancient discussions about Qi and spirit. There was a certain resonance with the golden core path he knew, yet these concepts felt even more primal and untamed. There are 3,000 paths to the Great Way, each leading to the mysterious. Ling Xiao murmured softly, withdrawing his hand. It seems that even in this world, pioneers once sought transcendence from within. Yet the legacy was fragmented, never able to truly flourish. Perhaps so, the Ancient One mused, thoughtful. Different worlds, different paths, but the pursuit of knowledge and truth that is universal. She looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes shining with sincere anticipation. Your arrival may well be the chance to mend that break. I'm eager to see what kind of spark might fly when the Eastern Tao meets the magic of Camartage. Just then, from deep within the library, behind a desk piled high with hefty tomes, Wang's round head popped up. He spotted the Ancient One first and instinctively began to rise in greeting. But his gaze quickly shifted to Ling Xiao, standing beside her, especially when he saw Ling Xiao examining the neglected Eastern scrolls. Instantly, a fierce curiosity ignited in Wang's small eyes. The Ancient One smiled gently and said to Ling Xiao, "It seems Wang can hardly wait to consult with you. His passion for unknown knowledge is boundless." Ling Xiao turned to the plump librarian, who was doing his best to appear calm, though the longing in his eyes was impossible to hide. Ling Xiao nodded. A seeker of knowledge is always worthy of respect. I too have many questions that I hope these volumes can answer. Time inside the library seemed to move at an unusually slow pace, broken only by the soft rustling of turning pages and the gentle hum of floating orbs of light. Wang all but trotted from behind his book-laden desk, excitement coloring his round cheeks pink and his small eyes fixed intently on Ling Xiao, as though he'd just stumbled upon a long-lost treasure. He first bowed respectfully to the Ancient One, then, unable to contain his excitement, turned to Ling Xiao. His words tumbled out with barely restrained enthusiasm. "Excuse me, sir, did you just mention, chi and spirit? You can actually read these ancient Eastern texts." He pointed to the row of desolate bookshelves behind him, his fingers trembling ever so slightly. The contents recorded in these books are obscure and difficult to understand. The way energy flows in them is completely different from what we know. Almost no one in Camartage can truly make sense of them. Ling Xiao gazed at this librarian, whose passion for knowledge was so pure and genuine, and his expression softened a little. "I know a thing or two. This is the foundation of refining qi into spirit, of nurturing one's essence and fortifying one's roots. It follows a path quite distinct from your order's method of drawing power from dimensions. Refining qi into spirit, nurturing essence, and fortifying roots." Wang repeated these terms under his breath, his eyes shining as if he'd glimpsed the threshold of an entirely new world. So, there really are cultivation methods that don't depend at all on dimensional energy, that rely solely on oneself. But how could that be? How could the body generate enough power on its own? His questions tumbled out one after another, rapid fire, each one brimming with a scholar's relentless curiosity. The Ancient One stood to the side, smiling gently, making no move to interrupt. On the contrary, she seemed pleased to see this exchange. The sharing of knowledge, after all, is always a willing meeting of minds. Ling Xiao was equally forthcoming, offering a concise explanation. The human body is a world in miniature, the universe, an endless expanse. The Dantian is the furnace, intent the fire, breath the wind. By drawing the subtle essence of heaven and earth, one tempers the body, refining the three treasures, essence, energy, and spirit. In this way, one returns to the source, gaining unceasing vitality and self-sufficient power. At first, it may seem faint, but with a solid foundation, the future is boundless. With just a few words, he outlined a grand inward path, a road of self-cultivation utterly different from the magic system of Camartage. Wang listened utterly entranced. Though many of the concepts remained unclear, he instinctively sensed the profound truths within them. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. "Wait, I remember there's a very ancient silk scroll. Somewhere it mentions terms like Dantian and circulating energy. I always thought they were metaphors, or perhaps remnants of a forgotten myth." He spun around and began to rummage eagerly through the shelves, his nimble movements belying his portly frame. The Ancient One watched Wang's back with a gentle smile, then turned to Ling Xiao. "Wang is the most devoted seeker of knowledge I know. It's been a long time since he's been so animated. It seems your Tao truly has opened a new window for us." But just then, a harsh, cold voice shattered the harmonious thirst for knowledge that filled the library. A new window? Perhaps it's a door leading to unknown dangers. Everyone turned to look. Mordo had appeared sometime during their discussion, standing in the shadowed entrance of the library. His expression was dark, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Ling Xiao. Clearly, he had been there for some time, and had overheard at least part of their conversation. He strode in with long steps, first bowing respectfully to the Ancient One. Then, his gaze locked unflinchingly onto Ling Xiao, his voice carrying a tone of undisguised skepticism. Sorcerer Supreme, forgive my bluntness. The magical system of Camartage has been proven over millennia. Though it draws on dimensional power, it is bound by strict contracts and protective laws. This is how we maintain balance between defending Earth and resisting temptation. Turning to Ling Xiao, his voice rose, edged with the force of defending his own beliefs. And as for this path of the self you speak of, true, it sounds beautiful in theory, but to rely solely on one's own power? To depend on nothing outside oneself? I simply cannot understand, nor can I believe it. An individual's strength will always have limits. How could it ever compare to the vast energies of the dimensions? To me it seems like an impractical fantasy, or perhaps, he paused, his tone sharpening to a point. Perhaps a more sophisticated disguise, meant to conceal the true, and possibly unspeakable, source of your power. Other sorcerers in the library, who had been engrossed in their reading, were drawn by the commotion. Heads turned, eyes widening in surprise as they sensed the tension in Mordo's words. Wang's face betrayed a mixture of embarrassment and concern. Clutching an ancient scroll he had just discovered, he hesitated, uncertain what to do. The Ancient One's brow furrowed slightly, but she did not rebuke Mordo immediately. She understood that his concerns were not entirely unfounded, though his manner of expression was rather extreme. She turned her gaze to Ling Xiao, curious to see how he would respond. Facing Mordo's near-accusatory challenge, Ling Xiao remained unfazed, as if the other's intense emotions were no more than a breeze brushing against a mountain. He showed no anger, but replied with a calm question, his voice carrying clearly to everyone present. Do you, sir, truly understand what is meant by the way? Mordo was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a seemingly abstract question. He frowned tightly. I have no need for your vague and elusive philosophies. I only trust in magic that can be seen, touched, and tested. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. His tone was still mild, yet carried an unshakable conviction. You cannot see the wind, yet it can topple cities and tear down walls. You cannot see electricity, but it brings light to countless homes. You draw upon dimensional power, and because you can see and use it, you call it real. I pursue the path within myself, seeking from within, drawing energy from heaven and earth, refining it within, harmonizing with nature. Though the method differs, it is still one face of the universe's laws. Why, in your eyes, does only borrowed power count as real, while self-cultivation is dismissed as empty illusion? He stepped forward, not in a show of force, but with a natural presence that drew all eyes to him. Magic that borrows power requires contracts and carries the risk of backlash. Is that not a price to pay? My path to the golden core is slow, but each step is solid. Life and cultivation are intertwined, seeking nothing outside oneself, forming a universe within. How, then, can you call this a mere illusion? His gaze swept over the vast collection of books in the library. Camartage gathers knowledge from across all realms. It should possess a heart broad enough to embrace all things. Why then, do we reject what is unknown before even seeking to understand it? This is not the attitude a true seeker of knowledge should have. In fact, it borders on self-imposed confinement. Mordo's face turned ashen at these words. The last phrase, self-imposed confinement, stabbed into the deepest recesses of his heart like a needle. He regarded the magic of Camartage as the one true path, and saw himself as a guardian of the world. Nothing was harder for him to tolerate than having the righteousness or inclusiveness of that path called into question. The magic around him flickered, betraying the storm raging within. This isn't rejection. Mordo forced down his anger, arguing back. It's responsibility. The duty to protect Earth allows for no margin of risk. An entirely unknown power, a man of mysterious origin. Who can guarantee this isn't the deeper scheme of some dimensional demon? Who can say for sure that this so-called personal path won't one day spiral out of control, bringing a catastrophe worse than any dimensional invasion? His worries stemmed from his sense of duty, but also revealed a stubbornness and a deep-seated fear of the unknown. Master Mordo, the Ancient One finally spoke, her voice calm, yet carrying its own gravity, cutting through the escalating argument. I understand your concerns, but to judge a power, we must look beyond its origins. We must observe its actions and discern its intent. Just now, Mr. Ling Xiao lent us his aid, stabilizing the chaotic energies. The strength and character he demonstrated are not those of a malevolent soul. She turned her gaze to Ling Xiao, her tone softening. Still, what Mordo said is not without reason. The unknown always carries risks. By the duty of Camartage, We must remain vigilant toward any force that might threaten Earth's safety. With these words, she soothed Mordo while gently conveying to Ling Xiao the necessity for caution. At this, a faint, serene smile played at the corner of Ling Xiao's lips. It was not a sneer, but rather a gesture of transcendent understanding. The Sorcerer Supreme speaks with wisdom. My purpose here is to discuss and seek knowledge, not to preach or prove myself. Whether you believe me or not is for you to decide. My path remains unchanged by doubts, nor is it amplified by belief. His gaze returned to Mordo, his tone steady but cutting to the heart of the matter. You're fixated on the appearance of power, convinced there's only one true way. This rigid attachment has built a wall within you. For one seeking enlightenment, that brings little benefit. Remember, all paths ultimately lead to the same source. At the highest point, distinctions may cease to exist. With that, he spared no further glance at Mordo, whose expression shifted through a storm of emotions, and turned instead to Wang, who was still lost in thought. Ling Xiao gestured toward the ancient scroll in Wang's hands. You mentioned this ancient text earlier. Might I have a look? Perhaps we can compare notes and shed some light for each other. Wang snapped out of his daze, quickly handing over the scroll as though it burned in his grasp. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Mordo's darkened face. The Ancient One regarded Ling Xiao's calm and collected demeanor, her eyes gleaming with even greater admiration. She spoke gently to Mordo. Mordo, you may attend to your duties now. Guarding the sanctum is a grave responsibility. Never allow yourself to become lax. Mordo's chest rose and fell a few times as he struggled to contain his emotions. At last, he forced himself into composure, offered the Ancient One a stiff bow, and cast one last, complicated look at Ling Xiao's back before turning and striding away. His footsteps echoed heavily through the quiet library, each one weighing on the silence. Deep down, he knew that today's conflict was far from over. This otherworldly visitor, and the power he possessed, had landed like a stone in the still waters of his mind, stirring ripples of doubt and unease that would not soon settle. Gradually, the atmosphere within the library returned to tranquility, yet an invisible tension, an undercurrent of unease, had quietly taken root. Ling Xiao, for his part, seemed wholly unbothered, already immersing himself in the ancient scroll of Eastern silk, leaning in to confer softly with Wang, as though the fierce debate on the way of Tao and magic moments before had never occurred. Only the Ancient One glanced deeply in the direction where Mordo had departed, then back to Ling Xiao, who was lost in his studies. She let out a sigh, so soft, it was almost imperceptible. The library was now so quiet that only the faint movement of air and the soft rustle of turning pages could be heard. Ancient parchment, tomes bound in heavy leather, and even a few energy scrolls shimmering with a subtle glow all formed a labyrinth where knowledge and power intertwined. The air was thick with the unique scent of old books, mingled with something strange, a blend of sandalwood and ozone, an intangible mark left by dimensional energies that had seeped into this place over countless years. The Ancient One's steps were light and steady as she led Ling Xiao through the towering shelves. Now and then, her fingers brushed the spine of a particular book, releasing a fleeting spark of golden magic, as if she were conversing silently with the wisdom sleeping within these volumes. Ling Xiao followed close behind, the hem of his broad Taoist robe gliding soundlessly over the polished stone floor. His eyes swept calmly over the endless sea of books on either side, and with his immortal vision, he saw not only the physical tomes, but also the vibrant, flowing threads of energy and radiant knowledge they contained. Chaos magic. The Ancient One finally paused beneath a spacious arched window, beyond which the eternal, snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas stretched into the distance, reflecting the calm, yet unfathomable depths of her gaze. It does not originate from any known dimensional demon, though many beings, like Thon, claim some connection and attempt to harness it. It is more like a primal force, an echo of chaos and possibility that remains from the birth of the universe itself. She turned around, her gaze settling on Ling Xiao, carrying an air of inquiry rather than instruction. At its core, it is the power to distort reality, responding to the host's deepest emotions and desires, often pain, fear, and love. It is formidable, yet highly unstable, like a mirror reflecting the soul, dazzling, yet perilous. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and walked over to the window, standing with his hands behind his back as he looked out at the ancient glacier. Boundless chaos, before the cosmos was formed. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and tinged with a peculiar cadence, as if resonating with the distant mountains. Where I come from, there are similar beliefs. Before the heavens and earth were split, all things were muddled together, undivided into yin and yang. This is chaos. Then Pangu separated the heavens, the pure rising and the impure sinking, and thus the universe, stars, and all living things came into being. He turned his head to look at the Ancient One. Yet chaos is not emptiness. Within it lies the seed of creation and destruction, the spark of all beginnings, and perhaps of all endings. So though this power springs from chaos, it is neither good nor evil in itself. Its nature is decided only by the heart of the one who wields it. His words carried no judgment, only the calm articulation of ancient understanding. The heart, the Ancient One, echoed softly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. That is the key. Wanda's power is tightly bound to her emotions. Pain and love are the source of her strength, but also the shackles that threaten her control. The magic of Camartage draws energy from other dimensions, relying on strict incantations and artifacts to harness and restrain it, a system of borrowed power and boundaries. But chaos magic, it springs from within her. It is more a part of her life itself, and not so easily bound by traditional magical means. Thus, trying to suppress it with external force is like pouring water on boiling oil. Not only useless, but counterproductive, Ling Xiao interjected. He lifted his hand, a wisp of barely perceptible pure energy swirling around his fingertip, tracing the flow of some unseen force. The ultimate principle is simplicity. All methods return to the root. The foundation of control lies in mastery of the heart. When a mind is scattered, power grows wild. When the spirit is calm, power follows intent. The energy at his fingertips shifted, at times restless and roiling like boiling water, at others gentle and smooth as a mountain stream. Your teachings value technique and restraint. My path values the heart and enlightenment. If we wish to help that girl, perhaps we might set aside the urgent urge to control her power and instead strengthen her spiritual core. When a mind is clear as a polished mirror, it can reflect all powers without being tainted. When the heart is steady as a rock, it can weather the fiercest storm without losing balance. The Ancient One listened quietly, her face betraying no emotion, but her eyes grew steadily brighter, as though Ling Xiao's words had opened a brand new window before her. She had protected the earth for many years, witnessed countless systems of power, but a discipline that placed such emphasis on inner cultivation as the foundation of control was indeed very different from the magic she knew. Strengthening the spiritual core, she mused aloud. Specifically how? We can teach her the most fundamental method of mind refinement, Ling Xiao explained. It involves no energy absorption or manipulation whatsoever, only focusing on honing awareness, sensing the self, and clarifying thoughts. It's like building a sturdy embankment for a restless volcano, not trying to seal its eruption. Once her mind is strong enough, she will naturally perceive her own power more clearly and learn to influence it. He paused briefly, then continued. We'll supplement this with mantras for calming the mind. When her emotions surge and her magic threatens to spiral out of control, she can recite these verses, casting a steadying stone into the turbulent lake of her heart, helping her regain a moment of clarity. This is not suppression, but awakening her own inner stability. At that moment, a mage approached soundlessly and whispered a few words to the Ancient One. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as she turned to Ling Xiao. It seems we have a visitor, Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He replied calmly, worldly disturbances always arrive unbidden. You may go to greet him as you see fit. The Ancient One nodded. In that case, I'll excuse myself for a moment. You are free to peruse any books in the library. If you have questions, you may consult Wang. She gestured toward the portly mage nearby, who was meticulously organizing scrolls. Thank you, Ling Xiao said with a slight nod. The Ancient One departed with the mage, her figure soon vanishing into the depths of the bookshelves. Ling Xiao did not immediately turn to the magical tomes. Instead, he gazed once more out the window at the snowy mountains, his mind replaying images of Wanda's scarlet, unstable energy and the Ancient One's descriptions of chaos magic. Chaos, inner demons, he murmured. Over his long years of cultivation, he had witnessed too many whose foundations were shattered, even who fell into darkness, all because their inner demons grew unchecked. The nature of that power truly did resemble the force of inner demons as he understood it, arising from within, amplifying obsession and emotion. Yet chaos magic seemed somehow more primal and potent, directly tied to the very roots of the universe. Perhaps this, too, is a kind of Tao. An unbidden thought flickered through his mind. Was this an untrodden path, perilous and steep, forged from chaos and guided by the mind's intent? Was that girl called Wanda a victim of fate, or an unrecognized seed of cultivation with limitless potential. He exhaled softly. A cloud of white vapor condensed and then faded away against the cold glass. Helping her master her power might not be merely an act of compassion. It might also prove an intriguing experiment, a test to see whether the Eastern way of mind refinement could carve out a new path, even in the face of chaos magic in this alien universe. This thought stirred a faint ripple, named interest, across the tranquil surface of his Tao heart. Turning away, he walked toward the endless rows of books, wondering if some of the foundational theories here might offer him more clues about the rules of this universe. Perhaps they would help him better understand chaotic magic, and even discover how to plant a Tao heart to tame the primal force of demonic arts. After the Ancient One departed, it was as if even the air within the library settled into stillness. All that remained was the gentle trace of time, flowing slowly between the pages and the dust. Ling Xiao did not rush to open those tomes brimming with wisdom from other worlds. Instead, his consciousness spread outward like invisible ripples, softly brushing over his surroundings, sensing the profound pulse of this sanctuary. After a moment, he withdrew his senses and let his gaze fall upon the library entrance. There stood Wang, the sturdy, kind-faced librarian, carefully returning a towering stack of ancient books to their shelves. His movements were practiced and meticulous, as if he were handling fragile treasures. Ling Xiao approached at a gentle pace. Noticing his arrival, Wang looked up and nudged his round spectacles, a hint of curiosity and barely concealed vigilance flickering in his eyes. This visitor from another realm, personally brought in by the Sorcerer Supreme and seemingly beyond even Master Mordo's handling, was met with polite respect, yet Wang also maintained his duty as a guardian of knowledge. "Mr. Ling," Wang greeted him in a low, warm voice. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ling Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze drifting across the shelves. "There is indeed something I wish to ask. Are there any books here on the basic methods of refining the spirit, condensing the soul, or calming the mind? Or perhaps treatises on the training of mental strength in this world?" Wang paused, apparently not expecting such a question. He set down the books, his thick fingers unconsciously running over their rough edges as he pondered. Refining the spirit? Calming the mind? He repeated those words, steeped in Eastern nuance, trying to match them with the knowledge system of Kamartaj. "We do have many works on meditation, focusing the will, and defending against mental intrusion. Would those suffice?" He glanced at Ling Xiao, a bit unsure, and added, "Though most are intended to better guide dimensional energy or protect oneself." "That will do," Ling Xiao replied. "Though the methods differ, the principles may share common ground. I wish to study them, seeking confirmation." Wang's brow smoothed as he seemed to find his bearings. "Please follow me." He led Ling Xiao toward a more secluded section of the library, where the shelves were somewhat worn and the air was heavy with the scent of ancient parchment. With practiced ease, Wang pulled out a hefty tome bound in deep blue, its cover traced with intricate silver geometric patterns, and then retrieved several scrolls tied with leather cords. "This book, Forging the Mind's Bastion, is primarily about constructing mental defenses," Wang said, handing the book to Ling Xiao. The weight of the book was palpable in Ling Xiao's hands. "And here are a few more volumes, manuscript copies of Meditations of Emperor Weishan. They cover deep meditation and the purification of willpower. Perhaps you'll find them useful." He paused, hesitating slightly before asking, "Forgive my boldness, but may I ask, are you seeking these for Wanda?" News traveled quickly in the library, especially regarding the girl with wildly unstable powers who had been brought back by the Sorcerer Supreme. Ling Xiao did not deny it. He traced the silver patterns on the cover of Forging the Mind's Bastion, sensing the faint mental resonance within. Yes, her power is rooted in her heart, as is its turmoil. To master her power, first her spirit must be calmed. That is the fundamental approach. Wang nodded thoughtfully, the wariness on his face receding, replaced by a look of understanding and approval. "She's suffering. That power, it's devouring her. If you can help her, it would be the best possible outcome." There was a new sincerity in his gaze as he looked at Ling Xiao. "If you ever need more books on the mind, just let me know." "Thank you," Ling Xiao replied. He could sense the genuineness in this librarian, the kindness from his heart, and his reverence for knowledge. Just then, a faint but piercing ripple, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, broke through the silent wards of the library and brushed against Ling Xiao's senses. Laced within it were fragments of fear, tormented murmurs from a nightmare, and a volatile edge of chaos energy on the verge of breaking loose. Ling Xiao looked up and said to Wang, "It seems I must borrow the use of your sanctuary for a moment." Wang had clearly felt the unusual disturbance as well, and his expression grew tense. Should I summon the Sorcerer Supreme? That won't be necessary for now, Ling Xiao answered, his voice calm and steady, carrying an assurance that brooked no doubt. Allow me to try first. He didn't leave right away. Instead, he quickly skimmed through the first few pages of Forging the Mind's Bastion. The techniques described focused more on constructing defenses and channeling external energies, differing from his own path of seeking the heart within and clearing the mind stage. Still, the sections on concentration of will and stabilizing mental structures provided him with immediate insights into the nature of mental force in this universe. Closing the book, Ling Xiao gave Wang a slight nod. Then, moving like a breath of wind, he slipped between the bookshelves, heading toward the source of the disturbance, the quiet room where Wanda was being kept. The door to the quiet chamber stood slightly ajar, letting in only a sliver of dim light. Inside, an ancient oil lamp flickered, its trembling flame casting restless shadows that danced across the walls. Wanda lay on a simple bed, her eyes tightly shut, fine beads of cold sweat glistening on her forehead. Deep crimson locks clung to her pale cheeks, and her body quivered faintly. Unconsciously, her hands gripped the coarse blanket, the knuckles turning white from the strain. From between her lips escaped broken, agonized whimpers, as though she were trapped in an endless nightmare. Scarlet energy, wild and untamed like arcs of electricity, flickered erratically around her, warping the very air and filling the room with a restless, oppressive pressure. The air was thick with the scent of a young woman's despair, mingled with the unique, cloying sweetness and danger of chaotic magic. Ling Xiao entered silently, closing the door behind him to shut out the turmoil of the outside world. He stood by the bedside, gazing quietly for a moment. The girl's fragility and torment stood in stark contrast to the immense power within her, power strong enough to rend reality itself. He did not act immediately. Instead, he observed her carefully with his celestial sight. In his vision, Wanda's mental strength appeared as a tumultuous crimson nebula, battered by unseen winds, its core dark with wounds and terror. These swirling negative emotions ceaselessly fueled the chaos magic, driving it to greater frenzy. To suppress this force with sheer power would only provoke a fiercer backlash, like trying to press down a coiled spring with your bare hands. He recalled his earlier discussion with the Ancient One, as well as fleeting insights gleaned from the texts of Kamartaj. A plan had already formed in his mind. Ling Xiao settled cross-legged on the meditation cushion beside the bed, his posture as natural as an ancient pine standing at the edge of a cliff. He made no elaborate madras. Instead, he simply rested his hands lightly on his knees, palms up, focusing his awareness on his core. He slowed his breathing, making each breath deep and steady, gradually syncing with the profound rhythm of the sanctum itself. Then, closing his eyes, he released a strand of flawless, gentle spiritual intent from the center of his brow. It emerged as silently as a moonbeam, fine and delicate as a silken thread, inching softly toward the raging crimson nebula. His consciousness carried no forceful commands or oppressive will, only a pure essence of stillness and serenity, like the reflection of a tranquil harbor cast upon storm-tossed waves. At first, the chaotic magic reacted like a startled beast, lunging at the intruder with a pulse of destructive intensity. But Ling Xiao's spirit slipped away like running water, never meeting the attack head-on, only continuing to radiate gentle waves of peace and calm. At the same time, he began to speak. His voice was low and soothing, not in ordinary language, but woven with a special rhythm and the Taoist incantation of the Qingxin mantra. Each syllable seemed to carry a mysterious weight, falling into the lake of Wanda's heart, trying to ripple away the layers of fear that overlapped within her. Great star above, ever-changing and unceasing, dispel evil, bind spirits, protect life, and shield the body. Grant wisdom and clarity, bring peace to heart and mind. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the tranquil chamber, blending strangely with the flickering of the oil lamp's flame. The mantra's power did not act upon the chaos of magic itself, but worked directly on the root of Wanda's panic-stricken spirit, as if, amid a raging storm, he built her an invisible haven from the winds. A strand of his divine consciousness moved like the deftest of fingers, gliding ever so gently over the most chaotic knots in Wanda's psyche. He guided the rampant currents of energy to settle, little by little smoothing out the creases that fear had twisted into her soul. This process demanded the utmost patience and control. One wrong move, and it could all backfire. Time slipped quietly by. Tiny beads of sweat began to form at the corners of Ling Xiao's brow, not from the exertion of power, but from the intensity of his focus. Gradually, a miracle took place. Wanda's tightly furrowed brow relaxed ever so slightly, her clenched fingers loosening their grip on the blanket. The flickering crimson arcs of energy around her began to appear less frequently, and the restless pressure in the room slowly ebbed, like the tide retreating from the shore. Her broken sobs faded. Though her breathing remained ragged, it no longer had the desperate struggle of suffocation. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, her long lashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her emerald green eyes, gem-like and submerged in the waters of a lake, were still veiled with a mist of lingering fear, bewildered and fragile, as if she'd just fought her way out of an endless nightmare and had yet to distinguish dream from reality. The first thing she saw was the dim ceiling, then the dancing firelight, and at last, her gaze, unfocused, landed on the unfamiliar figure at her bedside. He wore a robe of ancient, simple cut, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his face as serene as a sculpture, his entire presence surrounded by an aura of calm that set the mind at ease. Just now, that warm and steady force that had pulled her out of the depths of terror and pain. Had it come from him? Wanda's heart, tormented and exhausted by overwhelming fear, could muster no more vigilance for the moment. Only a primal yearning for that sense of peace and a faint thread of uncertainty. "Who are you?" Her voice was barely more than a whisper, raspy from just waking, and trembling so slightly that it was almost imperceptible, like a frightened, small creature. Hearing the sound, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and calm, completely devoid of any aggression. He simply watched her quietly, as if he had already anticipated her awakening. "A traveler passing through," he replied gently. Unlike the ethereal tone he used when chanting earlier, his voice now carried a warmth that belonged to the mortal world. "Are you feeling any better?" Wanda stared at him in a daze, unable to answer right away. Instinctively, she checked the power within her, a force that usually seethed like boiling oil, always filling her with dread. But now, though still vast, it was strangely subdued, as if a wild beast had been soothed and had drawn in its claws for the moment. A long-lost sense of deep inner peace wrapped around her. It was faint but undeniably real. This feeling was wonderful, so wonderful that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Her emerald eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting not only lingering fear, but also an incredulous gratitude, and perhaps hope. Shyly, in a soft, tentative voice, she asked once more, "Was it you who helped me?" As Wanda drifted from her initial clarity and confusion, an overwhelming exhaustion washed over her like a tide. Wrapped in that rare tranquility, she soon slipped into a deep sleep. This time, her breathing was steady and gentle. The pain that usually furrowed her brow had vanished, and though her lashes would occasionally tremble, as if wandering the edge of some dream, she was no longer being pulled back into the abyss. Ling Xiao sat quietly for a moment, making sure her condition was stable before rising slowly. His movements were careful, as if not to disturb the fleeting peace in the room. He walked to the door and gave Wang, who had been waiting outside, a slight nod. "She has fallen asleep again. With luck, she should rest for several hours." Wang leaned in to take a look inside, and seeing Wanda truly sleeping peacefully, he let out a sigh of relief. His round face broke into a genuine, grateful smile. "Thank you, Mr. Ling. Ever since her chaotic powers awakened, it's rare for her to sleep so soundly." There was a new warmth in his attitude toward Ling Xiao, a trust born from shared concern. "It was my duty," Ling Xiao replied, his tone as calm as ever. It wasn't coldness, but the serenity of someone who had weathered many storms. His gaze turned toward the depths of the library. "I would like to take another look at the book you recommended earlier." "Of course. Please, follow me," Wang said at once, stepping aside to lead the way. His footsteps were noticeably lighter. Returning to the section filled with ancient tomes, Ling Xiao did not rush to pick up that copy of Forging the Fortress of the Mind. Instead, his gaze swept across the broader expanse of the shelves. His immortal eyes narrowed slightly, and as they did, the world in his vision shifted. The books, once mere vessels of knowledge, now appeared as streams of faint, shimmering energy. Some of the particularly ancient or powerful volumes even radiated unique energy fields of their own, like slumbering spirits quietly exuding their presence. His eyes glided over rows of spines, each inscribed with titles in different languages and adorned with strange symbols. Many of these symbols drew his attention. Their structure was neither like ideograms nor alphabetic letters, but rather a fusion of geometric shapes, abstract lines, and specific nodal points of energy. "What are these?" he murmured, reaching out and pointing toward a hefty volume bound in black, its cover etched with intricate rings and triangular patterns in silver powder. Oh, that's the Cagliostro's Compendium of Foundational Runes. Wang followed his gaze and explained, it's essential for learning protective spells and the basics of crafting magical artifacts. Those patterns are runes, the basic units for constructing spells and channeling dimensional energy. Runes, Ling Xiao echoed thoughtfully. He stepped closer to the shelf, but did not immediately take down the weighty book. Instead, he extended his right index finger, a faint wisp of pure light curling at its tip. In the air, he began to trace one of the simpler, nested triangular runes he had just glimpsed. Wang's pupils contracted slightly, and he unconsciously held his breath. He had seen countless magicians practice drawing runes, always relying on the power of suspension rings and complex incantation gestures to stabilize the energy flow. Never had he witnessed someone do it so effortlessly. The faint light at Ling Xiao's fingertip seemed delicate, yet was incredibly condensed, its structure astonishingly stable. The luminous trail it left in the air was crisp and precise, with no sign of energy leaking or the pattern collapsing. What kind of terrifying control over energy at the microscopic level did this require? Ling Xiao had not infused much power. He was merely copying the shape, nothing more. Yet at the instant he completed the final stroke of the rune, he distinctly sensed a very subtle stirring of a specific attribute of dimensional energy in the surrounding space. It seemed to manifest stability and isolation, gathering toward the glowing symbol in the air, so faint as to be almost imperceptible, but undeniably real. Interesting, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. At a slight tremor of his fingertip, the glowing pattern faded quietly, the summoned dimensional energy settling once more into calm. By shaping a form that matches the laws of heaven and earth, one can summon the corresponding power. This must be the path of talismans and sigils. His final question contained concepts that did not exist in the language of this world, so Ling Xiao posed it in his own tongue. Wang did not understand the words, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had grasped something essential. Talismans? Wang repeated the unfamiliar term with curiosity. Ling Xiao returned to himself and looked at Wang. For once, he offered a more detailed explanation. In my homeland, there is a similar method. Using cinnabar's spiritual ink on specially prepared yellow paper, one draws particular cloud-like script and celestial patterns, inscribes the names of deities, and infuses it with vital energy. In this way, one can commune with heaven and earth, summon gods, repel spirits, ward off misfortune, and pray for blessings. At its heart, the practice relies on the unity of form, intention, and force. As he spoke, he traced lines in the air once more. This time, he drew a Taoist command talisman, relatively simple in structure, yet brimming with a sense of flowing rhythm. This symbol stood in stark contrast to the sharp, geometric runes of Camartage, focusing instead on the connection and circulation of energy. Wang's eyes widened. He could sense that the energy stirred by this strange symbol was subtler and more elusive, seemingly centered on command and communication. This differed from Camartage runes, which favored construction and guidance. Yet beneath these surface differences, there was a resonance. The underlying principle of using form to channel force was faintly familiar. Incredible, Wang murmured, and his gaze toward Ling Xiao changed completely. No longer merely wary and respectful of a powerful stranger, he now looked upon him with genuine admiration, as one scholar recognizes another. So, your method relies on talismans? Not entirely, Ling Xiao replied, shaking his head. At the root, the way is simple, and all methods return to one. Whether runes or talismans, these are merely external techniques. What matters is the understanding and application of the laws of the universe. His eyes swept over the magical tomes. Your runic system is rigorous and precise, like constructing a delicate machine, step by step, solid and secure. My talismans prize fluency and meaning, executed in one continuous breath, like clouds flowing across the sky. He paused, then made a decision that caught Wang off guard. Would you be able to find me some books explaining the basic principles of runic structure and the connections between energy forms? Nothing too advanced, just the fundamentals will suffice. Of course, no problem. Wang agreed at once, sounding quite excited. To exchange knowledge with such a profound practitioner from a wholly different tradition was a rare delight for a librarian like him. He turned quickly, skillfully rifling through a lower bookshelf. Soon, he returned with several thinner, more plainly bound volumes in his arms. Introduction to Runic Structure, Foundations of Dimensional Energy Harmony, and Magical Geometry. These should be just right. Wang handed the books to Ling Xiao, his face alight with the joy of sharing precious treasures. Thank you. Ling Xiao took the book and sat down at a nearby old wooden table. He spread the pages open and began to read attentively. His reading speed was astonishingly fast. Wherever his gaze landed, those unfamiliar symbols and theories surged into his mind like a rising tide. His formidable spirit grasped, deciphered, and quickly compared them with his own vast reservoir of knowledge. The king did not leave. Instead, he quietly sat a short distance away, pretending to tidy the bookshelves, all the while sneaking glances at Ling Xiao. He noticed the other man's focused expression as he read, the occasional nod of understanding, the absent-minded tracing of certain rune strokes with his fingertips on the table, and the flashes of insight that lit up his eyes. It was a pure, unhurried quest for knowledge, entirely free of impatience or greed. Time slipped by quietly with the steady turning of pages. The library remained tranquil, broken only by the occasional brief question Ling Xiao posed to the king when something puzzled him, and the king's concise, clear replies. Their exchange transcended systems and schools of thought, revolving solely around knowledge itself, and, surprisingly, it felt remarkably harmonious. Through his reading and discussions with the king, Ling Xiao gained a clearer understanding, at least at the foundational level, of Camartage's magical system. Their spells were rooted in borrowing and contracts, drawing power from other dimensions or mighty beings through runes and incantations, and using artifacts like the sling ring and strict rituals to stabilize the exchange and protect themselves. It was an efficient path, but one fraught with potential dependency and risk. His own path of cultivation, on the other hand, was the art of inner development, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for personal use, striving for transcendence without relying on external forces. Talismans and formations were merely extensions and applications of his own power, expressions of his understanding of the great Tao. The systems were vastly different, yet not without aspects worth learning from each other. He was particularly struck by the way these runes manipulated dimensional energies with such precision and subtlety. In some respects, their sophistication even surpassed certain foundational talismans he knew. After all, the energies of this universe were active and varied, and the Magi of Camartage had spent countless generations adapting to and mastering them. Closing the last book, Ling Xiao shut his eyes in deep thought for a moment. When he opened them again, he reached out his hand. This time, he did not sketch a rune of Camartage, nor did he draw a Taoist talisman. Instead, he tried weaving a thread of his own immortal essence into the energy structure of a basic protective rune he had just studied. A gentle light flared at his fingertip, forming a miniature, tightly woven triangular sigil. Yet the core energy powering it did not come from any dimensional deity, but from his own primordial immortal force. The pattern of light remained steady, radiating a sense of stability and isolation. Though faint, it had indeed been successfully formed. In the next instant, with a subtle shift of his mind, the triangular light pattern quietly changed structure. He infused it with a trace of the Taoist diamond talisman, adding to its solidity a hint of restrained, rebounding force. The light quivered gently, seemingly a bit unstable, but under his precise control, it managed to maintain its shape. Wang, standing to the side, was utterly transfixed. This act, instantly comprehending and attempting to merge two utterly different systems of knowledge, was entirely beyond his understanding. This was no longer just learning. It was creation. Ling Xiao let the light pattern at his fingertip dissipate, a faint, almost undetectable look of satisfaction surfacing on his face. Quite a fruitful gain, he murmured softly, as if speaking to Wang, but also to himself. These insights from another world were like a newly opened window, offering him more diverse perspectives on the use of power. Perhaps when he forged the immortal domain in the future, he could draw inspiration from the intricate structures of these runes to make it more stable. Or, when refining magical artifacts, he might incorporate some of the concepts of energy harmonics to enhance their potency. The path of the Tao is boundless and endless. To witness such different landscapes in a foreign land and to draw analogies across disciplines, this is a rare fortune. His gaze involuntarily drifted once more toward the direction of the meditation chamber. The chaotic magic swirling within that girl was likely countless times more complex and primal than these basic runes. Guiding her would be a long and winding journey. The library at Camartage was always suffused with a unique atmosphere, a blend of old paper, dried herbs, and a subtle energy that seemed to transcend time and space. Ling Xiao sat alone in a quiet corner, his fingers lightly brushing over a tome bound in some unknown leather. The magical runes across the pages flowed through his consciousness like water, rapidly analyzed, understood, and compared with his own Taoist arts. The knowledge system here was vastly different from the Taoist canon he knew, yet there was a mysterious unity underlying all methods, drawing him in deeper and deeper. Outside the window, the biting mountain winds unique to Nepal howled past, but could not penetrate the ancient, solid walls of this sanctuary. Only the gentle crackling from the fireplace filled the tranquil space with a sense of warmth. Just then, an extremely faint fluctuation resonated with the essence of his immortal power, a wave emanating from an object he kept close to his person. Ling Zhao's fingers paused briefly on the page. He retrieved the item from within his robe. It was a smooth, lustrous white jade talisman, now emitting a soft, flickering glow, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, like a candle flame swaying in the night breeze. Before leaving New York, he had crafted this simple communication jade for Gwen, using the last remnants of his immortal essence and a thread of his own spirit. The material was unremarkable, its function singular. It could only convey brief messages, with limited uses and greatly restricted by distance. The glow on the jade talisman was a sign that Gwen was trying to reach him. She must be holding the matching talisman on her end as well, carefully channeling her longing and messages across the distance. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and let a thread of pure spiritual consciousness sink into the talisman. In an instant, Gwen's voice, deliberately hushed yet brimming with life, resonated deep within his mind. There was a faint, static-like interference to her words, a subtle distortion, the inevitable cost of sending a message across such vast distances and between different energy systems. Ling Xiao, can you hear me? I hope this isn't bothering you. You mentioned this thing might not work very well. The girl's voice began with tentative hesitation, then picked up speed as she continued. Things in New York are all right. Yesterday, I ran into that big guy, Rhino, yes, the one from the news, the one rampaging around in mechanical armor. He tried to rob an armored truck, and it caused quite a scene. Within Ling Zhao's immortal senses, it was as if he could see Gwen perched high in one of her safe houses, perhaps in her beloved clock tower. Curled in the shadows, she watched the city below with wary eyes, rubbing the talisman as she whispered softly to him. There was a trace of deliberate nonchalance in her tone, almost as if she was showing off, but beneath that lay the subtle breaths of someone fresh from battle and the faint tremor of lingering fear. But don't worry, I handled it. Her voice grew spirited. I used the move you taught me, the one where you redirect his charging force with a gentle pull. Honestly, I wasn't sure it would work. His armor looked like it could level a building, but I tried it, and it really worked. He couldn't stop himself, and crashed headfirst into a cement mixer by the roadside. Now, the police are scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to get him out. She seemed to let out a soft laugh, but it quickly faded, replaced by deeper emotions. After a brief silence, the voice from the talisman grew low and tender, the veneer of bravado slipping away to reveal a core of genuine worry. Are you all right over there? That place. Kamartai. The people there, they haven't given you a hard time, have they? Well, will you come back? The last few words were almost no more than a sigh, carrying with them the weight of longing and concern sent across the ocean, reaching him clearly. Ling Xiao listened in silence. He could sense the message becoming unstable, the energy within the talisman beginning to waver, signs that its power was nearly spent. They wouldn't be able to keep this real-time conversation going much longer. He lifted his hand, and at his fingertip, a barely perceptible trace of celestial energy gathered, radiating a gentle, silvery glow. It was as if the tip of a brush, dipped in deep black ink, gently touched the warm jade talisman before him. With his mind as the brush and celestial energy as the ink, he inscribed his reply into the core runes of the jade talisman, sending it across the distance. Message received. His voice resonated through the talisman, calm and clear, echoing steadily in Gwen's mind, a presence both reassuring and composed. All is well with me here. Kamartaj is a place of quiet cultivation, and the Sorcerer Supreme is warm-hearted and generous. I have not been made unwelcome. As for my return, it will require a little more time. He paused for a moment, weighing Gwen's likely concerns. Feeling it was only right to offer her more understanding of her current situation and to spare her needless speculation about his delay, he continued to send his thoughts. There's a young woman here, possessed of a power quite unlike any other, yet plagued by inner demons. Her power threatens to spiral out of control, endangering herself and others. By chance, I encountered her, and knowing a little of the arts of calming the mind and soul, I have remained to assist her, to guide her back to the right path. Once this matter is settled, I shall return at once. His account was objective and concise, omitting all unnecessary details and focusing only on the legitimacy and temporary nature of his situation. Over his long years of cultivation, guiding the young and dispelling ill intent was an ordinary affair. This time, His intervention was both a matter of fate and a gesture of gratitude for the Sorcerer Supreme's candor. As the message was sent, the light within the jade talisman swiftly faded, returning it to the appearance of ordinary white jade, though a trace of warmth lingered to the touch. Ling Xiao could sense that the other talisman, too, had exhausted its energy for this communication and would need time to recover. He tucked the talisman back into his robe and turned his gaze once more to the magical tome before him, though his spirit stirred ever so slightly. He saw, or rather sensed, in distant New York, the masked girl, upon receiving his reply, let out a visible breath of relief. Her tense shoulders eased, comforted by the assurance that all was well with him. And yet, almost at once, a more subtle, complex, and ineffable wave of emotion, so faint it barely traveled through the fading link of the talisman, reached him. It was not worry, nor was it joy. It was more like a thread of almost imperceptible disappointment, or perhaps a trace of wariness too delicate to name, especially when his message mentioned a young woman. That ripple of emotion grew markedly sharper. Though his words were utterly neutral, a girl in need of help, possessed of unusual power, plagued by inner demons, his tone was detached, wholly matter-of-fact. Ling Xiao shook his head ever so slightly, the corner of his lips curving with the faintest hint of understanding. The hearts and minds of ordinary people are delicate and intricate, yet to him, such emotions are not difficult to comprehend. For Ling Xiao, whose heart was as clear as a polished mirror, what he did today was nothing more than a casual act of kindness, forging a thread of good karma. Nothing more. That subtle, budding feeling in Gwen, a mixture of reassurance and an indescribable, possessive concern, was like a tiny stone dropped onto the surface of a calm lake. The ripples it created had barely begun to spread before sinking quietly to the deepest depths of his boundless spirit, lost amid the tranquil clarity within him. His attention was soon drawn back to the ancient tome in his hands, to the discussions within it about the energy tides at the edges of dimensions. The knowledge of Kamar Taj was proving increasingly vital to his understanding of this new universe. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Gwen stood alone atop a skyscraper, clutching the now powerless, faintly warm jade talisman. She gazed out at the bustling yet unfamiliar city below, her mood far less tranquil than Ling Xiao's. Knowing he was safe finally allowed her anxious heart to settle. And yet, a girl in need of help? She shook her head, trying to dispel the strange thought that had surfaced out of nowhere. Drawing in a deep breath of the cold night air, she murmured to herself, "Focus, Gwen. New York needs you. And he'll come back in time." Yet that faint, elusive sense of disquiet had already quietly taken root, unnoticed. Within the library, the silence was one steeped in the wisdom of ages and the quiet nourishment of knowledge. Ling Xiao was deeply engrossed in analyzing and verifying the foundational runic system of Kamar Taj. His fingertips occasionally traced fleeting patterns through the air, energy traces that blended the rhythm of east and west, only to be waved away moments later, as easily as he might clear a chessboard after a round of play. Wang sat quietly nearby, no longer pretending to arrange the shelves. Instead, he held one of his own books, though every so often he couldn't help but steal a glance at Ling Xiao, his eyes brimming with curiosity and undisguised awe. He had never seen anyone grasp and begin to integrate the fundamentals of Kamar Taj so quickly. This effortless mastery and ability to draw connections transcended mere talent. It felt more like a wisdom forged through endless years, bordering on instinct. Yet this tranquility was soon disrupted by the sound of heavy, purposeful footsteps. Each step was steady and forceful, as if the distance had been precisely measured, orderly, unmistakable, and carrying a faint sense of authority that clashed with the library's hushed serenity. Ling Xiao did not look up. His awareness had already registered the presence of a newcomer. Baron Mordo had arrived. Wang had clearly recognized the owner of those footsteps as well. He stood up instinctively, a flicker of tension crossing his face, as if he sensed that some unpleasant confrontation was about to occur. He glanced at Ling Xiao, who remained seated with an unruffled expression, and opened his mouth as if to offer a warning, yet seemed at a loss for where to begin. At the far end of the bookshelf, Mordo's tall figure appeared. He was dressed in an immaculate sorcerer's robe, his face grave, and his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixing unerringly on Ling Xiao sitting at the desk. With long strides, he approached and stopped before the table, his shadow almost engulfing Ling Xiao. He spared not a single glance for Wang. All his attention was locked onto Ling Xiao, his scrutinizing stare brimming with open wariness and suspicion. "Mr. Ling," Mordo began, his voice low and resonant, with an undercurrent of tension lurking beneath the surface calm. "It seems you're adapting quite quickly." The knowledge vaults of Camartage appear to interest you deeply, don't they? It was only then that Ling Xiao slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Mordo's oppressive stare with calm composure. He closed the book in his hands, magical geometry, his movements unhurried and natural, as if he had merely finished an ordinary chapter. Knowledge is like an ocean, vast and boundless. Your order's legacy is long and distinguished, and certainly worth exploring. His tone was measured and emotionless, as though simply stating a matter of fact. Exploring, Mordo echoed, the corner of his mouth tugging into a barely perceptible, icy curve. I'm afraid it's not as simple as that. The power you wield is completely foreign to us. I'm very curious. What is your true purpose in probing so eagerly into our system? His words were blunt and piercing, carrying undisguised suspicion. By the side, Wang's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively tried to ease the tension. Master Mordo, Mr. Ling is only. Mordo raised a hand, cutting Wang off, his gaze never shifting from Ling Xiao. Wang, this doesn't concern you. I just want to have a frank conversation with our guest here. His tone brooked no argument. Wang fell silent, casting a worried look at the two men. In the end, he lowered his head and stepped back, though he did not leave. Ling Xiao, undisturbed by Mordo's relentless approach, merely adjusted his posture, appearing even more relaxed, as if the tension brought by the other man was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Purpose? He shook his head lightly, as if the question itself was self-evident. To know others as well as oneself. Only then can one seek the way. Understanding the differences and similarities allows for self-verification. This is the essence of cultivation. Why must there be some ulterior motive? Cultivation? Mordo's brow furrowed deeply, his instinctive aversion to the word plain on his face. It was simply beyond his comprehension. Your so-called cultivation, you mean a path that relies solely on oneself, without drawing on the power of any dimension? Forgive my bluntness, but to me that sounds more like some sort of dangerous heresy. Power must have a source, and it must be restrained. The magical system of Camartage has been refined by countless generations of sages. Only through incantations, artifacts, and carefully forged dimensional pacts can we both harness power and ensure the safety of the caster and the balance of the world. But your inner, unrestrained power, if you ask me, that's an inherently unstable element. His voice rose, laced with the fervor of someone defending tradition. To his mind, Ling Xiao's very existence, and the Ancient One's tolerance of him, was a challenge, even a rejection, of the thousand-year-old rules of Camartage. Ling Xiao listened in silence, waiting for Mordo to finish before replying. His voice remained calm, yet carried a quiet, unshakable conviction. All methods return to the source. Only the way is true. Those few words held a weighty, ancient force. The power of dimensions, the vitality of heaven and earth, even the radiance of the stars. All these are external forces. He continued, his gaze clear and bright, as if he could see through the very barriers Mordo clung to. To borrow strength is indeed one path, yet it is always seeking outward. Only when the heart is the master of power can one remain unbound by things, unconfused by the world. Restraint should not come solely from spells and contracts, but must also arise from inner tranquility and reverence for the way of heaven. He raised his hand, and at his fingertip, a wisp of primordial energy began to swirl, gentle and restrained, yet emanating a pure, self-contained light. That power was so pristine, so complete in itself, it was as if a tiny universe flickered into existence at his touch. You fear power out of control, so you build countless barriers. That is one path. We temper the heart and cultivate the spirit, guiding power as the mind commands, letting intent move the art. This too is a path. Though the roads differ, what we seek, truth control, may not be so different. Why must your path be righteous, and mine heresy? Mordo stared at the glimmering energy at Ling Xiao's fingertip, a force he could not understand, yet whose purity he could not deny. Wariness flickered in his eyes, shading into something harder to name, perhaps even dread. Ling Xiao's words had struck at the deepest roots of his own doubts. The risks of dependence on dimensional power, the essential need for absolute control. Yet the solution posed, a reliance on one's own heart, was something he could not accept, and in fact, found terrifying. The human heart is fickle, the most unreliable of all things. To entrust the governance of power entirely to one's character? To him, that was nothing short of madness. Empty flattery. Mordo let out a cold snort, forcibly suppressing the flicker of unease that had stirred within him, his attitude turning even more unyielding. Inner strength and discipline. In the face of the overwhelming temptations, and corruptions of the dimensions, the human heart shatters in an instant. The rules of Camartage were forged in blood and bitter lessons. Your theories may sound beautiful, but they are nothing but empty illusions, utterly incapable of ensuring our safety. I cannot allow someone with unknown powers, whose ideals run counter to ours, to move about freely here, let alone come into contact with our most guarded knowledge. His words now bordered on expulsion. The air inside the library seemed to freeze. Wang was so tense that sweat beaded in his palms. Ling Xiao regarded Mordo's face, stiffened by stubbornness, and let out a soft sigh. There was no mockery in that sigh. Rather, it carried a faint trace of pity. It was as if an elder were gazing upon a junior lost within the confines of their own thinking. Rules do matter, but if one clings to the form and loses the true meaning, it only becomes an obstacle of the mind, he said, rising slowly to meet Mordo's gaze. Though he was not as physically imposing as Mordo, an unshakable calm radiated from him, as solid and immovable as a mountain. You are convinced your path is the only one, and so you see all others as heresy. The moment such a thought arises, you build a wall around yourself, and your road narrows from that point on. Yet you fail to see. The world is vast, and there are countless ways forward. He no longer spared a glance for Mordo, whose face had turned ashen, but instead let his gaze drift toward the endless snow-capped mountains outside the window, his voice growing distant. I am here at the invitation of the Ancient One, to exchange knowledge and resolve doubts, nothing more. When my purpose is fulfilled, I will leave of my own accord. Your worries, sir, are unnecessary. With that, he paid no further heed to Mordo, who remained frozen in place, but gave a slight nod to the dumbfounded Wang nearby, then turned and walked calmly toward another row of bookshelves, as if the confrontation just moments ago had never occurred. His retreating figure remained composed, and that air of serene detachment was in itself the most silent, yet powerful, rebuttal to Mordo's hostility. Mordo stood rooted to the spot, fists unconsciously clenched so tightly that veins stood out on the backs of his hands. Ling Zhao's parting words had struck him like a series of fine needles, piercing into corners of his heart he himself had never fully examined, stirring a nameless agitation and an even deeper sense of resistance. He glared hard at Ling Zhao's back, his eyes a tangled web of vigilance, anger, and the embarrassment of having his innermost thoughts so precisely exposed. In the end, he said nothing. With a sudden, sweeping motion of his robe, Mordo turned and strode away, his footsteps heavier than when he entered, as if determined to grind all his frustration and doubt beneath his heels. The library once again returned to silence, empty rhetoric. Mordo let out a cold snort, forcibly quelling the faint ripple of unease that had stirred within him, his stance growing even more rigid. Strength of will? In the face of the overwhelming temptations and corruptions of the great dimensions, the human heart is defenseless. The rules of Camartage were forged with blood and bitter lessons. Your theory may sound appealing, but it's nothing more than an empty fantasy. There's no way it can guarantee our safety. I cannot allow someone with unknown powers, whose philosophy runs counter to ours, to move about freely here, let alone have access to our most guarded knowledge. His words now carried the clear weight of expulsion. The air in the library seemed to freeze. Wang's palms grew slick with nervous sweat. Ling Xiao studied Mordo's face, which had stiffened with stubbornness, and let out a gentle sigh. There was no mockery in that breath, only a touch of, was it pity? Like an elder watching a younger man lost in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. Rules do matter, but to cling to their form and lose sight of their true meaning is to become trapped by appearances, turning rules into obstacles of the heart. He rose slowly, meeting Mordo's gaze on equal footing. Though not as physically imposing as Mordo, the calm and steady air that radiated from him was unshakable, as if he were a mountain, steadfast and immovable. You believe your path is the only way, and so you see all others as heresy. The moment that thought takes root, you build walls around yourself, narrowing your own future. Yet the world is vast, and there are countless paths before us. He no longer spared a glance at Mordo, whose face had gone ashen, but instead turned his gaze to the snow-capped mountains beyond the window. His voice grew distant, almost ethereal. I am here at the invitation of the Ancient One, to discuss and to seek understanding, nothing more. When my purpose is fulfilled, I will leave of my own accord. Your worries, I assure you, are misplaced. With that, he paid no further heed to the stunned and immobile Mordo. Instead, he gave a slight nod to the wide-eyed Wang, then turned and walked calmly toward another row of bookshelves, as if the heated confrontation just moments before had never taken place. His retreating figure remained composed and unhurried. That very detachment was, in itself, the most silent yet powerful answer to Mordo's hostility. Mordo stood rooted in place, his fists clenching unconsciously, veins standing out beneath the skin. Ling Xiao's final words were like fine needles, piercing precisely into shadowed corners of Mordo's mind, places he himself had never fully examined, stirring up an inexpressible agitation and an even deeper resistance. He stared hard at Ling Xiao's back, his gaze a tangled knot of wariness, anger, and a hint of shame at having his innermost thoughts laid bare. In the end, he said nothing. With a violent flick of his robe, he turned on his heel and strode away, his footsteps now heavier than when he'd arrived, as though he meant to crush every last trace of doubt and frustration beneath them. The library fell silent once again. Wang let out a long sigh, feeling the dampness on his back. He glanced in Ling Xiao's direction and saw that the visiting immortal had already picked up another scroll, his expression focused, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a pebble tossed into the lake, unable to stir even a fleeting ripple in the depths of his heart. In Wang's eyes, his admiration deepened. This Mr. Ling possessed not only extraordinary power and unmatched wisdom, but also a composure so profound it was impossible to fathom. Yet a faint worry lingered within him. The gulf of ideology between Master Mordo and this guest seemed to be growing ever wider. Mordo left, burdened by a mix of smoldering anger and doubt, leaving the library to settle once more into that hush steeped in ancient knowledge. Wang stood to the side, visibly uneasy. The fierce clash of beliefs just now had left his heart pounding. He stole a glance at Ling Xiao, only to see the other man already seated again, his fingertips gliding over the pages, wholly absorbed, just as before. It was as if the recent turmoil had been nothing but a speck of dust falling into a deep pool, unable to disturb the surface even for a moment. This almost indifferent calm made Wang find the foreign visitor even harder to read. He hesitated, then finally ventured in a soft voice. Mr. Ling, Master Mordo, he's just very strict about the rules. He bears responsibility for the safety of Kamartaj. So, Ling Xiao lifted his gaze to the anxious Wang, his eyes gentle and without a hint of reproach. Different positions, different beliefs, such things are only natural. Clinging to one's own view is but a hurdle every seeker must face. There's no need to dwell on it. His words were serene, reducing the earlier conflict to a common obstacle on the path of cultivation, as if he were discussing a matter of theory entirely unrelated to himself. This detachment left Wang momentarily at a loss for words. He could only nod awkwardly. Ling Xiao's attention had already returned to the ancient texts in his hands. Yet after his debate with Mordo, the passages about dimensional energy and the art of drawing on external contracts now stirred different thoughts within him. Where once there had been pure curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, there was now a deeper layer of contemplation. Relying on outside ways is but illusion, he recited inwardly, not as a dismissal of the Kamartaj tradition, but as a reflection born from his own path and conviction. Still, true understanding comes from knowing oneself and one's adversaries. To truly grasp the rules of power in this universe, and to face possible threats from other dimensions in the future, shutting oneself away is hardly the answer. He closed the book, his gaze shifting to the window, where the endless expanse outside was sheathed in eternal snow. Yet his eyes seemed to pierce the material world, reaching into realms far deeper and more unfathomable. Master Wang, he suddenly spoke, I wish to project my consciousness beyond my body, to briefly glimpse the truths and illusions of the surrounding dimensions, in hopes of verifying what I have learned. Is there a secluded place here, one especially well protected by wards? He understood that undertaking such a dangerous exploration on someone else's territory required first informing the host and choosing the safest possible location. Wang was taken aback for a moment, then his expression grew solemn. Projecting your consciousness, peering into the dimensions? That's extremely dangerous. Many dimensions are ruled by terrifying beings, and they are acutely sensitive to any form of intrusion. He instinctively tried to dissuade Ling Xiao, but when he met those calm, yet resolute eyes, he swallowed his next words. He recalled the profound methods Ling Xiao had used to pacify Wanda earlier. There is such a place, Wang amended, his tone laced with concern. Please follow me. The Sorcerer Supreme's private meditation chamber is one of the core nodes of the Sanctum's protective array. It's the safest spot we have. He led Ling Xiao through several corridors until they reached a wooden door that looked ordinary at first glance, yet was inscribed with countless intricate runes. Wang produced a strangely shaped metallic artifact, pressed it to the center of the door, and chanted a brief incantation. The runes glimmered softly in sequence, and the door slid open in utter silence. The chamber inside was small and nearly bare, with only a simple meditation cushion at its center. The walls, ceiling, and floor were etched with phenomenally complex magical arrays, which now pulsed gently with a golden light, radiating an aura of unwavering stability. The very structure of the space felt extraordinarily resilient, as though it were separated from the outside world by countless invisible barriers. "This place should be utterly secure," Wang said gravely. "Please, take every caution, Mr. Ling. Within the dimensional void, temptation and peril go hand in hand. The whispers of certain beings can corrode even the strongest resolve." "Thank you." Ling Xiao stepped into the chamber, and the door closed quietly behind him. He sat cross-legged on the cushion, but did not act immediately. First, he closed his eyes and centered his mind, carefully sensing the layers upon layers of powerful protective wards around him. Through his celestial vision, these wards formed an exquisitely intricate three-dimensional network, interconnected with the very ley lines of Kamartaj and the three sanctums themselves, their strength exceeding all expectations. That the Ancient One had chosen this spot for her private meditation chamber was no accident. After confirming his safety, Ling Xiao drew a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, allowing himself to enter a state of perfect stillness, forgetting both self and surroundings. The light of his spirit blazed forth within the depths of his mind, gathering into a singular brilliance. In the next instant, a wisp of silver spiritual consciousness, finer than a strand of hair, yet condensed to the utmost purity, quietly emerged from the center of his brow. Unlike before, this thread of consciousness did not spread out to sense the surroundings. Instead, like an invisible needle, it carefully and ever so slowly pierced through a microscopic node in the Kamartaj protective array, one deliberately left open for observing dimensional changes. In a flash, Ling Xiao's vision suddenly cleared. The scenes of the material world vanished completely, replaced by a vast and bizarre void that defied description. Here, there was no concept of up or down, left or right. There was no matter, no light nor darkness, only countless streams of energy and patches of color, twisted, writhing, and interwoven. These represented innumerable dimensional spaces, some vibrant, radiating warm emerald or bright golden hues, some lifeless and cold, shrouded in deep blue or ashen gray, others brimming with wild destruction, swirling with searing crimson and dark red. This was the dimensional rift, the crevice between worlds in the multiverse. Ling Xiao's consciousness became like an insignificant little boat, cautiously sailing through this chaotic and perilous sea. He kept his mind clear and vigilant, not daring to let down his guard for an instant, passively receiving fragments of energy and information drifting from all directions across the dimensions. He heard the joyful singing from the realm of life, filled with the delight of evolution and propagation. He felt the absolute stillness and cold from the kingdom of death. He touched the wild and unrestrained power of the elemental planes. Yet, more than anything, he was assailed by the temptations and whispers emanating from dimensions steeped in negative emotions. A greedy, all-devouring will surge like a tide of darkness, carrying insatiable hunger, trying to pull his consciousness under. That was the aura of Dormammu from the dark dimension. Hot on its heels, a cunning and twisted consciousness, slick as an oily tentacle, tried to coil around him, offering all manner of illusory promises. This was a lord of the hell dimension, perhaps Mephisto, perhaps another dread entity. There were also maddening murmurs, roars of destruction, and sweetly seductive songs luring one to corruption. All these negative emotions and evil intentions, like invisible poison needles, sought to pierce his mental defenses and taint his core. Yet Ling Xiao's heart remained steadfast, his soul's light as steady as a mountain. These whispers and temptations, to him, were nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing past a hilltop, unable to sway him in the slightest. Through his long years of cultivation, the inner demons he had overcome were far more treacherous and dangerous than any external seduction. Calmly, he observed, analyzed, and memorized the energetic traits and governing patterns of these various dimensions, continuously enriching his understanding of the Marvel Universe. As his spiritual sense swept across a particularly chaotic region, its colors scattered like a toppled palette, a cold, cunning presence, brimming with the malice of a predator toying with its prey, suddenly locked onto him. The owner of this consciousness was not as overwhelmingly vast as Dormammu, but was by no means an entity to be trifled with. It resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the dimensional undercurrents, keenly detecting this sliver of pure, unfamiliar consciousness that did not belong to this place. Oh, a fresh soul from the material realm, one intriguing flavor, A slippery, chilling thought, like a barbed tongue, slithered directly across Ling Xiao's spiritual sense, attempting to bore its way inside. Ling Xiao's heart tightened at once. He immediately recognized this as the avatar of a lesser dimensional demon god. It might not possess the force of a true lord, but its aggression and unpredictability were far more dangerous. That demonic consciousness coiled around him like a malignant tumor, clinging to the bone, its delight revolting. What a peculiar scent. You belong neither here nor to any known dimension. Come, little one, let me see your world. Give me your coordinates. I will grant you unimaginable power. The frigid allure suddenly intensified, like countless icy needles stabbing at the core of his mind, all while trying to trace his consciousness back, seeking the coordinates of Kamartaj, even of Earth itself. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Observation and probing were tolerable, but this direct invasion and threat had crossed the line. He no longer confined himself to defense. In that instant, his slender thread of consciousness erupted in a brilliant silver radiance, a surge of grand, righteous, and utterly pure, immortal will. No longer a cautious probe, it transformed into an invisible sword, cleaving through all illusion. There were no complicated incantations, no borrowed power from any dimension, only a single, resonant note, imbued with Ling Xiao's very essence and steadfast Tao heart. A soul-calming pure tone, unleashed directly from his spirit. This sound was not a physical vibration, but a pure, spiritual rebuke that struck directly at the core. Like a temple bell at dawn, it reverberated through the dimensional rift, sweeping away the miasma of evil. A deep, resonant hum echoed out. The cold consciousness that had entwined him recoiled as if seared by a branding iron, releasing a piercing, silent scream, one filled with agony and furious shock. The demon god's avatar felt as if it had tried to devour a seemingly tempting fruit, only to find it was unbreakable diamond, its essence burned by the pure, blazing force within. As if shocked by a bolt of lightning, it snapped back into its dimensional shadow. The chilling malice vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a ripple of terror and venomous resentment drifting in the void. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort. That wisp of his divine sense remained untouched. If anything, it became even more refined. He wasted no time lingering. In a flash, he traced his path back like a spirit serpent returning to its lair, slipping through that microscopic threshold and reuniting with his true body. Inside the meditation chamber, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting silver gleam danced across his pupils before vanishing, restoring his gaze to its usual deep tranquility. Though the clash had been brief, it gave him the most direct understanding of the danger and complexity within the Marvel Universe's dimensional space. This was not merely a chaotic gathering of energies, but a realm crawling with countless entities, each possessed of its own will, each both greedy and formidable. As expected, danger lurks at every turn, he murmured under his breath. This exploration not only confirmed many of his theories, but also deepened his appreciation for the pressure Ancient One had endured in her years guarding Earth. At the same time, he confirmed that his cultivation in the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit and the steadiness of his Tao heart, gave him a natural edge against the spiritual corrosion and temptations lurking on such dimensional planes. The pure and upright nature of his Hunyuan immortal essence seemed to be a natural nemesis to many of the negative forces within those dimensions. But this also meant that his unique aura in that vast and empty dimensional void would shine like a lantern in the darkness, drawing attention, or perhaps drawing the eyes of demons. He stood up and pushed open the door to the meditation chamber. Wang was waiting anxiously outside. Seeing Ling Xiao safe and sound, Wang finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Mr. Ling, are you all right? I thought I sensed the faintest ripple in the protective array just now." "No need for concern," Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Simply encountered a prying presence. Nothing more. It's been dealt with." Wang's worry only deepened at these words, but he knew better than to pry further. Ling Xiao stepped out of the meditation chamber, his gaze once again growing distant and contemplative. For now, his exploration of the dimensions could rest. His purpose here was fulfilled. His focus now had to return to the girl ensnared by chaos. Compared to the boundless, perilous cosmos, the mysteries of the human heart and the road to redemption might prove just as long and arduous. That fleeting clash in the gap between dimensions was like a small stone cast into the lake of Ling Xiao's heart, ripples spreading before swiftly returning to calm. The vast and menacing void, the greedy and malevolent eyes lurking within, left barely a mark upon his spirit. If anything, they only strengthened his conviction. External things cannot be relied upon. Only one's own Tao heart is the eternal vessel. This insight also gave him a deeper understanding of Wanda Maximoff's predicament. The girl's power was not borrowed from some dark god, but sprang from within herself, from the primordial echoes of the undivided universe. One extraordinary stroke of fortune that was. Yet without the will to master it, even a treasure mountain becomes a living hell. He left the Ancient One's meditation chamber, offering a slight nod to Wong, who waited outside. He said nothing of what had transpired. Wong, seeing his calm demeanor, wisely refrained from asking further, though the awe in his eyes only deepened. Ling Xiao did not immediately return to the sea of books in the library. Instead, his steps naturally turned toward the quiet chamber where Wanda was staying. After a period of deep sleep and Ling Xiao's silent, ongoing spiritual comfort, the girl's mental state seemed much more stable. It was time to plant the first seed. The door to the quiet room was still half open. Ling Xiao slipped in without a sound and saw that Wanda was already awake. She was curled up in a corner of the bed, hugging her knees, her chin resting atop them, gazing in a trance at the gently flickering halo cast by the oil lamp on the floor. At the sound of footsteps, she startled and looked up sharply, a flash of panic crossing her emerald eyes, like a wary fawn in the forest. But when she saw it was Ling Xiao, the panic quickly faded, replaced by a complex expression mingling shyness, gratitude, and a subtle reliance. She remembered. It was this man who had pulled her out of that cold and shattered nightmare, a world filled with screams and loss, and granted her a brief but precious peace. "See, sir." Her voice was soft, still a little hoarse, and her fingers unconsciously twisted at the rough edge of the blanket. Ling Xiao took a seat on the floor cushion near the bed, careful to keep a distance that wouldn't make her feel pressured. His gaze was gentle, settling on her not with scrutiny, but more like one might look upon a sapling battered by wind and rain, in need of careful tending. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his voice calm, carrying a reassuring strength. Wanda pressed her lips together slightly, as if feeling out the state of her body, then gave a small nod. "And much better. It seems like it's fallen asleep." She was speaking of the chaotic magic within her, usually so restless and terrifying. Power itself knows neither good nor evil, nor is restlessness its true nature. It merely mirrors the heart, Ling Xiao said slowly. When the heart is unsettled, the power becomes wild. When the heart is clear, the power will be at peace. Wanda looked at him, half comprehending. His words were a bit too profound for her, but she could vaguely sense that he was telling her the real issue might not be the frightening power itself, but rather herself. "But I don't know how to make it quiet," she lowered her head, her voice choked with helplessness. "Whenever I'm scared or sad, it just comes out, and I can't control it." "That is why you must learn to master your heart," Ling Xiao replied, his voice gentle but clear in Wanda's ears. "Not simply bind your power. I have a method, one that calms the mind and forges the spirit at its core. Would you like to try it?" Wanda jerked her head up, her eyes bursting with an incredulous light, as if she had caught a glimpse of dawn in endless darkness. Willing? How could she not be? Ever since this power had awakened, she had lived day and night in fear and pain, afraid of hurting others, but even more afraid of being wholly consumed by this force. And now, someone was telling her that there was a way to help her control it, not destroy it, not imprison it, but truly master it. "I am willing." The words tumbled from her lips before she could stop them, her voice rising with urgency. Realizing her outburst, a faint blush crept up her cheeks. In a softer, more timid tone, she added, "Please, teach me." In her eyes, that longing and hope shone pure and fierce, so intense it seemed to burn. Ling Xiao gave a small nod. "Very well. This method is not about wielding energy, but about training the mind and spirit. At first, it may feel dull and difficult, but it forms the foundation, never to be neglected. You must quiet your mind and focus your thoughts. Listen carefully." He did not ask Wanda to change her posture, only to remain relaxed and at ease. Then, in a slow and clear voice, he began to explain the most basic introductory principles of the mind refinement technique. This was no esoteric secret, but a Taoist method used in the foundational stage to gather awareness, perceive the inner self, and cleanse the mind. Its focus was on steady, gradual progress and building a solid base. He described how to adjust her breathing, making it deep, long, gentle, and even. How to slowly draw scattered attention back to a single point. How to observe the rise and fall of her own thoughts without being swept away by them, like watching fallen leaves drift along a stream. Sitting cross-legged, Wanda straightened her back, her eyes wide with concentration, afraid to miss a single word. Her brows drew together as she struggled to grasp those unfamiliar concepts, and her long lashes trembled now and then, betraying her nerves and determination. When he finished, Ling Xiao said, "Now, follow my instructions and try it for yourself. Don't force anything. Just let your mind settle and experience it. I'll be here to watch over you." Wanda nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and then, still a bit clumsy, began to follow Ling Xiao's guidance. She closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and tried to gather her focus. But the process was far from smooth. Years of fear and suffering had left her mind as taut as a startled bird, unable to find peace. Her thoughts tangled and surged. One moment Pietro's face, the next a flash of exploding fire, then the terrifying scenes of her power spiraling out of control. The harder she tried to concentrate, the more violently these memories surged up. Her breath quickened, beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, and anxiety and frustration clouded her face. Just as she was about to drown in hopelessness, convinced she could never do it, a warm, dry hand gently rested atop her head. It was Ling Xiao's hand. There was no tremendous power in that touch, only a gentle yet unwavering intent that slowly flowed into her palm. It was not a forceful suppression, but more like a guiding hand, a silent companionship and watchful protection. It felt as though, in the midst of the turmoil within her heart, someone had cast a steadying anchor, as though, amidst her darkness and confusion, a warm, guiding lantern had been lit. "Don't be afraid. Don't rush." His deep, calm voice sounded in her ear, carrying an almost magical reassurance. "Let your thoughts rise and fall, like clouds drifting across the sky. Simply observe them. There's no need to follow. Now breathe, gently slow down." Under his guidance, Wanda's frantically beating heart gradually settled. Her chaotic thoughts remained, but their destructive force had lessened. She tried, as Ling Xiao had said, to simply watch her thoughts as they flickered by, making no effort to grasp or battle them. Little by little, her breathing truly began to deepen, and the tension in her body unraveled, easing bit by bit. Though she was still far from true tranquility, the difference from her previous state of complete mental disarray was as vast as night and day. She could even faintly sense that the dormant chaos magic within her seemed to soften, growing more docile as her mind found a measure of calm. This subtle but tangible shift filled her with a surge of indescribable hope and excitement. Though the attempt lasted only a quarter of an hour, to her it felt like a long and exhausting journey. When she finally opened her eyes, she was mentally weary, yet in those emerald eyes shone a faint but genuine light, something she had never felt before. I think, I felt something," she said, a little uncertain but with a spark of excitement as she looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao withdrew his hand, the faintest trace of approval flickering across his face. "You have glimpsed the path. No small feat this is an endeavor of patience and persistence. Sit in quiet meditation each day, and with perseverance, you will find progress." He paused, then added, "If ever your mind grows restless or your magic stirs, you may silently recite the calming incantation I taught you the other day. It may help you regain clarity." "All right." Wanda nodded firmly, committing his words to memory. She gazed at the mysterious man before her heart brimming with gratitude. He had not only saved her from suffering, but also pointed to a path that might one day lead her towards the light. That kindness weighed heavier than any burden. A fledgling dependence and trust quietly took root and began to grow in her heart. Just then, the door to the meditation chamber was gently rapped. Wang's voice came from outside. "Mr. Ling, Miss Wanda, the Sorcerer Supreme requests your presence." Ling Xiao's expression did not change, as if he had already expected this. Wanda, however, looked a bit anxious, instinctively glancing toward Ling Xiao. "Let's go." Ling Xiao rose to his feet. "Perhaps it concerns your next arrangement." Wanda hurriedly got out of bed and straightened her clothes. She took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and followed Ling Xiao, stepping into the unknown that lay ahead. This time, however, alongside her familiar unease, there flickered a faint yet undeniable spark of hope in her heart. Ling Xiao had just finished giving Wanda a brief introduction to the art of forging the spirit. The tranquility of the meditation chamber had not yet fully settled when Wang appeared outside the door to deliver the summons from the Ancient One. Ling Xiao was about to rise when his brows twitched ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible reaction. It was not a sound from the outside world, but rather a subtle tremor, intimately connected to his spirit, like a pebble cast into the still waters of his heart, sending ripples through the vast distance of space. It was the communication jade talisman he had left for Gwen before his departure. It had been activated. This talisman was no sophisticated artifact. He had simply fused a trace of his own lifeblood immortal essence with his spiritual will and imbued it into a piece of ordinary spirit jade. Its function was singular and highly limited. It could transmit only the briefest of messages over a very short range, and only once. To call it a means of communication was generous. It was closer to an emergency beacon, a signal for positioning and warning in moments of crisis. Now, the talisman had been triggered. This meant Gwen was facing a danger she could not handle on her own, and she was thinking of him. Ling Xiao's steps faltered for a brief moment. Wanda, walking beside him, and already a little tense because of the Ancient One's summons, immediately sensed his fleeting change and glanced at him with a look of puzzled concern. "It's nothing," Ling Xiao replied, his voice calm. He gestured to Wang and Wanda. "You two go ahead. I'll join you shortly." Though Wang was somewhat confused, he nodded and led Wanda away. Wanda glanced back at Ling Xiao, her emerald eyes shimmering with lingering curiosity and dependence, but she obediently followed Wang down the corridor. Once their footsteps faded into the distance, Ling Xiao swiftly turned away, not back to the meditation chamber, but in a flash, melted into the shadows and appeared on a deserted terrace nearby. From here, the view stretched out to the distant, snow-capped mountains, a quiet, secluded vantage point. He closed his eyes, letting his mind sink into utter stillness. Drawing all his senses inward, he focused every ounce of his will on amplifying the faint signal from the jade talisman, tracing its whisper across half the globe. Brooklyn, New York, a dense industrial area on the edge of a network of power facilities. The night rain fell in a constant, whispering sheet, washing over rusty pipes and the cold cement ground, refracting the undying neon glow of the distant city and casting a chilly, dreamlike aura across everything. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of ozone and rain, but above it all surged an electric field that grew stronger and more unsettling with every passing moment. A sudden, violent surge, a crackling burst, then a thunderous bang. A thick blue-white bolt of electricity, as wide and wild as a giant python, exploded from an overloaded transformer. It writhed and lashed across the soggy pavement, sending up a shower of searing sparks and clouds of vapor. Gwen Stacy, known as Ghost Spider, moved among the rampaging bolts with the agility her name suggested, dodging and weaving through the chaos. Rain and sweat had soaked her white spider suit, clinging to her frame and outlining every tense muscle. The oversized white lenses of her mask were stretched wide, filled with a mixture of fear and razor-sharp focus. Her opponent was no ordinary gunman or underworld thug. He was a being forged entirely from raging electricity, a humanoid tempest named Max Dillon. Once just a humble electrical worker, he had become something else altogether. Electro. He hovered above the ground, lethal arcs of energy snapping and crackling around him. Beneath his blue skin, raw power surged and pulsed. His eyes, two blazing orbs of white-hot light, burned with the ecstasy of newfound might and the accumulated anger at a world that had ignored him. "Why does everyone avoid me? Why won't anyone look at me?" Max's voice, twisted and amplified by the electric current, echoed through the rain-soaked night, charged with frustration and pain. "Now, look at me. Feel me." Another horrifying surge of electricity ripped through the air, moving faster than any bullet. Gwen Spider-Sense shrieked in alarm. She leaped aside just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. The bolt struck a steel lamppost behind her. The metal glowed red-hot, then warped and melted, groaning under the assault. "Hey, listen, Mox, you need to calm down," Gwen shouted, trying to steady her breath as she darted through the rain, her words strained with both urgency and exhaustion. "I know you didn't mean for any of this to happen. We can talk about this. Think about your family." She swung through the air on a strand of web, desperately searching for an opening to get close or bring him down. "My family? They can't see me. No one can see me." Max's voice was raw, his energy flaring even brighter, bathing the entire block in electric blue. "But now it's different. Now I'm full of power. I'll make everyone see me." He flung his arms wide, and a tidal wave of energy began to gather around him. Street lights flickered wildly, and even distant neighborhoods suffered surges and blackouts. It was obvious. He was preparing an attack far more devastating than anything before. Gwen's heart was pounding so fiercely it almost burst from her chest. The sense of crisis from her spider sense had never been more intense, like needles stabbing into every nerve, almost becoming a physical pain. She realized that with the next attack, there would be no way for her to dodge, no matter what she tried. In that instant, the shadow of death seized her. Right at the critical moment, she suddenly remembered the smooth jade talisman hidden in the inner pocket of her suit, pressed close to her heart. Ling Xiao had left it for her before he departed, instructing her to use it only in the direst of emergencies. There was no time for hesitation. As she narrowly avoided another crackling arc of electricity, she acted on pure instinct. With gloved fingers slick with sweat, she struggled to press the talisman, her mind screaming a single name, a desperate, heartfelt wish that reached across every distance. Ling Xiao. On the terrace of Kamartaj, Ling Xiao's tightly shut eyes snapped open, a flash of cold light glinting in their depths. Through the final, fragmented surge of thought transmitted by the Jade Talisman, intertwined with the wild, chaotic surges of electrical energy in the background, he instantly understood the extreme danger Gwen was facing. The distance was far too great. No matter how vast his powers, he could not send his physical form to her side in an instant. But that talisman was more than a simple signal transmitter. Imbued with a strand of his vital immortal essence and divine will, it was designed so that, when struck by a powerful energy or actively triggered, it could serve as a temporary, miniature beacon for his power to be projected through. Ling Xiao brought his fingers together like a sword, ignoring the barriers of space, and pointed directly toward the invisible thread that linked him to the talisman. He did not summon a vast tide of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Instead, he precisely channeled the purest surge of Imu, divine thunder, the essence of thunder and growth, infused with a trace of his protective intent. Through that intangible connection, he sent it across thousands of miles in an instant, pouring it into the Jade Talisman, just as it was about to shatter against Gwen's chest. By now, the Electric Man Max had gathered his massive reserves of energy to their peak. Cackling with triumph, he was moments away from unleashing a devastating thunderbolt. A flicker of despair flashed in Gwen's eyes. But just then, the Jade Talisman pressed against her heart suddenly burst forth with a brilliant, gentle teal radiance. An immense yet soothing aura exploded outward, brimming with vitality, yet carrying the stern dignity of heavenly judgment. A single bolt of teal lightning, no thicker than an arm but utterly condensed and pure, erupted from the heart of that glow. Rather than striking at Max directly, it moved like a living serpent across the air, tracing a mysterious arc before colliding head-on with the core of the monstrous energy ball Max was about to release. There was no earth-shattering explosion, just a strange, resonant thud, as if spring thunder rumbled across the sky and ancient wood splintered deep within a forest. Crack, snap! At the point where the teal lightning collided with the raging blue-white current, countless tiny sparks burst forth. The massive sphere of electric energy seemed to be unraveled, neutralized, and absorbed from within by some higher force, dissolving and vanishing in an instant. Max let out a muffled cry of shock and pain. The arcs of electricity flashing around him dimmed by more than half in a heartbeat, as if he had been struck and suppressed at his very core. He staggered from midair and crashed heavily onto the slick, rain-soaked ground, struggling to rise as confusion and disbelief filled his eyes. What has happened? Gwen stood there, stunned, as rainwater streamed down her mask. She lowered her gaze to the Jade Talisman on her chest, now crumbling to dust, its fragments drifting away. The lingering warmth of its touch, along with the life-saving flash of teal lightning, were etched deeply into her senses. From thousands of miles away, in her most perilous moment, her call had been answered in such an unbelievable way, a force that protected her. A flood of emotion, impossible to put into words, a torrent of terror, immense relief, and aching longing, rushed through her, overwhelming every defense she had. Her body trembled, not from the cold, but from the sheer magnitude of her feelings. She forced back the tears that threatened to spill over, drawing a deep breath of the cold, ozone-laced air. Now was not the time for reflection. She glanced at the electro writhing on the ground, then at the distant, steadily approaching wail of sirens. She had to go. Savoring for a final moment the lingering warmth of the vanished force that had shielded her, Gwen cast a long look toward the eastern sky, as if she could pierce the layers of rain and the continent itself, to see the sacred temple hidden among the snowy mountains. Without a hint of hesitation, she flicked her wrist. A web shot out, and her white-clad figure swung away, disappearing within moments into the misty rain and towering cityscape. Her heart surged with emotion, yet she felt a steadiness like never before. Come on, Titus. Ling Xiao slowly withdrew his fingertip, the faintest wisp of teal energy dissipating into the air. His expression remained as calm as ever, though a subtle ripple flickered deep within his eyes. He could sense the talisman had spent its last ounce of power and shattered, and he knew Gwen's presence was swiftly moving away from danger, her safety now assured. So be it. He gathered his thoughts, as if the breathtaking intervention across thousands of miles had never happened. Turning, he walked steadily toward the hall where the Ancient One awaited. The hem of his broad robe swayed lightly in the cool air. The chill on the terrace still carried a faint ripple of energy left by his magic cast across the world. Yet Ling Zhao's face revealed no trace of what had just transpired. He walked with steady steps through the ancient, solemn corridors of Camartage, making his way toward the hall where the Ancient One resided. The harrowing remote intervention just moments ago seemed to him nothing more than brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve. Inside the hall, however, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the chill outside. Wisps of blue smoke curled up from an incense burner, carrying with them the faint, calming scent of sandalwood that soothed the mind and spirit. The Ancient One stood at the center of the hall, her back to the door, gazing up at a vast mural on the wall. The painting was adorned with countless mysterious symbols and the trajectories of stars, an attempt by the sages of Camartage to capture and interpret the laws of the universe. Wanda stood quietly to one side, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. When she saw Ling Zhao enter, her eyes brightened at once. Almost instinctively, she took a small step closer to him, as if his presence alone could grant her a sense of safety. Wang stood on the other side, his expression solemn. At the sound of footsteps, the Ancient One slowly turned around. Her gaze, as always, was profound and tranquil. It first rested on Wanda, and she nodded gently, her tone warm. "It seems that Mr. Ling's method has indeed helped you." "Very good." Wanda immediately lowered her head, replying in a small, timid voice, "Why yes, master." Only then did the Ancient One turn her gaze to Ling Zhao. Her eyes seemed even more enigmatic than usual, as if she could see through appearances and discern the traces of immortal energy that had just faded across space. She did not speak of it, but instead offered a faint smile, a smile that carried the wisdom of one who has seen the world, tinged with an indescribable heaviness. "Mr. Ling," she began, her voice gentle and measured, "your conversation with Mordo just now did not seem pleasant." Ling Zhao's expression remained unchanged. He walked to the center of the hall and stood calmly, replying, "Differences in philosophy are all too common. Each walks their own path, each guards their own heart." "The Tao," the Ancient One softly repeated the word, rich with Eastern wisdom, a glimmer of reflection in her eyes. "Yes, everyone has their own path to which they hold fast. And to uphold that path, especially to protect what we cherish most, often demands a price beyond imagination. Sometimes, it even requires us to peer into the most unfathomable realms." Her words carried a strange sense of guidance. Once again, her gaze lingered on the great mural, as if through it she could glimpse something farther, something deeper. Ling Zhao stood in silence, waiting for her to continue. He sensed that what the Ancient One wished to discuss with him today was far from ordinary. The Ancient One paused, as though weighing her words, or perhaps gathering her resolve. At last, she slowly raised both hands, bringing them together before her chest. Her movements were solemn and deliberate, imbued with a sense of ceremony that was almost sacred. A faint, almost imperceptible hum echoed through the air, a sound so subtle yet so profound, it seemed to reverberate through the very core of the soul. A glimmer of emerald light emerged between her gently cupped hands, as delicate as a newly sprouted shoot, yet brimming with the boundless vitality of jade. That radiance was not dazzling, but possessed an indescribable allure, as if it were the very heart of the universe's flow of time made manifest. With its appearance, the light within the entire hall began to shift in subtle ways, sometimes stretching into an eternity that seemed unchanging, sometimes flickering like fleeting moments that vanish in the blink of an eye. The air itself grew thick yet strangely buoyant, while an immense, unfathomable power, one that governed past, present, and future, stirred like a slumbering beast slowly opening its eyes. Wanda uttered a low gasp, instinctively stepping back, her green eyes filled with a primal awe and fear. The chaos magic within her seemed to sense the presence of a natural adversary and began to stir restlessly, though she forced it back under control. Wang bowed his head even lower, not daring to look directly at that light. This was the supreme relic of Camartage, containing a power mighty enough to reshape the world itself. Ling Zhao's pupils contracted ever so slightly. Through his immortal vision, that speck of green light was no longer a mere cluster of energy, but a singularity where countless timelines, endless possibilities, and tangled strands of cause and effect converged. It was both the origin and the end, cycling endlessly, with neither beginning nor conclusion. The laws contained within it were vaster and more exquisite than any dimensional energy he had ever witnessed. "This is the Eye of Agamotto," the Ancient One's voice became ethereal and distant, as if drifting across the river of time. Enshrined within is the Time Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, a fragment of the singularity from the birth of the universe itself, the very incarnation of the laws of time. Her hands moved in a gentle arc, causing the emerald radiance to flow and swirl. At once, the scene within the hall began to warp and shift in strange ways. Ling Xiao saw the incense smoke by his side, at times flowing backward into the burner, at times accelerating its dissipation until it vanished, and sometimes splitting into countless streams, each drifting toward a different future. He saw the symbols on the murals come alive, constantly evolving and rearranging, enacting the rise and fall of entire civilizations. All of this unfolded in the span of a heartbeat, just a faint leakage of the Time Stone's immense power. With its aid, we can glimpse countless possible futures. The Ancient One's voice was tinged with a weary heaviness, one born not of physical exhaustion, but of a heart burdened by too many secrets and choices. We can discern omens of disaster, witness the turning points of fate. We can reverse the flow of time to amend our mistakes, hasten its passage to ripen the fruits of our labor, or even freeze it, capturing a single moment for eternity. This was power almost akin to that of the gods. Wanda and Wong were utterly awestruck by this force that defied imagination. They held their breath, tense and motionless, barely daring to draw air into their lungs. Yet, after the initial shock, Ling Xiao's gaze quickly cleared, and, if anything, grew even more grave. He fixed his eyes on the swirling emerald light, his brow knitting in thought. The Ancient One noticed his reaction and gradually withdrew the power of the Time Stone. The heart-stopping spectacle of shifting space and time faded away, and the hall returned to normal, leaving only that speck of green gently spinning in her palm, like a miniature universe. It's a formidable power, isn't it? The Ancient One looked at Ling Xiao, her tone layered with emotion. Countless times, it has helped me avert crises that could have destroyed the world, guarding the balance of Earth. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before he slowly shook his head. His voice was low and resolute, carrying an ancient wisdom that seemed out of place in this sanctum of magic, an insight born from a very different universe. Indeed, the power of time touches upon the very foundation of the cosmos, the heart of cause and effect. To forcefully interfere, to swim against the current, may seem to mend a corner. In truth, it shakes the entire fabric. A single thread pulled can unravel the whole. Even the smallest change may set off a tidal wave in the future. The karmic burden that flows from such meddling is beyond what any mortal can bear. He lifted his hand, tracing invisible lines in the air, as if outlining the unseen threads of fate. To cast a stone into the river of the past, from where we stand, may seem to cause only a faint ripple. But that ripple will inevitably spread, reaching unimaginable distances into the future. The wave it becomes, neither the one who cast the stone nor any other can predict, much less control. This is not true guardianship. It is merely covering one present crisis with far greater uncertainty. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon the Ancient One. What's more, to seize outside power and rewrite what is already written is no different from stealing the authority of the cosmos itself. The backlash and retribution woven into such acts. Can the wielder truly remain untouched? The Ancient One's body trembled, almost imperceptibly. Ling Xiao's words struck at the very heart of the matter. For years, she had relied on the Time Stone to glimpse the future and intervene in the flow of time. It had, indeed, averted countless disasters. But the invisible karmic backlash, the endless entanglements of paradox and consequence, had long since clung to her like an unshakable shadow, gnawing at her very being. She understood better than anyone the true cost of this power. At last, a hint of disturbance flickered across her serene face, a complicated emotion born of being wholly seen through. There was surprise, a touch of bitterness, and perhaps, just perhaps, a measure of relief. So, Ling Xiao continued, his tone returning to its earlier calm, yet now carrying a deeper resonance. In my homeland, meddling with time is considered a grave taboo in cultivation. Unless one faces utter ruin and the shattering of their very path, it should never be used lightly. We place greater value on following the flow of the heavens, seizing the present, and planning for the future. The future is ever-changing, yet it should arise naturally from the causes we sow today, bearing fruit in due course. To forcibly alter the fruits of the past, in order to piece together imagined causes, is a path we shun. The great hall fell into utter silence. Only the eye of Agamotto continued to turn gently, its emerald light casting shifting shadows across the Ancient One's inscrutable face. Wanda listened, half understanding the exchange between the two. Though she couldn't fully grasp the profound ideas of karma and retribution, she could keenly sense the heavy pressure radiating from the Ancient One, as well as the deep wariness and disapproval in Ling Zhao's words regarding such divine authority. Oddly, this lessened her own fear of the chaotic magic within her. It seemed that even a power as formidable as time was regarded by Mr. Ling as perilous. Perhaps, in comparison, her troubles were not so hopeless after all. After a long pause, the Ancient One finally let out a slow breath. The complex emotions on her face gradually faded, replaced once more by that unfathomable calm. She brought her hands together. At that moment, the glow of the eye of Agamotto faded into nothingness, and the suffocating weight of temporal laws vanished in an instant. To follow the flow of the heavens, seize the present, and plan for the future, she softly echoed Ling Zhao's words, a strange light flickering in her eyes. It was a look of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, mingled with the excitement of discovering a new path. An intriguing perspective. Perhaps this is the true way to safeguard what endures. She looked at Ling Zhao with a gaze full of admiration, now tinged with the respect of one peer to another, as if inviting him into a genuine dialogue. Then, Mr. Ling, if you foresaw a cataclysm brewing in the future, one that could engulf the entire universe, while countless variables tangled together in the present, how would you plan for what is to come? This question went beyond philosophical debate. It carried the weight of trust and a subtle test. Ling Zhao met her gaze, answering with calm sincerity. Do all that I can, plant good causes, strengthen the foundations, and then wait patiently for the flowers to bloom. If crisis is inevitable, then I will protect what I cherish, give my utmost, and live with a clear conscience. His reply was free of grandiose declarations, grounded instead in quiet conviction and the strength of his own heart. The Ancient One regarded him in silence for a moment, then slowly nodded in approval. In the hall, the weighty discourse on time and fate still lingered in the air. Wanda kept her head bowed, her hands clenching the hem of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. The overwhelming pressure that had filled the room when the time stone was revealed, as well as Ling Zhao's cautious, even fearful, attitude towards such immense power, had left a profound mark on her fragile heart. Compared to the chaotic, often uncontrollable power swirling inside her, this force that could manipulate time was undoubtedly something far loftier and more terrifying. Even Mr. Ling approached it with such caution. Did she truly have any hope for her future? This thought crept over her heart like a cold vine, winding tighter and tighter. The faint glimmer of hope that had just been kindled by her first grasp of the spirit-refining technique now flickered, nearly snuffed out by the overwhelming sense of insignificance brought on by such a stark comparison. Fear for the future, revulsion toward her own power, and those deeply buried fragments of memory about Pietro and past traumas, all began to surge uncontrollably from within. Her emerald eyes gradually lost their focus, a mist of tears blurring her vision, and her breath, without her realizing, grew rapid and shallow. She didn't notice that as her emotions spiraled, the chaotic magic lying dormant deep within her blood, just barely soothed by the spirit-refining technique, began to stir again, like a still pond disturbed by a stone, sending dangerous ripples through her being. The first to sense the change was the Ancient One. Her perception of energy was unparalleled, and she always kept part of her attention on the wildly unstable chaos magic within Wanda. Her brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze immediately snapped to the girl, whose aura was growing increasingly frantic. She spoke, her voice gentle but edged with warning. Child, steady your mind. Guard your spirit. But her warning came too late. Wanda's head snapped up, and gone were the confusion and timidity. In their place was an anguish and terror so profound it consumed her entirely. The nightmare she had forced herself to suppress. The explosion's blaze, her parents' desperate cries, Pietro's vanishing silhouette, and the horrifying scenes of destruction she herself had caused, came crashing over her like a breached dam, overwhelming the fragile barriers Ling Zhao had only just begun to help her build within her mind. No, don't leave me. It wasn't me. I didn't mean to, she choked out, her voice hoarse and disjointed, her body racked by violent tremors. Then, a thunderous eruption. A surge of crimson energy, far more ferocious and terrifying than before, exploded outward from her without warning. This time, it was no longer wild arcs of electricity, but a tangible, raging tide of chaotic power. The air twisted. Light itself seemed to tear, and the room filled with an aura of doom and destruction as the energy crashed and surged in every direction. The stone pillars and walls of the hall, etched with protective runes, groaned beneath the onslaught of this raw, primal force, their inscriptions flickering wildly. Incense burners, candlesticks, and other objects lining the walls were instantly obliterated, reduced to their most basic particles. The very protection array of Camartage was shaken to its core, thrumming with a deep, ominous resonance. Donji! Wang's face went pale. Instinctively, he tried to rush forward, but the terrifying shockwaves forced him back with every step. He couldn't get close at all. At this critical, heart-stopping moment, Gu Yi and Ling Xiao moved as one. Both reacted with astonishing speed, each displaying a distinct yet equally effective way to respond. Gu Yi's hands traced intricate golden circles before her chest, her movements smooth and swift, as though she had practiced them countless times. The sling ring, as it swept through the air, sparked in a brilliant blaze. A sharp crack split the air. With a sound like shattering glass, the space centered around Wanda was instantly peeled away from reality. The world around them fractured, spun, and reformed like shards of a broken mirror. The expensive Persian carpet became the ceiling overhead. Flames from the fireplace burned quietly along a side wall, and the walls themselves now lay beneath their feet as the ground. The mirror dimension. This was one of Camartage's most effective defenses against overwhelming threats, trapping destruction within a reflection of reality, sparing the real world from irreversible harm. Yet, the moment the mirror dimension took shape, the surging chaos energy slammed into its newly formed barrier. The entire mirrored world trembled violently, fine cracks beginning to spread across the barrier's surface. Gu Yi herself wavered ever so slightly, her brow furrowing in concentration. The sheer force and purity of chaos magic far outstripped ordinary dimensional energies. Even within this mirrored prison, its destructive power was staggering. Mere spatial separation seemed barely enough to contain its rampage. Almost simultaneously, Ling Xiao sprang into action. He used no spell to manipulate space. Instead, he stepped forward. It seemed an ordinary stride, but he skillfully avoided the sharpest crest of the energy's impact. Like a boulder standing firm amid raging rapids, he found a slim gap between the tides of force. Around him, a soft, clear light shimmered, a thin yet resilient shield of celestial energy naturally forming, deflecting and dispersing the residual shockwaves that reached him, absorbing their force without direct confrontation. His gaze turned sharp as lightning, piercing through the wild crimson maelstrom, and fixed upon the girl at its heart. Wanda, curled up and screaming in agony. Through his eyes, he could see the core of Wanda's mind being ruthlessly torn apart by her own fear and suffering. The chaos magic was but an outward manifestation of this inner turmoil. Tranquility in action, constancy in response. He intoned a Taoist mantra, not loudly, but with a resonance like a great bell, cutting through the roar of energy to strike directly at Wanda's spirit. At the same time, his fingers danced with breathtaking speed, forming a cascade of mudras to calm and center the soul. From his fingertips flowed a gentle, pure azure glow, not to forcibly suppress the rampaging chaos, but, like spring rain, ignoring all barriers, it fell precisely upon Wanda's spiritual sea. It sought to moisten her parched, cracked heart and soothe the tempest raging within her mind. However, this episode of Rampage was far fiercer than the last. The chaotic magic spontaneously formed a thick, distorted barrier, warding off all external forces, including Ling Xiao's soothing spiritual sense and celestial energy. When the jade-green aura touched the crimson barrier, it managed to seep through in part, but its effect was greatly diminished. Sensing this, Gu Yi immediately changed her approach. She maintained the stability of the mirrored space, while both her hands traced new golden sigils in the air. This time, it was not a spell of space, but a powerful, enhanced variant of the Seraphim shield. Layer upon layer, a vast golden magic array flared to life around Wanda, like a colossal golden eggshell. It began to forcefully contract from the outside, compressing the ever-expanding chaotic energy, slowing its surging momentum, and creating a better opening for Ling Xiao's intervention. Mr. Ling, Gu Yi's voice broke through the howling energies, tinged with urgency. Her power is repelling all outside influence. She needs stronger calming. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened. He could see that the calming incantations and external soothing alone could no longer pierce a barrier born of such violent emotion, a barrier that was at once powerful self-protection and, perhaps, self-destruction. He had to go deeper. Without further hesitation, that thread of highly condensed spiritual sense left his body once more. But this time, it was not a gentle probe. It became a heart sword, formless and intangible, yet forged from the full force of his unwavering will and boundless spiritual power. Silently, the heart sword of his spirit pierced forward, not to attack Wanda herself, but to strike, with unerring precision, at the weakest point of that warped mental bulwark, woven from negative emotion and chaotic magic. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the resistant barrier was penetrated, leaving a tiny breach. In an instant, Ling Xiao's consciousness slipped through the gap, plunging once more into Wanda's tumultuous inner world. This time, he saw not a swirling nebula, but a hellish vision. Shattered homes, burning streets, countless twisted faces writhing in anguish, and at the very heart, a small girl curled up and weeping, utterly alone. Wanda, Ling Xiao's consciousness transformed into a vast, tranquil voice, resonating at the deepest level of her mind. Hold fast to a single point of clarity. What you see is illusion. What you feel is deception. Power follows the heart. Do not let your heart be swept by power. Remember your breathing. Contemplate thoughts rising and dissolving. His words were like an anchor thrown into a raging sea, carving out a fragile pocket of calm within the storm of her mind. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, Gu-Yi poured her strength into the Seraphim shield. The golden barrier held firm against the chaos, slowly pushing the surging energy back. Assailed from within and without, Wanda's body suddenly convulsed, and she let out an even more piercing scream. Yet in that cry, amid the torment, there was now a trace of struggle, a flicker of agonized clarity. The wild energy within her, once it lost the pure drive of emotion and was suppressed both inside and out, finally began to show signs of exhaustion. The surging crimson tide gradually calmed, its volume slowly shrinking. When the last trace of dissipating energy was utterly dispelled by the golden array conjured by the Ancient One, when Ling Xiao's consciousness slowly withdrew from Wanda's mind, and when the tremors within the mirror dimension finally ceased, the crimson light in Wanda's eyes faded completely. Her body gave way, and she collapsed forward. Ling Xiao, who stood closest to her, stepped forward in a flash and caught her limp body. The young woman had fallen into unconsciousness once more, her face pale as paper, breath faint, and her hair at her brow soaked through with cold sweat, plastered to her skin as if she had just endured a life-and-death struggle. The Ancient One slowly dissolved her magic, dissolving the mirror dimension as well, and the group's figures returned to the real hall. Inside, the place was in utter disarray. Though the main structure was unharmed, many of the furnishings had been reduced to nothing. The king looked at the unconscious Wanda in the ruined hall, his face filled with lingering fear and deep concern. The Ancient One walked to Ling Xiao's side, gazing at the unconscious Wanda with an expression of grave seriousness. This time was even more severe than the last. The rate at which the chaotic magic grows has surpassed my expectations. Ling Xiao gently lifted Wanda into his arms. Her body was so light it inspired pity. He looked down at the bloodless face of the girl in his embrace, his voice somber. The inner demon has taken deep root. It cannot be easily dispelled by ordinary means. Though it has been quelled for now, the root remains, and I fear it may resurface. His eyes met those of the Ancient One, and in that exchange, both saw the same worry reflected. Though they had succeeded in subduing the chaos together, it was now abundantly clear that Wanda's troubles were far more complex than they had imagined. The chaos within the hall was quietly soothed by invisible magical forces. The broken objects vanished, and the scorched air was replaced by the cool mountain breeze and the fragrance of newly lit sandalwood incense. Ling Xiao gently laid Wanda back onto the bed in the meditation chamber, his fingers resting on her slender wrist. A thread of pure, tranquil celestial energy flowed slowly into her, probing her condition with meticulous care. The chaotic magic had once again retreated into dormancy, but the traces of its earlier rampage remained vivid. Her meridians and spirit, like land ravaged by storms, were left fragile and exhausted, desperately in need of nourishment and stabilization. The Ancient One stood silently nearby, her gaze steady and grave. The king quickly brought over a clean blanket and warm water, his face etched with concern. After a moment, Ling Xiao withdrew his hand, his brows drawn together in a faint frown. "How is she?" the Ancient One asked, a trace of fatigue hidden in her voice. Maintaining the mirror dimension and forcibly suppressing the chaotic energy had taken its toll, even on her. The force has temporarily subsided, but her spirit is gravely depleted. The light of her inner sanctuary now flickers, like a dying candle in the wind. Ling Xiao's voice remained calm, yet carried a weight of concern. This recent outburst has deeply wounded her very foundation. If she relies solely on her own recovery and basic spiritual refinement, I fear she may not withstand the next backlash from her inner demons. She will need external support, something to nurture her spirit at all times, to steady her soul and calm her mind. Only then can we reinforce her core, grant her the strength to pursue her cultivation, and buy her more time. His gaze shifted to the Ancient One, his tone turning to one of consultation. I wish to set up a forge and craft for her an artifact that can shield her spirit. I'll need a quiet chamber and some basic materials. Might I trouble you for this favor? A forge. A spark of interest flickered in the Ancient One's eyes. She had always been intrigued by Ling Xiao's self-contained, inwardly focused approach to power, a method that owed little to external sources. The crafting of magical tools was clearly a key part of his system. Of course, she replied. If there's anything Kamar Taj has in abundance, it's a collection of strange and potent materials. Wang. Yes, master. Wang responded at once. Take Mr. Ling to the Chamber of Pure Flame on the eastern side. The earth fire there is steady, and the energy-gathering formations laid by generations of masters should suffice for his needs. You have the keys to the storeroom as well. Whatever materials Mr. Ling requires, let him have them. The Ancient One's instructions were generous. If she could observe Ling Xiao's forging process and help Wanda in the process, the investment would be well worth it. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, keeping his words brief. He promptly followed Wang out of the room. The Chamber of Pure Flame was situated in a secluded corner of the Kamar Taj compound, deep within the mountain's heart. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of heat enveloped them, intense, yet without aggression. At the room's center stood a massive bronze furnace, its rim adorned with the sculpted head of a dragon. Beneath its maw, the furnace drew upon the earth's veins of fire, which were harnessed and regulated by arcane formations, radiating a stable, surging heat. All around, the walls were inlaid with crystals and runes designed to amplify and stabilize the flow of energy. Impressive, isn't it? Wang spoke with a hint of pride. Many of our most powerful magical artifacts were forged right here. Ling Xiao surveyed the chamber, then nodded. The earth fire is pure, and the formations are indeed clever. This will do. His tone was measured and impartial, as if he were appraising an ordinary object, showing none of the awe Wang had anticipated. Wang rubbed his nose, silently marveling at just how lofty Mr. Ling's standards must be. Ling Xiao then recited a list of required materials, most being minerals and crystals known for their calming, spirit-gathering, and energy-stabilizing properties, such as tranquil jade, soul-binding ironwood core, and star sand. He also included several Kamar Taj specialties, their gentle magical glow marking them as unique resources he'd noted earlier while reading in the library. Wang carefully recorded each item, then hurried off to the storeroom to gather the supplies. The materials were swiftly gathered and neatly arranged on the stone platform beside the furnace. Ling Xiao dismissed Wang and remained alone within the Chamber of Pure Fire. He did not begin the process immediately. Instead, he circled the furnace once, his robe sleeves brushing lightly as he cast rays of cleansing light that sank into the runes carved on the surrounding walls. He was fine-tuning the formation here, adjusting it to resonate more perfectly with celestial essence rather than relying solely on the raw force of magical energy. Once his adjustments were complete, he stood before the furnace and drew a deep breath. In that moment, his entire aura shifted dramatically. The calm and gentleness he'd shown before faded away, replaced by a focused stillness, solid as stone, as if he had become one with his surroundings. With his fingers pressed together like a blade, he pointed in the air. At once, the earth fire beneath the dragon-headed furnace flared fiercely, sending blue-white flames leaping upward. The temperature soared, yet he maintained perfect control, containing the searing heat entirely within the hearth, not letting a trace escape. The process of forging had officially begun. The first material he placed into the furnace was the primary component, the tranquil jade. Wrapped in the flow of his celestial essence, the jade hovered above the flames, subjected to the combined refining powers of earth fire and that otherworldly energy. As impurities were gradually stripped away, the jade grew ever more translucent and lustrous, with swirling lights seeming to dance within its core. Ling Xiao's focus was absolute. His fingers moved with dazzling speed, casting a succession of intricate, arcane forging incantations that flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds and flowing water, merging seamlessly into the waiting jade. His motions were elegant and precise, carried by a unique rhythm, a stark contrast to the way the masters of Kamar Taj would wield magic, relying on spells and artifacts. Here was mastery over both the flow of energy and the shaping of matter in its purest form. Watching quietly from the side through a crystal orb, the Ancient One's eyes gleamed with wonder. She could sense the subtle harmony in the energy changes within the furnace, a refined artistry she had never encountered before, where will and power fused seamlessly into the act of forging. Next, the auxiliary materials were added in order. The soul-firm ironwood core dissolved into fine strands of inky blackness, threading into the jade to strengthen its power to steady the mind. Stardust scattered like pinpricks of starlight, embellishing the mix and forming a miniature spirit-gathering array. The magical ingredients, meanwhile, were refined to extract their purest, gentlest energy, serving as catalysts to help all the elements meld together. The most crucial step was the inscription of runes. From his fingertip, Ling Xiao drew forth a single drop of pale, golden lifeblood, mingling it with a surge of concentrated spiritual will. He traced in the air 2 core Taoist cloud script sigils, calm mind and soul anchor. These were no dead marks, but living symbols imbued with his own deep understanding of the way of the mind and spirit. They shimmered with the brilliance of profound simplicity, slowly imprinting themselves onto the forming jade talisman. As the runes settled into place, the jade burst forth with a gentle yet penetrating radiance, flooding the entire chamber with pure, clear light. A soothing aura spread outward, instantly calming the mind and banishing all stray thoughts. Gradually, the flames within the furnace faded and died down. A jade pendant, about the size of a chicken egg, floated quietly above Ling Xiao's palm. It glowed with a gentle, milky luster, within which cloudy wisps and specks of starlight turned slowly. 2 ancient, golden runes were etched into its surface, radiating a serene and refreshing aura. Its light was subdued, never harsh to the eyes. This was the newly forged spiritual artifact, the Serenity, soul-calming jade. Ling Xiao's face was slightly pale. Forcing out a drop of his own lifeblood had taken a noticeable toll on him. Yet satisfaction shone in his eyes. Though this jade was only at the artifact level, it embodied his painstaking effort and his precise understanding of Wanda's condition, making its effect singular and powerful. When he returned to the quiet chamber, he found Wanda just beginning to stir from her slumber. Her long lashes fluttered a few times, and her emerald eyes slowly opened, filled with weakness, confusion, and a deep, lingering dread. The moment she saw Ling Xiao enter, her gaze instinctively followed him, like a frightened child seeking the only safe harbor. "How are you feeling?" Ling Xiao walked to her bedside, softening his voice. Wanda parted her lips, trying to speak, but only a hoarse whisper escaped. She wanted to sit up, but her entire body felt limp and drained. The lingering memories of her rampage sent a faint shiver through her. "Don't force yourself to speak. Just rest and recover," Ling Xiao said gently, producing the freshly crafted Serenity, soul-calming jade. The moment the jade appeared, Wanda's eyes were drawn to it. Its cooling, tranquil aura seemed to sweep over her restless heart like a gentle hand, miraculously soothing some of her turmoil. She instinctively sensed that this object would be of immense benefit to her. Ling Xiao placed the jade lightly in her palm. The pendant felt silky and warm to the touch, and its cool, peaceful energy surged through the point of contact, slowly smoothing over her mental wounds and exhaustion. "This is called the Serenity, soul-calming jade," Ling Xiao explained. "Wear it close to you. It will help calm your mind, nurture your spirit, and shield you from inner demons. When you practice the spiritual refinement technique in the future, holding this will double your results with half the effort." Wanda clutched the jade tightly, as if a drowning person had seized the only life-saving driftwood. Its gentle warmth and the reassuring strength it radiated gradually chased the chill from her fingertips and brought a flush to her cheeks. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Lifting her head, she gazed at Ling Xiao, her weak voice thick with gratitude she could barely put into words. "Thank you, sir." She did not know how he had obtained such a treasure, but she knew it must be extraordinarily precious. Not only had he brought her back from the brink of collapse time and again, but he had also poured his heart and soul into crafting this artifact for her. The weight of such kindness left her at a loss for how she could ever repay him. The Ancient One watched quietly from the side, her gaze lingering for a moment on the jade pendant, imbued with a mysterious Eastern power so distinct from magical artifacts, before she gave Ling Xiao a slight nod, her eyes filled with genuine appreciation and gratitude. Ling Xiao saw Wanda clutching the jade pendant tightly to her chest, as if protecting the most precious treasure in the world. Gradually, her expression eased, peace settling over her features, and even a hint of drowsiness appeared. He knew then that the talisman was already taking effect. He stepped back and said to the Ancient One, "Let her rest well. With this pendant in her possession, she should be safe for the time being. However, the root of the problem can only be truly resolved through inner cultivation." The Ancient One nodded in agreement. The two of them left the quiet chamber, leaving Wanda to sleep soundly, still holding the pendant that brought her tranquility. The soul-soothing jade radiated a gentle, calming light. Wanda gripped it tightly, sinking into a deep and restorative sleep, the kind she had not known for a long time. The tension in her brow finally eased, and Ling Xiao and the Ancient One slipped silently out of the room. "Thank you." The Ancient One paused in the corridor, expressing her gratitude to Ling Xiao once more, this time with even greater solemnity. With her extraordinary senses, she had clearly discerned the pendant's effects, a power utterly unlike magic, reaching straight to the core of one's mind and spirit. For Wanda, it was truly a timely blessing. "It was my duty. Think nothing of it," Ling Xiao replied calmly, his gaze drifting toward the mist-shrouded mountains beyond the walkway. "This pendant can safeguard her mind for now, but to root out her affliction entirely is not something that can be achieved overnight. As for what comes next..." He had not finished speaking when both of them paused almost imperceptibly, as if sensing something at the same instant. The Ancient One tilted her head slightly, as if listening for a message carried on the wind. Ling Xiao's eyes sharpened. Though he had not fully extended his senses, his intuition was keenly attuned to shifts in energy and disturbances in space. A faint, unfamiliar ripple, distinct from both the mystic arts of Camartage and Ling Xiao's own immortal energy, was slipping through the sanctum's outer wards, sending a steady, precise signal requesting entry. "It seems we have a visitor," the Ancient One said, turning her gaze back with a knowing smile, as if she had expected this all along. "It's Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. It appears his patience is even shorter than I imagined." Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged, though a nearly imperceptible glimmer flashed in his eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D., that vast organization which had shadowed him since his sudden descent, always seeking to track, analyze, and control him. That its leader had come in person left little doubt as to his purpose. "He comes for me," Ling Xiao stated calmly. "To a large extent, yes." The Ancient One nodded slightly, without denying it. "The fluctuations of your energy here, as well as your previous conflict with Mordo, may not have completely escaped their surveillance. What's more, you yourself are one of the highest priority, unknown targets on his list." Her tone carried a barely noticeable trace of amusement, as if she were recounting an anecdote that had nothing to do with her. "What is your advice, Master?" Ling Xiao looked at the Ancient One. This was her domain, and he respected the host's opinion. "There's no harm in meeting." The Ancient One spoke with composure. "Director Fury's methods may be a bit direct, but his goal is the protection of this world. Sometimes, talking things out face-to-face can save a lot of unnecessary trouble down the line. Of course," she paused and added, "whether or not you wish to speak with him is entirely up to you. Camartage has every right to refuse any visitor." Ling Xiao considered for a moment, then nodded. Very well. He had no intention of antagonizing the official powers of this world, but neither would he ever submit to their authority or scrutiny. If this meeting could be used to clarify his stance and set boundaries, it would indeed be convenient. "Good." The Ancient One smiled faintly, tracing a small golden circle in the air with her fingertip. She murmured a few words into it, apparently instructing the guardian mages to allow the visitor through. Before long, the sound of steady, purposeful footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Nick Fury's one-eyed figure emerged between the columns. He was still clad in his signature black leather trench coat, his lone eye sharp as a hawk's, calmly surveying the surroundings steeped in ancient, mysterious energy. His face betrayed no emotion, as though he were merely entering an ordinary office. Yet every nerve in his body was taut with vigilance. That single eye had witnessed more supernatural phenomena than most could imagine. But every time he set foot in Camartage, he still felt a primal reverence for the unknown powers at play. His gaze immediately locked onto Ling Xiao, who stood beside the Ancient One. The man, dressed in traditional Eastern robes, seemed both at home in these surroundings and set apart from them. He matched the images in Fury's intel perfectly, and perhaps was even more unfathomable in person. Simply by standing there, he seemed to form a world unto himself, untouched by the turmoil of the outside. "Master Ancient One." Fury was the first to speak, his voice low and hoarse, carrying the tone of official business. He gave the Ancient One a slight nod by way of greeting. Then, without hesitation, his solitary eye turned to Ling Xiao, its gaze heavy with scrutiny. "Mr. Ling," he pronounced the name precisely, evidence of thorough preparation, or should I say, Master Hunyuanzi? "At last we meet." Ling Xiao met his gaze calmly, his deep eyes revealing neither joy nor anger, as tranquil as a mountain lake reflecting clouds and snow-capped peaks. Fury's scrutinizing stare, enough to make even veteran agents break out in a cold sweat, seemed to fall into an unfathomable void. Nick Fury, Ling Xiao replied in a level tone, stating his name as though confirming a simple, well-known fact. Fury's single eye narrowed almost imperceptibly. It was no surprise that the man knew his name, but the utter indifference in his voice, as if he were only acknowledging some irrelevant label, caught him off guard. There was no wariness, no hostility, not even curiosity, only a kind of transcendent calm. It seems, Mr. Ling, that you're not entirely unfamiliar with us. Fury advanced 2 steps, stopping about 3 meters away, a distance close enough for clear conversation, yet leaving a prudent buffer zone. That saves me the trouble of introductions. So let's not beat around the bush. He clasped his hands behind his back, standing tall and direct, his words clear-cut. Mr. Ling, ever since you appeared in New York a few months ago, under rather extraordinary circumstances, your presence has been on SLD's radar. The type of energy you wield, the abilities you've shown, exceed anything in our current files. We've classified you as maximum potential unknown risk. His tone was forthright and authoritative, brooking no argument. We need to know your origin, your purpose, and a clear assessment of your capabilities. This world is fragile. It can't withstand too many unpredictable variables. SHLD's duty is to assess, contain, and, if necessary, neutralize anything that threatens global security. It was as if some invisible string had been drawn taut in the air. Even the wind beneath the corridor seemed to pause for a heartbeat. The Ancient One stood aside, silent, observing quietly, as if she were merely a bystander to the scene. Ling Xiao listened to Fury's near ultimatum without betraying any emotion. He remained silent for a few seconds, as though digesting Fury's words or perhaps pondering how to respond. At last, he spoke, his voice as steady as ever, yet carrying an aloofness that seemed foreign to Fury, a calm born of a different worldview. Where I come from is meaningless to you. My purpose is not yours to define. He lifted his eyes slightly. His gaze seemed to pass through Fury, looking into some distant void. The fate of this world does not rest on any one person or event. The order of heaven moves according to its own rules. To force control is to invite restraint. Fury's brow knit tightly, his displeasure evident at the reply, so full of Eastern mystique and evasion. The laws of heaven? Mr. Ling, what I need are concrete answers, not a philosophical debate. Your very existence is a massive wild card. You're closely connected to New York's Ghost Spider. You've appeared in Kamartage, and you've intervened in several incidents. All of this means you're already taking action. S.H.I.E.L.D. requires at least a fundamental understanding of this. I simply go with fate and act as circumstances dictate. Ling Xiao's tone remained calm, almost detached. When I witness injustice, I set matters right in passing. When I encounter someone in need, I lend a hand if I can. This is my way, not the kind of action you speak of. Set matters right in passing? Lend a hand in passing. Fury's voice rose, tinged with obvious skepticism and a hint of scorn. How easy you make it sound. Do you have any idea what kind of chain reaction your passing actions could trigger? How many delicate balances you might upset? Balance. Ling Xiao echoed softly, his gaze sharpening and fixing on Fury, a look that seemed to pierce right through him. And if this balance is built on sand? If it rests upon vipers and rats occupying high places, gnawing away at the very pillars from the shadows? Fury's solitary eye narrowed sharply. His hands clasped behind his back, clenched suddenly, his body rigid for the briefest of moments. Vipers and rats in high places? Gnawing away at the pillars from the shadows? What did he mean by that? What did he know? About Project Insight? Or was it that terrifying suspicion Fury could no longer ignore? That S.H.I.E.L.D. itself had been infiltrated from within? In that instant, Fury felt as if he'd been stripped of one more layer of armor before this man. He was no longer the omnipotent director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather someone whose deepest secret had just been exposed. He stared hard at Ling Xiao, searching for any trace of mockery, probing, or threat on the man's face. But all he found there was a fathomless calm. A heavy silence fell beneath the eaves. Only the faint whisper of the mountain wind brushing against the corners of the roof broke the stillness. The Ancient One's gaze shifted between the two men, a glimmer of understanding flickering in her eyes. She was well aware of the corruption festering within S.H.I.E.L.D., though bound by oaths and the need for balance. She could not directly intervene. Now, hearing Ling Xiao seemingly lay it bare in a single remark, even she felt a stir within. Only after a long pause did Fury slowly unclench his fists. His voice, when he finally spoke, was lower, roughened with a rasp that was almost imperceptible. Just how much do you know? Ling Xiao, however, offered no further explanation. He looked at Fury with that same tranquil gaze, as if to say, what I need to know, I know. As for what to do next, that's your concern. Fury took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the tempest raging inside. He realized that today's meeting had veered entirely off the track he'd so carefully set. The man before him was far more dangerous and more unfathomable than he'd imagined. Not only did he possess formidable power, but he also seemed to hold some crucial pieces of information. Any plan to force a resolution was now completely out of the question. Pressing for answers would likely yield nothing more and would only place him at a greater disadvantage. It seems we won't be able to reach any further consensus today, Fury finally said, his tone regaining its composure, though much of his earlier edge had faded, replaced by a deeper sense of caution and inquiry. But S.H.I.E.L.D. will continue to keep a close watch. I hope your way truly poses no threat to this world, as you claim. This was, in effect, an admission that the encounter had ended in failure, with a temporary holding of positions. All things in the world follow their own course, Ling Xiao offered, his reply as enigmatic as ever. Too much worry breeds demons of the mind. Fury fixed Ling Xiao with a long, searching look, as if determined to etch every detail of the man into memory. Then he turned to the Ancient One and nodded. Sorry for the disturbance, Master. The Ancient One returned the gesture with a subtle nod. Fury did not say another word. He turned sharply and strode away along the corridor he had come, the hem of his black coat billowing behind him, his footsteps now heavier than when he'd arrived. Silence settled once more beneath the eaves. The Ancient One watched Fury's receding figure and said softly, "You gave him quite a shock." "I merely spoke the truth," Ling Xiao replied, his tone as calm as ever. "Whether he can break through his own confusion, that's for him to decide." His gaze shifted toward the meditation chamber, as though that, and not the meeting just ended, was his true concern. Meanwhile, back in his private vehicle, Fury stared out at the snow racing past the window, his single eye as dark and stormy as a brewing thundercloud. "Snakes and rats, gnawing away at the pillars," he muttered, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. Back to headquarters, he ordered the driver. Then, picking up the encrypted communicator, he hesitated for a moment before saying in a low, steady voice, "Hill, initiate a top-level, maximum security audit on Operation Lumberjack. I want a complete review of every loyalty assessment report for all agents level 7 and above, especially every file related to personnel reassigned after Operation Paperclip." On the other end, Maria Hill's voice came through, calm but tinged with surprise. "Director, isn't that a bit excessive?" "Do it." Fury cut her off, a cold gleam flashing in his solitary eye. With a single sentence, the man he'd just met had awakened the deepest, most persistent doubts Fury had long kept buried. His journey to Kamartaj had not been fruitless after all. The ripple caused by Director Fury's visit did not linger long in Kamartaj. For Ling Xiao, this meeting merely confirmed a few suspicions, and in passing, sowed a seed that might one day change certain things, but he gave it no further thought. His attention remained focused on the girl, ensnared by chaos. The effects of the tranquil spirit jade were undeniable. Over the next 2 days, Wanda's condition visibly improved. Color returned to her cheeks, and the shadow of panic that had haunted her eyes receded. She clung to the smooth, cool jade with the desperation of someone clutching a lifeline, never letting it leave her grasp. Whether she was following Wong through Kamartaj's most basic meditation lessons, or struggling through the cryptic training of the mind-refining technique under Ling Xiao's guidance, the jade was always close at hand. Its cool, calming aura acted as an invisible shield, warding off the overwhelming interference of external energies and buffering the storm of her own emotions. For the first time, she felt that wild, raging power might truly be restrained, understood, perhaps even accepted, rather than merely feared and suppressed. Her gaze toward Ling Xiao grew ever more reliant and grateful, and she even began, on occasion, to summon her courage and ask questions. Though sometimes naive, her questions brimmed with curiosity about the mind-refining technique. In the silent corridors, it was not uncommon to see her quietly following a step behind Ling Xiao, carefully imitating the natural calm he carried in every movement, her hope and caution evident in every gesture. Everything seemed to be moving in a hopeful direction. However, the root of the chaotic magic could not be eradicated by a single artifact alone. The power that was woven into her blood and soul, connected to the universe's primordial chaos, was far more complex than anyone could imagine. That night, all was silent but for the ceaseless howl of the Himalayan wind, sweeping over the mountain peaks with a relentless, mournful wail. In her sleep, Wanda's brow suddenly furrowed, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her fingers tightened unconsciously around the jade pinned in her chest, knuckles turning white. The gentle glow of the tranquil spirit jade flickered uncertainly, as if locked in fierce struggle with some invisible, overwhelming force. She had fallen into another nightmare. This dream was clearer than any before, more vivid, more real. She was no longer a distant observer, but trapped within the scene. Her feet stood on cold, shattered rubble. All around her, flames surged skyward, explosions thundered, shaking the world to its core. Stark Industries missiles shrieked overhead, the sound like the mocking laughter of death itself, tearing the sky apart again and again. "Mom! Dad!" She heard her own childhood voice, raw, anguished, a cry torn from her soul. She saw her parents' faces, frozen in terror and despair, before they were consumed by the raging inferno. The scene twisted and shifted abruptly. She and Pietro clung to each other for survival, struggling through the war-ravaged ruins of Sokovia. Hunger, cold, and terror clung to them like shadows that would not let go. The stark white lights of Hydra's icy laboratory stabbed at her eyes, and the agony of unspeakable experiments cut straight to her very bones. And then, chaos and destruction unleashed as her powers awakened. She saw herself, lost in the throes of unconsciousness, erupting with scarlet energy that twisted and tore entire buildings apart, the blast sweeping away innocent lives. Those faces, frozen in terror. Those cries, raw with pain. "Stay away from her." 1,000 sharp voices, accusations, sobs, roars, rushed in from all directions, wrapping around her, dragging her deeper into the abyss of despair. The deepest fear did not come from the outside world, but from within herself. At the dream's end, she saw herself wholly consumed by chaotic magic, her eyes blazing with tangible scarlet light, a twisted, manic smile contorting her face as she raised her own hands. Her own hands. "No!" In a quiet chamber, Wanda shot upright from her bed, releasing a scream that shattered the silence. A cry so suppressed and raw it sounded almost broken. Her whole body trembled violently. Cold sweat drenched her thin clothes in an instant. Her emerald eyes were wide, dilated to their limits, brimming with unspeakable terror and pain. Tears fell in a silent stream, like pearls slipping from a broken string. The soul-calming jade pendant at her chest flashed furiously for a moment before struggling to stabilize, emitting a cooling aura that worked desperately to soothe her near-shattered mind. But it was only just enough to keep her from breaking. The nightmare visions rising from the depths of her soul, and the storm of emotion that followed, battered the jade's protection like a relentless tidal wave. Within her, the chaos magic stirred again, not erupting as uncontrollably as before, but no longer lying dormant. Scarlet energy gathered like a restless thundercloud, crackling around her, thickening the air with a stifling pressure. The light warped, objects in the room trembled and gave off a low, ominous hum. She stood on the very edge of losing control. And almost at the same moment, a slender figure appeared silently at the doorway. Ling Xiao had not been sleeping. Indeed, his cultivation had long since replaced the need for rest. The instant Wanda's nightmare began, when her spirit was thrown into turmoil, his powerful awareness had sensed it at once. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the room, quietly closing the door behind him to shut out the world. Seeing Wanda so lost and on the verge of collapse, her body surrounded by dangerously unstable, barely contained chaotic energy, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The situation was even more complicated than he had anticipated. These nightmares were no accident. They were an inevitable backlash, the result of chaotic magic entwining with her deepest consciousness and most painful memories. The soul-calming jade could ward off external evils, but it was helpless against the demons of the heart. He strode quickly to her bedside, reaching out his right hand. His warm palm gently pressed against Wanda's cold, sweat-soaked forehead. "Calm your mind." His voice was low and gentle, yet it carried a power that cut through the fog of her soul. "All you see is illusion, born from the demons within your own heart. A pure, tranquil, immortal energy, combined with a soothing, stabilizing spiritual intent, flowed from his palm and slowly entered Wanda's mind and consciousness. This time, he did not attempt to banish the fragments of her nightmares. Instead, he guided her awareness as one would guide a lost child through a raging storm. "Do not follow the illusions. Do not let the visions entangle you." His voice, steady and resolute, echoed across the chaos of her heart. "Observe the rise and fall of your breath. Keep your mind clear and calm. Let the tempest rage as it may. The mountain breeze remains unshaken." Under the combined effect of his guidance and the jade's influence, Wanda's violent trembling gradually eased, and her rapid breathing began to slow. Yet the immense fear and sorrow still lingered. She seemed trapped in the heart of her nightmare, unable to escape. Tears streamed down her face without end, and, almost instinctively, she reached out with her cold hand, clutching Ling Xiao's wrist with desperate strength, like a drowning person grasping the only piece of driftwood. I saw it. I became a monster. Her voice was choked and broken, brimming with self-loathing and terror. I hurt so many people, I couldn't stop it, master. I'm so afraid. For the first time, she laid bare the deepest terror in her heart. Ling Xiao allowed her to cling to his wrist, feeling the faint tremors and the icy chill of her touch, his mind clear on what needed to be done. The inner demon had revealed itself so plainly. To ignore it would be folly. He gathered his spiritual power, transforming it into a gentle, penetrating force, and let it quietly approach the core of Wanda's frightened, restless mind. This time, he did not force his way in. Instead, he shared with her a fragment of his own memory, long buried, yet still alive, a memory of fear and failure, passing it to her in silence. It was not a complete vision, but a sensation, pure and raw, an endless, world-destroying sea of chaotic lightning. The bitter realization that centuries of hard-won cultivation were insignificant and fragile before the vast powers of heaven and earth. The excruciating pain and utter despair when body and soul were torn asunder, shattering to the core. And finally, that faint trace of defiance and resolve when faced with an almost certain death. It was a sliver of insight he had gained during his failed tribulation. The destructive force and overwhelming despair contained in this fragment of memory were far grander and more terrifying, by billions of times, than any nightmare Wanda had ever endured. Wanda gasped sharply, her fingers instinctively tightening around his wrist. In an instant, she was swept away by the crushing sense of insignificance beneath that vast, heavenly might and the unspeakable terror of teetering on the brink of utter annihilation. In comparison, her own pain and fear seemed strangely diluted, washed away by something far greater. Yet in the very next moment, she sensed, at the end of that ultimate destruction, a glimmer of unwavering resilience, a true immortal spirit shining even amid endless calamity. It was a tenacious willpower that, even when body and soul were obliterated, still left a spark of hope that refused to die. Ling Xiao slowly withdrew the strand of shared memory, his voice calm, yet carrying a soothing power. Heaven and earth possess unpredictable dangers. On the path of cultivation, calamity and hardship are ever present. To fear and to avoid them is only natural. But once fear has passed, what then? He looked down at Wanda, who was still lost in shock, and said each word with clarity. Inner demons may be fierce, but they are not invincible. You are not alone. These last words, gentle as sunlight, melted away the final chill in Wanda's heart. She looked up, her teary eyes meeting Ling Xiao's tranquil gaze, in which boundless strength seemed to reside, and at the wrist he allowed her to grip so tightly. A surge of emotion, beyond gratitude and almost inexpressible, welled up inside her. So even someone as powerful as Mr. Ling had once endured such dreadful failure and pain. But he had survived, and now, he was here, telling her that she was not alone. The chaos magic that had been raging within her slowly quieted, subdued by the memory of that vast tribulation and Ling Xiao's steadfast words, and retreated deep inside her once more. Wanda was still softly sobbing, but the sense of utter despair and loss of control had faded. She slowly released her grip on Ling Xiao's wrist, leaving several clear red marks behind. I'm sorry, she murmured, a little embarrassed. It's nothing, Ling Xiao replied, his tone as composed as ever. What happened tonight shows that tempering the heart is more vital than tempering strength. In your future cultivation, always polish the mirror of your mind. Let no dust settle upon it. He took out a newly crafted jade talisman, slightly less potent than the soul-calming pendant, but even better at soothing the mind, and placed it beside Wanda's pillow. If nightmares come again, just hold this, and your spirit will find peace. With that, he did not linger, but quietly turned and left, leaving Wanda alone to process the night's events, and the weight of that profound sharing. Wanda stared in a daze at the new jade talisman lying beside her pillow. She reached for the old, gentle, soul-calming pendant in her chest, then finally gazed toward the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. This time, her eyes reflected not only fear and lingering dread, but also a richer, more complex light, a resonance, and a sense of resolve. High above, in the distant halls, the Ancient One quietly withdrew her gaze from the meditation chamber, letting out a soft sigh. To take one's own tribulation and transform another's inner demon. Such deeds are not for ordinary souls, she murmured to herself, her eyes clouded with emotions too layered to name. The tranquil jade charm left by Ling Xiao rested on the pillow, shimmering gently alongside the soul-calming pendant on Wanda's chest, both casting a soothing glow that eased the heart. When Wanda awoke, her eyes still carried a trace of exhaustion after the fright, but not the bone-deep terror from before. The overwhelming sense of insignificance beneath last night's celestial might and the stubborn ember of her undying spirit had, strangely, tempered the wounds within her. She held the pendant tightly, not out of fear for the first time, but in an effort to savor and understand that will to endure in the face of despair. Meanwhile, atop Kamartaj's highest observatory, the Ancient One stood tall in the biting morning wind, her plain mage's robes flapping briskly around her. Her gaze did not fall upon the rolling clouds beneath her feet, but instead pierced the void, as if reading the hidden threads where time and dimensions entwine. Ling Zhao's intervention the previous night, his act of proving the way with his own being, and his words about the fickleness of fate and the importance of holding true to oneself, had stirred deep ripples in her heart. When Ling Zhao's figure appeared silently at the entrance of the observatory, the Ancient One did not turn. She spoke slowly, her voice calm but tinged with rare curiosity, to take one's own ordeal and transform another's demon. Mr. Ling, such a method is akin to the Buddhist tale of feeding the eagle with one's flesh, yet even more direct and unflinching. Are you not concerned that the memory of destruction you've left behind might instead become new fuel for her inner darkness? Ling Xiao stepped up beside her, joining her in gazing down at the boundless sea of clouds and snowy peaks. His tone was serene. A mirror reflects the image, water reflects the moon. What one sees is not the fault of the mirror or the water, but of the observer's heart. I showed her the ashes of tribulation, but also the undying spirit within. If she sees only the ashes and recoils, then her heart is not strong enough, and she is not meant for greater things. But if she perceives the spirit and understands, then even thorns can become a path. He paused, turning to look at the Ancient One. Besides, your order's arts draw on the power of dimensions. The dangers and temptations there are no less than those of heavenly tribulation. A mage who walks this path must truly understand what it means to keep the balance. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Ancient One's lips lifted ever so slightly, revealing a smile that seemed to blend resignation with a hint of admiration. Yes, balance. Always balance. She turned away, her gaze growing profound. It is precisely because I understand the peril of external forces that I find myself all the more intrigued by your path, Mr. Ling, finding contentment within, seeking nothing from without. Your strength comes from within yourself, your guiding star set in your own heart. Perhaps this is another form of balance, one that's closer to the source, a more intrinsic stability. Shifting the tone of her words, she lifted a finger and traced a delicate point in the air. A faint spark of golden fire flashed and vanished, yet stirred subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Yet, how long can personal stability truly endure in the face of turbulence on a cosmic scale? Tell me, Mr. Ling, do you know what price must be paid to maintain the stability you see here? At times, for the sake of a greater balance, must we not make choices that run counter to our own hearts? Even peer into or intervene in realms that were never meant to be touched. There was a heaviness in her tone, the exhaustion of someone who has carried too many secrets and made too many lonely decisions. It seemed she was probing, yet also seeking a certain measure of understanding, or perhaps a challenge to her views. Ling Xiao fell silent for a moment, his gaze stretching into the distance. Heaven has its own rhythm. The birth and death of the universe follow their own laws. To take on what exceeds one's own share, to stand as the fulcrum, such a thing is admirable, but it is also to shackle oneself with invisible chains. The great Tao numbers 50. Heaven reveals 49, leaving one for humankind to elude. What we seek is not to control the 49, but to grasp that one remaining change, to find a path to transcendence amid the endless turmoil of the world. He turned to the Ancient One, his eyes clear and resolute. As for the price, if a choice springs from one's true heart, then even death 1,000 times brings no regret. But if the choice is forced by external powers, then even great gains become obstacles in the heart. To meddle with time and space, to alter the threads of fate, this is to steal the power of heaven and earth, and the backlash it brings is more than most can bear. Sorcerer. He paused, his tone gentle but earnest. The greater the burden, the more you must take care. The Ancient One's body trembled ever so slightly. Ling Zhao's words had once again struck unerringly at the core of her deepest fears and burdens. For so long, she had used the time stone to peer into the future and intervene in the timeline, averting countless disasters, Yet the accumulated backlash of cause and effect and the tangled paradoxes of time had become like a bone-deep affliction. Beneath her seemingly eternal calm lay exhaustion and struggle that no one could truly fathom. She neither admitted nor denied it. Instead, she lapsed into a long silence, gazing at the sea of clouds swirling and dispersing at her feet, as if they were the very embodiment of destiny's ever-changing uncertainty. After a long while, she finally let out a gentle sigh. Her breath turned to mist in the frigid air, lingering for a moment before quickly vanishing. To grasp the change of the one, such easy words, but how incredibly difficult to do. She shook her head, as if weighed down by endless emotion. There are times when calamity is plain to see, when all living things seem doomed. How can one find peace merely being the one who slips away? Perhaps this is the fate of every guardian of Kamartaj. It is a choice, not fate. Ling Xiao corrected her, his tone calm, yet resolute. It is compassion that guides the heart onto the path of guardianship. But the way of protection is not singular. Erecting high walls to repel invaders is one form of guarding. Teaching others to fish so they grow strong themselves is another. And even sowing seeds of new life amidst the ruins, in harmony with the world's order, is yet a form of guardianship. To cling to a single method is to risk falling into delusion. His words echoed in the Ancient One's heart like a temple bell at dawn or dusk. She had always regarded herself as Earth's sole protector, bearing the heavy burden of maintaining balance through the time stone, never considering that there might be other possibilities. Perhaps she did not have to shoulder it all alone. She fell silent once more. But this time, the heaviness in her eyes had faded, replaced by a glimmer of contemplation and weighing of choices. Ling Xiao did not interrupt her further. He simply stood in quiet stillness, as if he had merged with the snowy mountain behind him. The morning light grew ever more radiant, stretching their shadows long across the observatory. At last, the Ancient One slowly raised her head. The fog in her gaze had lifted somewhat. She looked at Ling Xiao, and a true, relieved smile broke across her face. A single conversation with you is worth more than a century of study. The road ahead is still arduous, but the shackles on my heart feel a little lighter. Thank you. This time, her gratitude was more heartfelt than ever before. Such exchanges benefit us both. There's no need for thanks, Ling Xiao replied with a gentle nod. Just then, Wang appeared hurriedly at the observatory's entrance, his expression grave. He bowed first to the Ancient One, then turned to Ling Xiao, his voice tinged with urgency. Mr. Ling, Miss Wanda, she's looking for you. She says she feels something has changed, something different. Ling Xiao and the Ancient One exchange a glance, each seeing a flicker of surprise in the other's eyes. It seems, the Ancient One said softly, the seeds you planted are beginning to sprout. Go. Ling Xiao nodded. With a flash, he disappeared from the observatory, swiftly heading towards the meditation chamber. The Ancient One remained alone, gazing after him as he vanished, then lowering her eyes to her own hands, hands that had plucked the strings of time countless times before. She murmured to herself, to grasp the change of the one, to follow the world's order. Perhaps it is truly time for me to consider seeking out the one who slips away. Her gaze grew distant and profound, as though piercing through layers of time and space. Ling Xiao's figure stirred slightly. In the blink of an eye, he swept through the winding corridors like a passing breeze and appeared at the door of the quiet chamber. He did not rush in. Instead, his spiritual sense slipped silently into the room ahead of him. Inside, the morning light streamed through the lattice window, casting bright patches upon the floor. Wanda was not lying in bed. Instead, she stood barefoot in the middle of the room, looking somewhat lost. She still clutched the calming soul pendant to her chest, but her other hand was half extended before her, fingers splayed. Her face showed a mixture of confusion, faint fear, and a trace of something harder to define, curiosity. Before her outstretched fingers, the dust motes in the air danced energetically in the shaft of sunlight, subtly swirling around her fingertips in a delicate spiral. Even more striking, the chaotic magical energy that usually lurked restlessly around her no longer glimmered with its familiar crimson hue. Instead, it caused the light in that corner to ripple and bend ever so slightly, as if she herself were a pocket of warmth distorting the air. This was not a prelude to losing control. Ling Xiao reached his conclusion at once. The energy of a rampage was explosive and destructive. What he saw now was more like an unconscious, nascent resonance. But with what? He gently pushed open the door. Wanda snapped back to herself, like a child caught in the act. Instantly, she withdrew her hand, and the faint, strange phenomenon around her vanished. Flustered, she looked at Ling Xiao, a blush rising to her cheeks. Sir, I didn't mean to. When I woke up this morning, everything around me seemed different somehow. Her words tumbled out, struggling to describe the mysterious feeling. It's like it's easier to touch them now, but I wasn't even trying. Ling Xiao stepped up to her, his gaze calmly sweeping the space where her fingers had been. His voice was gentle. Don't be anxious. Tell me carefully what exactly felt different. How do you touch them? His calmness soothed Wanda. She took a deep breath, searching for the right words, her eyes brightening as she recalled that peculiar sensation. It's just when I close my eyes and try to focus like you taught me, it's like I could feel not only myself, but also the bed, the table, the floor, even those tiny specks of dust in the air. She nervously pointed to the dust floating in the sunlight. They seemed not entirely lifeless anymore. It's as if, inside them, there's a faint movement. I just had a fleeting thought. If only I could see more clearly. And then they moved closer to me on their own. Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, as if afraid her words sounded ridiculous, or that she might be misunderstood and thought to be on the verge of losing control again. Yet in Ling Zhao's eyes, a sudden glint of brilliance flashed. This was not a simple surge of energy. This was the first awakening of perception. It was an innate affinity and resonance with the very essence of matter at the microscopic level, even with the true nature of energy itself. Chaos magic, the power to twist reality. Its true nature might not be mere destruction, but rather an ultimate sensitivity to and authority over the fundamental rules of all things. In the past, Wanda had been unable to control it because her mind was drowned in fear and pain, allowing her to access only the most violent, destructive surface of that power. But now, with the soul-calming jade steadying her spirit, the mind-refining technique forging her consciousness, and not least the shock and insight she gained from sharing his memory of the heavenly tribulation the previous night, a strange twist of fate had occurred. As her mind settled, she caught a glimpse of a deeper, truer side of her own strength, the connection to and influence upon the very roots of existence. This was no inner demon. This was the very beginning of her path. It was an innate closeness to the source of the laws themselves, a gift countless seekers could only dream of. Hold out your hand, Ling Xiao said. His voice remained steady, though a subtle note of guidance slipped in beneath the calm. Wanda hesitated for a moment, but did as he asked, extending her right hand. Ling Xiao reached out with his own index finger. At his fingertip, a faint but incredibly refined thread of celestial energy flickered, simulating an exceptionally stable and delicate vibration. This frequency was beyond the perception of ordinary people. Indeed, it surpassed the senses of most who possessed supernatural powers. Close your eyes. Quiet your mind. Do not think. Simply feel what lies at my fingertip. Not its shape, not its light, but its motion, he instructed, his voice low and resonant, soothing as velvet, carrying a gentle, comforting power. Wanda squeezed her eyes shut, her long lashes trembling, banishing all stray thoughts as she focused every ounce of attention on Ling Zhao's fingertip. At first, there was nothing, only a vast emptiness. But she remembered Ling Zhao's guidance. She did not rush or force it, simply maintaining that airy, receptive state of perception. Gradually, something exquisitely subtle began to emerge. Like the faintest vibration lingering after a plucked harp string, it rippled through the void and touched the surface of her inner world. The vibration was steady, rhythmic, carrying with it a profound, inexplicable sense of reassurance. I can feel it, she gasped, her voice filled with astonished excitement, as if scarcely believing it herself. It's like ripples on water, or a heartbeat. Good, Ling Xiao praised, the vibration at his fingertip unwavering. Now, do not try to imitate it, nor resist it. Imagine your power, not as a raging torrent, but as a gentle breeze. Picture that breeze softly brushing against this vibration. No need to change it, just sense its rhythm. Then, try to let your breeze dance lightly along with it. This was a bold instruction, directly guiding her to use chaotic magic to touch a force of an entirely different nature and attempt to harmonize with it. Wanda's heart leapt, an instinctive fear rising within her. But Ling Zhao's aura, steady as a mountain, and the reassuring pulse of energy at his fingertips, gave her the courage to try. With the utmost care, she summoned a thread of chaotic magic so faint it was nearly imperceptible. At this moment, the power appeared as a gentle, almost translucent blush of pink and white, just as Ling Xiao had described. Like a breeze, it reached out, softly touching the trembling frequency of his immortal energy. The instant they met, The thread of chaotic magic quivered slightly, as if uncomfortable, but there was no clash, no explosion. Under Wanda's intense focus and careful guidance, it began, awkwardly at first, to adjust its own vibration, striving to approach and attune itself to the frequency of the immortal energy. The process was agonizingly slow, and more than once, she nearly lost control, each time forcing herself to steady the thread. Sweat beaded again at her brow. Ling Xiao, meanwhile, maintained the frequency at his fingertips with perfect stability, like an eternal beacon, giving her a constant point of reference. At last, in a fleeting moment, that faint, pink-white thread of chaotic magic succeeded, if only briefly, in synchronizing its resonance with Ling Xiao's immortal energy. A soft, exquisite harmony rang out, a delicate, wondrous chime. It was the joyful song born when two fundamentally different forces achieved harmony at the most subtle level. Wanda's eyes flew open, emerald gaze radiant with dazzling light. She had done it. For the first time, she was not a passive vessel for power unleashed by fear and pain. Instead, she had consciously, intentionally guided her magic, completing an operation of incredible delicacy. Though it lasted only an instant, the unprecedented sense of control and the marvelous resonance filled her with such excitement, she could scarcely keep from trembling. It was as if someone born deaf had, for the first time, heard the sounds of the world. A vast, boundless new realm had parted its curtains, offering her a glimpse within. Master, I did it. She lifted her face to Ling Xiao, her voice brimming with pure, childlike joy and excitement. Tears welled in her eyes again, but this time they were not tears of despair. Ling Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, the immortal energy at his fingertips vanishing. He gazed at Wanda's overjoyed face, as if the whole world had grown brighter, and a rare hint of a smile flickered in his calm eyes. This is only the beginning. Don't become proud or impatient, he said gently. What you just sensed is called vibration. It is the foundation of all existence and the flow of energy. Your power is innately attuned to this path. In your future training, devote yourself to perceiving the subtle movements in all things, the sigh of the wind, the flow of water, the beating of your heart, even the rhythm of the stars and their orbits. All can be your teachers. He did not teach her any specific spells of attack or defense. Instead, he pointed out a more fundamental path, one that resonated with the very essence of her power, the path of sensing all things, harmonizing with all things, and ultimately influencing all things. Wanda nodded vigorously, etching his words into her heart, one by one. It felt as though her life was only truly beginning at this moment. Fear was still there, but it had been largely dispelled by the radiant glow of hope and curiosity. Just then, the Ancient One's figure appeared silently at the doorway. She had clearly sensed that brief and wondrous resonance of energy from moments before. She looked at Wanda, at the bright, genuine smile that had never touched her face until now, then at Ling Xiao beside her, calm and composed as ever. A flicker of complex relief and emotion glimmered in her eyes. It seems you found the key that belongs to her, the Ancient One said softly. The key has always been in her hands, Ling Xiao replied with quiet composure. We merely helped her brush away the dust, so she could see her true self. The Ancient One nodded slightly and said no more. She turned to Wanda and spoke gently. Child, it seems you'll need a place that is broader and more secure for your next sensing practice. There's a meditation hall on the east side of the library, currently unused, its walls specially reinforced. It might suit you well. Delight lit up Wanda's face as she looked first at the Ancient One, then at Ling Xiao. Receiving his encouraging nod, she bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Thank you, sir. The light of hope was no longer a faint spark in her heart. It had truly ignited, illuminating the path ahead. The library of Kamartosh. Ling Xiao sat alone at a dark wooden table, his posture upright as a pine, his presence calm as still water. Spread before him was a hefty tome, its pages not of ordinary paper, but of a supple, unknown leather, the edges shimmering with a faint golden glow. The words upon it were intricate, three-dimensional runes, formed from moving points of energy. As his gaze swept over them, the runes slowly shifted in form, revealing ever deeper layers of meaning. This was one of the rare, precious volumes he had recently found with Wang's assistance, a treatise contemplating the grand dimensions of the universe, a chronicle of the myriad realms. The book was not only inscribed with magical symbols, but also infused with the spiritual imprint of its creator, requiring profound spiritual focus to fully decipher. Ling Xiao's fingertips hovered just above the page, a gentle radiance flowing between them. His consciousness had already plunged into the vast, mist-like sea of knowledge within the book, unraveling and comprehending the texts and diagrams on the characteristics of the various dimensions, spatial coordinates, and the cyclical tides of energy, all at a speed far beyond that of ordinary minds. His brows knitted slightly. This universe, in its vastness and complexity, far exceeded anything he had first imagined. Dimensions stacked upon one another, time and space intertwined, and powerful beings were scattered throughout like stars across the sky. Its system of laws was fundamentally different from the cultivation world from which he came. He did not know how much time had passed before he slowly lifted his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the ancient lattice windows of the library, reaching into the boundless void beyond. For a fleeting moment, a trace of melancholy flickered deep within his eyes. These two words had been buried at the very bottom of his heart ever since his primordial spirit awakened, and he had barely stabilized his wounds. Like the most distant, lonely star in the night sky, he knew of its existence, yet it was forever out of reach. He fell silent for a while, then suddenly brought his right index and middle fingers together. At his fingertips, celestial energy gathered, shimmering with a clear, radiant light. With his fingers as a brush and the polished, dark surface of the table before him as his canvas, he began to sketch slowly in the air. Wherever his fingertips passed, tiny, brilliant points of silver light appeared and gathered, following the movement of his hand. It was as if he were drawing miniature stars out of the void and anchoring them within a single square inch of space. What he traced was a simple star map, infused with his own sense of the Tao and understanding of space. Lines wove and intersected, light points pulsed and flickered, together constructing a coordinate system shaped by inherited memories and profound perceptions of the Great Way. Celestial energy flowed steadily from him. His mind was focused with razor-sharp intensity. Ling Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the ever-evolving constellation, searching for the faintest ripple of familiarity, any point that might resonate with his homeland's world as an anchor in this unfamiliar cosmos. His movements were smooth and unwavering. Each placement of light, each curve he drew, embodied his deep comprehension of the laws of space. Gradually, a complex, exquisite star map filled with a mysterious aura began to rotate gently above the tabletop, casting a soft and enigmatic glow. Time slipped by, minute after minute. Within the library, only the faint sounds of Wang in the distance, quietly sorting books, and the subtle hum of celestial energy flowing at Ling Zhao's fingertips could be heard. Yet, as the star map neared completion, the brow that had once relaxed drew tighter and tighter. He had tried every method of deduction he knew, even at the cost of his own blood and celestial essence, merging a strand of his true spirit into the chart to heighten his sensitivity. But all that returned was an endless, cold void, nothing but the universe's own immense, unfamiliar dimensional ripples. That familiar coordinate mark from his homeland seemed to have vanished entirely. In this vast and infinite multiverse, it had left not a single trace. It was as if the world he came from was separated from this one by an unbridgeable, unknowable chasm, two parallel lines destined never to meet. This utter emptiness, in fact, leaves one feeling even more powerless than discovering a clear, yet hopelessly distant path. At last, the cool radiance at Ling Zhao's fingertips trembled ever so slightly. The starlight that had consumed so much of his focus to conjure faded swiftly, then vanished altogether. Slowly withdrawing his hand, he sat in silence for a long time, unmoving. In his deep, unfathomable eyes, that hint of regret surfaced once more, settling into a quiet melancholy. Is the road ahead truly cut off? A whisper, so faint it barely stirred the air. Even with a heart as steadfast as bedrock, confronted by this nearly despairing revelation, he could not help but feel a ripple within. He remained seated for a long while, the sense of desolation in his gaze gradually replaced by a deeper, calmer light, a composure forged in the aftermath of profound loss, and a serenity born of seeing reality for what it was. If the way home was truly so faint as to be almost illusory, then wallowing in that longing would only drain his spirit and yield nothing for his cultivation. On the path of the Tao, perseverance is precious, but so too is the wisdom to adapt. If this road is blocked, he must set his sights on the present. His gaze returned to the chronicle of the myriad realms, lying on the table before him. His eyes regained their habitual clarity and composure. If he could not seek his way home for the time being, then thoroughly understanding and recording the universe in which he found himself became not only his most urgent, but also his most practical task. Raising his hand once more, immortal energy gathered at his fingertips. Following the records in the book and his own perceptions, he began to carefully sketch out the known coordinates that existed within this universe. First appeared the warm and majestic realm of Asgard. Then, the cold and orderly Nova Corps homeworld, Xander. More points of light emerged. The Sovereign, shrouded in violet mist. Fiery, crimson Muspelheim. The deathly cold silence of Jotunheim. The ever-consuming shadows of the dark dimension. The flickering blue glow of the Chitauri homeworld. And even Vormir, that the Ancient One had once mentioned in passing. Each coordinate shone with its own light, hue, and pulse, together weaving a star map far more intricate and dazzling than any before. He focused completely, using Taoist runes and marks of divine sense to record the locations, characteristics, and spatial relations of each world and dimension. At that moment, Wong's figure quietly appeared by a bookshelf not far away. Arms full of ancient tomes, his gaze was drawn to the swirling, three-dimensional star map on Ling Xiao's desk. A look of astonishment and admiration crossed Wong's face. He had never seen such a unique, beautiful method of depiction, less like a map, and more like the budding form of an artifact expressing the ultimate truth of the cosmos. He said nothing, simply watched in silence for a moment, eyes filled with respect for the unknown, before quietly stepping away. When the final coordinate was marked and illuminated, Ling Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, letting the gentle radiance fade into the air. A miniature, celestial map of the universe hovered before the desk, slowly spinning, its shifting light casting alternating shadows and brightness across his face. The star chart was vast and dazzling, a symbol of his growing understanding of this new world. Yet, he felt no joy in his heart, only a heavy sense of groundedness and a trace of loneliness for which there was no confidant. He understood that, for a long time, perhaps forever, this star map would serve as his guide to exploring this realm, not as a signpost leading home. He gazed out the window. The Himalayan night sky was dense with stars, each one possibly marking an unknown world. After a fleeting moment of inner turbulence, his resolve settled once again, growing even clearer as he accepted the truth. The road ahead was long and winding, fraught with obstacles. Yet for those who walk the path of cultivation, what is there to fear in journeying alone through foreign lands? As long as one's resolve remains unshaken, every place can be a ground for cultivation, everywhere, a potential home. Still, the clouds of his homeland, those would be sights he would never behold again. That thought flickered across his mind, but he gently pressed it down, burying it deep within his heart, never to be easily touched again. With a wave of his sleeve, he stored the star map inside a blank jade slip to consult and expand upon another day. Silence reclaimed the library. In Washington, D.C., at the top floor of the Trident headquarters, Alexander Pierce's office basked in the golden light of afternoon. The expensive oak desk and leather sofas glowed with a soft sheen. Yet the air in the room was stifling, almost suffocating. Pierce stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the room, a glass of whiskey in hand. The amber liquid swirled gently, ice cubes clinking softly against the glass. His gaze rested on the shimmering surface of the distant Potomac River, but his blue eyes held no admiration, only a cold, calculating glint. On the desk, two reports lay quietly. One was from a mole embedded in Nick Fury's personal team, detailing Fury's secret visit to Kamartaj and the unusual developments that followed. A name was highlighted in bold within the report, Ling Xiao. Beside it were notes, suspected to possess inexplicable energy manipulation abilities, relationship with Kamartaj unclear, and engaged in undisclosed discussions with Fury. The other report came from Sitwell. By cross-referencing blurred data from energy monitoring satellites with faint signals intercepted around Kamartaj, it reached a disturbing conclusion. This mysterious target might possess an energy manipulation method distinct from any known magical or superhuman system. At the end of the report, in carefully veiled language, it mentioned that, after Fury's return, internal security reviews had intensified dramatically, closely matching certain vague warnings mentioned by Ling Xiao. Pierce slowly turned around, setting his glass down on the desk with a crisp, clear sound. His fingertips traced the name Ling Xiao on the report. He knows more than we imagined. Pierce's voice was steady, as if he were stating an established fact, but his gaze was sharp as a blade. And it's clear Fury has taken something to heart. Brock Rumlow stood tall before the desk, posture straight and unwavering. Dressed in a perfectly tailored tactical suit, his eyes were cold and piercing. Kamartaj has always been a place we've struggled to infiltrate, Pierce continued, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. That mysterious land under the Ancient One's protection is proving even more troublesome than we expected. But this new energy, his voice rose slightly, brimming with implication. If we could harness it for ourselves. Rumlow remained silent, waiting for clear orders. Years of experience had taught him that Pierce was not a man who asked questions. He only expected obedience. Suddenly, Pierce stopped tapping, bracing both hands on the desk and leaning forward. Insight is at a critical juncture. Any variables must be eliminated before they take root. We can't afford to wait, and there's no room left for testing the waters. His eyes turned icy, his resolve absolute. It's time we unleashed our sharpest weapon. Rumlow's expression didn't flicker. If anything, he stood even straighter. Understood, sir. What are the orders? Top priority, Pierce said, leaving no room for doubt. Objective, infiltrate Camartage. Locate and either secure or eliminate the individual known as Ling Xiao. If possible, obtain samples, blood, tissue, or energy residue. Operation code, Winter's Edge. Secure or eliminate. Obtain samples. Orders confirmed. Rumlow repeated, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. And Camartage defenses? That's for the weapon to handle. Pierce replied, his tone hard as steel. Tell him, whatever it takes, the mission comes first. Hydra's glory above all else. Hail, Hydra. Rumlow murmured, his right hand instinctively tightening into a fist. Go. Pierce commanded with a flick of his hand, reaching for his glass again. Make sure the orders are delivered precisely. I want a preliminary action report within 48 hours. Rumlow turned crisply, his footsteps swift and silent as he left the office. The heavy wooden door closed quietly behind him. Pierce remained where he was, his gaze returning to the window. He took a measured sip of whiskey, the chill of the liquid sliding down his throat, his face betraying nothing. He knew exactly what he had set in motion. A weapon as perfect as it was merciless, a tool that had never failed him. For the sake of Project Insight, for Hydra's grand future, every uncertainty had to be erased. Deep beneath the Trident's headquarters, the air was noticeably colder. Cold white lights illuminated the undecorated metal corridors. Everything here radiated efficiency, chill, and a stark lack of humanity. Rumlow passed through a succession of iris, fingerprint, and voiceprint scanners, finally stopping before a heavy alloy door. Two Hydra special agents in full gear saluted him in silence, working the control panel to unlock the door. Beyond lay a frigid prep room. One wall was lined with weapon racks. Another was dominated by monitors tracking physiological indicators. In the center of the room, with his back to the entrance, sat a man. He wore a dark combat suit that outlined a powerful, compact frame. His left arm was bare, gleaming with a metallic sheen. He was bent over, inspecting a customized heavy pistol in his hands, his movements precise and efficient, without a hint of unnecessary flourish. At the sound of the door opening, he didn't turn around immediately. Rumlow stopped a short distance behind him. Mission orders. Only then did the man slowly turn his head. His was a weathered yet strikingly handsome face, marked by hard lines and a clenched jaw. But his eyes were utterly hollow, like a wasteland buried beneath snow and ice, devoid of emotion, curiosity, doubt, or even aggression. There was only a dead, absolute obedience, awaiting instructions to fill the void. Rumlow held out a thin electronic tablet. On its screen, the mission code, Winterblade, a blurred image of Ling Xiao, and a grainy satellite map of Camartage. The Winter Soldier's gaze swept across the tablet with astonishing speed, absorbing and memorizing all the information in an instant. His pupils did not shift. He ran one last check on his pistol, then chambered a round with a crisp, mechanical click. The target location is protected by an unknown energy barrier and arm guards. Risk assessment for infiltration. High. Do you require a support team for backup? Rumlow asked, following protocol. The Winter Soldier spoke, his voice low and hoarse, stripped of any inflection. No. Solo operation. Eliminate obstacles. Complete the mission. He handed the tablet back to Rumlow and stood up. In the harsh light, his tall figure cast a shadow that exuded pure menace. Silently, he began to arm himself. Pistol, tactical combat knife, high-explosive grenades, and an EMP device. The metal arm gave off the faintest whisper of hydraulics as it moved. Rumlow added, the target may possess special abilities. Priority is to acquire a sample. If capture is impossible, eliminate. The Winter Soldier showed no hesitation. He picked up the final piece of his gear, a specially designed cryogenic container, and clipped it to the tactical belt at his waist. Preparation was complete in less than 20 seconds. He stood there, perfectly still, a weapon, fully loaded and primed, waiting for the order to strike. Command received. He looked at Rumlow, his eyes hollow and empty, reflecting nothing at all. Mission commencing. No unnecessary words, no questioning the task. He was nothing but a tool. Carrying out orders was his sole purpose for existence. Rumlow nodded and stepped aside to clear the way. The winter soldier strode forward, the soles of his metal boots striking the cold, unyielding floor with a steady, heavy rhythm, each step echoing as he made his way toward the exit at the far end of the preparation room. A storm was coming. The nights in Camartage were always peculiarly profound. Ling Xiao had not gone to sleep. He sat quietly on the meditation cushion assigned to him in his chamber, his eyes half closed, his breath long and even. Ling Xiao was not cultivating in the traditional sense. Instead, he let his spiritual sense slowly expand outward, like invisible mercury spreading in all directions, delicately sensing the intricate web of magic that permeated every corner of Camartage, comparing it against the Tao resonance of his own perfected golden core. This act of perception deepened his understanding of this sacred place with each passing moment. At the edge of his awareness, it was as if a tiny, barely perceptible pebble had been tossed into the calm surface of a lake, sending out a faint ripple. This was not the natural pulse of Camartage magic, nor the energy radiated by any sorcerer's cultivation. It was a subtle, pure, inhuman intent to kill, and along with it, the faint tremor unique to metal brushing against the air. This disturbance flickered and vanished, almost dissolving into the ambient sounds of the night wind. Had Ling Xiao's spiritual sense not been so keen, his vigilance so acute, he might have missed it entirely. His eyes snapped open, a cold, clear light flashing across them for an instant. Something or someone had slipped inside, not through the main gate of the sanctum, nor by any known dimensional passageway. Instead, with extraordinary stealth, they had bypassed the outer magical defenses, infiltrating the interior like a ghost, silent and unseen. Almost at the same time, Ling Xiao sensed another formidable, serene presence, the Ancient One. She, too, had clearly noticed the anomaly. Yet her will took no action. It lingered with the calm detachment of an observer of a chess game, her attention quietly focused, carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. Ling Xiao understood. This was intentional on the Ancient One's part, perhaps to see how he would respond, perhaps out of confidence in Camartage defenses, or perhaps for both reasons. Unhurried, he remained seated, his posture steady. Within, his golden core began to circulate more rapidly, profound immortal energy flowing silently through his meridians. Outwardly relaxed, but inwardly tense, he was ready. He was determined to see who dared trespass upon the supreme sanctuary in the dead of night. Bucky Barnes, the winter soldier, moved like a panther melting into shadows, pressing himself against the cold, uneven stone wall, perfectly avoiding the golden halo cast by a lantern at the corridor's corner. His breathing was slowed to the point of near silence, his heartbeat tightly regulated to a low, steady rhythm, his entire presence radiating the chilling stillness of a cold-blooded predator. His metal left arm, specially treated to eliminate any reflection, was rendered almost invisible in the darkness. The modified pistol in his right hand pointed slightly downward, and as he moved, the soles of his custom boots barely made a sound against the stone floor. His eyes, sharp and analytical as the most precise sensors, swept rapidly across the complex scene ahead, his mind processing all visual data, searching for the optimal path forward. The mission parameters were clear: locate, control, or eliminate, secure the sample. Within Camartage, the ambient magical energy made him uneasy, as if he were wading through an invisible, viscous fluid that disrupted his ingrained combat rhythm. But his enhanced nerves and indomitable will suppress the discomfort at its source. Obstacles, eliminate as needed. According to the rough schematic implanted before infiltration, the target's quarters should be in the Eastern Meditation Wing. He glided down a corridor like a specter, slipping past two apprentices who, stifling yawns, whispered to each other in Tibetan. The moment he was about to step into the courtyard of the Eastern Wing, he stopped dead in his tracks. Ahead, the courtyard was deserted, save for the ancient tree at its center, whose leaves shivered gently in the night breeze. Yet the winter soldier's battle-honed instincts, attuned to the faintest whisper of danger, screamed a sharp warning. He jerked his head up. Across the courtyard, under a wash of moonlight, a figure stood. No one could say when he had appeared. Clad in a simple blue Taoist robe, its sleeves fluttering in the soft wind, black hair casually pinned up with a wooden hair stick, his face calm, his gaze deep as an ancient well, he regarded Bucky with quiet composure. It was the man from a mission briefing, the target, Ling Xiao. Why had he arrived? How had he appeared so silently? The winter soldier's pupils contracted sharply, but his face remained a cold, hollow mask. He had no intention of communication, no hesitation, not even a flicker of doubt. Eliminate the obstacle. The directive echoed through his mind. In the very next instant, he sprang into action. His movement was lightning fast, utterly without warning. His metal left arm shot up, palm driving down sharply. A powerful kinetic shockwave slammed into the ground, using the recoil to hurl his body backward like a shell from a cannon. Even as his right hand swung the pistol upward, 3 muffled shots echoed through the night air. The gun, fitted with a high-efficiency suppressor, spat out a faint tongue of flame. 3 specially crafted alloy bullets, each etched with demon-breaking runes, tore through the air in a triangular formation, aiming precisely for Ling Xiao's brow and both shoulders. The entire sequence, from retreating to firing, was executed in a seamless instant, all within 1/100th of a second, a display of combat skill far beyond human limits. Yet, faced with this sudden and deadly assault, Ling Xiao didn't even take a step. He simply stood there, unmoving, as if he hadn't the time to react. But the moment the bullets were about to reach him, the air around him rippled ever so slightly. A thin, crystalline layer of azure immortal energy manifested, as pure as the clearest crystal wall. A delicate, crisp sound rang out 3 times in quick succession, like jade beads dropping onto a plate. The 3 demon-breaking bullets, powerful enough to tear through steel armor, struck what seemed to be an invisible barrier. Ripples shimmered across the surface of the immortal shield, and then, as if crushed by an immense and supple force, the bullets warped, lost momentum, and finally fell to the ground with a quiet clatter. The Winter Warrior's pupils contracted once more. His analytical systems instantly concluded. Physical attack, specialized demon-breaking ammunition, ineffective. He did not pause his retreat. Tactical calculations ran coldly through his mind. With a flick of his left hand, a compact, high-explosive grenade slipped into his palm. His thumb deftly snapped off the safety pin. He was ready to hurl it, hoping to sow chaos with a blast and shrapnel, while probing for weakness. But just as his fingers tensed to throw, Ling Xiao made no move to cast any elaborate spell. He merely lifted his right hand in a seemingly casual gesture and swept his sleeve forward in the Winter Warrior's direction. It was a light motion, as if brushing a speck of dust from his robe. Yet in the next instant, the space around the Winter Warrior seemed to freeze. The magic energies swirling in the air merged with Ling Xiao's boundless immortal power, forging an invisible pressure as heavy as a mountain, crashing down from every direction. The high-explosive grenade, poised in mid-throw, was suddenly ensnared by countless unseen threads, suspended motionless in the air. Even the detonator inside was forcibly suppressed and extinguished in that moment. The Winter Warrior's backward motion came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been trapped in invisible mire. Every movement became agonizingly slow, his formidable kinetic energy effortlessly neutralized. For the first time, a barely perceptible tremor flashed in his otherwise vacant gaze. Not an emotion, but the instinctive shudder of his combat system encountering the inexplicable. Ling Xiao remained where he stood, his robe billowing, his expression serene. Watching the intruder struggle in the unseen force field, straining to lift his metal arm, Ling Xiao spoke at last. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no defiance. To trespass in the sacred land by night, and strike with such malice, don't you think you owe this humble Taoist an explanation? The air in the courtyard seemed to have solidified. With what appeared to be a casual flick of his sleeve, Ling Xiao stirred the spiritual energy of the world and the dimensional forces permeating Kamartaj, transforming them into invisible, crushing shackles that locked the Winter Soldier firmly in place. Bucky Barnes struggled with all his might. His metal left arm emitted a deep, resonant hum as the powerful hydraulics overloaded, desperately straining to tear apart the unseen bonds. Veins bulged on his forehead, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in his icy gaze, something beyond the reach of any program or calculation. It was the instinctive tremor that seizes all living beings when faced with a power utterly incomprehensible and impossible to resist. Yet no matter how hard he pushed, the invisible field did not yield an inch. Instead, the more he fought, the tighter it constricted, until even breathing became a struggle. Ling Xiao advanced slowly, his robe fluttering lightly, untouched by the dust beneath his feet. He stopped a pace away from the Winter Soldier, his eyes calmly examining the face before him. A face etched with murderous intent and a hint of confusion, almost imperceptible. The attacks had been swift and lethal, but what truly drew Ling Xiao's attention were the man's eyes. Hollow, lifeless, as if all emotion and humanity had been drained away, leaving only a perfectly engineered, remorseless machine of death. It's neither demonic possession nor the work of puppet sorcery, Ling Xiao murmured, his brow furrowing as his immortal sense extended like delicate tendrils, brushing over the man's surface. His very soul is shackled, his mind clouded. His spiritual perception revealed that several small, sinister devices had been implanted within the man's brain, each emitting faint bioelectric currents that interfered with and suppressed his true consciousness. Worse still, a cold, foreign force wound around his soul like chains, working in tandem with deep hypnotic suggestions to imprison his true self at the very bottom of his mind. Raising his hand, Ling Xiao let a gentle radiance flow from his fingertips as he reached for the Winter Soldier's brow. The movement seemed unhurried, yet carried an ineffable power, ignoring any possibility of physical resistance. The Winter Soldier's pupils shrank abruptly. Driven by animal instinct, he tried to turn his head and avoid the touch, but the force field held him fast. Even this small motion was impossible. He could only watch helplessly as that softly glowing fingertip, inescapable as fate itself, pressed against his forehead. The touch was cool. In an instant, Ling Xiao's immense, oceanic divine sense washed into the Winter Soldier's mind, at once as gentle as a trickling stream, yet as unstoppable as a raging river. Coldness, darkness, shattered memories swept in like shards of broken glass. "Bucky, wait for me to come back." A blond, blue-eyed young man, beaming with sunshine, patted him on the shoulder before running off toward the recruitment office. Wind and snow howled atop a speeding train, metal railings snapped, and that warm hand, no matter how he reached, remained just out of grasp. His body plunged down into an endless abyss, falling. Endless cold, freezing stillness, awakening, a blinding flash of light, searing pain, a head held immobile, icy instruments probing deep. Howling, struggling, all of it is futile. A voice, indistinct and frigid, echoed through the void. Again and again. Frozen, awakened, given a mission, forced to kill, blood spilled, screams echoing. Memories torn apart, scattered, erased, washed away. Mission accomplished, preparing for another freeze. An old man's face appeared, aged, sorrowful, gazing at him, lips trembling as if to speak. But before a word could escape, his chest was shattered by a single punch. In that instant, a sharp, inexplicable pain stabbed deep within his heart. Soldier. Duty. Hail Hydra. Countless fragments of memory. Painful, warm, forcibly erased, overridden by cold commands, crashed over Ling Xiao's consciousness like relentless waves. He watched as a once vibrant, passionate young man was tormented, brainwashed, and remade time and again, until nothing but this hollow shell remained. The self, buried deep within, let out faint, broken cries in the endless darkness, only to be smothered by cold metal and even colder orders. Ling Xiao's expression remained tranquil, yet in the depths of his eyes, a faint trace of compassion flickered and vanished. All beings suffer, yet this one's suffering is especially profound. He was not one to kill recklessly. Throughout his cultivation, he had honored the law of cause and effect. This man's attack was but the effect, his own enslavement the cause. Destroying this pitiful puppet would be effortless, but that would not sever the chain of karma, only obliterate its most wretched victim. Ling Xiao focused his mind on the devices shackling the man's brain and the chains of energy entwining his very soul. Immortal power flowed, transforming into the finest of scalpels, silently tracing the paths of energy his consciousness had detected. With utmost care, the immortal force brushed over fragile neural nodes, neutralizing the foreign controlling energies, delicately severing the device's connection to the brain's core and rendering their functions permanently inert. The entire process was swifter than lightning, yet exquisitely precise, leaving the man's mind untouched and unharmed. At the same time, Ling Xiao planted the seed of a calming incantation at the deepest reaches of the man's consciousness to shield the nascent true spirit within and help it withstand any future assault on his mind. Having finished, Ling Xiao withdrew his hand, and with it, released the invisible force that had held his opponent captive.